Traversing the Douluo Continent, Qian Daoliu is his adoptive father, and Qian Xunji is his elder brother. He has awakened a martial soul capable of absorbing the power of sunlight for cultivation, the Sunlight Ring. Endowed with extraordinary aptitude and a martial soul of unparalleled potential, he was destined to ascend to divinity with ease. However, due to the brilliance of his abilities, his elder brother, Qian Xunji, nurtured feelings of envy. When he was on the verge of breaking through to the Titled Douluo rank, Qian Xunji struck in secret. Ultimately, he failed his breakthrough and was imprisoned in a hidden chamber. 5 years passed in a flash. On a day when a ray of sunlight streamed in, a woman's panicked voice echoed in the chamber. That day, he broke free from his confinement, vanquished Qian Xunji, and exacted revenge. Within the chamber, facing the uniquely altered Bibi Dong, he glanced at Qian Xunji's soul. "My dear elder brother, I shall take good care of your Donger." Confronting his adoptive father, Qian Daoliu, he proclaimed, "A true man, born amidst the heavens and earth, cannot languish beneath others. Not hold it against me, adoptive father." To Ning Rongrong's mother, he warned, "Surely, you would not wish for Ning Fengji to encounter misfortune." Years later, a colossal sun rose gradually, illuminating the Douluo Continent, and wherever its rays fell, who would dare to defy? Chapter 1. The Captive Bird. In a dark, damp cave, with dead branches and fallen leaves entwined around the barriers, the sight was utterly dreary. At the deepest part of the cave, several chains of mysterious iron, as thick as an arm, bound a man tightly to a stone platform in the center, rendering him immobile. It has been 5 years that a hoarse voice reverberated within the cave. The man, locked upon the stone platform, slowly opened his eyes. In that fleeting moment, a blaze of intense fire ignited within his gaze, only to be swiftly extinguished. The man, bound by chains, was named Qin Yang, appearing to be in his mid-20s. His features, while unremarkable at a glance, bore an indescribable handsomeness that could only be captured by the word handsome. Yet, Qin Yang's current state was indeed dire. His formidable soul power was sealed, and he was ensnared by multiple chains of mysterious iron, leaving him utterly unable to move. Under ordinary circumstances, breaking free from such a confinement would be nearly impossible. However, Qin Yang did not belong to the realm of the ordinary. For him, circumstances were quite unique. Primarily, he was a transmigrant. Having arrived in the world of Douluo Continent over 20 years ago, he had crossed over slightly earlier than the timeline of the original narrative. Moreover, his identity was exceptional. The Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu, was his adoptive father, while the Pope, Qian Xunji, was his elder brother. Logically, with the formidable powers of his adoptive father and the noble status of his elder brother, he should not have ended up with his soul power sealed and imprisoned in a hidden chamber. Yet, sometimes reality is indeed cruel that he was not only sealed in his soul power and imprisoned in a secret chamber for 5 long years, but the architect of this calamity was none other than his elder brother, Qian Xunji. As for the reasons, the tale begins 20 years ago. 2 decades prior. Upon his arrival in this world, he awakened an extraordinarily powerful and terrifying super martial soul. The Sunlight Ring is deemed terrifying because his martial soul, the Sunlight Ring, possesses the ability to resonate uniquely with the sun, thereby absorbing solar energy for cultivation and swiftly enhancing his soul power. Even without actively training, merely basking in sunlight each day would lead to rapid growth in his strength. Moreover, Qin Yang's opportunities were almost excessively fortuitous. Upon his traversal to this realm, fortune smiled upon him. He was orphaned, inheriting a vast fortune, and was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Naturally, his martial soul was awakened within the Spirit Hall. And herein lies the crux of the matter. When Qin Yang awakened his martial soul, it produced an astonishing spectacle. The moment of its release, his martial soul, the Sunlight Ring, erupted with an incredibly powerful radiance that resonated with the angelic statue within the angel's temple. This brilliance subsequently enveloped the entire Spirit Hall, leaving onlookers in awe. Consequently, Qin Yang was taken away by the esteemed elder of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu, and shortly thereafter, he was adopted as a son. Thus, he gained an elder brother, the enigmatic and contentious Qian Xunji, whom many both despise and aspire to emulate. With a super martial soul, prodigious talent, fortuitous circumstances, and noble lineage, Qin Yang felt he had reached the pinnacle of existence upon his arrival in the Douluo Continent. Under such auspicious conditions, his strength escalated at a meteoric pace in merely 10 years. By the age of 16, he attained the rank of Soul Emperor. Thereafter, his path of cultivation was remarkably smooth, that by the age of 25, he had already reached level 90, and he was but one soul ring away from achieving the title of Titled Douluo. As he approached level 90, Qin Yang had even contemplated his title, the Sunlight Douluo. However, fate is often capricious, and misfortune can strike unexpectedly. 5 years ago, after much endeavor, he finally located a 100,000-year soul beast, preparing to hunt it and absorb its essence as his ninth soul ring to break through to. Titled Douluo. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Xunji had learned of the rapidity of his strength enhancement due to his ability to absorb solar energy. At that moment, malevolent intentions took root in Qian Xunji's heart, leading to a series of irretrievable events. Logically speaking, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the son of the esteemed Qian Daoliu, Qian Xunji was also Qin Yang's elder brother. He should not harbor malicious thoughts towards Qin Yang. Yet, the brilliance emanating from Qin Yang is overwhelming. Though they are brothers in every aspect, Qin Yang surpasses him, overshadowing him entirely. Consequently, the intense jealousy within Qian Xunji spiraled into uncontrollable malevolence towards Qin Yang, especially as he perceived a threat emanating from Qin Yang. That formidable power and absolute prestige. Should Qin Yang break through to the rank of Titled Douluo, his position as Pope might become precarious, thus driven by profound jealousy. Upon learning where Qin Yang sought to hunt for the Ninth Soul Ring, he recklessly sought him out. Ultimately, at the moment Qin Yang absorbed the Soul Ring and ascended to Titled Douluo, he struck. With the swiftness of lightning, he ambushed Qin Yang, but he succeeded. In the end, Qin Yang was imprisoned by Qian Xunji in a hidden chamber. The reason Qian Xunji spared Qin Yang's life was to extract from him the method to harness sunlight to enhance his soul power. Now, 5 years have swiftly passed. Qin Yang has been confined in that chamber for a full 5 years, from an unstoppable rise to being deceived and imprisoned for 5 years by Qian Xunji. His life over the past 2 decades has been a tale of dramatic highs and lows. Soon, very soon at him, why, dear brother, do you truly believe you can contain me? Haha, when I finally emerge, I shall repay you for the pain of these 5 years, bit by bit. And you too, Qian Daoliu, my esteemed foster father. Though imprisoned for 5 years, Qin Yang had long since come to understand the entirety of the situation. 5 years ago, only Qian Daoliu was aware of his quest to hunt soul beasts, and after being betrayed by Qian Xunji, he found himself trapped in this dark, sunless chamber for 5 years. In this abyss of darkness, devoid of daylight. If Qian Daoliu's shadow did not loom behind all this, Qin Yang would never believe it, even under duress. Each time he reminisced about his trust in Qian Daoliu, a wave of regret washed over him. Indeed, when a foster father becomes entangled with his own son, the distinction between affection and obligation becomes starkly clear. In that moment, a famous saying echoed in Qin Yang's mind that a true man, living between heaven and earth, cannot long remain beneath others. Since Qian Daoliu has shown himself to be heartless, he should not be surprised if Qin Yang becomes ungrateful in return. Now, I must first shatter that damned soul power seal, and then I shall make them pay back, piece by piece. His gaze fell upon the depths of his own being, or rather, it is his martial soul, the Sunlight Ring. Qin Yang's martial soul, the Sunlight Ring, possesses not only the extraordinary ability to resonate with the sun, thereby absorbing solar energy to enhance his cultivation and elevate his soul power, but is also quite unique. Within the Sunlight Ring exists a remarkable space, which Qin Yang refers to as the space of the sun. In this space of the sun, time stands still, allowing Qin Yang's spiritual energy to take form and enter it. But to the center of this space lies a blazing sphere resembling the sun. This sun is composed of excess solar energy that Qin Yang has absorbed over time, stored within the space of the sun, and has gradually transformed into a sun-like entity in this stagnant environment. It is precisely because of this sun that his 5 years of imprisonment have not been entirely unbearable. Apart from the sun, there exists an immensely powerful soul energy not far from it within the space of the sun. This soul energy serves as Qin Yang's greatest reliance for breaking the seals on his soul power. As for the origin of this soul energy, it naturally stems from the soul ring he absorbed 5 years ago while attempting to break through to the rank of Titled Douluo. 5 years ago, his attempt to absorb the soul ring and achieve the breakthrough had ended in failure. While he did not become incapacitated, the failure inflicted severe injuries, causing his cultivation level to plummet several ranks. Had it not been for his quick reflexes in transferring the soul power that erupted from the shattered 100,000-year soul ring into the space of the sun, the consequences would have been far graver than merely a decline in rank. It is important to note that for soul masters, Absorbing soul rings to achieve breakthroughs is perilous. A moment's negligence or an unforeseen incident may result in irreversible damage. That it is precisely because of the space of the sun that Qin Yang managed to escape the calamity of failing to break through to Titled Douluo. Moreover, he has benefited greatly from the soul energy contained within. Over these 5 years, he has absorbed it daily, and his cultivation has regained the level of 88 as a soul. Now, what he must do is harness the immense soul energy within the space of the sun to directly shatter the seals within his body and attain freedom. Commence. After 5 years of preparation, the allure of freedom makes Qin Yang eager to escape this accursed chamber. Once he emerges, the first task will be to settle accounts with his elder brother, and then with his so-called adoptive father, Qian Daoliu. Within the space of the sun, Qin Yang continually mobilizes the vast soul energy toward the meridians and acupoints within his body. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the soul energy converges and relentlessly assaults the seals, constraining his soul power. Crack, crack, crack. A series of faint impact sounds emanates from Qin Yang's body. The sound grew increasingly louder. The moment of breaking the seal drew ever closer. However, at that moment, a panic cry resonated from outside. No, teacher, what are you trying to do? Stop. Get away. Today, I shall employ my own methods to keep you by my side forever. This is Qian Xunji. As Qin Yang was on the verge of breaking free from the confinement, he heard the frantic female voice outside, accompanied by a tone so familiar it stirred deep recognition within him. He was momentarily taken aback, for this scene felt strikingly reminiscent. The secret chamber of the Douluo had returned to its rightful place. Chapter 2. The Sound of the Secret Chamber. Why, dear teacher, why must you treat me this way? Qin Yang finds himself in an underground cave, with an additional secret chamber preceding it. The entrance leading to this cave is obstructed by an enormous stone wall. At this moment, a tall and slender woman with graceful curves stands a distance away from the colossal barrier, her breath rapid and her cheeks flushed. She clutches her chest, attempting to alleviate her discomfort, while gazing at the man who approaches her step by step. In a state of panic, she questions him, then frantically flees deeper into the secret chamber. As she runs, her ample bosom rises and falls erratically. The woman is strikingly beautiful, adorned in a flowing pink gown, cinched at the waist, accentuating her flawless figure in an enticing manner. Her delicate oval face, complemented by exquisite features, and her long, graceful legs clad in sheer stockings, are nothing short of divine gifts from the heavens, breathtakingly alluring. She is none other than Bibi Dong, or rather, the youthful incarnation of Bibi Dong. At this moment, her eyes are filled with terror, confusion, and fear. She cannot fathom that her teacher would resort to such treachery against her, his disciple, luring her into this secret chamber with nefarious intentions. Overwhelmed by a burning sensation coursing through her body, she clutches her chest, searching for an escape while fleeing. Yet, within this chamber, all her efforts seem futile. Why? Why must this be so? Donger, how could you betray me after I have invested so many resources in nurturing you, even designating you as the next pope? And for what? To abandon your teacher and the entire spirit hall for a worthless outsider? Can you truly justify the sacrifices I have made for you? Draped in resplendent golden robes, Qian Xunji approaches Bibi Dong with a deliberate pace, his face contorted with rage. The thought that she would dare to defy him for the likes of Yu Shaojiang, a mere failure, and even contemplate leaving with him, twists his expression into one of grotesque fury. Bibi Dong is his disciple, the future pope of the spirit hall. He cannot allow her to associate with someone so beneath her. The mere idea of her affection for Yu Shaojiang and the near loss of her to him sends his mind into turmoil. Now, in his determination to retain Bibi Dong within the spirit hall, close by his side, he considers employing underhanded tactics, deeming them inconsequential. Besides, Bibi Dong is young, beautiful, and possesses a splendid figure. Whatever he intends to do, he will not find himself at a disadvantage. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed within the confined chamber, as Qian Xunji quickened his pace towards Bibi Dong, a hint of malevolence dancing upon his features. He advanced rapidly, his hand poised to strike like the claw of an Lushan. At that moment, Bibi Dong found herself retreating incessantly, until she suddenly realized she had reached the end of the room, her back pressed against a formidable stone wall. Now, there was nowhere left for her to flee. In that moment, she became acutely aware of the changes within her body. The unbearable sensation coursing through her was rendering her consciousness increasingly hazy. As she gazed upon the ever-approaching Qian Xunji, a sense of despair washed over her. Qian Xunji was her teacher, a Titled Douluo of unparalleled strength. Though she possessed twin martial spirits and exceptional talent, her youth and prowess could not match his. Moreover, She was afflicted by a drug that was rapidly depleting her soul power, leaving her trapped in this chamber with no means of escape. Confronted with the imminent calamity that awaited her, Bibi Dong clenched her teeth in desperation, striving to remain lucid. Stop. Teacher, do not force my hand. One more step, and I shall end my own life before your eyes. In her despair, Bibi Dong resolved to use her own life as leverage against Qian Xunji. Even in death, she refused to allow her purity to be tarnished by him. Yet, Bibi Dong had underestimated Qian Xunji. With a cold sneer, he unleashed a surge of formidable soul power, rendering her incapable of even contemplating suicide. To him, Bibi Dong was merely meat on the chopping block, her threats devoid of significance. Instead of halting, he placed his hand upon his waist, ready to confront the challenge before him. Donger, soon you shall understand the depths of your teacher's affection. With a swift motion, Qian Xunji cast aside his golden robes, advancing towards Bibi Dong with an alluring smile. No, she cried in silent despair. The effects of the drug had fully manifested, and her strength had dissipated. Desperate and exhausted, she leaned against the stone wall, collapsing helplessly to the ground. As Qian Xunji's claw approached ominously, a thunderous sound erupted from behind the wall upon which she leaned. In an instant, the massive stone wall crumbled, shattering into fragments that scattered upon the ground, transforming into a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a dark entrance emerged, and suddenly, a brilliant flame shot forth from within, illuminating the dim chamber. Qin Yang's figure subsequently appeared at the threshold of the opening. It's you. How could this be possible? As the flames ignited, Qian Xunji momentarily froze, poised to extend in Lushan's claw towards Bibi Dong. The figure at the cave's entrance wore an expression of disbelief. At that moment, the dazed Bibi Dong instinctively yearned to flee upon noticing the opening behind her, rushing towards it. However, her weary body lay paralyzed on the ground, leaving her powerless to move, fixating instead on the entrance. Upon seeing Qin Yang at the cave's mouth, Bibi Dong was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. She recognized this figure, one she had known well since her childhood in the spirit hall. Qin Yang, the prodigious talent of the Douluo Continent, had achieved level 90 before the age of 25, a true genius. How could he possibly be here? Had he not vanished 5 years ago? How could he be in Qian Xunji's dungeon? Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, Bibi Dong's singular desire was for Qin Yang to rescue her from Qian Xunji's clutches. Clap, clap. Splendid, truly splendid. No wonder you are my elder brother. Even someone as shameless as I am somewhat in awe of you. After 5 years of preparation, Qin Yang finally unleashed the soul power within the sun's space, breaking the seals upon his body, radiating a brilliant golden light. With a smile, he applauded as he approached Qian Xunji. Soon, he halted less than 10 meters away from him and scrutinized the woman who lay incapacitated before him. It was Bibi Dong. It must be said that Bibi Dong was remarkably beautiful in her youth. Her enchanting face, slender waist, and long legs were truly striking. Particularly captivating were her long legs adorned with pink stockings, a blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her utterly enchanting. It was no wonder that Qian Xunji, her teacher, was so eager to extend in Lushan's claw towards her. Alas, he had emerged now, and Qian Xunji's plans in this secluded chamber would come to naught. If no one intervened, next year on this day would mark the anniversary of Qian Xunji's demise. Qin Yang, how did you manage to break free? Regaining his composure, Qian Xunji stared at Qin Yang as if he had seen a ghost, disbelief etched across his face. When he had captured Qin Yang, he had not only sealed his soul power, but had also bound him with chains forged from mysterious iron, wrapping him like a dumpling. Even a Titled Douluo would struggle to escape those chains. Qin Yang had been imprisoned for 5 years. Throughout this time, to prevent unforeseen circumstances, Qian Xunji had routinely checked on him, persistently interrogating Qin Yang for methods to absorb solar energy to enhance his soul power. Over the past 5 years, he has essentially held Qin Yang's life in his grasp. Now, however, Qin Yang not only has broken the seal, but has also freed himself from the binding of the black iron chains, appearing vibrant and full of energy. His soul power has been fully restored. How could this be possible? There is nothing impossible. My dear elder brother, did you truly believe you could confine me? Today, not only have I emerged, but I also wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the kindness you have shown me over these past 5 years. A gentle smile graced Qin Yang's face, yet his voice was as cold as ice. In the next moment, as his soul power surged within him, the radiance surrounding him intensified. He had restored his soul power to the 88th level, though it had not yet returned to its peak. Eliminating a mere Qian Xunji would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Even if you have escaped, what does it matter? Do you think I am still the same person I was 5 years ago? Do you believe that the spirit hall still offers you refuge? You are no longer my match. 5 years ago, the brilliance of Qin Yang was so overwhelming that it rendered me the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and a Titled Douluo, unable to lift my head in his presence. It was because of this that I was consumed by jealousy and desperately sought a way to absorb the power of sunlight from him to elevate my own soul power. Thus, I chose not to kill him. However, now, Qian Xunji no longer fears Qin Yang. His strength has ascended to the 94th level of Titled Douluo, a stark contrast to the past. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, confined in a secret chamber, had made no progress in 5 years. No, he was likely regressing. How could he possibly still be my rival? Qian Xunji clenched his fists, his gaze fixed on Qin Yang, ignited with fervent intensity. Upon hearing Qian Xunji's words, the smile on Qin Yang's face remained unyielding as he replied coolly, "Brother, you seem to have forgotten just how thoroughly you were defeated by me in the past. Even if you have now reached the 94th level of Titled Douluo, or even the 95th, what difference does it make in my eyes? Do you genuinely believe you can triumph over me? This is not mere arrogance. To me, Titled Douluo below the 95th level are but trifles. In the past, with the might of the Ring of Sunlight and my exceptional spirit ring configuration, I easily vanquished Qian Xunji before I even attained the rank of Soul Douluo. Though 5 years have passed, that has not changed. Yet now, Qin Yang has lost all patience for idle chatter with Qian Xunji. For it is time for him to exact his revenge. First Soul Skill, Sun Explosion. Chapter 3, Rest Easy Brother. First Soul Skill, Sun Explosion. Qin Yang has taken action. In an instant, the entire chamber was illuminated by a searing light akin to that of the sun. In Qin Yang's hand, a solar sphere, the size of a football, rapidly condensed and compressed, then reformed. The intense radiance emanating from this sun quickly thickened, as if it could incinerate the very fabric of space. At this moment, Qin Yang was adorned with 8 terrifying soul rings, 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, pulsating with an ominous brilliance. For Qin Yang, such a configuration of soul rings was hardly remarkable. For his martial soul, the sunlight ring was extraordinarily potent. Each time he absorbed the power of sunlight, it not only fueled his soul energy cultivation, but also fortified his physique. A robust body enabled him to endure soul rings that transcended conventional limits. As he stood opposite him, Qian Xunji was consumed by a fiery rage upon witnessing Qin Yang's formidable soul ring configuration. His eyes blazed with fury, envy, and resentment, reminiscent of how, 5 years prior, he had been overshadowed by Qin Yang's brilliance, unable to lift his head amidst the scorn of the world. It was said that even the illustrious Pope of the Spirit Hall was inferior to Qin Yang, who ought to ascend to the papacy. Memories of being belittled and subservient to Qin Yang surged through his mind, a tumultuous wave of recollection. In that fleeting moment, his anger ignited. As his rage mounted, his breath became erratic, his nails digging into his flesh, contorting his visage into a grotesque mask. With a powerful surge of soul energy erupting from Qian Xunji, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, flared to life around him. Qin Yang, today I will bring about your demise. Qian Xunji could no longer restrain himself. Clenching his teeth in anger, he fixed a ferocious glare upon Qin Yang, disregarding the presence of Bibi Dong on the ground. His mind was a chaotic storm of wrath, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Gradually losing his sanity, he recklessly launched an attack against Qin Yang. "And this is my message for you as well," Qin Yang replied, narrowing his eyes. Noticing that Qian Xunji had not unleashed his full power immediately, he let out a cold chuckle. Without further ado, he moved with astonishing swiftness, appearing before Qian Xunji in the blink of an eye. Years of honing his physique with the power of sunlight had rendered him immensely strong. This formidable physique endowed him not only with strength, but also with unparalleled speed. Furthermore, his 6th soul ring derived from the dark demon evil god tiger in the Star Do forest, granting his soul skills the ability to traverse space. Thus, as he made his move, his extraordinary speed left Qian Xunji unable to react, and he found himself directly in front of him. The sun, capable of searing through space, struck Qian Xunji's lower back with devastating force. "Perish, my dear brother." With Qin Yang's final chilling proclamation, the anguish of 5 years of captivity unleashed itself as the solar sphere detonated against Qian Xunji. Boom! With a resounding roar. The technique, known as sunburst, lived up to its name. Upon impact, the immense power of sunlight, condensed and compressed within the soul skill, erupted instantaneously, creating a tremendous explosion. Furthermore, the sunlight ring martial spirit possessed an extraordinarily potent fire attribute, with the flames reaching the zenith of their fiery essence. Although it was merely his first soul skill, Qin Yang held nothing back. He unleashed his full might, intent on obliterating Qian Xunji. The brilliance of the sun erupted violently, illuminating the secret chamber with an infinite radiance. In a single strike, Qian Xunji was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the stone wall of the chamber with a deafening thud. Coughing up blood, he lay on the ground, experiencing excruciating pain in his midsection and an immobile body, his face a mask of fury and disbelief. "Brother, this is not over yet." In an instant, Qin Yang's voice echoed through the chamber as he swiftly reappeared before Qian Xunji. Sunburst. With unrelenting force, he struck with a powerful punch aimed at Qian Xunji. The soul skill remained his first, yet Qin Yang conjured two orbs of sunlight, each the size of a soccer ball. One struck Qian Xunji's left flank, and the other collided with his right. Explosive sunburst. The pent-up rage from 5 years of confinement surged forth as the attack connected with Qian Xunji, finally granting Qin Yang a moment of release. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He relentlessly pounded Qian Xunji's waist, chest, and vital areas with a flurry of fists. Qian Xunji's failure to unleash his full power at the outset was his gravest error. Now, injured and deprived of any opportunity for retaliation, the outcome in the secret chamber was clear. Either Qian Xunji would perish, or it would be Qin Yang. Thus, every punch was delivered with full force, aiming to penetrate and obliterate Qian Xunji. With a series of thunderous impacts, blood and flesh erupted from Qian Xunji's mouth. Despite being a titled Douluo, his physical resilience was merely average. Each of Qin Yang's blows inflicted unbearable damage upon him. At this juncture, he was rendered incapable of fighting back. Now for the final blow. With all his strength, Qin Yang delivered one last punch to Qian Xunji's midsection. An unbelievable sight unfolded. A gaping hole appeared in Qian Xunji's waist, blood and flesh mangled beyond recognition, truly punctured and obliterated. Life itself began to ebb away. My dear brother, your gravest mistake was not unleashing your full potential from the very beginning. Had you manifested your true martial spirit, you might have withstood my onslaught. Now, prepare yourself for eternal rest. I shall take good care of your disciple, Dong in your stead. By the way, I recall that 5 years ago, your adoptive father arranged a betrothal for you. The young lady bears the surname Bai, with the given name Jia. No, that is not quite right. Having been confined by you for 5 years, my memory has become somewhat muddled. Yes, I believe it was Ji by Ji, who also shares some ties with the Min family. Do not worry. Since you are destined to perish, I shall ensure her well-being as well. Now, my brother, you may rest in peace. Qin Yang gazed impassively at the bloodied and waning figure of Qian Xunji before him, speaking in a calm and measured tone. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, he suddenly paused. For at that moment, a warm and enchanting figure embraced him tightly from behind. The soft sensation and the warmth radiating from her skin instantly reminded Qin Yang of another presence in the secret chamber, Bibi Dong. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's consciousness had become hazy. Under the influence of Qian Xunji's drug, she could no longer discern friend from foe. Yet, driven by instinct, she sought out the man she believed could alleviate her discomfort, and that man was none other than Qin Yang, the one she thought might save her before her mind became clouded. Thus, she eagerly wrapped her arms around his waist, whispering, "It's so warm. Qin Yang, please save me." With her flushed cheek resting against his back, she exhaled softly. Qin Yang glanced down at the motionless Qian Xunji on the ground, then turned to regard the dazed Bibi Dong behind him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a profound smile graced his lips. "My dear brother, allow me to rectify the errors you have committed." He then lifted Bibi Dong, releasing a surge of purple-black soul power from his hands, enveloping Qian Xunji in its embrace. "Qin Yang, what are you planning? Stop this." Qian Xunji, still gasping for breath with a gaping wound in his abdomen, found the strength to question Qin Yang as he observed the latter's smile. Just moments ago, his consciousness had been clouded, but he faintly recalled Qin Yang mentioning something about caring for Bibi Dong and his fiancée. However, due to the confusion and his injuries, he was unable to resist. Now, witnessing Bibi Dong embracing Qin Yang from behind, and the mischievous smile on Qin Yang's face, he became flustered. After all, Bibi Dong was his disciple, and today, the focus of the secret chamber was none other than Qian Xunji himself. Qin Yang, a prisoner confined for 5 long years, harbored intentions that were unfathomable. Qian Xunji felt an urge to unleash a roar of fury, yet his injuries rendered him incapable. He struggled in anger, yearning to interrupt Qin Yang, unwilling to accept his fate. It was disheartening to realize that he had been utterly powerless against Qin Yang's first soul skill, the sunburst. His rage and hatred surged, yet all his efforts were in vain, devoid of any significance. As consciousness slipped away, he vaguely perceived Qin Yang lifting his disciple, Bibi Dong, and retreating deeper into a secret chamber. A sense of unease washed over him. At the Wuhuan Palace, within the secluded chamber of the Grand Priest Qian Daoliu, he awakened from his meditative state, confusion and perplexity clouding his eyes. For someone of his towering prowess on the Douluo Continent, such inexplicable unease was uncommon. usually signaling a significant event. Could it be that his son, Qian Xunji, was in peril? The thought struck him immediately, but he quickly reassured himself. His son had attained the title of Titled Douluo and was accompanied by the formidable Giju, both Titled Douluo. Few across the continent could rival them. Surely, his son was safe. Moreover, he had recently seen Qian Xunji within the Wuhuan Palace, seemingly engaged in some special endeavor with his disciple, Bibi Dong. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Unable to fathom the matter further, Qian Daoliu resumed his meditation. Time, as it often does, passed swiftly. In the dimly lit secret chamber, Bibi Dong lay unconscious upon a stone platform, her breathing steady. Scattered around were garments belonging to her. Meanwhile, Qin Yang returned to the seemingly lifeless Qian Xunji. With the invocation of his fifth soul skill, Eclipse, Qin Yang manifested a dark halo that enveloped the unconscious Qian Xunji. A crackling sound echoed within the chamber as Qian Xunji's body began to dissolve rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, his intent to challenge Bibi Dong in the secret chamber had been thwarted by Qin Yang, leading to his inexplicable demise. Brother, we shall meet again soon. When we do, I will show you how I care for Donger and your betrothed. By Ji, Qin Yang mused. A wicked smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the effects of his fifth soul skill, Eclipse. In the realm of the sun, a pitch-black soul began to take shape, slowly transforming into the likeness of Qian Xunji. This is none other than Qian Xunji, who was slain by Qin Yang, or rather, the essence of his soul. Qin Yang's fifth soul skill, Solar Eclipse, is derived from a formidable soul-devouring beast. This skill possesses the ability to capture the souls of those killed by the solar eclipse, gradually consuming them to enhance his own power, while also allowing him to absorb the memories of his victims. Now, having utilized the solar eclipse to eliminate Qian Xunji, Qin Yang confines his soul within the realm of the sun. 5 years prior, he was ensnared by Qian Xunji's treachery, imprisoned in a concealed chamber for an extended period. Now, he intends for Qian Xunji to experience the torment of confinement. Within the realm of the sun, time stands still. Thus, Qin Yang can preserve Qian Xunji's soul to the fullest extent, preventing its dissolution. Subsequently, he plans to meticulously extract his memories and imprison him for another 5 years without issue. Moreover, Qin Yang harbors a touch of malevolence. He intends to keep Qian Xunji confined in the chamber, restoring his consciousness at an opportune moment, allowing him to glimpse the world outside. At that juncture, he will temporarily assume Qian Xunji's appearance using the simulation ability of his soul bone, caring for Qian Xunji's fiancée, while simultaneously betraying his adoptive father, Qian Daoliu. As for how he will transform into Qian Xunji's likeness, it is naturally through the capabilities of his soul bone, acquired during the hunt for his seventh soul ring. The skill of this soul bone enables him to mimic the appearance, martial spirit, and aura of others, functioning similarly to the soul bone possessed by Qian Rinxue in the original narrative, albeit his being a 100,000-year-old soul bone, thus far more potent. Upon slaying Qian Xunji, Qin Yang resolved to temporarily utilize this 100,000-year soul bone to adopt Qian Xunji's form. He is acutely aware of the might of Qian Daoliu, his adoptive father. Should Qian Daoliu discover that his son Qian Xunji has perished at Qin Yang's hands, he cannot ascertain whether Qian Daoliu would seek to obliterate him immediately. Therefore, adopting Qian Xunji's guise through the soul bone's simulation skill to assume the role of the Pope of the Spirit Hall is a well-considered strategy. He comprehends all there is to know about Qian Xunji, as well as the workings of the Spirit Hall. And once he restores his peak strength and transcends to Titled Douluo, he will no longer fear Qian Daoliu. At that time, reverting to his true form will not be delayed. Of course, this is merely an expedient measure for Qin Yang, contingent upon circumstances. Within the realm of the sun, Qian Xunji remains oblivious to Qin Yang's schemes. At this moment, his consciousness gradually begins to awaken. What is happening? Am I not dead? The soul state of Qian Xunji gazes around in bewilderment, taking in the surroundings and the sun suspended in the sky. That sun appears peculiar, its radiance inflicting a stinging sensation upon him. Moreover, was he not in the concealed chamber? How did I end up here? Ah, Qin Yang. A realization dawned upon him. It was this wretched younger brother who had taken his life. Not only had Qin Yang murdered him, but he had also usurped his disciple, Bibi Dong. As memories gradually resurfaced, Qian Xunji was consumed by a tempest of fury, yearning to annihilate Qin Yang to avenge his tormented heart. Yet, in his current state as a mere soul, despite his seething hatred, he could only rage impotently. Wait, why am I here? Qian Xunji sensed something amiss. He should have perished at Qin Yang's hands. How could he find himself in this peculiar space, under a sun that tormented him? Could this be hell? It hardly resembled one. Suppressing his wrath towards Qin Yang, Qian Xunji began to ponder. The secret chamber, his disciple Bibi Dong, his brother Qin Yang, scenes flickered in his mind. Yet, in the next moment, the anger he had just quelled flared anew. To his astonishment, Qian Xunji discovered he could see the events unfolding outside, specifically within the secret chamber. There, he beheld Qin Yang advancing deeper into the chamber, into the very cave where he had previously imprisoned Qin Yang. In the center of the cave, upon a stone platform, his disciple Bibi Dong was draped in tattered garments that concealed her form. Those garments were unmistakably Qin Yang's. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong's own attire and her fan stockings lay torn and strewn across the chamber floor. At that moment, Qin Yang approached Bibi Dong step by step. Witnessing this scene ignited an indescribable fury within Qian Xunji, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. His disciple Bibi Dong had been defiled by Qin Yang. She was meant to be his, rightfully belonging to him. Everything occurring in the secret chamber should have been his. Now, not only had Qin Yang claimed Bibi Dong, but he had also taken Qian Xunji's life. What was worse, he was forced to watch Qin Yang and his disciple Bibi Dong in the chamber together. Though Bibi Dong's modesty was somewhat preserved by Qin Yang's garments, he could see clearly that a blush lingered on her cheeks, and a satisfied smile played upon her lips. Evidently, Qin Yang had cared for his disciple Bibi Dong exceedingly well, perhaps even too well. Qian Xunji was acutely aware of the potency of the drugs he had administered. Yet, all of this had been seized by Qin Yang. If anger had the power to slay, Qian Xunji's fury would have already transcended space, leaving Qin Yang as nothing but dust. Within the secret chamber, a devilish smile curled upon Qin Yang's lips. In the realm of the sun, he observed Qian Xunji's reaction without interrupting or revealing himself. Watching Qian Xunji's impotent fury brought him a sense of satisfaction, a mere act of revenge driven by a touch of malevolence. Subsequently, Qin Yang extended his hand and gently caressed Bibi Dong's rosy cheek. This scene did not escape Qian Xunji's notice within the realm of the sun. His eyes reddened as he fixated on the hand resting upon Bibi Dong's face, filled with a desire to dismantle it piece by piece and replace it. Yet, what provoked even greater envy was the moment Qin Yang intended to act upon Bibi Dong. In that instant, he vanished from sight, leaving Qian Xunji in a seething rage, his anguished cries echoing through the space. Inside the secret chamber, Qin Yang cradled Bibi Dong's soft form as he prepared to exit. He was fully equipped and ready to leave the confines of the chamber, having made preparations for whatever awaited him outside, including his adoptive father, Qian Daoliu. However, he cast a glance at Bibi Dong in his arms. Before being confined, Qin Yang was a man who relished life's pleasures. He adored beautiful women, exquisite cuisine, and all things delightful. This pursuit was the very reason for his relentless training and quest for strength. After all, what is life if one does not savor it? In his past, he had shared the bed with numerous women during his travels across the continent, yet one stood out vividly in his memory, a woman from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, resembling Ning Rongrong. She possessed an indescribable air of nobility, her figure a perfect blend of curves, with a waist so slender it could be clasped with a single hand. This woman had captivated him for several days. However, circumstances compelled Qin Yang to return to the Spirit Hall. Given her connection to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and her status as the fiancée of Ning Fengji, their paths were never meant to intertwine for long. Now, as he looked at Bibi Dong, he recalled the enchanting impression she had left on him just a few hours prior, surpassing even that woman who resembled Ning Rongrong. To encapsulate her essence in 2 words would be to call her exquisite. In 4 words, utterly enchanting. It was no wonder Qian Xunji harbored intentions towards Bibi Dong. Yet now, she belonged to him entirely. Qin Yang's possessiveness was profound. Having claimed Bibi Dong, she would never escape his grasp for the rest of her life. What? You claim that Bibi Dong has affections for Yu Xiaojing? I beg your pardon, but let that inept Yu Xiaojing fade into oblivion. What? You assert that Bibi Dong is not submissive? As for Qin Yang, there is no question of defiance. If Bibi Dong remains unyielding, then she shall be rendered compliant in due course. The most expeditious route to a woman's heart has been deftly navigated by Qin Yang. Subsequently, he cast a glance at the furious Qian Xunji within the realm of the sun, and with Bibi Dong in his embrace, he strode out of the secret chamber. Chapter 5. No, you have arrived at the most opportune moment. As Qin Yang emerged from the chamber, the first rays of dawn illuminated his exceptionally handsome visage. 5 years have passed. He has at last felt the warmth of sunlight once more, the exquisite comfort of basking in the sun. A soothing sensation that permeated both body and soul compelled him to shout in exhilaration. I have finally emerged, no longer confined in that dark, dismal dungeon. Finally, he could grow in strength, could once again revel in the beauty of existence. The Sun Douluo's journey began the moment he stepped out of the chamber. Now, he had assumed the guise of Qian Xunji through the simulation ability of his soul bone. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, This identity would afford him a life of indulgence in the days to come. However, he never forgot the betrayal of his foster father, nor the thirst for vengeance that fueled him. After all, it was his benevolent foster father who played an unforgivable role in the betrayal by Qian Xunji. Nonetheless, Qin Yang glanced at his somewhat disheveled attire and resolved to return home for a thorough cleansing. He was well acquainted with his foster brother, Qian Xunji, and had just rifled through the memories embedded within Qian Xunji's soul. One could say that he had become a different Qian Xunji, intimately familiar with the spirit hall. Exiting the secret chamber and walking for a short while, Qin Yang arrived at his residence. The abode of the Pope was vast, a mansion within a mansion, its value immeasurable. The former Qin Yang led a life of opulence, reveling in nightly festivities. As Pope, Qian Xunji's lifestyle was no less extravagant. Upon returning to his luxurious domicile, before even crossing the threshold, he was greeted by two lovely maids in their uniforms, their cheeks flushed. "Your Holiness, you have returned," they exclaimed. "The bathwater and breakfast await your pleasure. You may indulge in bathing or dining at your convenience." Serving as a maid to the Pope is a coveted position, replete with generous remuneration. They found themselves in proximity to the continent's most powerful man, with the potential to ascend to the heights of his affections. Thus, they were well versed in the Pope's daily routine. Upon witnessing Qin Yang, the Pope returned with a woman in his arms, slightly disheveled. They sensed an unusual aura emanating from her. As maids, they were quite astute in inquiring whether Qin Yang preferred to replenish his strength with breakfast first or indulge in a refreshing bath. Upon hearing their question, Qin Yang smiled and gently caressed the soft cheeks of the two lovely maidens. "Is that so? You have worked hard." His demeanor, both in movement and tone, exuded an effortless charm. After all, he was now the Pope. Teasing the two enchanting maids clad in their uniforms was a rather commonplace indulgence for him. The faces of the beautiful maids flushed with warmth under Qin Yang's tender touch, causing them to tremble slightly. Although they were indeed maids and possessed remarkable beauty, the Pope seldom engaged in such intimate gestures with them. Could it be that the Pope harbored a special interest in them, contemplating their inclusion in his private quarters? The two maidens exchanged glances with Qin Yang, and then at the special individual nestled in his arms, none other than his disciple, Bibi Dong, leading their thoughts to wander towards the unexpected. "Ah, Your Holiness. Today, the lady came to see you. When she found you absent, she left shortly after, mentioning something about an important matter." One of the blushing maids concluded, casting furtive glances at Qin Yang. It was perhaps a mere illusion, but they perceived him to be even more captivating than before. Upon hearing the maid's words, Qin Yang paused momentarily. The lady must have been Baiji. He recalled that 5 years prior, Qian Daoliu had sought a fiancé for Qian Xunji to ensure the continuation of the Qian family's lineage. Baiji hailed from the Min family. Ordinarily, given their status, the Min family would have no standing to enter the Qian household, let alone be betrothed to the esteemed Pope of the Spirit Hall. However, Qian Daoliu held a particular reverence for individuals possessing light attribute martial souls. Baiji's martial soul, the sharp-tailed swallow, had undergone a mutation, endowing her with an exceptionally powerful light attribute. Her exquisite appearance radiated an air of sacred beauty. Subsequently, upon being brought back to the Spirit Hall by Qian Daoliu, Qian Xunji was instantly smitten. Thus, an engagement was established, elevating the Min family's status. And it was rumored that they eventually severed ties with the Haoyan sect to join the Spirit Hall. To his astonishment, 5 years had passed, and she had now become his lady. Contemplating this, Qin Yang chose not to dwell on it further. At this moment, he yearned for a refreshing bath, and upon glancing at the two fair and slightly plump maids before him, he realized his appetite had begun to stir. Over the past 5 years, he had been confined by Qian Xunji in a secret chamber, where his sustenance was merely sufficient to keep him alive. Now that he had emerged, Qin Yang felt it was time to indulge his culinary desires. If his wife, Baiji, were to seek him out later, it would be an opportune moment for him to attend to her needs. After all, Qian Xunji has passed away, as Qian Xunji himself. How could he neglect his own wife and not honor the memory of the deceased? Preparing himself, he declared softly to the two lovely maids, "I shall bathe." Upon hearing this, the maids' eyes sparkled with understanding, aware of the Pope's intentions. They swiftly adjusted their maid outfits and discreetly entered the bathroom. In the room, Qin Yang gently placed the slumbering Bibi Dong upon the bed. Noticing her exhaustion as she still lay unawakened, he made his way to the bathroom. The two enchanting maids had already arranged the bathing essentials within. One of the bolder maids timidly addressed Qin Yang, "Your Holiness, the bathing water and supplies are prepared." "We." The beautiful maid hesitated, wanting to propose whether they should assist the Pope in bathing him with their most sacred waters to cleanse him of impurities. However, after a moment's contemplation, they refrained from voicing their thoughts, fearing that Qin Yang might disapprove and cast them out of the Pope's palace. Qin Yang surveyed the two captivating maids with a slight smile. Come, assist me in disrobing. He relished the pleasures of life. In his previous existence, he had cherished the indulgence of foot baths. The act of bathing was an experience meant for enjoyment. And with the eager desire of these two beautiful maids to serve him, he could not let their goodwill go unappreciated. Yes, Your Holiness. The two lovely maids eagerly helped Qin Yang remove his garments and proceeded with the bathing ritual in earnest. Blissful moments always seemed to pass swiftly. After indulging in a soothing bath, while the maids stepped out to fetch food, Qin Yang reclined comfortably on the soft, plush bed. At that moment, as he reflected upon the 5 long years spent confined in a secret chamber, he felt a surge of resentment for all the exquisite delicacies and breathtaking women he had missed. In this life, one must never forsake the pleasures of fine food and beautiful women. Over those 5 years, how much had he truly missed? And were they all faring well? Qin Yang's thoughts drifted to the women with whom he had shared moments of interaction. Had the rivers run dry in their absence? As he pondered these myriad thoughts, a beautiful maid entered, bearing a platter of delicacies. Your Holiness, your breakfast. It was the pure white maid who had personally attended to him in the bath, now standing before him in her maid attire, delicately presenting the food. Quite delightful. Qin Yang cast a glance at the maid, uncertain whether his attention was drawn to the delectable dishes she bore or to her very essence. After a brief pause, he lifted her, placing both her and the exquisite fare upon the sofa. As he admired the maid's enchanting visage, he found himself yearning to indulge in the gentle caress of her massage technique, followed by a hearty feast of meat and soup. However, at that moment, another maid's voice pierced the tranquility. Your Holiness, the lady seeks your presence. Wait, my lady, His Holiness is currently preoccupied. Accompanied by a sudden commotion, the grand door swung open with a resounding thud. A woman clad in a form-fitting white gown appeared at the threshold. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her delicate features captivating, and her flawless skin exuded a pearly radiance, smooth and supple. Beneath her flowing gown, her long legs, akin to porcelain, revealed a harmonious silhouette, accentuated by both strength and softness. Her figure was voluptuous and irresistibly alluring, embodying the quintessence of feminine beauty, enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance that stirred the senses. The woman was none other than Bibi. Upon reaching the doorway and witnessing the scene within, she paused momentarily. She had urgent matters to discuss with Qian Xunji, prompting her hastened entrance. Despite their marital bond, her lineage from the Min clan rendered her status considerably inferior to that of the Pope, leaving her feeling somewhat hesitant in his presence. Am I intruding at an inopportune moment? Bibi inquired softly, her gaze fixated on the striking maid and the sumptuous spread before her. At that instant, Qin Yang, who had been dining, smiled upon seeing Bibi and beckoned her closer. No, you have arrived most opportunely. He gently pushed aside the maid and the food, his lips curving into a warm smile as he approached Bibi, enveloping her in an embrace. My lady, I was just thinking of you. Could it be that our hearts are in sync? No matter how fragrant the maid may be, she pales in comparison to the aroma of my own wife. Like a ripe peach that yields its juice with a gentle squeeze, the choice is evident even to the simplest of minds. Moreover, she is my wife, and I must treat her with utmost care. The two beautiful maids exchanged glances at their Pope and his lady, sighing with resignation. Though reluctant, they understood the importance of discretion and gracefully withdrew, granting the couple their privacy. And so, a day and a night passed quietly. Within the room, Bibi nestled contentedly in Qin Yang's embrace, her eyes brimming with a blissful fatigue. What transpired? How did this come to be? Hadn't they been in the secret chamber just moments ago? How had they arrived in my room? In the realm of the sun? Since being ensnared by Qin Yang's probing into his soul's memories and subsequently losing consciousness, Qian Xunji found himself regaining awareness. Yet, the surroundings had transformed from the secret chamber to his own room. No, it should be referred to as his former room, for he was theoretically deceased now. Qin Yang. It must be Qin Yang, that scoundrel. After much contemplation, Qian Xunji deduced that Qin Yang had indeed manipulated him in some manner, allowing him to regain consciousness and perceive his surroundings. At this moment, he beheld the scene before him. In an instant, his eyes widened, and gradually, they turned crimson. In what was once his sanctuary, a woman leaned blissfully against a man who bore an uncanny resemblance to him. That man was none other than Qin Yang. The woman, too, was not just anyone, it was Bibi. How despicable. Bibi, nestled against Qin Yang, shot him a furious glare. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she buried her face into his embrace, blissfully wrapping her arms around his waist. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but she noticed that Qian Xunji seemed particularly invigorated today. She found herself utterly enamored with him. Upon arriving here, she had intended to share something important with Qian Xunji, Yet now, under his influence, her mind felt clouded, rendering her speechless. Before long, she succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Yang cast a glance at the furious Qian Xunji within the realm of the sun, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He felt no guilt regarding his possession of Bibi. In fact, this was merely the beginning. Now, calculating the time, Bibi Dong should be awakening shortly. Qin Yang then called out towards the outside. Soon, two maids entered to assist him in changing attire. They dressed him in the ceremonial robes of a pope. Qin Yang harbored a strong aversion to the cumbersome garments associated with the papacy. He preferred attire that was neat and simple. However, given his current role as pope, he had no choice but to don them, despite his distaste. After a brief moment, once he tightened his belt, a lovely maid placed his golden-rimmed glasses upon his nose. Qin Yang was not nearsighted. Rather, after being confined in the dungeon for 5 years, he needed to readjust to the light of day. The golden-rimmed glasses were a request he had made to the maid. Perhaps, being so close to Qin Yang, he recalled how Lady Bibi had intercepted him last night, leaving him with a sense of regret. At this moment, gazing upon Qin Yang's face, the maid felt an indescribable impulse. "Your Holiness," she murmured, summoning her courage. She boldly leaned in, yearning to plant a kiss upon his lips. "I too seek your favor." Yet, her soft lips were gently intercepted by Qin Yang's single finger. "What an adorable creature you are," he chuckled, elegantly donning the golden-rimmed glasses she had relinquished. "My apologies, but I have pressing matters to attend to. I wish not to be distracted by the forthcoming events." With that, he lightly tapped her forehead with his right hand. "Thus, next time for sure." With an effortless grace, Qin Yang departed, a true man never looking back. However, for the maid, witnessing Qin Yang's actions was an unprecedented shock. The flush upon her fair visage was so vibrant it could almost drip with moisture. "Your Holiness," she thought, "you have become even more gentle and charming than before. How utterly endearing." In the chamber of Bibi Dong, she slowly awoke, feeling an overwhelming fatigue that left her disoriented. "How did I end up here?" she pondered. "Could yesterday's events have been a dream? Or am I yet to fully awaken?" In her semi-conscious state, her memories remained hazy. She vaguely recalled being lured into a secret chamber by her mentor, Qian Xunji, who had drugged her with intentions of unspeakable acts. Then, a figure that left a profound impression upon her emerged, Qin Yang. Wait, the mere thought of Qin Yang jolted Bibi Dong upright in bed. Yet, within the next moment, she was rendered momentarily dazed. Suddenly, all came rushing back to her. Every detail within that secret chamber was indeed real. She had been drugged by Qian Xunji, and then encountered Qin Yang. Subsequently, Qian Xunji had met his demise at Qin Yang's hands, and in her dazed state, she had willingly given herself to him. As memories flooded back, Bibi Dong's delicate face shifted from crimson to pale. Her innocence was lost, surrendered to Qin Yang. She was intimately familiar with him. 5 years prior, he had been hailed as the greatest genius of the Douluo Continent, reaching the pinnacle of level 90 before the age of 25. As a member of the Spirit Hall, she had naturally kept a close eye on him, even viewing him as a rival, aspiring to surpass him. Yet, he had vanished without a trace 5 years ago. Some said he had entered seclusion, others claimed he had been assassinated, and there were whispers that he had ascended to divinity. However, Bibi Dong could never have anticipated that the individual before her was, in fact, her teacher, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, confined within a secret chamber. It was only when she found herself under the influence of her teacher's drug, poised for violation, that he emerged from his prison to rescue her. Yet, can this truly be deemed a rescue? After all, her purity had already been claimed by Qin Yang, although she had been the one to initiate the encounter. For a woman, it meant the irrevocable loss of her chastity. Creak. The door swung open. Dressed in the garb of the Pope and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, Qian Sun hastened into the room. "My dear Donger, you are awake. How do you feel? Are you unwell?" Qian Sun inquired with genuine concern, observing Bibi Dong, who was lost in thought on the bed. Upon seeing Qian Sun enter, Bibi Dong's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. Her teeth clenched as she fixed her gaze upon him. In an instant, memories of the secret chamber flooded back to her, and her sharp intellect quickly pieced together the truth. "No, you are not Qian Sun. He was slain by Qin Yang. Who are you really?" "I am precisely the person you think I am. How is it that you so swiftly forget? Just a short while ago, you leaned towards me, whispering pleas for salvation. If this is how easily you forget, I might very well be heartbroken," Qin Yang remarked, feigning sorrow as he lightly covered his face. "Qin Yang." Bibi Dong's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the man before her, who bore the guise of Qian Sun. "Indeed, it is I. Are you surprised to see me? Yesterday, on the stone platform in that chamber, you were not so reserved. Back then, your eagerness even took me aback. Who would have thought that the girl you were 5 years ago has transformed into such a captivating woman?" Qin Yang reminisced about Bibi Dong from 5 years prior, letting out a sigh. During that time, he rarely visited the Spirit Hall, and his encounters with Bibi Dong were sparse. She had been so innocent then, lacking the allure of a more mature woman, which failed to pique his interest at the time. Yet, 5 years later, Bibi Dong had blossomed into someone undeniably enchanting. On the bed, Bibi Dong, upon hearing Qin Yang's words, bit her lip, her face a mixture of embarrassment and fury. She glared at the man who had robbed her of her purity. At that moment, Qin Yang retracted the simulation of his soul bone, revealing his true form. With short black hair and strikingly handsome features, enhanced by his gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of cultured elegance. It truly is you, Bibi Dong realized, as the visage of Qin Yang before her mirrored that of the man in the secret chamber. The man before me is indeed the greatest talent of the continent. It is truly I. Now, confronted by the man who has taken your innocence, what shall you do, Bibi Dong? Qin Yang approached the bed, effortlessly drawing the enchanting Bibi Dong into his embrace, utterly disregarding her feelings. During his exploration of Qian Xunji's memories, he had already learned of Bibi Dong's acquaintance with the worthless Yu Xiaojiang, who had secretly obtained some books from the spirit hall for him to peruse. It seemed a budding affection was already in the air. Moreover, just yesterday, Yu Xiaojiang had acquired the knowledge he sought from the spirit hall and was preparing to depart, with the intention of taking the esteemed Bibi Dong with him. It appeared that Bibi Dong also harbored thoughts of leaving. Coincidentally, at that moment, Qian Xunji arrived, not only to insult Yu Xiaojiang as a failure, but also to take Bibi Dong back. The subsequent events unfolded in the secret chamber. Qin Yang paid no heed to this. Did Bibi Dong favor Yu Xiaojiang? Apologies, but Bibi Dong now belonged to him. Qin Yang would not permit her to escape his grasp. Furthermore, after an interaction with Bai Ji last night, he contemplated extensively. He aimed to seize control of the spirit hall and subsequently unify the Douluo Continent step by step. The first step in controlling the spirit hall was persuading Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the spirit hall. Following that, he intended to bring the Titled Douluo of the spirit hall under his command. In this manner, even if Qian Daoliu were to discover that Qian Xunji perished at his hands, he would harbor no concern about retaliation, unless Qian Daoliu wished to witness the downfall of the spirit hall. Now, Qin Yang gazed at the flustered Bibi Dong, her face flushed with either anger or indignation, and spoke. Your teacher, Qian Xunji, has been slain by my hand. I am the man who has taken your innocence. So, what do you plan to do in my presence? Proclaim to the world that the Pope of the Spirit Hall has been killed by me? Or prepare for revenge and slay the man who has taken your purity? Alternatively, shall you become my woman? Qin Yang regarded Bibi Dong, awaiting her choice. Chapter 6. The Sensual Woman with Thigh Tattoos. What to do? How to choose? Bibi Dong stared blankly at Qin Yang before her. At this moment, she struggled to comprehend the situation. 5 years ago, due to Qin Yang's overwhelming brilliance, she, also a genius of the Spirit Hall and a dual-spirited individual, had always regarded him as a target to pursue, even aspiring to surpass him. Though their exchanges were scant, she harbored distinct feelings and special thoughts towards Qin Yang. Consequently, influenced by him, she unknowingly developed a preference for strong, intelligent men of knowledge and refinement. Later, Qin Yang vanished. When he reappeared, he directly took away her purity. Although the act was initiated by her, a lingering sense of reluctance remained. After all, she had developed feelings for Yu Xiaojiang. Complex and tumultuous emotions swirled within Bibi Dong as she gazed upon Qin Yang, the man who had become hers after 5 years apart. Her feelings were beyond articulation. Strangely enough, she had no desire for revenge or to end her own life. Was it because of Qin Yang's striking handsomeness? Or perhaps it was due to the fact that he had rescued her, and she had willingly participated? No, that couldn't be right. Her affections were meant for Yu Xiaojiang. Shaking her head, she averted her gaze from Qin Yang's handsome visage, attempting to dispel those peculiar thoughts. However, it was undeniable that in terms of appearance, strength, and intellect, Yu Xiaojiang paled in comparison to Qin Yang. Qin Yang found Bibi Dong's unusual demeanor perplexing. In the original narrative, after losing her purity to Qian Xunji, Bibi Dong was consumed by hatred, ultimately going to great lengths to exact vengeance upon him. Yet now, it seemed she harbored no animosity towards him. Was it possible that Qin Yang had also read the original story? In it, Qian Xunji had imprisoned Bibi Dong, subjecting her to torment until she bore Qian Renxue, only then releasing her, which led to her descent into darkness. But now, observing her, it was difficult for him to make a decision. I shall grant you time to contemplate, he said. After all, in a sense, I did save you during that incident. However, regardless of your choice, remember this, Qian Xunji is dead. If this information reaches Qian Daoliu or anyone with ill intentions, our fates will be dire. Therefore, I give you a day to think it over. When I return tonight, I expect a definitive answer from you. You must ponder this carefully. With that, Qin Yang left Bibi Dong's chamber without a trace of hesitation. A true man never looks back. As for taking Bibi Dong's virginity, He had no inclination to indulge in flattery or appeasement. If she chose to remain, he would cherish her, having already taken her first. Should she oppose him or, like in the original tale, fall desperately in love with Yu Xiaojiang and desire to elope, he would have no choice but to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang or confine Bibi Dong as his prized captive. Word was sent out, and half an hour later, all the high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall gathered in the Papal Hall, where the Pope had important matters to announce. The voice of Qin Yang reverberated within the Hall of Spirits, as his subordinates swiftly disseminated the orders. The powerful elders and high-ranking officials within the hall were taken aback upon receiving the news. It seemed that nothing of significance had transpired recently. So why had the Pope suddenly convened an emergency meeting? Despite their confusion, none would dare to defy the Pope's command. In her chamber, Bibi Dong reclined back onto her bed, her thoughts drifting to the events of 5 years prior. At that time, Qin Yang, hailed as the continent's foremost genius, radiated brilliance. While she too was considered a prodigy of the Hall of Spirits, yet, in comparison to Qin Yang, she felt like a mere firefly beside the bright moon. It was worth noting that the age gap between them was merely 6 or 7 years, and his strength had already far surpassed hers. One of the most vivid memories she held of him was their first encounter, when his disdainful demeanor provoked a deep-seated resentment within her. It fueled her determination to train relentlessly, to acquire knowledge, and to vow that she would one day surpass Qin Yang. As memories flooded her mind, she unwittingly recalled Yu Xiaojiang, the man who had captured her admiration. Besides his prowess, he, like Qin Yang, possessed exceptional intelligence, knowledge, and refinement. Perhaps unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously projected her feelings for Qin Yang onto Yu Xiaojiang, gradually becoming enchanted by his intellect and cleverness. Now that Qin Yang had returned, and was to be her partner, what choice lay before her? Half an hour later, within the Pope's chamber, Qin Yang casually settled himself upon the Pope's throne, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze sweeping across the high-ranking members of the Hall of Spirits as they entered one by one. At that moment, a flamboyant man clad in golden attire and a figure dressed in dark garments entered the room. Qin Yang was well acquainted with these two. They were the formidable duo, the H generals, serving under Qian Xunji, and would soon be at Bibi Dong's side, Douluo and Douluo. Their soul power levels stood at 94 and 93 respectively. While not particularly formidable in Qin Yang's eyes, they held significant sway within the Hall of Spirits. After all, aside from matters directly overseen by the Pope, many tasks required their execution. With Qian Xunji now deceased, it was imperative for Qin Yang to bring these two under his influence. Based on his understanding of their characters, Douluo and Douluo were motivated by power and profit. Thus, appealing to these two aspects would facilitate their allegiance. Greetings, Your Holiness. Douluo and Douluo entered and respectfully bowed before Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded, signaling the two to take their positions and await further instructions. Shortly after, the formidable figures of Douluo and Douluo entered, and aside from the powerful offerings who remained sequestered in the worship hall, the upper echelons of the Spirit Hall had gathered within the papal chamber. Naturally, these individuals were the elite residing in Spirit City. However, at that moment, the crisp sound of high heels echoed throughout the papal chamber. Soon, the gaze of the elders and high-ranking officials within the hall fell upon a pair of long legs, reminiscent of white jade elephants. Adorning those legs were striking crimson crystal heels, each step producing a resonant sound that captivated the assembly. Yet, it was the fiery red tattoo of the vermilion bird, inked upon those alluring limbs, that drew the most attention. The woman wore an exceedingly provocative short skirt of the same vibrant hue, exposing her long legs and a delicate lace cutout at her waist, revealing her midriff. The tattoo traced a tantalizing path from her thigh to her waist, exuding a magnetic charm that was both sensual and enchanting. As the woman with the vermilion bird tattoo entered, she instantly became the focal point of the papal chamber. This captivating figure was none other than the renowned vermilion bird Douluo Anna, a powerful rank 93 assault-type Titled Douluo. She held the distinction of being the only female Titled Douluo in the Spirit Hall, possessing extraordinary strength capable of battling beyond her rank. Once, she shared a profound bond with Qin Yang, akin to that of brothers. However, with his disappearance 5 years prior, such rumors had gradually faded into obscurity. Vermilion Bird Elder. Vermilion Bird Elder. Some of the single high-ranking elders greeted Anna upon her arrival, their gazes inadvertently drawn to the tattoo that spanned from her thigh to her waist. They sighed inwardly, lamenting the obscenity of the situation. Why, oh why, did the skirt have to conceal that alluring transition? Cursed garment, such a disgrace. Acknowledging their greetings with a casual nod, Anna approached her designated spot, her demeanor calm and seemingly indifferent to the other high-ranking elders of the Spirit Hall. Your Holiness. Might I inquire if there is an important matter that necessitated our gathering? She asked, her impatience evident as she turned her attention to the figure seated upon the papal throne, Qian Xunji. If there were no pressing issues at hand, she had no desire to squander time here. She needed to retreat and cultivate her strength further, as well as seek information about that man. The thought of Qin Yang, who had vanished for 5 years, ignited a flicker of anger within her. Indeed, anger. 5 years ago, that scoundrel had deceived her affections and, after taking everything, had simply vanished. For the past 5 years, she has been secretly searching for Qin Yang. However, according to the information provided by the Grand Elder Qian Daoliu, Qin Yang has retreated to a certain relic to receive a form of inheritance and is currently engrossed in his cultivation. As for when he will return, that remains uncertain. She later inquired with Qian Xunji, only to receive the same response. Despite her extensive search in various locations, there was still no trace of Qin Yang. Not even a whisper of news. Eventually, she sensed something amiss. As a woman who shared a deep bond with Qin Yang, she profoundly understood his character. He possessed an insatiable desire for strength, yet he was also a man who relished enjoyment. A man with such traits could not possibly vanish for 5 years without a single word. The most likely conclusion was that something had gone awry. The Zhuge Douluo cast a sidelong glance at the Pope, Qian Xunji, seated upon his throne. Doubt was unmistakable. He still radiated that alluring, fiery beauty. Upon noticing the gaze of Zhuge Douluo Anna, Qin Yang casually glanced at the Zhuge tattoo adorning her long legs, reminiscing about past events with a sigh. Your Holiness, as Elder Zhuge mentioned, what pressing matters have necessitated our gathering in the Pope's chamber? The elders of the Wuhuan Hall, aside from the 2 Douluos, Jiu Gui and Gui Douluo, usually spent their time in seclusion for cultivation. Therefore, Qin Yang wished to resolve the matter swiftly and return to his training. He withdrew his gaze from Anna. Now, having confirmed that none of the elders in the Pope's chamber had realized that he was no longer the same person, a smile crept onto his lips as he declared, there is indeed an important matter at hand. I wish to reselect the 7 great sects. What? Reselect the 7 great sects? Upon Qin Yang's proclamation, the elders within the Pope's chamber exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a canvas of astonishment. Even the 2 Douluos, Jiu Douluo and Gui Douluo, who believed they knew Qian Xunji best, were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the words of their Pope. Similarly, Zhuge Douluo Anna cast a surprised look toward the throne where Qian Xunji sat. The audacity to reselect the 7 great sects. Did Qian Xunji truly possess such resolve? If these words had come from Qin Yang, Zhuge Douluo would not have reacted so strongly. After all, she understood his capabilities. But the speaker was Qian Xunji. As if seeking to re-evaluate Qian Xunji, Zhuge Douluo curiously scrutinized him. Golden-rimmed spectacles? He actually wears glasses? Since when did he adopt such a habit? Zhuge Douluo furrowed her brow. This detail may escape the attention of others. Yet the Phoenix Douluo is acutely aware that Qian Xunji has not adopted the habit of wearing glasses. Subsequently, she contemplated the man named Qin Yang. Moreover, she discerned that this Qian Xunji, in both demeanor and habitual actions, exhibited a stark contrast to his former self. For instance, the cultured and refined aura he now possessed was entirely absent in the past. The Phoenix Douluo gazed thoughtfully at Qian Xunji, seated upon the papal throne. The other high-ranking officials were likewise scrutinizing their esteemed pope, seemingly inquiring, Your Holiness, do you genuinely mean what you say? It is essential to recognize that the re-election of the 7 great sects signifies the summoning of the most powerful and highest echelons of these sects to the Spirit Hall, followed by a contest through combat and other unique methods to ascertain who reigns supreme. Historically, the 7 great sects emerged from such contests, for the principle of might has long governed this world. However, the current landscape is markedly different, with the Haotian sect growing increasingly formidable. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect boasting dual Douluos, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also wielding considerable strength. The other 4 sects should not be underestimated either. Setting aside the competition, the real challenge lies in whether a mere decree can effectively summon the elite forces of the 7 great sects to the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, should the top 3 sects unite their Titled Douluos, even if the Spirit Hall possesses a greater total number of Titled Douluos, it may not suffice to overpower them. Moreover, it is rumored that within the Haotian sect exists a peer of the Grand Offering, Qian Daoliu, whose prowess is such that even the Grand Offering holds him in considerable regard, Tang Chun. Under these circumstances, it seems nearly impossible for the Spirit Hall to reinstate the 7 great sects. Additionally, a crucial question arises. On what grounds shall the 7 great sects be re-elected? Even if the Spirit Hall is the sanctum of soul masters in Douluo Continent, the original 7 great sects were also established under the auspices of the Spirit Hall. It is implausible to believe that the present situation allows for unilateral control asserting, "I shall dictate the re-election of the 7 great sects." Confusion and doubt permeated among the elders and high officials as they turned their gazes toward the papal throne, seeking answers from Pope Qian Xunji. Qin Yang observed the expressions of those present before remarking, "What? Do you believe this pope is jesting with you? Not at all, your holiness. Yet if you intend to re-elect the 7 great sects, a rationale must be provided," a voice interjected. After all, each of the upper 3 sects possesses titled Douluo level power, with elders and disciples of notable strength. Additionally, they are supported by 2 great empires, and there exists a symbiotic relationship between the empires and sections. Should we declare the re-election of the 7 great sects at this juncture, we are likely to be disregarded or even ridiculed for seeking trouble unprovoked. An elder, well-versed in the dynamics of the continent's powers, stepped forward to voice his concerns. The other elders nodded in agreement, including both the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, who concurred with the sentiments expressed by this elder. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, a dual Douluo, covertly supports the Heaven Do Empire. Their intertwined destinies are no longer a secret. Similarly, the Haoyan sect has consistently backed the Star Luo Empire, supplying it with talent. This is also public knowledge. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, while they have not openly declared allegiance to any empire, they are quietly expanding their own influence. Given this context, the notion that our esteemed Pope could summon the leaders of the 7 great sects to reselect them in Wuhan City is, quite frankly, improbable. The ripple effect of such a move would be far-reaching. Furthermore, who can ascertain what clandestine schemes the Spirit Hall may be concocting? Even though the Spirit Hall is regarded as the sacred ground for soul masters on the Douluo Continent, it is of little concern to the 7 great sects. The apprehensions that you harbor are well understood by me, the Pope. However, now that I have spoken, the reselection of the 7 great sects is an unalterable decision. Moreover, I can assure you that, within 6 months at the latest, the day of their reselection will arrive. You may argue that the 7 great sects are currently so formidable that they might disregard the Spirit Hall, especially since they are closely aligned with the 2 empires. We are merely a soul master organization and should not interfere in imperial matters, correct? Yet, I tell you, from the day of their selection, the 7 great sects will either comply or face the consequences. Should they refuse, I shall personally extend an invitation to them. As I mention this invitation, Qin Yang's expression is unusually grave and commanding. The assembly of elders and high-ranking officials below him feels a subtle tremor at his words. Today's Pope exhibits an unprecedented aura of authority and resolve. Even the 2 formidable aides of Qian Xunji, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, are taken aback by this assertive declaration. As for the rationale behind reselecting the 7 great sects, do you not perceive that there are too many scattered sects across this continent? Aside from the most powerful 7 great sects, countless minor sects abound. The ongoing wars between the 2 empires are perpetuated by the support of these sects behind the scenes. The Spirit Hall, as the sacred haven for soul masters on the continent, has historically borne the responsibility of maintaining peace, stability, and unity. The primary objective of reselecting the 7 great sects is to better uphold the peace and stability of the continent. Does that suffice as justification? Maintaining peace and stability is merely the superficial goal. Qin Yang's true ambition is to subdue both the major and minor sections. Subsequently, he intends to consolidate this soul master power and systematically confront the 3 sections. Devoid of the support from soul master factions, the 2 empires would be nothing more than paper tigers before the Spirit Hall, easily vanquished without a hint of effort. The unification of the continent is the true ambition of Qin Yang. The re-election of the 7 great sects marks the initial step towards this goal. To be candid, he had conceived this idea 5 years prior, intending to discuss the merits of unifying the continent with his foster father, Qian Daoliu, and his elder brother, Qian Xunji. Unfortunately, before he could voice his thoughts, he was betrayed by Qian Xunji. At this moment, the assembly of high-ranking elders was thoroughly astounded by the words of their pope. Although he did not articulate the deepest implications of his speech, the astute individuals present discerned the profound meaning behind Qin Yang's words. The preservation of peace on the continent is paramount, and the most profound peace would indeed be achieved through unification. It required no speculation. This was the essence of the Pope's message. Within the Pope's chamber, a brief silence ensued before contemplation led the attendees to acquiesce to the Pope's decree. After all, safeguarding the peace and stability of the continent has been the enduring duty of the Spirit Hall throughout history. Furthermore, as the son of the esteemed Qian Daoliu, the Pope's words carried the weight of his father's authority. Who would dare to dissent? Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang issued important directives before dismissing the assembly, instructing them to prepare diligently for the re-election of the 7 great sects, to commence no later than 6 months hence. As the Pope's confidants, the tasks assigned to the 2 Douluos, Douluo and Douluo were substantial. After delegating a multitude of responsibilities to them, Qian departed from the Pope's chamber. Coincidentally, outside the Pope's hall stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a short skirt, her alluring figure unmistakably belonging to the long-legged beauty, Qian Daoliu Anna. She appeared to be awaiting him. Spotting Anna from a distance, Qian smiled warmly. "Elder Anna, have you come here specifically to wait for me?" As he approached her, he instinctively reached out to caress her exquisite face, despite the 5 years that had elapsed. Anna was momentarily taken aback, then, somewhat irked. She swatted away Qian Xunji's unwarranted advance. No one else had dared to take such liberties with her. Reflecting on his status and the earlier conversation, along with her lingering suspicions of Qian Xunji, she suppressed her irritation and spoke sternly. "Your Holiness, while you are indeed the Pope, I urge you to be mindful of your words and actions. This is the Pope's chamber, and you are the Pope." In response, Qian chuckled softly. It seemed Anna remained unchanged, embodying a cool demeanor despite possessing the most fervent martial spirit. Yet, Qian understood well that beneath her aloof exterior lay a passionate heart when the setting turned intimate. However, at this moment, as Qian Xunji, the Pope, was it appropriate to tease her so? Observing Anna's expression, Qian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke. "Elder Anna, do not be so aloof. You may harbor some misconceptions about me. Clearly, you do not know me well enough. My residence boasts the finest wine and foie gras from the Spirit City. How about we indulge in a glass tonight and get to know each other better? My bed is spacious and exceptionally comfortable." Such flirtation is undeniably crass. Yet when coupled with Qin Yang's exceedingly handsome visage, the elegance he exudes, accentuated by his golden-rimmed glasses, imparts an inexplicable charm to these words. In the next moment, with a sudden burst, a fiery red aura of soul power enveloped her as Anna's expression turned emotionless. Chapter 8. Astonishment, Pregnant. Upon hearing Qian Xunji's words, Anna's face remained impassive, her laughter cold and disdainful. "Qian Xunji, do not presume that your position as Pope intimidates me, should a conflict arise. You may not stand as my equal. You casually flirt with others, but do you believe yourself to be Qian?" Anna's voice rang clear and sharp. Moreover, the fiery aura enveloping her radiated both sensuality and intimidation. If Qian Xunji were present, he would surely be infuriated. For nothing irked him more than being compared to Qian, especially given that he, the most powerful Pope on the continent, found himself overshadowed. This was, for Qian Xunji, the utmost humiliation. However, the individual before her was Qian, not Qian Xunji. Upon hearing Anna's words, Qian felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, there was truth in her statement, for in the past, he was indeed the only one audacious enough to flirt with Anna, particularly after Anna's martial soul, the spirit kite, evolved into the vermilion bird under his diligent guidance, and with the aid of rare treasures, reaching the rank of Titled Douluo, none dared to flirt with her besides him. Now, should he reveal his identity to Anna? It was evident that she remained the same Anna from 5 years prior, and from some memories of Qian Xunji. He learned that Anna had been searching for him all along. As he sought to seize control of the spirit hall, he would undoubtedly require assistance. And Anna appeared to be an ideal candidate. With this thought, Qian leaned closer to Anna's ear and chuckled softly. "Elder Anna, since we speak of Qian, would you like to know where he is now? Would you like to know if he is alive? If you wish to know, come to my room at midnight." With that, Qian turned and departed. Anna, momentarily taken aback by the mention of Qin Yang's whereabouts, felt her interest piqued. As Qian Xunji prepared to leave, she called out loudly, "Your Holiness, what do you mean by this?" Using Qin Yang's message to entice her, he left without clarifying his intentions, expecting her to visit his room in the dead of night. What was Qian Xunji scheming? Tonight, her arrival would reveal the meaning behind it all. As his voice lingered, Qian had already vanished from Anna's sight. The words spoken by Qian Xunji echoed in her mind, alongside the peculiar behavior he exhibited today. She realized that today's Qian Xunji bore no resemblance to the person she had known. His demeanor, actions, and tone were distinctly different, akin to a stranger. Save for his appearance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Qian. Suddenly, a thought struck Anna as she recalled the familiar way Qian had touched her face earlier. Reminiscent of someone from 5 years ago, and her eyes brightened with realization. The Hall of Offerings holds a prestigious position within the Spirit Hall, governed by 7 esteemed offerings, each possessing strength exceeding level 95 and dedicated to years of seclusion and cultivation. Among them, the most powerful is the Grand Offering, Qian Daoliu, whose soul power has reached the pinnacle of the continent, serving also as the devotee of the angel god. At this moment, within the Hall of Offerings, the 7 offerings convened to deliberate on the recent pronouncement made by Pope Qian within the Papal Hall regarding the selection of the 7 major sections. Why would Xunji propose a re-election of the 7 major sects at this juncture? Previously, he seemed devoid of such inclinations. Elder brother, you are Xunji's father. Do you not discern this? Inquired one elder offering, casting a puzzled glance toward the foremost grand offering, Qian Daoliu. In response, Qian Daoliu shook his head lightly. Although he is Xunji's father, the affairs of the spirit hall are predominantly handled by his son. He has long been in seclusion, living a semi-reclusive existence, largely detached from external matters. As for the re-election of the 7 major sects, it appeared to be a spontaneous decision made without consulting him, akin to a sudden whim. This was indeed perplexing. Based on his understanding of his son, such actions did not align with his character. The matter of re-electing the 7 major sects is of great significance. Elder brother, I believe we must seek out Xunji to clarify this matter, spoke one concerned offering gravely. Qian Daoliu was acutely aware that this was no trivial issue. After all, within the esteemed Haotian sect, renowned as the continent's foremost sect, lay an individual as formidable as himself. His foremost concern was that his son might have acted out of impulsive arrogance in issuing such an order. It was evident that he needed to confront his son for clarification. Resolute, Qian Daoliu made up his mind to visit Qian Xunji that very night, and simultaneously check on his daughter-in-law, encouraging the couple to hasten the expansion of the Qian family lineage. Meanwhile, in another part of the spirit hall, after parting ways with Anna, Qin Yang arrived at a familiar place to cultivate and bask in the sunlight. Accompanied by a gentle tremor, his martial soul, the ring of sunlight, materialized around him. Subsequently, under his initiative, the ring of sunlight emitted a unique energy that resonated with the sun above, allowing him to continuously absorb the power of sunlight into his being. This was Qin Yang's swift method of enhancing his strength, absorbing solar energy. Simultaneously, within the realm of light, the sun suspended in the sky radiated a brilliant glow as Qin Yang absorbed the solar energy. Time swiftly passed, and with the cultivation of solar power, Qin Yang's strength rapidly restored. At this moment, he stood at the pinnacle of the 88th level, still requiring some time to reach the 90th level. As the sun set, Qin Yang ceased his cultivation. He pondered the immense power that would be unleashed if he were to summon this sun. Pausing to reflect on the celestial body within the realm of light, he sighed in admiration. This sun was the culmination of over 20 years of absorbed solar energy. If unleashed from the realm to attack an adversary, its destructive potential was beyond imagination. Yet he was certain that even Titled Douluo and Super Douluo would pale in comparison to this sun. Not even the peak of 99 levels, Qian Daoliu, would stand a chance before its might. This was Qin Yang's greatest confidence and the reason for his fearlessness toward Qian Daoliu. 5 years ago, he had refrained from using this move due to being backstabbed by Qian Xunji, losing his ability to react in an instant, followed by his spiritual power being sealed. However, after having learned from past mistakes, Qin Yang was resolved not to repeat them. Realizing it was getting late, he decided to return and check on his wife and Bibi Dong, curious about the choices she would make. Casting a glance at the now-set sun, he wondered what answer Bibi Dong would provide. "Welcome back, Your Holiness." Upon his return to the residence of the Pope, 2 beautiful maids dressed in maid outfits joyfully rushed to greet him. As they ran, their ample figures danced with every step, almost breaking free from their constraints. "Is my wife in?" Qin Yang nodded and inquired about Baiji's whereabouts. After a heartfelt interaction the previous night, he felt a sense of satisfaction with Baiji, appreciating her figure, beauty, and status. "Your wife is in the kitchen. It seems she knows you are back and wishes to prepare dinner for you personally. Is that so?" Upon hearing the maid's words, Qin Yang was slightly taken aback. He had not anticipated that his lady wife was, in fact, a stunning noblewoman adept in both the drawing room and the kitchen. Recalling the enchanting scene from the previous night, it could truly be said that she was a noblewoman in public and something else entirely in private. With a chuckle, he mused whether this fortunate turn of events could be considered a boon for him, given that his brother, who was now merely a soul, was left unperturbed. In the presence of 2 beautiful maids, Qin Yang shed the cumbersome papal attire and entered the kitchen. There, he beheld a woman clad in a form-fitting flesh-toned silk nightgown. Her voluptuous figure and alluring curves captivating as she busied herself with her culinary tasks. This woman was none other than Baiji. At that moment, she was engrossed in preparing a late meal, blissfully unaware that the man she longed for had arrived and was quietly observing her from behind. Suddenly, Baiji paused, contemplating the delightful ingredients before her: foie gras, ruby mushrooms, pearl corn, scallops, stir-fried with ear mushrooms, and white jade buns. These were all his favorites. She resolved to procure a bottle of red wine later, determined to treat him well tonight. La 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 la. The thought of her beloved returning home filled her with joy, prompting her to hum a cheerful tune as she continued her preparations. Soon, she would share the good news with him, and she was certain it would bring him immense happiness. However, as memories of the previous night flooded her mind, Bai Ji felt a shiver run through her body, her cheeks flushing with warmth. She realized that last night had been the happiest of her life, the pinnacle of her joy since arriving at the spirit hall. Although she had sensed something amiss with Qian Xunji during their encounter, she dismissed it without a second thought, for he was her man. Suddenly, while standing before the kitchen counter, Bai Ji gasped. Feeling a tight embrace from behind, she turned her head slightly and, upon recognizing her husband, let out a sigh of relief, softly inquiring, "You? How did you return so soon? I missed you, my lady." "I was unaware that you were skilled in the culinary arts," Qin Yang replied, his voice laced with warmth. "Ah, it smells divine. It nearly rivals your exquisite cooking. Could it be because your beauty is so delectable?" As he embraced Bai Ji from behind, he leaned closer to her ear, his gaze fixed on the sumptuous spread she had prepared. The warmth of his affection caused Bai Ji's cheeks to flush, and she playfully twisted her waist, responding coyly. "I have always been capable of cooking, you know. Do refrain from teasing. The meal is not yet ready. Would you kindly wait for me outside?" After the events of the previous night, Bai Ji understood that Qin Yang cherished her gentle tone, thus she spoke with a soft, alluring voice. Qin Yang, upon hearing her, smiled and nodded, for he indeed felt a twinge of hunger. "Ah, wait a moment. I have delightful news to share with you." As Qin Yang surprisingly stepped out of the kitchen without proceeding further, Bai Ji felt a tinge of disappointment and called out to him. "Good news?" Qin Yang looked at Bai Ji with a puzzled expression. Bai Ji nodded and smiled, saying, "I am pregnant." "Pregnant?" Qin Yang exclaimed, his gaze becoming vacant. "Just after one night? That is impossible." Chapter 9. Foster Father. My Fong Tianhua Ji has long been yearning. "Are you truly pregnant?" Looking at Bai Ji, Qin Yang let out a long sigh and, with a solemn expression, inquired. Bai Ji, radiating the glow of motherhood, smiled and replied, "Of course it's true. You are going to be a father." As she finished speaking, noticing the serious expression on her husband's face, she slightly furrowed her brows, thinking, does he not like children? "You don't like children?" Bai Ji couldn't help but ask softly. "No, I truly love children." Upon confirming that Bai Ji was not jesting, Qin Yang felt an inexplicable joy. He then embraced Bai Ji's soft, voluptuous figure once more, savoring the silkiness of her nightgown against her abdomen, and said, "If it's a girl, I would be even happier." "Really?" Hearing her husband express a preference for daughters, Bai Ji's face lit up with joy. "Absolutely." Qin Yang replied earnestly, while inwardly he sighed. This is truly remarkable. Despite having spent only one night together, it was hard to believe that a pregnancy could be confirmed so swiftly. Thus, he was certain that the child within Bai Ji's womb belonged to Qian Xunji. In the secret chamber, he had killed Qian Xunji and taken away by Bai Dong's first time. Undoubtedly, Qian Renshui from the original story was no more. Yet now, Bai Ji was pregnant again. So, if Bai Ji were to bear a girl, could it possibly be Qian Renshui? If it truly were Qian Renshui, then he was destined to care for the wife and daughter of the deceased Qian Xunji. Moreover, considering that he had been the one to take Bai Dong's first time, could she also be pregnant? If that were the case, the scene would be unimaginable. While holding Bai Ji's soft body, Qin Yang secretly resolved to seek out Bai Dong later for confirmation. Although it was uncertain whether she was indeed pregnant, he was quite sure of his influence over Bai Dong. Bai Ji, noticing Qin Yang's silence, continued, "I intended to share this news with you when I came to find you yesterday, but before I could speak, you were so impetuous that I became a bit dazed and forgot to tell you. That is because, my dear, you are simply enchanting." Qin Yang casually complimented. His curiosity piqued. "How long has it been?" "Ah, not long at all. It's because my martial soul is unique, allowing me to sense the vitality of life, which is how I knew." Bai Ji gently removed Qin Yang's hand from her lower abdomen, her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Is that so?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Yang refrained from further inquiries. Yet, curiously, as he gazed upon Bai Ji, who was already with child, an inexplicable thrill coursed through him. It was as if her visage, more enchanting and alluring than ever, captivated him beyond measure. What could this mean? "All right, stop teasing." Bai Ji playfully shot him a coy glance from the kitchen. She swiftly tidied her somewhat disheveled appearance, and with the prepared delicacies in hand, she fled the kitchen in haste. At that moment, she felt a profound joy, for she realized that her husband adored her even more upon learning of her pregnancy. Qin Yang observed Bai Ji's retreating figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips, entirely disregarding the bitter curses emanating from a certain green spirit within the realm. Before long, the dining table was adorned with an array of Bai Ji's culinary creations, including foie gras, sea cucumber with pearl corn, scallops with mimosa, and red fungus mushrooms. As the red wine flowed and several glasses were consumed, Bai Ji's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue. Now, she shyly leaned against Qin Yang, her posture exuding an irresistible charm. "Is this appropriate?" she whispered, glancing furtively at Qin Yang, who held her waist. What could be inappropriate? It feels too intimate. Moreover, you are the Pope. If others were to see, they might criticize your lack of propriety. What does it matter? I am merely attending to my wife. Drawing closer to her, who would dare speak ill of that? Qin Yang's tone and demeanor were resolute, exuding a commanding presence. Beyond her shyness, Bai Ji felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Her previous husband had never shown such initiative in caring for her, let alone feeding her. Yet now, his kindness was so profound that it left her questioning whether this was indeed the same Qin Yang. Could it be due to her pregnancy? Or perhaps it was the natural instinct to cherish a mother-to-be. In the dining hall, Bai Ji delightedly shared the evening meal with her husband, her thoughts wandering to the day their child would arrive. Just then, voices from the outside broke her reverie. The Grand Priest. I have seen the Grand Priest. I have seen the Grand Priest. Both Qin Yang and Bai Ji possessed formidable strength, and the moment they heard those words, they sensed a powerful aura approaching from outside. Within the spirit hall, such a tremendous presence could only belong to the Grand Priest, Qian Daoliu. Why is he here? Bai Ji exclaimed in a flurry, rising from Qin Yang's embrace, though she quickly regained her composure. He must be here for me. Today, he announced within the Pope's hall the selection of the 7 great sects. There was no need for speculation, as Qian Daoliu was undoubtedly aware. Subsequently, he refrained from seeking out Qian Daoliu to clarify matters. Thus it was within his expectations that the latter would come to inquire. My adoptive father. 5 years have passed. My Fang Tianhua Ji has long been eager for action. Qin Yang slightly narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards the entrance while concealing his presence, careful not to be detected by Qian Daoliu. Although he was confident in his ability to impersonate Qian Xunji, thanks to the simulation skills derived from 10,000 years of soul bones and some memories he had gleaned from Qian Xunji, he remained cautious. After all, one could never be too certain. Who knew if Qian Daoliu possessed any special means or soul bone skills that could unveil his true identity? A measure of caution was indeed warranted. He was not yet ready to confront Qian Daoliu directly. Just then, a tall figure slowly entered through the door. What came into view was a man with long golden hair, bearing a resemblance to Qian Xunji, appearing to be in his 50s. It was none other than the esteemed high priest of the spirit hall, Qian Daoliu, Qin Yang's adoptive father. Father, Bai Ji exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him warmly upon his entrance. Meanwhile, Qin Yang observed Qian Daoliu while restraining his aura, lost in contemplation. Oh, you are in the midst of a meal. Qian Daoliu acknowledged his daughter-in-law with a nod. His gaze then shifted to his son, Qian Xunji. A glance at the dining table revealed a lavish spread, all brimming with nourishing delicacies. It seemed that his daughter-in-law and son shared a deep affection for one another. In this light, it would not be long before he could hold his grandchildren. Qian Daoliu nodded inwardly, a smile of contentment gracing his face. He then turned his attention back to his son. Strangely, he sensed an unusual look in Qian Xunji's eyes, but he brushed it aside. Xunji, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you, Qian Daoliu said, his tone devoid of pretension, calm and composed. Qin Yang exhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to present Qian Daoliu with the Fang Tianhua Ji, and donned a gentle, affectionate smile typical of a son greeting his father. Father, you wish to inquire about the selection of the 7 great sects, do you not? No need to step outside, we can speak here. After all, Jier is not an outsider, she is my wife. Furthermore, once Jier's child is born, she will be the mother, and my affairs will be her affairs. There is no need for division. Qin Yang embraced Bai Ji, his eyes filled with tenderness. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Bai Ji raised her gaze to her husband, a slight tremor coursing through her body. In the past, he had always intentionally or unintentionally avoided her, particularly regarding matters related to the higher echelons of the spirit hall, which she had never been privy to, let alone heard about. Yet in this moment, Bai Ji sensed that her husband before her was genuinely regarding her as his wife. Qian Daoliu, initially poised to say something further, was momentarily taken aback by Qin Yang's subsequent statement. His face instantly lit up with joy as he turned to his daughter-in-law, Bai Ji, and eagerly inquired, Sun Ji, are you implying that Xiao Ji is with child? Am I to become a grandfather? Qin Yang smiled at Bai Ji, nodding in affirmation. Bai Ji then responded, yes, father, I am indeed expecting. Upon receiving Bai Ji's confirmation, Qian Daoliu momentarily forgot the purpose of his visit, his excitement nearly overwhelming him. The Qi family had, for reasons unknown, been dwindling in numbers for a long time, passing down their lineage through a single line. As their strength grew, the challenges of procreation became increasingly formidable. By the time it reached his son, Qian Xunji's generation, despite his many romantic entanglements, none had resulted in a pregnancy. Now, with the divine grace of the angel god, the Qi family would finally have descendants. Quickly, Sun Ji, let Xiao Ji sit. What if she tires herself and it affects my grandchild? Taken aback by Qian Daoliu's sudden enthusiasm, Baiji found herself momentarily speechless. However, encouraged by Qin Yang, the three of them settled into the living room. After a lengthy exchange of inquiries filled with concern, Qian Daoliu finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Xunji, please explain why you have suddenly decided to depart from the seven great sects? Qian Daoliu's expression shifted, becoming exceedingly grave. No one valued the spirit hall more than he did. In the original narrative, even when faced with Bibi Dong, who had killed his son, he managed to find solace, understanding that his son had erred, but more importantly, considering the implications for the spirit hall. After all, the spirit hall was the foundation of the angel god's legacy, and, by extension, the foundation of the Qi family, along with the well-being of his granddaughter. Now, with his son contemplating a departure from the seven great sects, any potential for unnecessary conflict could yield dire consequences, warranting a serious response from him. Father, do you not believe that there are too many sects on the continent at present? Moreover, these sects covertly support the empire, perpetuating endless wars. The spirit hall has always aimed to maintain peace and unity on the continent. My purpose in leaving the seven great sects is to put an end to this turmoil and provide a peaceful and stable environment for the continent. Furthermore, with Xi now pregnant, I wish to create a new realm for my future child. Qin Yang's reasoning echoed that given in the hall of the Pope, yet the most striking revelation lay in his final statement. Qian Daoliu, upon hearing it, was left momentarily speechless. Is he still his son? Chapter 10. I make choices for you. Is he still his son, Qian Xunji, to create a new world for future children? Even though he holds the esteemed position of the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, with strength that has reached the pinnacle of the Douluo Continent, he lacks such audacity. Especially now, as the Haotian sect grows ever more formidable, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School boasts dual Douluo, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan remains unfathomable, alongside the vast territories ruled by two great empires. In the face of these forces, a single Spirit Hall is insufficient. Could his son's words be overly arrogant? Yet upon further reflection, for the sake of future offspring, one could reluctantly understand. After all, having been a father himself, he comprehends his son's thoughts at this moment. Qian Xunji, many matters are not as simple as you perceive. You must realize that even the figure from the Haotian sect possesses strength comparable to mine. Although the total number of Titled Douluo in our spirit hall far exceeds theirs, many issues cannot be resolved solely through brute force. Qian Daoliu spoke with the tone of an elder, attempting to counsel his son to contemplate carefully. After all, his son's aspiration to innovate a new world implies unifying the Douluo Continent through the might of the Spirit Hall. Regardless of whether he possesses such capability, even if he did unify it, governing the continent is no trivial task. Father, what if I told you that the figure from the Haotian sect is no longer with them and is trapped in a certain place, never to recover in this lifetime? Qin Yang hinted. Qian Daoliu paused momentarily, confirming, are you suggesting what I think you are? Indeed, that is precisely the implication. Qian Daoliu, having been contemporaries with Tang Chun, harbored deep apprehension regarding Tang Chen's power. If Qin Yang's assertion held truth, then the situation indeed became plausible. I have deliberated extensively on the selection of the seven major sects and prepared accordingly. I am not only doing this for my child, but also for the Spirit Hall. So, Father, rest assured, I am earnest, Qin Yang stated with a serious expression. Seeing his son's demeanor, Qian Daoliu recognized his sincerity. It was apparent that attempting to dissuade him was futile, and he discovered a glimmer of anticipation within himself, hoping his son would achieve great things. This endeavor was not solely for the Spirit Hall, but also for the Qian family, and for his future grandson or granddaughter. Qian Daoliu gazed at his daughter-in-law, Baiji. He possessed a bright attribute spirit, with innate full soul power, while his son bore the six-winged angel, also of the light attribute. He eagerly anticipated the birth of his future grandchild. Since you have contemplated this thoroughly, I shall not press further. Proceed with utmost caution, and do not act impulsively as in the past. Do you understand? As he recalled the past, a fleeting shadow of unforgettable sorrow flickered in Qian Daoliu's eyes as he looked at his son. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yang immediately comprehended the implications of Qian Daoliu's statement. He recalled the events from 5 years prior, when Qian Xunji had betrayed him after learning of his acquisition of soul skills from Qian Daoliu. Subsequently, Qin Yang was imprisoned by Qian Xunji in the Hall of Spirits. Although Qian Daoliu had experienced a moment of compassion, he ultimately favored his biological son over his adopted one. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, my esteemed father, Qin Yang remarked, a fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness flickering in his gaze. Qian Daoliu remained oblivious to this nuance, and after deciding to support his son, he bestowed upon Qin Yang the utmost authority. Even if it necessitated the involvement of the Titled Douluo within the Hall of Offerings, he would wholeheartedly support him. After a brief exchange, Qian Daoliu departed the papal chamber, a sense of contentment gracing his features. In 10 months, he would embrace the role of a grandfather. The mere thought of it deepened the smile upon his face. Upon returning to the Hall of Offerings, the golden crocodile Douluo, witnessing Qian Daoliu's elation, was initially perplexed, only to understand the circumstances upon learning that Qian Daoliu was to become a grandfather. In the papal chamber, Bibi, seated beside Qin Yang, remained in a state of shock as she listened to her husband's conversation with the grand offeror. It was not until Qian Daoliu had left that she regained her composure and turned to her husband. "What is it? Are you surprised?" Qin Yang inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Bibi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I am quite astounded. If you were not right before my eyes, I would have thought you were an impostor. Moreover, I feel as though the person you are today, as well as last night and in recent days, is altogether different. However," she added, "regardless of all that, I know you are my husband, and I am your wife, which is sufficient for me. Whatever you choose to pursue, I will support you wholeheartedly." With a gentle tone, Bibi leaned into Qin Yang's embrace, holding him tightly. A pregnant woman possesses a captivating allure, imbued with emotional depth. She cherished her husband immensely, above all else. Qin Yang smiled subtly, deeply satisfied with Bibi's display of dependence. "My dear, having dined sufficiently, it is time for us to rest," he stated, lifting Bibi effortlessly and carrying her toward their chamber. Bibi, blushing and nestled in his arms, appeared utterly enchanting. As night deepened, after offering comfort and affection to his beloved Bibi, Qin Yang quietly exited their room. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the entrance of Bibi Dong's chamber. Presently, Bibi Dong held the revered title of the Holy Maiden of the Hall of Spirits, her residence grand and opulent. After a brief walk, Qin Yang reached Bibi Dong's room. He did not knock, but rather entered unceremoniously. After all, Bibi Dong was now his woman. There was little left to conceal. Upon entering the room, Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. At that moment, Bibi Dong sat by the window, gazing absent-mindedly outside. Her long, light purple hair cascaded casually down her back, and the purple satin nightgown clung to her figure, revealing her long, snow-white legs. The luminous moon, resembling a white jade disk, poured its silvery light through the window, casting an enchanting glow upon her, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful and captivating. Yet, at this juncture, Bibi Dong exuded an air of confusion and solitude. One could hardly blame her. Overnight, she had been deceived by the very mentor who had guided her since childhood and lured into a secret chamber. Had it not been for Qin Yang's timely intervention, she might have faced dire consequences, perhaps even enduring torment in that chamber. Although Qin Yang had rescued her, she had lost her most cherished purity, transitioning from a girl into a woman. Ultimately, Bibi Dong was still merely a 20-year-old woman. Such a tumultuous upheaval in her life left her grappling with her emotions. The creak of the closing door broke the silence, bringing Bibi Dong back to reality. She glanced at Qin Yang as he entered, yet reverted to her previous demeanor. In truth, she had sensed his presence upon his arrival, but she was reluctant to confront him. What was she thinking? Qin Yang's tone, though neutral, carried a hint of concern. Silence enveloped them. Bibi Dong found herself at a loss on how to face this man before her. To confess her feelings seemed uncertain. To deny them felt disingenuous. As she had once been awed by his strength, intellect, and wisdom, now, her purity had been bestowed upon him. Rationality urged her to acknowledge that her true affection lay with Yu Xiaojing. Yet, Qin Yang, perceptive as he was, grasped Bibi Dong's inner turmoil. Unlike the character in the original narrative who endured torment at the hands of Qian Xunji, Bibi Dong had grown up sheltered within the spirit hall, akin to a flower in a greenhouse, shielded from the tempests of life and, as such, lacked the ruthless, cunning persona of the queen depicted in the tale. Presently, she resembled a wounded girl in need of solace, perhaps engaging in self-comfort while trapped in a state of confusion and helplessness. Expecting her to make a choice was evidently impractical. Still wrestling with her thoughts, she hesitated. "If that is the case, allow me to make a choice for you. Abandon your past and become my woman starting today." "I will not." Bibi Dong, hearing Qin Yang's proposition, instinctively rejected the notion of becoming his woman. Yet, before she could voice her refusal, she was taken aback by the intensity of his gaze. She could sense that if she were to refuse again, this man before her would unhesitatingly throw her onto the bed and treat her roughly, as if they were in a confined chamber. Observing that Bibi Dong, who was exceptionally astute, did not decline, Qin Yang gazed at her with satisfaction and remarked, "From the memories of Qian Xunji, I gather that you have an affection for someone named Yu Xiaojing. This individual possesses considerable talent, relying on his intelligence. He acquired knowledge about martial souls and facilitated your access to a plethora of books from the Spirit Hall, allowing you to amass a wealth of knowledge. However, have you ever contemplated whether such a person truly merits your admiration? Although you played an active role in obtaining the books from the Spirit Hall, His acquiescence constitutes a form of intellectual theft of the hall's knowledge. Furthermore, this individual's martial soul has undergone a mutation, rendering him incapable of surpassing level 30 in his lifetime. While I hold little affection for Qian Xunji, I must concede that his words ring true. Yu Shaojiang is indeed a waste. Do not glare at me. I am merely stating a fact. You should reflect carefully. With your qualifications, possessing dual martial souls and innate full soul power, reaching the rank of Titled Douluo is merely a matter of time. Once you attain Titled Douluo status, your lifespan will also be extended, while he remains a half-waste, forever unable to break through level 30. The disparity between you is far too great. He does not deserve your affection. Moreover, have you considered that with your talents, even ascending to godhood is not beyond the realm of possibility? You have perused the Spirit Hall's tomes regarding divine inheritance, have you not? The hall indeed possesses the legacy of the angel god, and once a soul master attains divinity, they gain eternal life. You possess the potential for godhood. As for Yu Shaojiang, he is not only a half-waste, but I have also heard that he has departed the Spirit Hall and encountered a woman along the way, with whom he has been conversing merrily. Clearly, you have been forgotten. Do you still harbor feelings for such a person? Qin Yang's words left Bibi Dong in a daze. Whether regarding the concept of divinity or Yu Shaojiang, both rendered her momentarily speechless. Seeing her reaction, Qin Yang resolved to capitalize on this moment to guide her towards the best decision. He then assertively lifted Bibi Dong into his arms, locking eyes with her, and declared, "You are now my woman. This is an unchangeable fact. Stay by my side, and I shall show you a world of unparalleled vistas." Chapter 11. Bibi Dong. Besieged by scorn, Bibi Dong was unsure when she had succumbed. She vaguely recalled being in a daze, as Qin Yang gradually breached her defenses. At that time, Qin Yang had claimed it was merely a hug, assuring her that he would not engage in any improper conduct. She thought to herself that having already surrendered her innocence, a simple embrace should pose no issue. Little did she expect that after the embrace, Qin Yang would request a kiss, insisting that he would not overstep his bounds. Bibi Dong pondered to herself, having embraced him and shared a bed, a kiss would hardly be deemed excessive. However, after the kiss, Qin Yang remarked that it was merely a gentle touch, devoid of any indecorous intentions. Following that, there was nothing more. Eventually, she came to realize that she had fallen into Qin Yang's trap. Initially, he spoke to her about the path to divinity, asserting that she possessed the potential to ascend. Subsequently, he derided Yu Shaojiang with scornful disdain. As she gazed upon Qin Yang's handsome visage, she gradually lowered her guard. The consequence was her deception. Despite her anger at Qin Yang's relentless advances and his unyielding demeanor, she ultimately succumbed. It was only after her complete capitulation that she comprehended the futility of her resistance. A famous saying, applicable to a woman in turmoil, resonated profoundly in her heart. At that moment, Bibi Dong was not only unsettled but also craved solace. Qin Yang became the man who offered her comfort and a safe haven. As night deepened over the Douluo Continent, in a secluded forest, 3 individuals, 2 men and a woman, sat around a flickering campfire. One of the men, Yu Shaojiang, spoke passionately, sharing his vast knowledge with infectious enthusiasm. After departing from the Spirit Hall, he had accumulated a wealth of information. Beside him sat Lu Erlong and Flender. It was a fortuitous coincidence that Yu Shaojiang had acquired numerous books from the Spirit Hall through Bibi Dong. Believing himself well-versed, he envisioned taking Bibi Dong on a journey across the continent. Naturally, he felt drawn to such a striking woman. And while the pretense of traveling was a mere facade, his true intention was to ensnare her heart and mind step by step. He arranged to leave with Bibi Dong the following day, only to find that she did not arrive. Instead, several individuals from the Spirit Hall appeared, subjecting him to humiliation. Thus, with a heavy heart filled with resentment, he was compelled to leave Spirit City in disgrace. Not long after his departure, chance led him to encounter Lu Erlong and subsequently Flender on the road. The 3 found an instant camaraderie. As they grew closer, they resolved to journey together, seeking strength and enlightenment. With their bond strengthening, the scene of late-night discussions around the campfire unfolded. At this moment, Lu Erlong rested her chin in her hand, the firelight casting a warm glow on her youthful face, revealing her striking beauty. She looked at Yu Shaojiang, who was animatedly speaking, her expression shifting from surprise to gradual fascination. Flender, seated beside her, mirrored her astonishment. He never anticipated that the eloquent Yu Shaojiang he encountered not long ago could articulate so fluently. Ahem, my apologies. I became so engrossed in conversation that I lost track of time. Yu Shaojiang paused, feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride as he noticed Flender and Lu Erlong gazing at him intently. At present, Yu Shaojiang, in his 20s, held the rank of a level 29 Great Soul Master. In contrast, Flender, of a similar age, had already attained the status of a soul ancestor, nearing the threshold of a soul king. Similarly, Lu Erlong, who was considerably younger, possessed the greatest strength among the three. Under such circumstances, to better showcase himself, or perhaps to put on a facade, Yu Xiaojing resorted to flaunting his expertise in various subjects, including the core theories of martial souls and the ability of plant martial souls to absorb animal spirit beasts. His discourse was a well-crafted tapestry of knowledge. Flander, upon hearing this, was profoundly astonished. Lu Erlong, having recently emerged from her initial endeavors, was equally captivated. Xiaojing, I truly did not expect your knowledge to be so vast. You are simply a master of theory, Flander exclaimed, clapping Yu Xiaojing on the shoulder with fervent praise. He was genuinely taken aback that the Yu Xiaojing he had known for such a brief time was indeed a man of remarkable talent. You flatter me. It is merely a superficial understanding on my part. I dare not accept the title of master, Yu Xiaojing replied, humbly shaking his head, though he reveled in Flander's compliments. Humble, are we? With your insights and perspectives, I can assure you that in the current realm of martial souls, there are scarcely a handful who can surpass you. Particularly your final assertion, there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, is nothing short of truth. Flander declared, I deeply cherish friendships with knowledgeable individuals. Henceforth, Yu Xiaojing shall be my esteemed brother. With that, Flander, suddenly inspired, added, by the way, Xiaojing, Lu Erlong, since we share such a bond, and the night is exceptionally beautiful, why not seize this opportunity to forge a brotherhood and journey together across the continent? What do you think? Flander adjusted his glasses, casting a sly glance at Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong. Upon reflecting on their recent interactions, both Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong nodded in agreement. Splendid, Flander exclaimed, his joy palpable upon their consent. The three then solemnly pledged brotherhood, marking the inception of the Golden Triangle. By the way, Xiaojing, I still do not know your current level of soul power, Flander remarked, recalling that he had yet to witness Yu Xiaojing's prowess during their time together. With his years of experience and cunning insight, one could surmise that Yu Xiaojing, possessing such vast knowledge and exceptional intelligence, must undoubtedly possess formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing his own. Flander gazed at Yu Xiaojing with great anticipation. Similarly, Lu Erlong was also filled with curiosity. As for strength, Yu Xiaojing hesitated, as if burdened by an unspoken secret. Xiaojing, even if you are stronger than I shall not feel envious. There is no need to worry about hurting my pride, he reassured. Indeed, Xiaojing, Lu Erlong echoed, intrigued by the prowess of such a genius. Observing their reactions, Yu Xiaojing could only offer a wry smile and acquiesce. In the next moment, upon unleashing his soul power, both Flander and Lu Erlong were taken aback, for the reality was far removed from their expectations. To their astonishment, Yu Xiaojing was merely a mere 29th ranked Great Soul Master. Such inadequacy was shocking. Instinctively, a thought of disappointment flickered in Flander's mind, but it quickly dissipated. After some discussion, they understood that Yu Xiaojing's unique martial soul mutation hindered his ability to advance beyond the 30th rank. Despite their surprise, they did not look down upon him, continuing to engage in jovial conversation about their travels across the continent. Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, within the Saintess's chamber, Bibi Dong lay in bed, her complexion flushed, silent in Qin Yang's embrace. In such a tender moment, he mused that a cigarette would make it perfect. After a while, glancing at the time and realizing it was nearing midnight, he gently pushed Bibi Dong away and began to dress. What do you mean by this, Qin Yang? Bibi Dong snapped back to reality, her face flushed with indignation upon seeing him preparing to leave. What did he take her for? Just moments ago, he had sweet-talked her into bed, promising to show her a different kind of scenery, yet now he intended to leave without a word. It's nearly midnight. As a man with a wife, I worry that she might misunderstand if I do not return home, he said while adjusting his collar, his tone unusually serious, causing Bibi Dong to pause in surprise. Wife? Where did you get a wife? Bibi Dong retorted, her lips pursed in anger. Did he think her foolish? Observing her reaction, Qin Yang shrugged helplessly. What do you mean? Where did I get a wife? Could it be that you are referring to my master, Baiji? In an instant, Bibi Dong recalled that Qin Yang was masquerading as Qian Xunji, her former teacher. Thus, Baiji would naturally be his master as well. Once she pieced it all together, she was momentarily stunned. Incredulity etched on her face as she looked at Qin Yang and asked, Have you already, with Master Baiji? With her? You mean like what just happened? Qin Yang approached Bibi Dong, gently lifting her jade-like chin, his smile imbued with profound significance. How shameless. Upon witnessing Qin Yang's expression, Bibi Dong realized that he, much like Baiji's master, had been reminded of their earlier encounter, igniting a wave of embarrassment and indignation within her. At the very least, it was not devoid of interest. Qin Yang gazed at Bibi Dong's eyes with a smile. To think he could deceive me like Baiji's master. You're merely a hollow man, she retorted, rolling her eyes. I am quite sincere. Feel for yourself, Qin Yang replied. Taking Bibi Dong's hand and placing it against his chest, Bibi Dong attempted to withdraw her hand forcefully, her gaze fixated on his nearly enchanting face, indignantly exclaiming, I have no desire to touch you, you shameless man. Dong just a moment ago, you did not express such sentiments in bed. Who was it calling me Master Qin Yang? At this, Bibi Dong's body trembled. The thought of it filled her with rage. Her earlier encounter with Qin Yang had been entirely a result of his coaxing. Now, after their affair, he sought to dress and depart. He was nothing but a scoundrel. A debauched gentleman, a rogue. The most outrageous part was that he dared to act like Baiji's master. At this moment, observing Bibi Dong's demeanor, Qin Yang chuckled, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and remarked, Dong tonight, you have only glimpsed my most superficial side. However, it is indeed quite late. If your master were to discover her husband missing throughout the night, residing in his disciples' quarters, the consequences would be dire. I trust you do not wish for your master to misunderstand. Bibi Dong found herself momentarily speechless. Chapter 12, A Midnight Appointment. Bang! With the sound of the door slamming shut, Bibi Dong furiously hurled a pillow against the door. Scoundrel! You are nothing but a complete rogue, a villain. Do not expect me to fall for your deceitful words again. Her hair flew wildly as her fists relentlessly assaulted another pillow on the bed. It was as if she were venting her frustrations, deliberately treating the pillow as if it were Qin Yang, her punches raining down in a relentless torrent. In that moment, Bibi Dong appeared to truly believe the pillow was Qin Yang, oblivious to its deteriorating condition as she struck with fervor. All she desired was to release the grievances that had built up within her. Just moments ago, he had sweetly called her darling, and after their encounter, merely pulled up his trousers and departed, claiming he was returning to accompany his wife. Bah! A scoundrel! He was clearly lusting after her body. After a vigorous outpouring of emotion, Bibi Dong finally began to calm down, now filled with resentment towards Qin Yang. In the absence of vengeance, she must find the strength to rise, to grow, to become formidable, powerful enough to effortlessly subdue Qin Yang. At that moment, she shall make Qin Yang see. She intends to demonstrate that she, Bibi Dong, is not a mere woman to be trifled with. Qin Yang, await my ascendance. I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Bibi Dong clenched her delicate fist, her gaze resolute. At this moment, she unknowingly began to find solace from the events that transpired within the hidden chamber. Oh, women are indeed peculiar creatures. They may declare their disinterest, yet their bodies betray an undeniable sincerity. Bibi Dong, I eagerly anticipate your empowerment. Unbeknownst to her, her words and current state had already captured Qin Yang's attention. He held a fondness for Bibi Dong. But what use is affection without action? One must embrace her. How can one profess love while lacking the courage to pursue intimacy? Thus, Qin Yang endeavored to manifest his feelings through his actions. Although the means may seem somewhat unscrupulous, it is simply his nature, and the outcome appears favorable. After all, he wished for Bibi Dong not to succumb to despair over the hidden chamber, nor to wallow in romantic tribulations. He certainly did not want her to become psychologically distorted due to the events involving the chamber and that worthless Yuxiao gang, as depicted in the original narrative. Setting aside the skewed personality from the original tale, he aspired to cultivate Bibi Dong into a true queen, one whose very essence exudes majesty and commands reverence from all. In the future, Bibi Dong would undoubtedly belong to the spirit hall, destined to be his queen. Before long, Qin Yang stealthily returned to his quarters. As he opened the door, Baiji, who had been asleep, gradually stirred awake. She longed to inquire about her husband's whereabouts at such a late hour, but upon recalling that he was the Pope, she surmised he must have been occupied with pressing matters. Wise and amiable, she refrained from questioning him. Why are you still awake? Were you waiting for me? Or is it that you cannot sleep without me beside you? Qin Yang expertly slipped into bed, enveloping Baiji's soft form from behind, resting his chin upon her shoulder. He inhaled deeply, savoring the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her. Baiji blushed slightly and murmured, not at all. She then turned to embrace her husband tightly, relishing the comfort of resting against his chest. At that moment, she resembled a gentle kitten. Yet, in the next instant, she detected a scent of another woman on her husband, one she recognized all too well. Bibi Dong, his disciple. However, she did not dwell on it much, merely assuming that her husband had gone to instruct his disciples in the art of learning during the late hours. Subsequently, she drifted into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, in a certain palace within the Soul Master City, Anna glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly midnight. Should she seek him out? The words spoken by Pope Qian Xunji earlier that day had piqued her interest significantly, compounded by her own suspicions. Recalling Qin Yang, the man who had once deceived her and subsequently incited her ire, she ultimately decided to make her way to the Pope's quarters. The Pope's chamber, located at the rear of the papal palace, was heavily guarded. Yet, for a Titled Douluo like her, no amount of security posed a deterrent. After all, the formidable Titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall were not always vigilant, especially not concerning the Pope's private quarters. Under the cover of night, with the sky adorned with twinkling stars and a full moon hanging high, Anna found herself atop a building within the Pope's quarters, surveying her surroundings. Qian Xunji certainly knew how to indulge himself. His living arrangements were indeed opulent. Nevertheless, it was time to summon him. It was late, and a woman visiting the Pope at such an hour could easily be misconstrued by onlookers as an illicit rendezvous, especially given that he was a married man. To preserve her reputation, Anna had no intention of entering Qian Xunji's chamber. Instead, she released a trace of her aura, ensuring the Pope could sense her presence, and awaited him on the rooftop. However, the next moment, a voice that irked her resonated in her mind. "I am waiting for you inside. If you wish to know what you seek, come in." Did he truly expect her to enter? What if his wife found out? Anna sensed another presence in that room, Bibi, the Pope's wife. She had some understanding of this woman, who possessed a mutated spirit with light attributes, the sharp-tailed swift, and who herself was a soul sage. Although Anna was more powerful, she knew that if Bibi were to witness her visiting her husband in the dead of night, misunderstandings could easily arise, leading to a potential confrontation. Deciding it would be best to keep a low profile, Anna resolved to proceed discreetly. In a flash, she vanished from the rooftop and entered Qin Yang's chamber, concealing her presence as she made her way toward his room. Inside Qin Yang's room, as he lay in bed embracing Bibi, he sensed Anna's arrival and opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. She had indeed come. Gently releasing Bibi from his embrace, he quietly slipped out of the room. Tonight, he should have a heartfelt conversation with Anna, considering the future. He arrived at the main bedroom next door. The lighting was somewhat dim. Qin Yang casually settled onto the sofa, observing Anna as she entered, gesturing for her to take a seat. Anna glanced at the seemingly unbothered figure before her, her brow slightly furrowed. "Speak up, it's rather late for a meeting. What do you wish to discuss? Furthermore, you mentioned being aware of Qin Yang's situation. Shouldn't you clarify that with me?" Anna fixed her gaze upon the Pope before her. Although she harbored doubts concerning certain matters, she lacked the certainty to confront him directly, unwilling to risk revealing her hand. Qin Yang scrutinized Anna with intent, refraining from immediate dialogue. Instead, he approached her, circling around her with a thorough examination. "Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this?" Anna inquired, her displeasure evident as she regarded him with a frown. To summon her at such an hour merely to survey her felt rather crude, as if she were a mere spectacle. "Ah, you've become more beautiful. Compared to 5 years ago, your figure has improved remarkably. Your grace has grown ever more captivating," Qin Yang remarked earnestly while continuing to appraise Anna. "Your Holiness, what do you mean by that?" Anna narrowed her eyes, her voice as frigid as ice. His playful teasing irked her. Did he truly believe she would tolerate such frivolity? Seeing Anna's reaction, Qin Yang decided against further concealment. After all, he had summoned her under the guise of a late-night meeting to lay everything bare. After sensing their surroundings, he established a barrier of spiritual energy and said earnestly, "The reason for your visit tonight is to discuss something significant regarding Qin Yang, or rather, concerning me." "You and Qin Yang." Anna regarded the Pope thoughtfully upon hearing this. "Enough pretense. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am Qin Yang. Qin Yang is me." Upon uttering these words, he observed Anna closely, expecting a surge of excitement that failed to materialize. Instead, Anna remained composed, her expression tranquil. In the next moment, having resolved to reveal his true self, he dispelled the skill of his soul bone, presenting his true form before Anna. Yet still, the anticipated thrill did not unfold. Rather, a fist, resembling a large sandbag, loomed larger in his view. Bang! Instinctively, Qin Yang raised his hand to catch it. "Seeing my calmness is one thing, but to strike me directly, aiming for my face, no less. This temperament of yours needs reformation." "Humph, I should have anticipated this. How could that fellow Qian Xunji possess such audacity, speaking so thoughtlessly? Only you rascal, would dare to treat me this way." As Anna reflected upon the events of the day and Qin Yang's earlier statements, her prior suspicions solidified into certainty with his revelation before her. Before her stood the very scoundrel who had taken everything from her and left without a trace. The familiar visage, demeanor, and tone of voice were etched in her memory. Even if he were reduced to ashes, she would not forget him. Yet, what astonished her was that he had somehow transformed into Qian Xunji using the powers of his soul skill. What on earth was happening? Anna composed herself, suppressing the urge to deliver a thorough beating to this cad, and withdrew her fist from in front of Qin Yang. "This matter could be simple or complex. Let us sit down, and I shall explain it to you at length." Qin Yang felt a twinge of awkwardness. If he were to reveal to Anna that he had been backstabbed by Qian Xunji and imprisoned for 5 years, he knew she would undoubtedly mock him. However, there was no choice but to elaborate. In the past, Anna, being significantly older than Qin Yang and having certain unique circumstances, had always maintained an aloof, elegant demeanor in his presence. Yet upon confirming that the Pope before her was indeed Qin Yang, she felt no sense of unfamiliarity. Rather, she casually settled onto the sofa, crossing her long, graceful legs, and awaited Qin Yang to speak freely. Anna was a woman one could trust. Qin Yang withheld nothing as he recounted how he had been betrayed by Qian Xunji during his breakthrough to the title of Douluo, how his soul power had been sealed, and how he had been confined for 5 years, only to escape after killing Qian Xunji just the day before. So you killed Qian Xunji, assumed his appearance, and even bedded his woman? Anna looked at Qin Yang with a peculiar expression. Chapter 13. The Scoundrel's Unrepentant Confession. Do you not think your focus is misplaced? Qin Yang gazed at Anna, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had spoken of being ambushed by Qian Xunji 5 years prior, his soul power sealed, and his imprisonment in a hidden chamber for 5 years, but Anna had interpreted this as him transforming into Qian Xunji solely to seduce his woman. Fine, he admitted. He had indeed slept with her, and several times at that. But was that the crux of the matter? No. His transformation into Qian Xunji was merely a means to facilitate better operations, to exert control over the spirit hall, and to avoid immediate conflict with Qian Daoliu. As for his liaison with Bibi, that was merely incidental. Nevertheless, he had developed a genuine fondness for his sister-in-law, Bibi. Whether it was her exquisite form, the unique charm of a mature woman, or the elegance of a noble woman, he found himself thoroughly enamored. After all, he had always held a deep appreciation for beauty. Returning to the matter at hand, Qin Yang reclined on the sofa, reflecting on past events with Anna, and said, Anna, Qian Xunji has been slain by my hand, and my benevolent father, Qian Daoliu, remains unaware, continuing to believe I am his own son. However, when the day comes that he discovers I have slain his only son, usurping his identity and occupying his daughter-in-law's affections, I cannot ascertain whether his fury will be unleashed upon me. After all, I am no longer regarded as his adopted son. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter, for inevitably, there will come a day when I must confront him. Thus, Anna, I implore you, whether it pertains to the actions required following today's announcement regarding the selection of the 7 great sects or for the future, your assistance is paramount. I must seize complete control of the spirit hall, not under the guise of Qian Xunji, but as Qin Yang, asserting my dominion. Only then can I face my adoptive father without trepidation. So, Anna, are you willing to assist me? At this juncture, Qin Yang turned to Anna, eagerly anticipating her response. He had come to understand that in order to fulfill his ambitions, he would require the aid of others, and Anna possessed formidable capabilities that could facilitate his endeavors. Anna blinked, nonchalantly replying, 5 years ago, you deceived me and caused me great distress. Now you wish to command the spirit hall, to oppose the grand enshrined Qian Daoliu, and aspire to unify the continent with its might. Do you truly believe I should aid you? In response to Anna's retort, Qin Yang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. What? Are you still aggrieved by past events? Shouldn't I be upset? I regarded you as my one and only, yet you sought the company of countless women behind my back. Do you think I have no right to be angry? Anna shot him a disapproving glance. Her tone was calm, yet it was evident she still harbored resentment over bygone matters. Qin Yang shook his head. Anna, I have always told you, life is fraught with suffering, and indulging in pleasure is my greatest vice. I am a man who revels in enjoyment. You will not be my sole companion. Nevertheless, I do not deny that I still hold affection for you. If you so desire, I can regard you as my dearest. But I cannot be your only one. After 5 years of confinement, you remain unchanged. Yet, in contrast to those hypocritical charlatans, you are refreshingly candid. Unwilling even to disguise your nature, Anna retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. Despite her desire to confront Qin Yang regarding his shortcomings, she understood that such grievances were futile now. After all, it was her own folly that had led her to believe his empty promises, resulting in not only the loss of her innocence, but also her heart. Moreover, without Qin Yang's aid and the special herbs he provided, her martial soul would not have evolved, and she would not have attained her current status as the Juke Douluo. Ultimately, it is she who owes him a debt. Hearing Qin Yang profess his continued fondness for her ignited a flicker of joy in her heart, despite the anger etched on her face. Yet her aloof demeanor forbade her from revealing such sentiments. Qin Yang, however, remained largely unaffected by her words, as he had no desire to revisit the events of the past. The past is behind us. One must always look toward the future. Yet for Anna, he truly yearned to have her by his side. He naturally extended his hand to rest upon Anna's shoulder, locking eyes with her as he spoke. So, Anna, knowing full well my flawed character, are you still willing to remain and co-author a new chapter that belongs to us? In response, Anna shot Qin Yang a dismissive glance and replied nonchalantly, let us talk when you've grown strong enough to not fear the grand offering. For now, share your plans. As the newly transformed Qian Xunji, what do you intend to do? Reselecting the 7 major sects and inviting them to the Spirit Hall is no simple feat. If you lack a solid plan, it would be wise to focus on your cultivation and enhance your strength. Hearing Anna's words, Qin Yang smiled faintly. He understood her cool exterior hid a warm heart, and he recognized that she was on board. Rest assured, I do have a plan. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, at the right moment, I will announce the reselection of the 7 major sects, subsequently allowing the identity of Qin Yang to re-emerge on the continent. Are you relying on your aura of intimidation? Anna inquired, aware of how renowned Qin Yang, the continent's foremost prodigy, had been 5 years prior. Although he had vanished, his reappearance would undoubtedly create a considerable stir. Qin Yang nodded. Once the news of the reselection is released, the 7 major sects will not simply comply. Someone will need to invite them. And I am clearly the best fit for that role. 5 years ago, I was the unparalleled genius of Douluo Continent, unmatched by my peers. Though I have been absent, it remains uncertain whether I have grown stronger or weaker. The ambiguity surrounding my capabilities will serve as a powerful deterrent. As for the concern of Qian Daoliu discovering that I transformed into Qian Xunji through the use of a soul bone, I have my methods to address that. However, before that, Anna, I require your assistance with a crucial matter pertaining to my future plans. Qin Yang looked at Anna with utmost seriousness. What do you need? Anna nodded. Inquiring further, I need you to send someone into the Star Doe forest to locate a soul beast, one that must be over 100,000 years old, and it would be best to find it swiftly. This is of great importance. The person you send must be trustworthy, capable of maintaining absolute secrecy, and must not inform anyone from the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Anna pondered briefly and understood Qin Yang's concerns. 5 years ago, he was betrayed by Qian Xunji after his breakthrough was discovered, serving as the most significant example of his fears. This also illustrated the depth of trust he placed in her. Very well, Anna agreed. Perhaps it was due to her unwillingness to accept the truth. Or perhaps it was because Qin Yang always occupied her thoughts. She found herself unable to refuse. Subsequently, Qin Yang engaged Anna in a conversation filled with intricate details. These plans had long been devised by Qin Yang, merely awaiting a willing executor. The night was dark and the wind howled outside. Inside the room, unbeknownst to them, the two were drawing closer, their conversation growing ever more profound. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Bibi, who had been sound asleep, awoke without knowing how. She reached out beside her, realizing her husband was absent. Habitually, she sensed the surroundings, aware that Qin Yang had imposed a barrier of soul energy upon entering, rendering her unable to hear his exchange with Anna, though she could perceive the presence of soul energy next door. Why had he gone next door? Was he engaged in discussions with someone? A sense of confusion washed over Bibi. Could he be clandestinely meeting a lover? Anxiety gripped her, especially as she was now pregnant. A pregnant woman is undeniably alluring, yet she is also highly emotional, prone to overthinking. The thought of her husband sneaking off to the next room, leaving her alone in their bed, troubled her. Moreover, having witnessed some interactions between her husband and that beautiful maid earlier, her suspicions deepened. Quietly, she slipped out of bed. Time passed unheeded. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning. In the neighboring room, on the sofa, Qin Yang and Anna sat closely together. A large hand had unknowingly found its way to Anna's waist, the distance between them minimal, their bodies fitting together perfectly. Anna, this is the situation, Qin Yang said. It's quite late now. Perhaps you should stay tonight? Unintentionally, his hand slid from her waist to her fair thigh, a smile gracing his lips. Stay. Don't worry about your husband seeing us. Or do you wish for me to share her bed, granting you a chance for a warm embrace? His audacity was striking. In response, Anna swiftly swatted Qin Yang's hand away from her thigh, casting him an indignant glare. Knowing Qin Yang as she did, she understood that conceding to his advances would only lead to him pushing further, step by step. He would sweetly assure her, don't worry, I'm just being playful. I won tea over step, but she had once fallen for such deceit and would not be fooled again. Now, as she prepared to leave, Anna felt a wave of determination. She did not wish to witness the sight of Qin Yang sharing a bed with Bibi. Yet, in the next moment, a pair of strong hands suddenly grasped her own, pulling her forcefully. In the presence of Qin Yang, Anna was devoid of any defenses. As a result, she found herself falling backward, landing with a soft thud against a sturdy chest. Anna, will you truly not stay? The magnetic voice resonated as Qin Yang wrapped his arms around her waist, inhaling her unique feminine fragrance. Anna let out a playful hum, and in the blink of an eye, She sprang upwards, her cheeks slightly flushed, swiftly vanishing from the room. If she lingered any longer, she feared succumbing once more to the charm of Qin Yang, a man who made no effort to conceal his roguish nature. Chapter 14. The Commotion. How regrettable for my grand four-person bed. Qin Yang gazed at the wide-open window, savoring the lingering scent that clung to his hands. The fish that had been caught in his net had slipped away, leaving him with a sense of profound loss. Shaking his head with a sigh, he returned to his own chamber, casting a glance at his spacious and soft four-person bed, now occupied solely by his wife, Bai Ji, which made him feel a tinge of loneliness. He wondered when he would gather a table full of friends to play mahjong and engage in a game of do di zhu together. Afterward, Qin Yang shed his shoes and clothes, skillfully burrowing into the quilt, embracing the softness within. Unbeknownst to him, as Anna departed, Bai Ji caught sight of her fiery red figure through the window. A night of silence ensued. The following day, as the Pope, Qin Yang was attended to by his wife, Bai Ji, as he donned his attire and embarked on a new day of work. The re-election of the 7 major sects was no trivial matter. There was much to prepare, including mobilizing the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, selecting a venue for the event, and subsequently coordinating personnel to modify the election battleground. Additionally, there were invitations to send out, among other tasks. All of this required Qin Yang's direct involvement and careful orchestration of personnel. Of course, this was merely the preliminary preparation. In the days that followed, Qin Yang, as the Pope, found himself exceedingly busy. He was either engaged in cultivating his strength or managing the affairs of the Spirit Hall, all while preparing for the re-election of the 7 major sections. Meanwhile, Anna had departed the Spirit Hall the previous day with her personal guards, secretly venturing into the Star Do forest to seek out a 10,000-year soul beast for Qin Yang. Initially, Qin Yang had disapproved of Anna's personal involvement, but after some contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. As for Bibi Dong, ever since that night when he had persuaded her, she had rallied herself, embracing her role as the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. With extraordinary talent, she had embarked on a new phase of rigorous training to become even stronger. There was one aspect that took Qin Yang by surprise. Just yesterday, Bibi Dong unexpectedly sought him out to inquire about certain cultivation matters. She eloquently declared, "Now you are my teacher, and having done such things for me, you must assume the responsibility of guiding your disciple." To this, Qin Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the hall of the Pope, seated upon the throne, Qin Yang experienced a surge of soul power coursing through him, followed by a subtle sound emanating from within his body. A formidable wave of soul energy enveloped him. In the span of 7 days, his soul power had been restored to level 89. It would not take long before he reached level 90. After all, with the power of sunlight and continuous day and night cultivation, akin to healing injuries, he would soon reclaim level 90. Your Holiness, Your Holiness. Just as Qin Yang ceased his cultivation and restrained his aura, the elders, Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo, entered the hall. Qin Yang nodded and promptly stated, "It is time to announce the reselection of the 7 great sects." "Yes, Your Holiness." The 2 elders, having received their orders, swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, the news of the Spirit Hall's intention to reselect the 7 great sects spread like a stir in a lake, instantly creating tumultuous waves. The revelation sent shockwaves across the continent. Bang! Absurd. What qualifications does the Spirit Hall possess to reselect the 7 sects? Who does it think it is? In the hall of the Haotian sect, upon learning of the Spirit Hall's plans to convene a reselection of the 7 sects within Spirit City, the sect master of Haotian summoned the senior members for a discussion. An irascible elder, upon hearing the details, became so enraged that he shattered the armrest of his chair. Silence. The sect master, Tang Xiao, raised his hand to signal. Although the elders below were filled with righteous indignation, none dared to voice dissent in the presence of the sect master. After all, the current sect master had attained the rank of Sole Douluo, and in a few years, achieving the title of a Titled Douluo would be well within his grasp. As for those who might question why the current sect master of Haotian sect is not Tang Xiao, but Tang Hao, allow me to clarify. In the original narrative, Tang Xiao assumed the position of sect master at the age of 40, while Tang Hao attained the title of Titled Douluo at 44. Coinciding with the birth of Tang San, it is established that in the original work, Qian Xunji ascended to godhood at 36, and Tang San at 25. Presently, we find ourselves at the time when Qian Xunji has just conceived, with her age being 11 years greater than that of Tang San. This calculation places the current timeline approximately 11 years prior to Tang San's birth in the original narrative. At this moment, Tang Hao is 34 years old, possessing strength that lies between the pinnacle of Soul Sage and Soul Douluo. His elder brother, Tang Xiao, is 15 years his senior and is nearing 50. Several years ago, he ascended to the esteemed position of the leader of the Haotian clan. Furthermore, The encounter between Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, and A Yin occurred during Tang Hao's travels between the ages of 20 and 30. It is thus evident that at this time, Tang Hao is already well acquainted with A Yin, sharing a profound bond of love and understanding. As for their current whereabouts and relationship status, only Tang Xiao is privy to that information. Returning to the matter at hand, within the grand hall of the Haoyan clan, the elder looked towards the seated Tang Xiao and inquired, "Lord, what is your perspective on this situation?" After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xiao replied, "The spirit hall would not announce a re-evaluation of the 7 clans without a valid motive. If that is the case, they must have been preparing for this for some time. This matter requires careful deliberation. Lord, I believe we need not concern ourselves with the spirit hall. They are not in a position to dictate the re-evaluation of the 7 clans," interjected a hot-tempered elder disdainfully. "I concur with the second elder. The Haoyan clan is not to be trifled with. If the spirit hall believes they can simply decide on the re-evaluation of the 7 great clans, they underestimate our position. That brat Qian Xunji thinks highly of himself. If his father were to intervene, I would still hold little fear," bellowed an elder of high rank and considerable strength. Their words conveyed a clear disdain for the spirit hall's proposal regarding the re-evaluation of the 7 great clans. Although the other elders and senior officials remained silent, they nodded in agreement. Not only the Haoyan clan, but also the other clans would not heed the spirit hall's commands to converge upon Spirit City for such a re-evaluation. "Lord, I believe we need not take this matter too seriously, or perhaps we should observe the choices of the other clans before engaging in further discussion," suggested a slender-faced elder. Tang Xiao nodded in agreement with this elder's sentiment. While the Haoyan clan currently stands as the foremost clan on the continent, supporting the Star Luo Empire in mutual assistance, it is undeniable that their overall strength does not match that of the Spirit Hall. However, if the other clans were to unite, the situation would change dramatically. Seeing Tang Xiao's reaction, the slender-faced elder proposed, "Lord, now that the Spirit Hall has broached the subject of re-evaluating the 7 great clans, I believe it is time to summon Tang Hao back to the clan, as he has been away for quite some time." Indeed, another elder agreed. "If Tang Hao returns, our clan's strength will undoubtedly increase, enabling us to navigate any circumstances with ease." The other elders nodded in concurrence. This matter can be deliberated further at a later time. It is not that Tang Xiao does not wish to summon his younger brother, Tang Hao, back to the sect. Rather, he finds himself utterly powerless to intervene in Tang Hao's current circumstances. At this moment, Tang Hao is entrenched in the city of Carnage, a place to which Tang Xiao cannot gain access, making the notion of summoning him a futile endeavor. Initially, when Tang Hao contemplated entering the city of Carnage, Tang Xiao cautioned him against it, as the perils of that place are well known. Once one enters, escape is seldom guaranteed. However, driven by a desire to grow stronger, to vanquish a certain individual and redeem past grievances, and to acquire the strength necessary to better protect A Yin, Tang Hao disregarded his brother's advice and resolutely ventured into the city of Carnage. To this day, Tang Xiao remains in the dark regarding Tang Hao's condition. As for A Yin, she should currently be cultivating within the blue-silver forest, awaiting Tang Hao's return to escort her away. In the Tiando Empire, within the Hall of 7 Treasures, much like the Haoyan sect, the young leader Ning Fengji swiftly convened the upper echelons of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School upon receiving news of the Spirit Hall's intent to reselect the 7 great sects. Though Ning Fengji is still in the bloom of youth, his rise to the position of sect leader at such an early age is attributed to the unique circumstances surrounding the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Under his remarkable leadership, the sect has flourished, particularly with the support of 2 Titled Douluo, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo, who have propelled the sect towards the trajectory of becoming the richest on the continent. Within the hall, Sword Douluo turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji and inquired, "Fengji, what are your thoughts on the situation with the Spirit Hall?" Given his ability to elevate the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to such prominence at a young age, Ning Fengji possesses an intellect that far surpasses the ordinary. "Do you think that person has returned?" he alluded. The reference was not lost on Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, both astute individuals who quickly grasped whom Ning Fengji was speaking about. After 5 years of disappearance, rumors abound regarding his fate. Some speak of his demise, others of his undertaking a certain inheritance, and yet more whisper of his ascension to divinity. 5 years ago, he was the continent's foremost prodigy, a man who cast a shadow over an entire era. Qin Yang, a senior Soul Douluo, shook his head in disbelief, stating, "Sect Master, that seems implausible. He has been missing for 5 years. How could he simply reappear?" "Fengji, do you truly believe it?" Sword Douluo's expression grew slightly grave. Ning Fengji nodded, responding, 5 years ago, he had already reached level 90. Though he has been absent for 5 years, no one has confirmed his demise. Thus, should he return, it is not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, Given his innate talent, none can ascertain how much stronger he has become during these 5 years. If it truly is him, given his character and the formidable strength of the Spirit Hall, the possibility of reselecting the 7 great sects cannot be dismissed. As for the purpose behind this reselection, perhaps. Ning Fengji paused, his expression growing somewhat grave, although he did not articulate it. Both the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo had already begun to speculate. This continent is destined to become turbulent soon. Chapter 15. Ning Fengji's fiancé, Yi Fengji. What are your plans? After a brief silence in the hall, the Sword Douluo inquired. Observation. Based on my understanding of the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they will undoubtedly disregard the Spirit Hall's announcement regarding the reselection of the 7 great sects. For now, we need not take any action, as there are still 6 months left. The Spirit Hall has declared that the reselection will take place in half a year. During this period, I believe that the various sects, large and small, as well as the empires on the continent, will swiftly mobilize. The status and identity of the Spirit Hall hold significant weight in Douluo Continent, surpassing even the 7 great sects. After all, the phrase Holy Land for Soul Masters is not lightly spoken. Therefore, I surmise that aside from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the Haotian sect, and a few other powerful sects, most forces will heed the Spirit Hall's call. Moreover, they are likely to band together, striving for a position among the 7 great sects when the time comes. Regardless of the outcome, this continent is destined to be unsettled from this day forward. Fengji, you are the sect master. We shall follow your lead. The Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and the other high-ranking members all placed their trust in Ning Fengji, naturally refraining from contradicting his decisions. By the way, Ning, how are things with Shuirong? When do you plan to marry? After discussing the response to the Spirit Hall's reselection of the 7 great sects, the Sword Douluo turned his attention to Ning Fengji's lifelong matters. Quite well. Shuirong should be in the back mountain right now. A gentle smile, imbued with happiness, graced Ning Fengji's features as he spoke of Shuirong. You both are not young anymore, and Shuirong is your fiancée. I believe for the sake of the sect's legacy, you should hasten to wed, thus ensuring the continuation of your lineage. Indeed, Fengji, we have watched you grow up. Shuirong may very well be waiting for your proposal. Such was the consensus among the elder members present in the hall. Ning Fengji's fiancée, Shuirong, whose full name is Ning Shuirong, is also a member of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Within large families, intermarriage is a common practice to better preserve the inheritance of martial souls, with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan being the most prominent example. However, although Ning Shuirong and Ning Fengji are both members of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, their blood relationship has transcended 3 generations. Thus, it cannot be considered significant in that regard. As for the requirement that one must be a battle soul master to join the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, I beg to differ. Ning Shuirong is indeed exceptional. Despite being a support-type soul master, she possesses formidable combat prowess. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu, and esteemed elders, you are well aware of the current circumstances within our sect, especially given the turmoil surrounding the Spirit Hall. The continent is undoubtedly on the brink of unrest, and this is not the time for matters of romance. Rest assured, once the sect stabilizes, Shuirong and I shall wed without delay, Ning Fengji assured. Very well, but Fengji, you must act swiftly, the Sword Douluo advised earnestly. Have no worries, Uncle Jian, Ning Fengji replied with a light chuckle. After discussing various matters, he departed and made his way toward the back mountain of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school. Meanwhile, on the other side, within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's hall, several elders were engaged in discussions regarding the Spirit Hall's intention to focus on selecting the 7 sections. As Ning Fengji had anticipated, the proud Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan dismissed the Spirit Hall selections with scorn, considering themselves above such trivialities. The attitudes among the top 3 sects varied greatly, while the 4 lower sects exhibited equally diverse responses. The Elephant Armor sect, located within the Heaven Do Empire, maintained a close relationship with the Spirit Hall. Though they had not yet pledged allegiance, there were subtle indications of such a possibility. Far away in the Star Luo Empire, the White Tiger sect, the Wind Sword sect, and the Fire Leopard sect displayed ambiguous stances, yet they too were embroiled in various schemes. Beyond the 7 major sects, several other formidable sects were also plotting in the shadows, such as the Holy Dragon sect, the Black Tiger sect, the Rock Antelope sect, and the Sparrow Bee sect, all of which boasted powerful soul masters. In addition to the soul master sects, the 2 dominant nations, the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, which govern vast territories of the Douluo Continent, were also dispatching envoys to investigate the situation. On the back mountain of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile school, a strikingly beautiful woman stood amidst a field adorned with white flowers, seemingly lost in thought. She was resplendent in a turquoise gown, exuding an air of purity. With a chic bob haircut, skin as supple as lychee, and an exquisite visage, she stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, her figure both tall and voluptuous, radiating an ethereal grace. From afar, her beauty was a harmonious blend of softness, with an aura of unique nobility that mirrored her martial soul. The nine-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Upon closer inspection, one might notice that her appearance bore a remarkable resemblance to Ning Rongrong from the original narrative, as if she were sculpted from the same mold. The figure before her was indeed more voluptuous and statuesque than the original portrayal of Ning Rongrong, exuding an air of nobility. This woman was none other than Ning Xuerong, the fiancée of Ning Fengji, who had once engaged in a fierce confrontation with Qin Yang. The spirit hall intended to re-evaluate the seven great sects. What could their motives be? And him? Had he truly vanished without a trace? Ning Xuerong's lips moved slightly as she pondered the underlying purpose behind the spirit hall's recent actions. As a prominent member of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, she had received news of their announcement almost immediately. However, the mention of the spirit hall brought to mind a man she had encountered 5 years prior in the city of Tiando, Qin Yang. He was the one who had gifted her a flower, leaving an indelible mark upon her heart. Numerous events had transpired between them, memories that lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Yet, having been raised within the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, and as a member of its esteemed lineage, her upbringing paralleled that of the aristocracy. Despite the vestiges of Qin Yang's image lingering in her heart, she had become remarkably pragmatic in certain matters. After all, she held the title of Ning Fengji's fiancée. In contrast, Qin Yang was the adopted son of Qian Daoliu, a high-ranking official within the spirit hall. Their worlds were inherently different, and any relationship between them was destined to yield no fruitful outcome. She had come to a clear understanding. Her future endeavors would prioritize the interests of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Letting go of the past was essential. Her gaze must be set upon the future. Ning Xuerong exhaled softly, redirecting her thoughts towards the betterment of the sect. Just then, Ning Fengji's figure appeared in the distance. Xuerong. Upon seeing his fiancée, the imposing demeanor he exhibited in the sect dissipated, replaced by a relaxed smile as he approached her. Fengji, you've arrived. Have you concluded your affairs within the sect? Ning Xuerong responded with a warm smile. She knew him well, having grown up alongside him, and understood the sacrifices he made for the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. However, burdened by her past relationship with another man, she often felt unworthy of his affection, questioning her right to be his fiancée. Had it not been for his heartfelt words of entreaty, she might have departed long ago. Thus, having gained clarity, she now genuinely cared for Ning Fengji and was determined to assist in the advancement of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. After all, this was her home, filled with family and everything she cherished. The matter has been resolved. What about you? Are you contemplating the purpose behind the Soul Temple's reselection of the seven great sects? Just as Ning Xuerong seeks to understand Ning Fengji too possesses insight into his fiancée. Every time he arrives at the back mountain of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, he is either engaged in cultivation or deep in thought. Ning Xuerong nodded and said, Indeed, the actions of the Soul Temple are rather peculiar. It is essential to comprehend their intentions, whether for the benefit of the Seven Treasures glazed sect or for our future. It is indeed strange, yet there are still 6 months remaining. If the Soul Temple intends to act, they would not do so at this moment. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. Besides, I am here as well. Ning Fengji consoled her. Perhaps, yet I cannot shake off my concerns. Should turmoil sweep across the continent, it would inevitably result in irreparable losses. For the sake of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, we must prepare thoroughly. Fear not, as long as we, as husband and wife, are united in purpose, we shall undoubtedly elevate the Seven Treasures glazed sect to greatness. Becoming the strongest sect on the continent is not beyond our reach. A glimmer of light flickered in Ning Fengji's eyes. In the prime of his youth, brimming with ambition, he naturally aspired to elevate the Seven Treasures glazed sect beyond mere prominence. Being the foremost on the continent was his true aspiration. With the assistance of his fiancée, Ning Xuerong, and fully aware of her exceptional aptitude, he was exceedingly confident that the future of the Seven Treasures glazed sect would be remarkably formidable. Unconsciously, Ning Fengji took Ning Xuerong's delicate hand. Gazing upon her enchanting visage, he recalled the recent proposal made by Sword Uncle and the others in the hall. Xuerong is so beautiful. Perhaps I should contemplate marriage with her. What is it? Is there something on my face? Ning Xuerong teased upon noticing his entranced gaze. No, I merely realized that Xuerong, you are truly exquisite. To have you in my life is my greatest fortune. It is a blessing to have you, Rong. Ning Fengji expressed with heartfelt sincerity, his eyes lingering on her elegantly refined features, gripping her hand tightly. reluctant to release it even for a moment. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's heartfelt declaration, Ning Shuirong felt a subtle tremor within her heart. For deep down, there resided another individual who occupied her thoughts. She had given her first to him as well. The circumstances surrounding her relationship with Qin Yang were complex. At that time, both were bound by circumstances beyond their control. Now, faced with the earnest affections of her fiancé, she felt an undeniable sense of indebtedness. No, for the sake of the Seven Treasures glazed sect, and for Fengji, I must forget him. Our connection was destined to be a mistake. Moreover, when I left initially, he was unequivocal. He had other women. I was foolish. I should not linger on those memories. Ning Shuirong silently vowed. From this day forth, she must resolutely forget Qin Yang and wholeheartedly embrace her role as Ning Fengji's fiancé. Together, they shall unite their efforts to develop and strengthen the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, Ning Shuirong remains unaware that, in the near future, she will find herself ensnared in a quagmire from which escape will prove elusive. Chapter 16. The Battle with Bibi Dong. What is the current state of affairs? Within the Pope's chamber, Qin Yang, seated upon the papal throne, rested his chin on his hand, gazing down at the assembly before him, inquiring about the reactions of various sects and the two great empires across the continent. In response, one of the Pope's aides, the spirited Douluo, stepped forward eagerly to report, "Your Holiness, the situation aligns precisely with your previous conjectures. As the 7 days have elapsed, the two major sects, Qian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, have disregarded the edicts of the Spirit Hall, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has merely provided a perfunctory response. Among the lower four sects, the Elephant Armor sect seeks to draw closer to the Spirit Hall and is fervently supportive of the reselection of the 7 major sects. They have already dispatched envoys from the Heaven Do Empire to the Spirit City for further insights. Meanwhile, the White Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, and Fire Leopard sect, situated in the Star Luo Empire, have taken a similarly indifferent stance. However, several sects of comparable strength to the lower four have enthusiastically sent invitations to express their support for the Spirit Hall's reselection of the 7 major sections. Upon concluding his report, Douluo presented a collection of documents to Qin Yang. Qin Yang perused the files with casual interest, nodding slightly. The documents detailed various factions advocating for the Spirit Hall's reselection of the 7 major sects, including those like the Sacred Dragon sect, Black Tiger sect, Rock Antelope sect, and the Hornet sect, which were chosen by Bibi Dong in the original narrative. Notably, the Elephant Armor sect was also mentioned. Qin Yang had previously encountered members of the Elephant Armor sect during his travels across the continent, specifically in the Setting Sun Forest of the Heaven Do Empire, where he had rescued them during a soul beast attack. It was later revealed that one of them was the son of the current sect master, thus forging a bond of friendship. In retrospect, the Elephant Armor sect has made a prudent choice. He commanded that preparations for the reselection of the 7 major sects proceed as planned, while he would ensure that the obstinate factions, namely the Qian sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, would ultimately comply with the Spirit Hall's directives. "Yes, Your Holiness," the assembly responded in unison. At that moment, a figure clad in a pink dress gracefully entered the Pope's chamber. The first sight to capture Qin Yang's attention was the long legs adorned in delicate pink stockings, followed by her exquisite silhouette, and finally, the familiar visage that completed the scene. Only the esteemed High Priest Qian Daoliu of the Spirit Hall and his disciple Bibi Dong would dare to enter the papal chamber with such composure while the Pope was convening. "Master." Bibi Dong entered and respectfully saluted Qin Yang, her eyes ablaze with fervor as she gazed upon him. Within the papal chamber, the high-ranking members, including the Duke of Chrysanthemum and the Duke of Ghosts, turned their attention to Bibi Dong upon her arrival. Sensing the formidable aura she exuded, they nodded in appreciation, their eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Yang appraised Bibi Dong and inquired, "Donger, what brings you here?" Since the incident in the secret chamber, Bibi Dong had been diligently striving for improvement, training tirelessly under her master's guidance. Though merely 7 days had passed, her progress had been remarkable. Now, another week had elapsed, and at the tender age of 21, Bibi Dong had already attained the rank of a 58th level Soul King. Such prodigious talent and strength, coupled with her status as the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and future Pope, warranted the admiration of Duke Chrysanthemum and the others. Bibi Dong, undeterred by the presence of others, fixed her ardent gaze upon Qin Yang on the papal throne and declared, "Master, I have come to seek your training. I wish to become stronger, even surpassing you." Her words momentarily stunned everyone in the chamber. "The Holy Maiden has indeed changed," one remarked. "Donger, it seems your timing is rather poor. Your master is in the midst of a meeting." Qin Yang subtly gestured to indicate the ongoing discussion. Despite Qin Yang's unspoken concerns, Bibi Dong persisted. You promised me, Master, that whenever I sought you, you would not refuse. Are you now going to go back on your word? Perhaps it was due to Qin Yang's consistent role as her mentor in front of others. But Bibi Dong seemed to genuinely regard him as her teacher. Each time she spoke, she addressed him with reverence, and now, before the assembly, she insisted on his guidance in her training, leaving him with little choice. Your Holiness, since Her Highness the Holy Maiden requires your instruction, we shall take our leave. An astute elder interjected, recognizing the intensity of Bibi Dong's gaze fixed on Qin Yang. The others, equally perceptive, followed suit and excused themselves, departing one by one. Soon, only Qin Yang and Bibi Dong remained in the papal chamber. Donger, look what you have wrought, Qin Yang reproached, casting a disapproving glance at her as the assembly dispersed. Humph, this was your promise. I am merely acting on your words. Are you reconsidering your commitment? Bibi Dong haughtily retorted, her captivating eyes firmly locked onto Qin Yang. I have no regrets. I am merely occupied with numerous tasks, Qin Yang remarked, gently shaking the documents in his hand. Bibi Dong glanced over, then disregarding all else, approached him directly to inspect the files he held. These matters are trivial. I shall complete them in no time. Very well, I shall grant you an hour. Should you finish, I will present you with a surprise today, one that can significantly enhance your abilities. Do you desire this? Qin Yang prompted. Do not backtrack. Bibi Dong retorted with a huff. Without further ado, she took a seat, unperturbed by Qin Yang's presence below, and swiftly began to review the documents before her, making edits and affixing her seal with remarkable speed. At that moment, despite her youth, Bibi Dong exhibited formidable competence. Qin Yang observed her with a sense of satisfaction. As time slipped away, her unique regal aura gradually emerged while seated upon the papal throne, diligently revising the documents. The future Pope Bibi Dong was indeed taking shape. Before long, Bibi Dong completed her work in under an hour. Qin Yang assessed the results with approval. Indeed, she was impressive. No wonder she was destined to be the future Pope. Let us proceed, he declared, stepping out of the papal chamber, with Bibi Dong closely following. In a short while, they arrived at an expansive plaza, where a massive battle platform, measuring 50 meters by 50 meters, stood at its center. This arena served as a training ground for the Pope to instruct disciples, and it was currently deserted. Soon, Bibi Dong appeared restless, leaping onto the platform with agility. Qin Yang wasted no time. Upon ascending the stage, he faced Bibi Dong, stating, Unleash your full power against me. Hold nothing back, for if you do, you will not endure even a single strike from me. This was no jest, but a stark reality. Presently, Bibi Dong possessed a soul power level of 58. Although endowed with twin martial souls and considerable strength, her rapid ascent had left her physique lacking. In contrast, Qin Yang's body had been tempered daily by the sun's energy, rendering it robust and resilient. Indeed, he could confidently assert that he could easily subdue Bibi Dong using sheer physical strength alone, without relying on soul power. Death Spider Monarch. Aware of Qin Yang's formidable prowess, Bibi Dong wasted no time in summoning her martial soul and soul rings. As 5 rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, shimmered around her, the third ring gleamed the brightest. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. She declared with a fierce cry. A deep purple spider's web erupted forth, enveloping Qin Yang in a haze of violet poison. As the web soared towards him, it expanded instantaneously, aiming to ensnare him. However, upon witnessing this, Qin Yang merely shook his head. Too feeble, too sluggish. Such a soul technique cannot even bind me, let alone touch me. The moment his voice resonated, accompanied by a sound of slicing air, Qin Yang effortlessly evaded Bibi Dong's third soul technique, appearing right before her with astonishing speed. Use all your strength to strike me. Today, I shall leave you so exhausted that you can scarcely rise from your bed. The audacity of his words left Bibi Dong in a state of indignation and embarrassment. Why must he say bed when it's clear I am at a disadvantage? With that, she unleashed her full power, condensing her soul energy as she darted forward, delivering a swift kick aimed at Qin Yang. Following this, her 5th soul ring illuminated, unleashing a jet black, liquid-like beam of deadly light toward his face. This was none other than Bibi Dong's 5th soul technique, Deathlight. In close proximity, she held no belief that Qin Yang could evade it effortlessly. Yet, to her utter astonishment, a sharp crack echoed as Qin Yang merely waved his hand, dispersing her most formidable 5th soul technique with ease. Bibi Dong was left dumbfounded. She understood Qin Yang's strength. Over the past fortnight, she had often sought him out for what she deemed training. Yet, she could never have anticipated that her most powerful technique would be so easily extinguished at his fingertips. Do you know why I am so formidable? Do you understand why I can effortlessly dismantle your 5th soul technique without even utilizing my soul power? If you wish to know, Then unleash your full might upon me, and entertain me. Perhaps when you are gasping for breath, utterly drained, and collapsed upon the ground, I may share the answer with you. Qin Yang extended his arms, smiling at Bibi Dong, encouraging her to continue her assault. Humph, do not underestimate me. Bibi Dong could scarcely tolerate Qin Yang's dismissal, especially with her fervent desire to grow stronger, to surpass him, and to make him aware of her prowess. In the next instant, she clenched her teeth, summoning every ounce of her strength, her soul power coalescing as she attacked with relentless fury, her strikes raining down upon Qin Yang. Yet, he continued to evade with effortless grace, prompting her to exert even more effort. Bang! Time slipped away, and soon Bibi Dong found her soul power depleted. The fierce chase had left her utterly exhausted, collapsing upon the arena floor. Chapter 17, The Wailing Bibi Dong. Huff, huff. At this moment, Bibi Dong bore no semblance of her former composure. Her hair cascaded down, her clothes tattered, and drenched in sweat, she lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Yang was truly formidable. She had exhausted every ounce of her strength, her limbs nearly cramping as she attacked him from every conceivable angle. Yet she couldn't even graze him. This once again highlighted Qin Yang's immense power in Bibi Dong's eyes, filling her with a sense of frustration. Out of energy. Are we? Excellent. Qin Yang approached Bibi Dong, a smile gracing his lips as he observed her panting heavily. With a swift motion, he swept her up into his arms. What are you doing? Bibi Dong, utterly fatigued and unwilling to move, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck as she was lifted, her entire body hanging onto him for support. Of course, I'm here to provide you with a delightful surprise. What? Do you wish for something more, my dear disciple? His smile carried a depth of meaning as he gazed at Bibi Dong, who, in her exhausted state, possessed no power to resist. At any moment, he could act upon any nefarious thought he might entertain. However, Qin Yang was not that kind of man. As a gentleman, he found it utterly uninteresting to take advantage of a woman who was defenseless. He preferred the tantalizing dance of seduction, akin to their previous encounter, whereby Bibi Dong was both inviting and hesitant, allowing him to savor her gradually. Such a process was the most exquisite of experiences. Suddenly, a realization struck Bibi Dong. Qin Yang had promised her a surprise today that would significantly enhance her strength. Indeed, do you not wish to know why I am so powerful? And do you recall how effortlessly I dispatched Qian Xunji in the secret chamber? You will soon experience it for yourself. With that, while Bibi Dong was momentarily lost in thought, Qin Yang carried her back to his private quarters. Meanwhile, her mind echoed with his words. Qin Yang had easily slain Qian Xunji, a level 94 Titled Douluo, in the secret chamber, which had left her in disbelief. After all, Qin Yang had been imprisoned for 5 years. How could he possess such extraordinary power upon his return? Was he intending to reveal this ability to her? Or perhaps, he wished to teach her? Amid her swirling thoughts, Qin Yang had already brought Bibi Dong to his chamber. Indeed, it was the room adjacent to the master bedroom. Upon entering, Qin Yang looked at the tightly clinging Bibi Dong and remarked, holding on so tightly. Am I providing you with such comfort that you are reluctant to let go? Who feels comfortable in your arms, you scoundrel? You rogue. Bibi Dong snapped back, regaining her composure, before finally loosening her grip. The exertion she experienced just moments ago was utterly overwhelming, leaving her devoid of strength. As soon as she released her grip on Qin Yang's neck and departed from her support, she collapsed onto the bed. Fortunately, the bed in Qin Yang's chamber was sufficiently spacious and soft. Otherwise, she would have endured considerable discomfort. Bringing me here like this, what will happen when the master returns? Bibi Dong discerned that this was Qin Yang's private quarters. Although she harbored disdain for the disgraceful Qian Xunji, believing that he deserved his fate, she held a deep admiration and fondness for her master, Bai Ji. She certainly did not wish to be discovered in such a compromising position, being carried by her teacher upon her return. Your master is currently pregnant. She informed her family this morning, so today it is just you and me here. If you wish to engage in any activities, you need not worry about being seen by your master. Could it be that the child is Qin Yang's? Upon hearing this news, Bibi Dong cast a skeptical glance at Qin Yang, but quickly regained her composure and retorted, Bah, who would want to be involved with a scoundrel like you? Qin Yang chose not to dispute Bibi Dong's comments, as he was well aware of his own character. Now, sit cross-legged properly. His expression grew serious. He had not brought Bibi Dong back to his quarters to jest. What do you intend to do? She inquired. And upon seeing the authoritative expression on Qin Yang's face, she obediently sat cross-legged. Donger, what do you believe is the most formidable aspect of a soul master? Qin Yang assumed a teacher's demeanor as he posed the question. Naturally, it is the soul skills. Bibi Dong replied without hesitation. Indeed, you are correct in that assertion. A soul master's strength does stem from their soul skills. However, there are also incorrect notions. A truly powerful soul master is not solely defined by formidable soul skills, but also by the strength of their soul power, physical prowess, and mental fortitude, among other factors. It is this comprehensive strength that constitutes true power, and I, indeed, embody such a soul master. As for you, despite your exceptional talent, having reached the level of a 58th rank soul king at a tender age, your physical constitution is woefully inadequate, without the support of a robust physique. No matter how high your soul power or how potent your soul skills, you would not last 3 moves against me if I were to unleash my full strength. I could defeat you without even using a single move. What is the matter? Your expression suggests disbelief in my words. Noticing Bibi Dong's nonchalant demeanor, Qin Yang felt compelled to rectify her understanding. No, Bibi Dong pouted, refusing to concede. Qin Yang shook his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. The prevailing misconceptions regarding soul masters on the Douluo Continent left him at a loss for words. 99% of soul masters dedicate their lives solely to cultivating their soul power, subsequently absorbing soul rings to break through, with the exception of certain special groups. Most soul masters do not prioritize the cultivation of their physical form. It can be said that even the mighty Douluo, without the protection of soul skills and soul power, possesses a physical strength that is only marginally superior to that of an ordinary soul master. The situation with Bibi Dong is a clear illustration of this. Despite her exceptional talent, profound soul power, and commendable mental fortitude, her physical constitution is woefully inadequate. Take, for instance, the last time. After merely 1 or 2 hours of combat, Bibi Dong was unable to endure and ultimately succumbed. Dear Donger, if you aspire to grow stronger and surpass me, it is imperative that you cultivate in all aspects. Soul power, soul skills, mental prowess, and physical strength must all be fortified. Should you fail to do so, the prospect of ever surpassing me will dwindle as the chasm between us widens. Surely, you do not wish to live your life in my shadow, nor do you desire to be vanquished within an hour of our encounters, or to find yourself unable to hold your head high in my presence. The thought of cowering beneath the covers, stifled and voiceless, must be unbearable. Each of Qin Yang's pointed remarks pierced through Bibi Dong's mind, igniting feelings of shame, rage, and an indomitable spirit within her. She was resolute. She must transcend Qin Yang and reclaim her dignity. At that moment, her gaze hardened with an unprecedented determination. To become stronger, she set aside her pride, fully aware that today's humility would pave the way for future triumph. In Qin Yang's presence, she willingly relinquished her self-esteem, knowing that one day she would reclaim it, with him beneath her. Master, please train me rigorously and push me to my limits, Bibi Dong declared with unwavering resolve. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction and replied, Very well, I shall train you intensively. However, before we commence, I need to refine your physicality, which may entail some discomfort. Are you prepared to endure? Bring it on. I can withstand any pain, Bibi Dong replied, closing her eyes as if granting him permission to proceed with whatever he had in mind. Although she harbored resentment towards Qin Yang's harshness, she could not help but admire his strength. Without further delay, Qin Yang ascended the bed and lifted Bibi Dong into his arms. Did this mean he intended to engage in those activities? Should she resist? A slight tremor coursed through her body, as if anticipating what was to come. Memories of their encounters in the secret chamber and the subsequent night lingered in her mind, leaving her body quivering with a mix of excitement, fear, and ambivalence. Yet, to her dismay, Qin Yang merely sat beside her on the bed, refraining from taking further action. Donger, now I shall reveal to you the essence of my strength. Hearing this, Bibi Dong looked at him with curious anticipation. Regarding the formidable prowess of Qin Yang, she must have already witnessed it. Could there possibly be an even greater strength within him? Curiosity and confusion compelled Bibi Dong to gaze intently at Qin Yang before her. In the next moment, a resplendent light erupted from Qin Yang's hand, gradually coalescing into a blazing golden orb that hovered above his palm. This sight reminded Bibi Dong of the scene in the secret chamber, where Qian Xunji appeared to have been obliterated by a similar golden sphere. Qin Yang observed Bibi Dong's fixation on the golden orb and remarked, The world recognizes my exceptional talent and rapid advancement, surpassing numerous prodigies. Yet they remain oblivious to the reasons behind my strength. Soon, I shall grant you the experience of this formidable power, enabling you to become even more powerful. With that, he pressed the golden orb against Bibi Dong, who anticipated an explosion that never materialized. Instead, the orb seamlessly entered her body. In the following instant, a piercing scream erupted from Bibi Dong. The excruciating pain drove her into a frenzy. It felt as though a fire was incessantly consuming her veins and flesh, akin to countless ants gnawing at her insides, rendering her nearly unable to endure. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed, To grow stronger, one must endure. If you cannot withstand this pain, then perhaps surpassing me is a pursuit for another lifetime. Qin Yang's voice reverberated in her mind as Bibi Dong, on the brink of losing consciousness, gritted her teeth and persevered. She longed to inquire about the nature of this torment and its purpose, yet she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. In the next moment, overwhelmed by the unbearable agony, Bibi Dong clutched Qin Yang tightly and bit down fiercely on his shoulder. Despite his formidable physique, Qin Yang winced in pain at her fierce grip. This girl truly regards me as less than human, he thought, as she bit without hesitation. Within the room, Bibi Dong's anguished cries were accompanied by Qin Yang's pained exclamations. Outside, an exquisite young woman stood at the doorway, momentarily entranced. The sounds emanating from within bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a couple. Had she arrived at an inopportune moment? Chapter 18, The Wife and the Disciple. Baiji had returned not long ago. Upon her arrival, she had intended to rest briefly before preparing dinner for her husband, eagerly anticipating his return. However, as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with the piercing cries of a woman emanating from the adjacent room. The anguish echoed in a way that resonated with her own experiences over the past month, deeply familiar to her from her husband's embrace. Thus, she hurried to the door, eager to discern the truth within. To her astonishment, she heard her husband's voice. It soon dawned on her that the woman inside was, in fact, Bibi Dong. Someone she considered a half-disciple. What could they possibly be doing together? Why was Bibi Dong in such agony? Baiji felt an overwhelming urge to push open the door and investigate, yet she feared it might lead to misunderstandings and disrupt whatever matters they were attending to. Perhaps it was best to wait until they emerged. Trusting her husband, Baiji settled onto the sofa in the living room, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the interaction within. Inside the room, on the bed, Bibi Dong lay drenched in sweat, her body marred by dark impurities. Exhaustion enveloped her. She had never experienced such fatigue before. In a daze, her mind drifted aimlessly. Unbeknownst to her, she was expelling a significant amount of black impurities from her body. Can you feel it? The cells within you are becoming increasingly revitalized, and upon recovery, you shall discover your strength has amplified considerably. This is the refinement of sunlight's power, one of my most formidable abilities. Donger, thus far, you are the second woman to benefit from the refining power of my sunlight. Indeed, Qin Yang had just utilized his own sunlight power to refine Bibi Dong's body. The sunlight energy he absorbed not only strengthened him, but could also be employed to enhance others. Enduring the refinement of sunlight day and night would render one's physique extraordinarily robust. Bibi Dong was the second woman, while the first was naturally Anna. It was precisely due to her formidable constitution that, although Anna was merely a rank 93 Titled Douluo, her strength surpassed that of her rank. Now, rest well for a while, and afterward cleanse yourself of the impurities, Qin Yang instructed before exiting the room, leaving Bibi Dong behind. Upon hearing his words, a fatigued Bibi Dong suddenly realized that Qin Yang had not been tormenting her. She had mistakenly believed he possessed some peculiar fetish, treating her in such a manner. Little did she know that he had refined her body with his sunlight power. Once clarity washed over her, and after regaining a modicum of strength, Bibi Dong glanced at her own body. A piercing scream echoed throughout the villa. The once feeble Bibi Dong, as if ignited by a surge of energy, dashed into the bathroom to cleanse her body of the dark substances. As a woman, and a strikingly beautiful one at that, it was unbearable for anyone to endure the transformation of their once fair and supple skin into something so grimy. Indeed, the plight of a woman is quite profound. As Qin Yang stepped out of the door, he was greeted by the piercing scream of Bibi Dong, which prompted a wry smile to cross his lips. He then made his way to the living room, where he found Baiji seated on the sofa, displaying no signs of alarm. With a calm demeanor, he approached her and inquired, "Zhe, you have returned? Is Donger inside?" Baiji, having heard Bibi Dong's earlier scream, gazed at Qin Yang with curiosity. A fleeting thought crossed her mind that her husband appeared slightly off, as if his expression could shift in an instant. However, she dismissed the notion, for after all, he was her husband. Indeed, hadn't she expressed a desire to grow stronger? Just the other day, before the assembly of elders in the hall of the Pope, she had declared her intention to surpass him, and he had subsequently taken her for training. Yet, her physique was too frail, she could barely endure the session before succumbing. Thus, he had brought her back. After some contemplation, he realized that as the saintess of the spirit hall and his disciple, her weak constitution was unacceptable. Consequently, he had employed a secret method to refine her body, and now, she must have been startled by the expulsion of impurities. With a gentle chuckle, Qin Yang elucidated the circumstances surrounding Bibi Dong's presence. Over the past fortnight, he had grown quite fond of Baiji's gentle and virtuous nature, and he certainly did not wish for her to harbor any doubts or concerns. "Ah, so that is the case," Baiji remarked, her suspicions allayed. Since Donger is here, I shall prepare a meal. Let us invite her to dine together tonight. Bai Ji held a particular affection for Bibi Dong, the saintess of the spirit hall and her husband's disciple, and it seemed only fitting to share a meal now that she had arrived. Are you certain you want her to stay for dinner? Are you not worried about disturbing her? Qin Yang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling at his wife with a knowing glance. How improper, Bai Ji retorted lightly, feeling a blush rise at her husband's playful demeanor. Yet she turned and headed into the kitchen. Though her pregnancy was still in its early stages, she was still able to engage in some physical activity and prepare simple home-cooked meals. After all, she did not want those two lovely maids to attend to Qin Yang, who could say what might transpire at the dinner table if they were present. Thus, she preferred to take a hands-on approach with many matters, which was one of the reasons Qin Yang cherished her so deeply. Seeing his wife bustling about in the kitchen, Qin Yang, as a devoted husband, decided to lend her a hand, taking on some of the workload. Meanwhile, in the room's bathroom, Bibi Dong, after rushing in for a quick wash, suddenly realized a significant dilemma. She had no clean clothes. The garments she had discarded were so grimy that she had no desire to wear them again. Now, this is the residence of Qin Yang. Is she truly expected to be unclothed? If her teacher's wife were to discover this, it would lead to a significant misunderstanding. What should she do? Should she allow Qin Yang to enter? The mere thought of Qin Yang made Bibi Dong's cheeks flush inexplicably. Although they had shared intimate moments, not just once, she still felt too bashful to voice her thoughts. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed from the bathroom door. It's me, teacher's wife. Upon hearing the voice from outside, Bibi Dong was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Bai Ji, her teacher's wife, would enter. Did Qin Yang mention her? Soon, Bibi Dong realized that Bai Ji had come to deliver clothes. Yet, after donning the garments, Bibi Dong felt entirely rejuvenated. She could not discern whether Qin Yang had intentionally instructed Bai Ji to bring these clothes, or if they were simply a random selection from Bai Ji. The attire was exceedingly comfortable, albeit it accentuated her figure remarkably. It fit perfectly, showcasing her alluring curves flawlessly. Donger, you are becoming increasingly beautiful. Even I, your teacher's wife, feel a twinge of envy, Bai Ji remarked, admiring Bibi Dong after she had changed. Not at all. You are even more radiant, teacher's wife, Bibi Dong replied shyly, glancing at her exposed areas. Let us go out for dinner. Your teacher is likely growing impatient, Bai Ji said with a smile, taking Bibi Dong's hand as they exited. In the dining hall, after a brief wait, Qin Yang's appetite unexpectedly surged upon seeing Bai Ji and Bibi Dong emerge. Tonight promised to be a feast. Come, Donger, eat heartily. This papaya milk and blackbone chicken soup were specially prepared by your teacher's wife for you. You expended considerable energy earlier, so it is the perfect opportunity to replenish your vitality. At the dining table, Qin Yang, embodying the role of a devoted teacher, eagerly served Bibi Dong dishes and poured soup, radiating care and concern for his student. Observing this scene, Bai Ji, as his wife, felt a hint of jealousy. Thank you, teacher, Bibi Dong said, her expression somewhat peculiar. Unable to refuse her teacher's enthusiasm, she could only sip the papaya milk gradually. You should also indulge a bit. As the teacher's wife, Bai Ji naturally attended to Bibi Dong while also caring for her husband. Meanwhile, witnessing the affectionate dynamic between Qin Yang and Bai Ji, Bibi Dong pondered her own experiences with Qin Yang, as well as his distinguished status, and silently lowered her head, consuming her meal, lost in thought. As the night deepened like ink within the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong felt a sense of helplessness in the face of the fervent affection emanating from her teacher's wife, Bai Ji. Indeed, it is true. In response to Bai Ji's entreaty, I chose to stay the night. The accommodation was none other than Qin Yang's room, featuring a plush bed spacious enough for four. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Bai Dong was not sharing the bed with Qin Yang. He was not yet in a position to embrace both exquisite beauties simultaneously, Bai Dong and Bai Ji. As for Qin Yang, he naturally occupied the adjacent room. He willingly relinquished his space, allowing Bai Dong and Madame Bai Ji the opportunity to foster their emotional connection, thereby laying the groundwork for future intimacy. Meanwhile, outside the Douluo forest, a campfire flickered to life. Anna, adorned in a striking crimson dress, sat beside the fire, accompanied by her loyal subordinates, the Fengwu guards. This contingent comprised 15 formidable individuals, all possessing strength above that of a soul king. Among them were 2 soul saints, followed by 3 soul emperors, with the remainder being soul kings. This select group represented her most trusted confidants. At this moment, Anna had been leading her 15 subordinates into the Douluo forest for the past day or two, searching for the elusive 10,000-year soul beasts, yet to no avail. Now, they would have to rest for the night before continuing their quest. Qin Yang had mentioned that within a certain area of the Douluo forest, 4 10,000-year soul beasts were known to reside: the sky blue bull python, the titan great ape, and two 10,000-year soft-bone rabbits. However, the expanse of the Star Doe forest was dauntingly vast. Where should they begin their search? Prior to their departure, Qin Yang had cautioned her against venturing into the forest's innermost core. The objective was to locate the sky blue bull python, the Titan great ape, and the soft-bone rabbits. Upon discovery, for the sake of safety, they were to merely mark the location and retreat. Anna did not inquire further about how Qin Yang had acquired such knowledge. She had witnessed too many extraordinary occurrences involving him. Unfortunately, the immensity of the Star Doe forest left her uncertain about how long it would take to find the powerful soul beasts that could fulfill her desires. She resolved to persevere. As she contemplated during their respite, her thoughts drifted to whether she should reconcile with Qin Yang. Despite his shortcomings, he possessed numerous admirable qualities. To describe him as both strong and resilient would be most fitting. Chapter 19. Reactions of the Sect and the City of Carnage. Unbeknownst to Anna, her thoughts and praises of Qin Yang did not go unnoticed. It was certain that if she were to extend her affections, Qin Yang would not refuse. At the Spirit Hall, following a night spent in close quarters, the bond between Bibi Dong and Baiji deepened, hinting at a burgeoning sisterly camaraderie. In the days that followed, as Qin Yang diligently cultivated his recovery, he continued to motivate Bibi Dong's training, of course, after she had fulfilled her duties as the Pope. Subsequently, he would carry the exhausted Bibi Dong back to their residence, where he would employ the power of sunlight to refine her body. Before they knew it, a month and a half had passed, with only 4 months remaining until the Spirit Hall announced the re-election of the 7 major sects. Several sects had already begun their preparations. Some were amassing strength as a precaution, while others sought to enhance their prowess, eager to shine on the day of the grand election. However, on this day, within the Pope's palace, Qin Yang and Bibi Dong sat together upon the Pope's throne. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, appearing somewhat unwell, yet she diligently attended to the documents that belonged to the Pope. At this moment, Qin Yang had his eyes firmly shut, his palms resting before him as his soul power surged violently. Boom! Like a volcano erupting, the power he had accumulated over several days erupted forth. Bibi Dong, who was in the midst of handling the documents, was momentarily jolted by the force unleashed by Qin Yang, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. At this moment, Qin Yang had finally restored his soul power from level 89 to level 90. Just one soul ring remained, and he would break through to the Titled Douluo rank. Title, Sunlight. He had finally returned to this state. It was time for Qin Yang to take the stage. A slight smile graced his lips as he reveled in the exhilarating power coursing through him. However, at that moment, Bibi Dong, seated upon the throne, turned to glare fiercely at Qin Yang. Could you not be more mindful? A breakthrough is a breakthrough. Why make such a commotion? You've caused me. As she trailed off, her embarrassment was palpable, and her glare at Qin Yang only intensified. All right, I'll be more cautious next time, Qin Yang replied, sensing her displeasure and offering an apology. That is more like it. And when will you help me find my 6th soul ring? There's no rush. Your soul power has advanced too swiftly, and your physique has yet to catch up. Once I fortify your body further, we can pursue the 6th soul ring without delay. Moreover, I plan to visit the 7 major sects soon, so I want to have time to accompany you on the hunt for the soul ring. Indeed, he affirmed. With his soul power restored to level 90, he intended to make an appearance with his identity and personally visit the 7 major sections. Very well. Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment and seemed to agree with Qin Yang's plan. Donger, write a letter of visit for the 7 major sects and the 2 great empires. I shall pay them a visit soon. Certainly, but you must accompany me. In the past, Bibi Dong seldom ventured beyond the confines of Spirit City. If Qin Yang were to visit the 7 great sects under his true identity, she would need to accompany him as well. The reasons for this were her own little secrets, and she sought to confirm a certain matter. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Yang did not decline. Very well. I shall take you with me. A smile graced Bibi Dong's lips, and once she was settled, she assisted Qin Yang in composing the invitation. Subsequently, in her capacity as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, she commanded her subordinates to deliver it to each recipient. A few days later, a piece of news that sent ripples through the various sects of the continent emerged from the Spirit Hall. The once celebrated genius of the continent, Qin Yang, who had vanished for 5 years, reappeared. Upon the announcement, the Haotian sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and the other major sects along with 2 imperial powers began to investigate the authenticity of the claim. To their astonishment, it was indeed true. Within the grand hall of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji found it difficult to regain his composure after receiving the report from his scouts. According to the intelligence gathered within Spirit City, one of his spies had personally witnessed Qin Yang, who exuded an overwhelming aura of soul power that was almost unbearable to behold. Fengji, it seems your earlier speculation was accurate. Qin Yang has truly resurfaced, remarked the sword Douluo, recalling Ning Fengji's earlier conjecture regarding the Spirit Hall's announcement of a reselection among the 7 sects. I never anticipated he would actually return. Ning Fengji replied with a bitter smile. He would have preferred that Qin Yang remained absent, but that was evidently no longer an option. The individual had not only returned, but appeared to be even more formidable than before. Having reached level 95 years ago, what level could he possibly attain after 5 years of absence, especially given his status as the continent's foremost genius? This was a thought that many were reluctant to entertain, as Qin Yang's rate of advancement was truly monstrous. Ning Fengji, being of a similar age to Qin Yang and belonging to the same generation, was acutely aware of Qin Yang's prowess. Reporting to the sect master, the Pope of the Spirit Hall has sent an invitation. At that moment, a disciple rushed into the Grand Hall, holding aloft a gilded invitation embossed with bold characters that read, "To the esteemed master of the 7 treasure, glazed tile sect." Ning Fengji surveyed the assembly in the hall before instructing the disciple to present the invitation. Upon reading it, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Fengji, what troubles you?" The sword Douluo inquired upon noticing Ning Fengji's troubled expression. "Uncle Jian, you should see for yourself." Ning Fengji handed the invitation to the sword Douluo. After perusing the document, the sword Douluo too fell into a state of unrest. It stated that Qin Yang would personally visit the 7 treasure glazed tile sect soon, delivering an invitation for the sect master to attend the reselection of the 7 great sects at the Spirit Hall. As the words fell, the hall was enveloped in a profound silence, with all present exchanging glances. It was not merely the 7 treasures glazed sect that felt the tremor. It seemed he had sent invitations to the 7 major sects, perhaps even extending his reach to the 2 great empires. A flicker of light danced in Ning Fengji's eyes as he speculated. If it were he, it would indeed be plausible. Qian Daoliu reminisced about past events. Qin Yang had stirred considerable commotion across the continent years ago. Now, after a 5-year absence, he re-emerged, intending to visit each of the 7 major sects and the 2 empires. The question of his current strength piqued everyone's curiosity, leaving them unable to fathom the extent of his power. A storm was brewing. Meanwhile, within the Haotian sect, much like the 7 treasures glazed sect, the news of Qin Yang's return after 5 years sent ripples of unrest. Initially, the twin prodigies of Haotian sect were superior to Qin Yang in both age and strength. Yet, in just a few short years, he had not only caught up, but had surpassed them entirely. Later, Qin Yang had challenged Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, defeating them in front of an audience, an event that left Tang Xiao equally astonished as Ning Fengji. "Master, this invitation is clearly a ruse. The visit is but a pretense. The true intent is to exert pressure. He likely aims to personally impose upon us and invite us to participate in the re-election of the 7 sections." At that moment, Tang Xiao held an invitation, evidently identical to the one in Ning Fengji's possession, both originating from Qin Yang and bearing similar content. Given the Haotian sect's previous stance towards the Spirit Hall, he surmised Qin Yang's purpose for visiting their sect. "Let us prepare. This time, we must show him that as the foremost sect on the continent, Haotian sect is not to be trifled with." After instructing everyone to make preparations, Tang Xiao himself remained industrious. As one who had faced defeat at Qin Yang's hands, he was acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. Moreover, his younger brother, Tang Hao, was driven by a desperate desire to grow stronger, even willing to enter the city of slaughter to achieve this, a quest motivated in part by his past defeat to Qin Yang, a resounding defeat, at that. Now, with Qin Yang set to return to the Haotian sect, if Tang Hao were to learn of this, he would likely rush back without hesitation. "Hao, are you truly still out there?" The thought of his younger brother, who had entered the city of slaughter, weighed heavily on Tang Xiao's heart. As an elder brother, how could he not be concerned? It was precisely this worry that led him to question whether Tang Hao still existed. If he were truly lost, what of Yin? Tang Xiao's thoughts turned to Yin, the woman he had once cherished, and a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. The emergence of Qin Yang, accompanied by the delivery of congratulatory messages and the news of his imminent personal visit, swiftly swept across the continent. Numerous factions received this information, struggling to regain their composure. Meanwhile, in a blood-soaked arena, the air was thick with cries of battle reverberating throughout the slaughterhouse. "Kill! Kill!" shouted voices echoed, urging the combatants on. "Number 21. Take him down. Come on, number 27. Finish him off." The arena was filled with thunderous sounds of combat, each roar signaling the fall of another contender. In the midst of this chaos, one figure shone with undeniable brilliance, a young man, approximately 34 or 35 years of age, wielding a formidable iron hammer. This man was none other than Tang Hao, one of the twins from the Haotian sect. Unbeknownst to him, the outside world buzzed with news of Qin Yang from the Spirit Hall preparing to visit the 7 great sects. At that moment, He gripped the Haotian hammer with a steely gaze fixed upon the remaining 5 adversaries. In the slaughterhouse, the rule dictated that only one could survive each bout. Tang Hao had already lost count of how many opponents he had vanquished within the city of slaughter. His hammer was drenched in the blood of his foes. Although soul skills could not be employed here, soul power and martial spirits were still at his disposal, along with the ability to utilize self-created soul skills. His most formidable technique, the chaotic Gale Hammer method, had earned him a fearsome reputation throughout the city. We're too weak alone. Let us combine our strength to take him down, then we can discuss our next move, suggested a lean man among the remaining 5. Agreed. Let us eliminate him first. The others concurred. Those who had survived this long in the city were no fools, quickly devising the most strategic response to the situation. The 5 swiftly dispersed, attacking Tang Hao from various angles. Humph. A bunch of miscreants daring to challenge me, seeking their own demise. Tang Hao retorted coldly, swinging his mighty hammer. The chaotic Gale Hammer method was unleashed, each strike more potent than the last. With a series of resounding impacts, the 5 adversaries were swiftly dispatched. Ain, wait for me. I shall soon emerge. Tang Hao did not spare a glance at the fallen foes, instead striding toward the edge of the arena, awaiting the commencement of the next match. This would be his final contest. Once he triumphed, he would gain passage to the Hell Road, and upon conquering it, he would obtain dominion over the realm of slaughter, finally escaping the city of carnage. At this moment, he had already attained the formidable level of 80 in soul power, poised to venture forth and hunt for his 8th soul ring, thus breaking through to the rank of Soul Douluo. At that juncture, the name Tang Hao would once again reverberate across the continent. And then there was Ain, the woman he cherished. He would soon reunite with her, ensuring they would never part again. The mere thought of this ignited a fervent desire within Tang Hao to commence the next competition immediately. Simultaneously, within one of the most distinguished edifices of the city of slaughter, a tall man sat upon a throne, elegantly savoring a cup of crimson liquid. He was none other than the master of the city of slaughter, the king of slaughter, Tang Chun, occupied by the blood-red, 9-headed Bat King. He possessed fragments of memory that belonged to Tang Chun. How intriguing. It appears he has completed 99 bouts in the arena. It seems that a remarkable individual is destined to emerge from my city of slaughter. Tang Hao, hailing from the Haotian sect. Ha ha ha. What a twist of fate. He is indeed my grandson. Should I acknowledge this fine grandson of mine? The king of slaughter smiled with an air of wicked charm. Then down the red liquid in one gulp. Chapter 20. Foster Father, Surprised or Not. In the hall of the Pope at the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong and Qin Yang sat side by side upon the expansive papal throne, swaying gently. In recent days, as news of Qin Yang's resurgence in the Martial Soul Hall spread across the continent, it created a sensation not only among the 7 great sects and other powers, but also left the members of the Martial Soul Hall in utter shock. After all, he had been absent for 5 years. With no word during that time, his sudden reappearance was nothing short of astonishing. However, following Qin Yang's actual presence in the Pope's hall yesterday, standing before the elders, they managed to regain their composure. Qin Yang had truly returned. The commotion generated by Qin Yang's return led to numerous developments, resulting in his becoming quite busy. After all, he could not utilize the identity of the Pope, Qian Xunji, while operating as Qin Yang. Fortunately, he had Bibi Dong by his side. Delegating matters to her allowed him considerable relief. Just like now, as they both occupied the papal throne, exercising while attending to administrative duties. Consequently, Bibi Dong's physical prowess was rapidly enhancing. At that moment, Qin Yang paused his work, struck by the realization that a significant figure had yet to seek him out, his foster father, Qian Daoliu. Are you truly capable of surpassing the grand offering? Bibi Dong inquired, noticing Qin Yang's sudden halt with a furrowed brow. However, upon contemplating the formidable prowess of the revered Qian Daoliu, a sense of apprehension arose concerning both Qin Yang and herself. After all, Qian Xunji was now deceased, and she had effectively been the catalyst for that demise. Should the truth of the matter come to light, the repercussions could be dire. Are you concerned for me? Does this imply that my significance in your heart has grown? My dear disciple Dongo? Qin Yang observed Bibi Dong with a playful smile, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the 2 little Dongers. Under his diligent guidance, they had become increasingly mature and alluring. Who is worried about you? I am merely looking out for my own interests, Bibi Dong retorted loudly. Is that truly the case? Qin Yang replied, somewhat incredulous. If you choose not to speak of it, then so be it. Bibi Dong turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. Through their recent interactions, she had discovered that her animosity towards Qin Yang had waned considerably. In contrast, under his constant instruction and the refining influence of sunlight, her feelings toward him had become increasingly complex. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong possessed her own pride and was reluctant to allow Qin Yang to perceive her transformation. she still harbored resentment toward him, the scoundrel. Indeed, it is as such, Bibi Dong affirmed to herself, nodding slightly while feigning indifference and continuing with her tasks. Are you so easily irritated? Qin Yang teased, his hand inadvertently brushing against Bibi Dong's waist. I must attend to my duties. She huffed. Rest assured. I never engage in ventures without certainty, Qin Yang responded, unperturbed by her slight moodiness. Moments later, a radiant light flashed from his hand, revealing 2 soul bones. These were not just any soul bones. They were part of the angelic divine set from the original tale, the torso and arm bones. The arm bone had been reclaimed by Qin Yang after he had slain Qian Xunji in the secret chamber. Additionally, Qian Xunji possessed a 10,000-year leg bone, which now constituted another trophy for Qin Yang. The torso bone of the angelic divine set had been acquired from Qian Daoliu. The soul bones of the angelic divine set were exceptionally unique. Only those possessing an angelic martial soul could absorb them, and the power bestowed by each piece was undeniably immense. Typically, the 6 soul bones were safeguarded by Qian Daoliu. Previously, Qian Xunji had absorbed one of the arm bones, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength. Following his demise at Qin Yang's hands, the soul bones naturally fell into Qin Yang's possession. As for the torso bone, being the heir of the angelic divine and the son of Qian Daoliu, it was merely a simple matter for him to request a torso bone from Qian Daoliu. His intention, of course, was to deceive Qian Daoliu. After all, the simulated soul skill capabilities of the angelic divine torso bone were well known to Qian Daoliu. Soul bones. Bibi Dong gazed at the soul bones in Qin Yang's hands, her eyes shimmering with excitement. As a soul master, it was entirely natural for her to be enthralled by such a precious treasure, especially given the overwhelming aura emanating from the 2 pieces that Qin Yang possessed. Alas, these were the angelic soul bones, which could only be absorbed by those with an angelic martial soul. Qin Yang swiftly dispelled Bibi Dong's thoughts. What a pity. With her gaze shifting away from the soul bones, Bibi Dong returned to her tasks. Qin Yang pondered the nature of these soul bones, contemplating when Qian Daoliu would come seeking him. Assuming his identity as he reinstated the spirit hall, he speculated that even if Qian Daoliu were to learn of his possession of the driving bone with simulation capabilities, he would likely harbor some doubts. Surely, Qian Daoliu would be arriving soon. Just as Qin Yang had surmised, Qian Daoliu was indeed suspicious. At that moment, he was deep in thought within the worship hall, contemplating whether he should seek out his son to ascertain the situation. After all, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards his adopted son, Qin Yang. The actions taken years ago during the search for a cure had been harsh. Would he truly be driven to kill him now? Qian Daoliu felt a pang of reluctance. After all, Qin Yang was also his son. It was one thing to confine his son in a secret chamber, but at least he remained alive. However, now that his son had acquired the driving bone with simulation abilities, it would not be long before Qin Yang reappeared at the spirit hall. Clearly, his son might have already refined the driving bone and assumed Qin Yang's appearance, intending to leverage his identity to instill fear within the sections. As for Qin Yang's fate, Qian Daoliu's brow furrowed slightly. It was imperative to inquire. Although he had already guessed the likely outcome for his adopted son, he still resolved to confront his son about whether he had indeed taken Qin Yang. Thus, Qian Daoliu departed the worship hall, making his way to the papal chamber. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the entrance of the papal chamber. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was taken aback to find that the figure seated upon the papal throne was not his son, but rather his adopted son, Qin Yang, who had been confined for 5 years. Additionally, his son's disciple, Bibi Dong, stood nearby. The sight left him flabbergasted, for the individual on the papal throne bore an uncanny resemblance to his son, Qin Yang, so much so that it was impossible to discern any flaws. Father, how surprising. How unexpected. Seated upon the papal throne, Qin Yang maintained his true identity upon witnessing Qian Daoliu's entrance. Now, seeing the astonished expression on Qian Daoliu's face, he felt a surge of inner delight and decided to play along. Is it truly you, Qin Yang? It is no wonder that Qian Daoliu harbors doubts. The resemblance is simply too striking. The tone of voice, the expressions of grievance and hatred upon his face are all so vivid that he instinctively believes this to be Qin Yang. Observing Qian Daoliu's demeanor, Qin Yang smiled faintly, and to avoid revealing any flaws, he promptly transformed back into Qian Xunji, returning the smile to Qian Daoliu. If you could deceive even your father, it stands to reason that the 7 great sects would be none the wiser. Father, do you not agree? This inquiry jolted Qian Daoliu back to reality. He gazed upon the familiar visage of his son, Qian Xunji, and then realized it was a transformation achieved through the angelic god suit's skeletal form. Yet, the resemblance is uncanny. He almost mistook him for Qin Yang. Thankfully, he is not. Xunji, do you truly intend to adopt Qin Yang's appearance for the 7 great sects? Qian Daoliu's tone was particularly grave. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. Noticing this, Qian Daoliu felt compelled to question his son further. He glanced at Bibi Dong. Some matters she could be privy to, considering she is destined to become the future pope, but there are still things better left unknown to her. Donger, you may take your leave for now. Yes, teacher. Bibi Dong, tactful and perceptive, understood what she was permitted to know. Once Bibi Dong departed, Qian Daoliu inquired, what about him? Have you already? He did not wish for the answer to align with his fears. I have already killed him. Qin Yang's declaration seemed to affirm Qian Daoliu's unspoken thoughts, momentarily leaving him stunned. Father, he posed a threat to me. Since I have already committed that act, it was imperative to eliminate him. Qin Yang spoke coldly, whether referring to Qian Xunji or to himself remained ambiguous. Alas, Qian Daoliu sighed deeply. In matters concerning his biological son and adopted son, he invariably sided with his own. I hope you do not come to regret this. With that statement, having received his answer, Qian Daoliu no longer felt the urge to inquire further and turned to leave. I certainly shall not regret it. Observing Qian Daoliu's somewhat desolate figure, Qin Yang smirked internally. The corpse of Qian Xunji has already turned to ash, and the remnants of that fractured soul are on the verge of vanishing. Every action taken was for his own benefit. With his objectives achieved, how could he possibly harbor regrets? Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong re-entered. Noticing that Qian Daoliu was no longer present, she inquired of Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded, signaling that all remained as planned. We shall depart in 3 days for the Heaven Do Empire. To the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. This 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will be our first destination to visit. Regarding the matters of the Spirit Hall, you must swiftly resolve previous affairs within these 3 days. As for the subsequent matters, I shall delegate them to my subordinates. Therefore, if you wish to accompany me, you must exert yourself, take initiative, and work diligently. Qin Yang habitually placed his hand upon Bibi Dong's shoulder, while his other arm affectionately encircled her slender waist. Gazing at her with a smile. Understood, Bibi Dong replied nonchalantly, pursing her lips and inwardly thinking, I shall not move on my own. She found herself surprisingly unperturbed by her closeness to Qin Yang. At times, they would work side by side on the Pope's throne. Gradually, she became accustomed to it. Moreover, as she delved deeper into understanding Qin Yang, she discovered that this formidable man captivated her, making it difficult to extricate herself from his allure. Aside from his slight flaws, he seemed devoid of any significant shortcomings. Subsequently, as a devoted husband, Qin Yang returned to his chambers to care for his pregnant wife, Bibi, spending 2 days in her company. He also informed her of his imminent departure from the Spirit Hall. Bibi, embodying the essence of a good wife, offered unwavering support to Qin Yang without displaying any other emotions. It was for this reason that Qin Yang grew increasingly fond of her. Chapter 21, A Fateful Encounter. 3 days swiftly passed. At the Spirit Hall, having resolved all matters, Qin Yang now stood outside Spirit City. Behind him stood the 2 trusted aides, Douluo and Douluo. As confidants of the Pope, they were privy to certain secrets regarding his identity and were naturally accompanying him. As for Qin Yang's departure, the other Pope would publicly announce that he was in seclusion for cultivation. Along with them was Bibi Dong. Aside from a few attendants, their party comprised 4 individuals and several horse-drawn carriages, representing the entirety of the Spirit Hall, and none dared to underestimate them. Set forth. To the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Yes. Upon receiving Qin Yang's command, Douluo and Douluo immediately set to work, clearing the path ahead. Spirit City is situated at the juncture of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. A typical carriage journey from Spirit City to the capital of the Heaven Do Empire, Heaven Do City, would require at least half a month. However, for Soul Masters, such a duration would be unnecessary. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is located merely a few miles from Heaven Do City. This journey may not be entirely tranquil. As Qin Yang's party departed from Spirit City, they did not conceal their itinerary, prompting various factions with spies lurking in Spirit City to relay the news. Are they departing so soon? Is the route heading directly to the Heaven Do Empire or to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ningfengji soon received word of Qin Yang's departure for the Heaven Do Empire, accompanied by Douluo, Douluo, and the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Moreover, he speculated that the other party would likely come directly to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Upon this thought, Ningfengji's expression darkened. He was not afraid. After all, his sect was safeguarded by 2 titled Douluos, Uncle Jian and Uncle Gu. Currently, Uncle Jian held a rank of 94, while Uncle Gu, though slightly weaker, was still formidable at level 93. With these 2 titled Douluos by his side, he felt a sense of security. Not to mention that his sect also boasted several soul Douluos and soul saints. However, this time, the visitor came under the guise of a friendly visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and he was uncertain of what might transpire. Furthermore, he was aware that his fiancée, Ning Shuerong, had once shared a connection with Qin Yang. The evolution of her martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower, which possessed strength rivaling that of Battle Soul Masters, was also due to Qin Yang's influence. Additionally, under circumstances beyond her control, she had engaged with Qin Yang. He was fully cognizant of all this, as Ning Shuerong had confided in him directly. He still recalled her contemplating leaving him, believing herself unworthy, but he had urged her to stay because of his affection for her. To love someone is to embrace all aspects of their being, including their past. Moreover, the incident between Shuerong and Qin Yang had occurred under coercive circumstances, a muddled affair. Now, after many years, he had long since let go of any resentment. Yet, with Qin Yang poised to arrive at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he feared the potential for harm to Shuerong. This was something he would never permit. Previously, His Majesty Shuya had extended an invitation for him to discuss matters. With Qin Yang's impending arrival at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, he decided to send Shuerong in his stead. Reflecting on the earlier invitation from the emperor, he recognized that with the need to guard against Qin Yang, he would undoubtedly lack the time to attend. As Ning Shuerong was his fiancée, she could represent him perfectly, making her the ideal candidate for the task. Thus, it was resolved. Ning Fengji was not evading anything. He merely wished for Ning Shuerong to undertake this visit on his behalf. He then proceeded to convey his decision to Ning Shuerong. Upon hearing his request, she readily agreed without hesitation. By the way, Shuerong, once you arrive in Tiando City, please extend my regards to His Majesty Shuya. Understood. Ning Shuerong replied with a smile and a nod. At this moment, Emperor Shuya was in the prime of his life and held a favorable disposition towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, always considering Ning Fengji as a friend. In no time, Ning Shuerong set forth with several disciples of the sect towards Tiando City. The city was not far from the gates of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, merely a few dozen miles away. Soon, Ning Shuerong arrived within the confines of Tiando City. However, she did not immediately visit the Snow Knight Emperor. Instead, after arranging for her sect disciples, she wandered alone through the streets of Heavendo City. Eventually, she arrived at a place that held some cherished memories for her. Gazing at this familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar locale, Ning Shuerong became lost in reminiscence. Growing up within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she received the finest education, the most elegant noble etiquette, and the guidance of the best teachers. Yet, in her youth, she longed for the world beyond. She vaguely recalled a time when, at the tender age of 17 or 18, she stealthily departed from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yearning for adventure on her own. It was also within Heavendo City that she encountered Qin Yang, a man exuding confidence, with a commanding voice, domineering presence, and striking handsomeness. He later gifted her a flower that stirred her heart profoundly. Subsequently, they journeyed together for a time, and in a particular valley, his strength had already reached the 70th level. By chance, they encountered a 100,000-year soul beast. He exerted every ounce of his strength, relying on his formidable physique and power, attempting to hunt that ancient soul beast and absorb it as his seventh spirit ring. However, the soul beast proved too powerful. As he was on the brink of defeat, he urged her to retreat and summoned a radiant sun in a desperate bid to perish alongside the soul beast. Ultimately, both he and the soul beast sustained grave injuries. At that moment, she did not leave. With her assistance, he regained some strength, ultimately leading to the defeat of the soul beast. He successfully absorbed an extraordinary 100,000-year spirit ring that transcended limits. Yet later, in that unique valley, an irresistible force intervened, leading to the development of a special bond between them. Reflecting on it now feels as if it occurred just yesterday. What is wrong with me? I thought I had moved on, yet I find myself reminiscing unexpectedly. Ning Shuerong, oh Ning Shuerong, you truly are something. Walking along this familiar street, she let out a bitter smile. They say the first time is unforgettable, but this is excessively so. The disciples accompanying her were settled, and now she strolled alone, savoring the past. With a shake of her head and a wry smile, she resolved to return. It was time to visit the royal palace and pay her respects to the Snow Knight Emperor. Yet, in the next moment, a man with gold-rimmed glasses suddenly appeared before her. Soon after, a voice, both unfamiliar and somewhat recognizable, echoed in her mind. Before this, I had long ceased to believe in the nonsense of love and destiny. Who would have thought? In this world, such romantic encounters truly exist. Ning Shuerong was startled. This man appeared out of nowhere, tenderly grasping her hand and uttering incomprehensible words. Amidst the bustling street, where pedestrians flowed continuously, Their gazes locked in an intense exchange. For a moment, Ning Xuerong found herself momentarily paralyzed. Then, they remained hand in hand, gazing into each other's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds. As she beheld the man with golden-rimmed glasses, her heart inexplicably raced. She realized this man looked strikingly familiar. In the next instant, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, and she abruptly snapped back to reality. "Let go of me, you rude scoundrel." In an instant, her frustration erupted. With a swift motion, she wrenched her hands away from his grasp. The man with golden-rimmed glasses merely smiled at her outburst. Such a pity, he mused. 5 seconds was indeed too brief. Kong Tiao Ching Tai Lang felt quite vexed. Ning Xuerong stared incredulously at the man before her, bewildered by his audacity. How could he dare to take her hand upon their first meeting, in such a public place? And what romantic encounter! This was far more brazen than any rogue. Had it not been for the striking resemblance he bore to a man she once had an intimate relationship with, she would have already retaliated. "Do I know you? For I guy?" Ning Xuerong noticed that the surrounding passers-by had halted, casting curious glances in her direction. Angered, she shot a glare at the man and hurled another insult. Qin Yang paused momentarily, scrutinizing Ning Xuerong from head to toe. Was she pretending not to recognize him? No, her expression seemed genuinely unfamiliar. The man with golden-rimmed glasses was none other than Qin Yang, who had departed from the Spirit Hall en route to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. His group had intended to head directly to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School before proceeding to the Heaven Do Empire. However, during their journey, he received word from Yu Shaojiang in Heaven Do City, and Bibi Dong, upon learning this, also wished to visit Heaven Do City to confirm a matter. Naturally, Qin Yang agreed. Consequently, they arrived in Heaven Do City first. Little did he expect that shortly after entering the city, he would encounter a woman he hadn't seen in 5 years, Ning Xuerong. Their initial meeting had taken place in Heaven Do City, and now, astonishingly, they reunited in the same location. Could this fateful encounter be guiding him to rekindle an old flame with this woman? He appeared before her. Although 5 years had elapsed, this woman remained strikingly familiar to him. Back in that valley, she had been so proactive and passionate, a memory that still stirred Qin Yang's heart, as if it had occurred just yesterday. Yet now, she pretended not to recognize him? Contemplating this, Qin Yang had no intention of revealing the truth. Instead, he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled calmly. "It seems you harbor quite a prejudice against bespectacled individuals." Ning Xuerong, noticing the peculiar gazes of passers-by, shot him an exasperated glance and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, especially those with gold-rimmed glasses. You don them with such a refined and elegant demeanor, akin to a nobleman. Yet your behavior is utterly disgraceful." Ning Xuerong surveyed their surroundings. In a public setting, to utter such words to a lady was, without a doubt, a breach of decorum. In response, Qin Yang chuckled softly and inquired, "So, do you hold a misconception about gold-rimmed glasses, or is it me you misunderstand?" Chapter 22. An encounter is like dining. Ning Xuerong sighed, weary of engaging in trivialities with this vaguely familiar man, and spoke directly, "Remove your filthy hands. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." She hastily stepped back, creating distance between herself and the man in gold-rimmed glasses. At that moment, she perceived the truth about him. He bore a slight resemblance to the man, Qin Yang, with whom she had once shared an intimate connection, but his every gesture exuded an air of superficiality, marking him as a complete cad. "It seems you have truly forgotten me. This revelation has chilled my once excited heart. You cannot fathom that upon our reunion, I had already envisioned the manner in which we would embrace. I am typically quite resolute, yet for you, I could persuade myself to allow you to choose your preferred position. However, I never anticipated that you would not have forgotten me. This fills me with profound sorrow." Despite her words of heartbreak, a gentle smile graced Qin Yang's face. His exceedingly handsome features, coupled with the gold-rimmed glasses, rendered him the epitome of an elegant aristocrat. Yet, the words that escaped his lips were those of a scoundrel. Both the pedestrians on the street and Ning Xuerong, before him, gazed at him in astonishment. Undoubtedly, this man was a rogue, a man of false refinement. However, in the next moment, as Ning Xuerong processed his words, a realization dawned upon her. She gazed at Qin Yang's face for several seconds, instinctively covering her mouth, her expression a blend of disbelief and astonishment. You are." The words seemed to elude her, as if she were reluctant to accept the reality before her. Ning Xuerong's speech became muddled, her hesitation refusing to utter those two words. No wonder he seemed so familiar, resembling that man so closely. It turned out he was indeed the one. "My dear Rome, have you finally realized our romantic encounter once more?" Qin Yang stepped forward, placing one hand gently on Ning Xuerong's shoulder while the other encircled her slender waist. His gaze deeply locked onto hers. Having confirmed that this man was indeed the one she had been thinking of, Ning Xuerong's body trembled slightly. The familiarity of the sensation made her momentarily refrain from resisting Qin Yang's advances. Instead, she recalled her own identity and shot him an indignant glare. "What are you doing here? It's impossible for us." Ning Xuerong assumed Qin Yang intended to rekindle their relationship, but quickly rejected the notion upon considering her status. Nothing is impossible. After 5 years, in the same place, with the same person, this encounter signifies a new beginning. Qin Yang smiled, his demeanor exuding elegance. Akin to a charming rogue, this beginning is akin to dining together. Our romantic reunion leads us to this meal, where I wish to share this experience with you. Are you curious about the taste of rice? Then we must first cook it. Will you join me in transforming raw rice into a delightful dish, my dear Rome? Qin Yang's smile was like a warm spring breeze. His heartfelt words sent a shiver through Ning Xuerong, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Unlike the mundane declarations of affection from Ning Xunji, Qin Yang was a master of flirtation, and he was exceptionally skilled at it. Under the spotlight, with his eyes shimmering and a heartfelt gaze, combined with his strikingly handsome features, he momentarily instilled in her the notion that perhaps what he proposed was acceptable. She found herself contemplating a response in the affirmative. However, in the next instant, Ning Xuerong regained her senses. She recalled the words this cad had once uttered. "Your martial soul is the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Mine is the sunlight ring. We are simply incompatible. My chest is broad and sturdy. Every woman who lies upon it exclaims in delight. You would not be the only one. I love you deeply. Everything that transpired in that valley serves as proof, and the bed in the hotel holds our finest memories. But my heart is vast, and I equally love other women. Can you accept my passionate nature? Listen, are these words truly spoken by a human? Indeed. It was only after their separation that the indignant woman returned to the 7-treasure glazed sect, initially intending to live out her days in solitude. Yet, through Ning Fengji's indifference and a profound discourse, she came to realize that she still had the 7-treasure glazed sect and its family. This very understanding enabled her to relinquish all ties with Qin Yang and aspire for a fresh start. However, after 5 years of absence, their reunion was marred by his utterances. Each time Ning Xuerong recalled those moments, a wave of embarrassment and anger surged within her. "What nonsense are you spouting? You are nothing but a hollow scoundrel." No, I am quite genuine," Qin Yang retorted, extending his right hand to delicately caress Ning Xuerong's. "You must be well acquainted with my assertiveness. Would you care to touch and reminisce?" Ning Xuerong fought against the urge to comply, her lips twitching in disdain. "Not only are you vacuous, but you are also exceedingly shameless. Shamelessness aside, is it not rather entertaining? Do you not agree, dear Rome?" Ning Xuerong chuckled sarcastically, finding amusement in the mundane and proclaiming vulgarity as sophistication. "That is quite a form of cultivation," Qin Yang sang out joyfully. Ning Xuerong was rendered speechless. Despite her refinement and the impeccable etiquette she had mastered, confronting such a brazen scoundrel left her feeling utterly powerless. "Release me. I refuse to engage in idle banter with a cad like you." She shook off Qin Yang's hand, feeling utterly wretched. It was disgraceful to converse so openly with him in public. All of it was his fault for stirring memories of their past. "My dear Rome, are you truly leaving like this?" Qin Yang maintained his smile. Upon hearing his words, Ning Xuerong paused momentarily. The prior burst of emotion had subsided, and the rational part of her would not allow herself to be deceived by this scoundrel again. She turned to leave, but the onlookers could no longer bear to watch. TSK. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it is merely a couple having a spat. Indeed, this couple is quite the match, surely. Any discord can be resolved in the bedroom after a bit of playful quarrel. Exactly. Young lady, do hurry back to your husband. After a round of relaxation, all troubles will be forgotten, and your relationship will return to its former glory. This is wisdom from our elders. I remember my husband doing the same. After every quarrel, he would insist on pulling me in, and after a spirited contest, all conflicts would be resolved. Young lady, look at how handsome this young man is. Do not squander his affections. The cacophony of voices left Ning Xuerong blushing, nearly overwhelmed with embarrassment. Who could possibly think she was married to that scoundrel? She would rather perish here than ever become the wife of Qin Yang. Upon hearing the crowd's remarks, Qin Yang could hardly contain his laughter, nearly applauding in delight. What a divine assist. My dear Rome, see how clear-sighted the public is? Why not return with me? We can discuss the intricacies of our union at the finest hotel in Tiando City. Should we begin with water, or perhaps with your beloved rice paste? His already handsome visage became even more captivating with a smile. Yet, in Ning Xuerong's eyes, it was nothing short of a desecration of her feelings. What an awful man he was, a true gentleman of vice. Moments earlier, on the street, close to Qin Yang and Ning Xuerong, Douluo and Bibi Dong, who had accompanied Qin Yang, were bewildered upon realizing he had suddenly vanished. They had assumed he was preoccupied with something significant, only to discover he was entangled with a woman, brazenly flirting with a strikingly beautiful lady in public. It was shocking. Was this truly the Qin Yang they knew? He appeared so experienced. Douluo and Douluo exchanged astonished glances, as if touched by an unseen force, and found themselves ensnared in an inescapable state. The air was thick with the scent of romance. Suddenly, a crisp, jarring sound echoed through the moment. The two entranced lovers snapped back to reality, searching for the source of the noise. To their astonishment, they found their saintess glaring furiously at Qin Yang from a distance, her fists clenched, unable to contain her rage. Bah! Scoundrel! Bibi Dong spat, her fury palpable. She had never encountered such shamelessness. The words he had once spoken to her were now being employed on another woman, and in full view of the public no less. Clearly, the woman was familiar to Qin Yang. Otherwise, he would not have abandoned her so readily. How infuriating! Wretched! Scoundrel! Bibi Dong was angrier than she had ever been. Previously, within the spirit hall, she had convinced herself to let go of her hatred towards Qin Yang, gradually coming to accept him, especially since he had forcibly taken her first, second, and third experiences. However, at this moment, she was overwhelmed with the desire to confront him with a fierce reprimand. With a piercing glare directed at the woman who was flirting with Qin Yang, both inviting and rejecting him, she etched her image into her memory before turning away. In Heavendo City, there exists a branch of the Spirit Hall. Since they had arrived in the city, it was only fitting that they should take temporary residence at the Spirit Hall branch. The personnel there were well versed in the local dynamics, making them the most suitable choice for gathering information. Nearby, Douluo and Douluo exchanged glances, their mutual understanding evident as they nodded in agreement, unwilling to remain and disturb Qin Yang, and thus followed Bibi Dong in her departure. The scene returned to the two protagonists on the street. Ning Xuerong found herself not only the target of Qin Yang's teasing words, but also mistakenly perceived by the onlookers as his spouse. At that moment, she was rendered speechless by her frustration. Qin Yang, let me make this clear. I am no longer the person I once was. Do not think I will be deceived by your wretched words again. I have a new life now, someone I cherish, and things I wish to protect. I hope you will cease to intrude upon my existence. With that, Ning Xuerong, fearing Qin Yang's persistence, turned to leave. Yet, barely a few steps away, Qin Yang's voice echoed in her mind. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, is it? Rest assured, I shall visit there soon, and we shall meet again. Ning Xuerong paused for a fleeting second, but resolutely continued on her way. Upon returning to her lodging, now composed, she penned a letter to the Emperor Shui Yi, offering her apologies, before hastily departing Heavendo City for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Qin Yang's presence in Heavendo City foretold his imminent visit to the school. She needed to clarify matters with her fellow sect members. Qin Yang, his intentions cannot be benevolent. Their brief encounter was merely a prelude to a more significant reunion. Dear Rome, we shall meet again at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As she vanished from sight, Qin Yang smiled, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. Subsequently, he reflected on his purpose for coming to Heavendo City, only to find that Bibi Dong and her companions had already disappeared. With a gentle shake of his head, he made his way toward the branch of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 23. The furious Bibi Dong slaps Yu Xiaojing. How could you arrive in Heavendo City so swiftly? Qin Yang. In the royal palace of Heavendo City, the vigorous Emperor Shui Yi had received news of Qin Yang's arrival, accompanied by Douluo, Guiduo, and the holy maiden Bibi Dong. As the sovereign of the Tiando Empire, he transcended countless individuals across the continent in both identity and stature, residing at the pinnacle of power. However, this peak is merely relative to the common populace and ordinary spirit masters. When faced with the titled Douluo, the elite of the spirit master realm, even the ruler of this empire must approach with a modicum of reverence. Moreover, the current visitors are none other than the titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by two esteemed elders, the saintess Bibi Dong and the legendary figure Qin Yang. For the sake of prudence, he could not afford to act recklessly. After all, to many spirit masters and a portion of the populace on the continent, the Spirit Hall holds an exalted status that outweighs his own as emperor, reminiscent of the divine right of kings. For instance, some kings require the bishop of the Spirit Hall to officiate their coronations. Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. At that moment, a guard hurried in. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor gestured for the letter, and as he perused its contents, his expression grew grave. It seemed that the intentions of the visitors were indeed questionable. Sighing at the warnings within, the Snow Knight Emperor reflected that while the Tiando Empire is formidable, it pales in comparison to the pinnacle of the Spirit Hall's power. Should the Spirit Hall decide to take action against his empire, The peak combat strength of their Titled Douluo would render the Tiando Empire utterly defenseless. He hoped that Qin Yang would not stir up turmoil within Tiando City. Send a message to summon Prince Xuesheng to the palace. Yes, Your Majesty. In the Spirit Hall branch of Tiando City, the grand and magnificent hall radiated opulence. Upon their arrival, the three, Juju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Bibi Dong, were graciously received by the Platinum Bishop of the branch, who lavished them with exquisite hospitality. They seemingly awaited Qin Yang's arrival, indulging in a feast before taking a brief respite. However, Bibi Dong was still in a state of indignation, and none dared to approach her. Even Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo maintained their distance, wary of being caught in her wrath. At that moment, Juju Douluo glanced at the peculiarly agitated Bibi Dong, lifted his teacup, sipped, and then turned to the Platinum Bishop of the branch, inquiring, "Have you uncovered the information I requested? Elder Yueguan, my subordinate has already dispatched individuals to investigate, and news should arrive shortly." "I see. Expedite the process. It would be best to receive news before his arrival. Do you understand? Rest assured, Elder Yueguan, my subordinate will exert every effort." The Platinum Bishop, aware of Juju Douluo's significance, spoke with utmost caution. Juju Douluo nodded, showing no intention of pressuring the Platinum Bishop further. Soon after, the subordinate tasked with gathering information returned, and the Platinum Bishop promptly relayed the news. As Bibi Dong emerged from her reverie, she realized that the news at hand was precisely one of her motives for coming to Heavendo City, Yu Xiaojiang. This revelation served to confirm what Qin Yang had previously shared with her. After leaving the Spirit Hall, Yu Xiaojiang had encountered a woman named Lu Erlong, and they had enjoyed a delightful companionship while traversing the continent, causing him to forget her entirely. It was Qin Yang who had sought information for her upon their departure from the Spirit Hall, learning that Yu Xiaojiang happened to be in Heavendo City, which delayed their immediate visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. With the news now verified, it was time for her to investigate further. If it were true, a flicker of flame ignited in Bibi Dong's eyes. She harbored a profound disdain for scoundrels, especially after witnessing Qin Yang and Ning Shui roam together. She found herself filled with an unexpressed fury. It seemed she had finally discovered Yu Xiaojiang's whereabouts. Just then, Qin Yang entered, and upon noticing Bibi Dong's composed countenance, he deduced the situation. This is none of your concern." Bibi Dong huffed in irritation at Qin Yang's return. She yearned to inquire about the woman from earlier, but the thought of him being a scoundrel silenced her. "Let us depart to avoid wasting time. I wish to see what kind of worthless individual this Yu Xiaojing truly is." Qin Yang, with a light-hearted demeanor, approached Bibi Dong and naturally wrapped his arm around her waist. She struggled slightly, but her efforts were futile against his steadfastness. Consequently, the two figures vanished from the Grand Hall. Elder Ju and Ghost Douluo did not follow, recognizing this as a matter pertaining to their saintess. With Qin Yang accompanying her, they deemed it inappropriate to intrude. Moreover, with Ghost Douluo present, they found solace in enjoying tea and conversation rather than wading into the tumult surrounding Bibi Dong. Had they not witnessed her earlier fury? The sight had left them both hesitant to approach, fearing they might ignite her wrath. Soon, Qin Yang and Bibi Dong arrived outside a grand estate within Heavendo City, a vast property belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, now under the ownership of Lu Erlong. This location would soon become the Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon their arrival, Qin Yang extended his spiritual perception, effortlessly locating the person they sought. "Let us proceed." Bibi Dong huffed again, attempting to assert herself against Qin Yang. Alas, in his presence, she found herself utterly powerless, consistently overwhelmed and unable to lift her head. Thus, she resigned herself to being led by him. At this moment, within the manor, in a picturesque spot, a woman adorned in a simple long dress, possessing an alluring figure, is seated upon a swing, smiling gently as she sways in the breeze. Beside the swing, on the grassy ground, sits a man, none other than Yu Xiaojiang. After forming a brotherly bond with Lu Erlong and Flinder, the trio has traversed the continent for 2 months. During this not overly brief period, Yu Xiaojiang has swiftly developed feelings for Lu Erlong. As for Bibi Dong, although he harbors affection for her as well, regrettably, his current companion is Lu Erlong. In a similar vein, facing Yu Xiaojiang's advances, bolstered by his vast knowledge and astute intellect, Lu Erlong has gradually begun to reciprocate Yu Xiaojiang's feelings. Just a few days prior, being a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, albeit an illegitimate daughter, Lu Erlong's father received some news that led to her return to Tiando City. It is precisely this circumstance that has culminated in the present scene. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang, seated on the grass, seems to have a realization, smiles, rises, and approaches Lu Erlong from behind, embracing her. "Erlong, do you think it's truly wise to let Flinder go out alone to shop?" he inquires. "Why not? His presence here would only disrupt us," she replies. "Yet, I've noticed that Flinder also harbors feelings for you. As his brother, Yu Xiaojing, feels somewhat ashamed, he confesses. At this, Lu Erlong turns to face him and asserts, Xiaojing, while Flinder is your brother, he is also my sworn brother. Moreover, my affections are directed solely towards you. To me, Flinder has always been like a brother. Thus, refrain from expressing any apologies towards him. Understood, Yu Xiaojing responds, finding solace in her words within mere moments. He then embraces Lu Erlong, reluctant to release her. Lu Erlong, reclining against him on the swing, displays a contented smile. The two, ensnared in the throes of love, quietly savor this tender moment, entirely unaware that not far off, a pair of individuals observes them, capturing every word they exchanged. This pair, of course, consists of Qin Yang and Bibi Dong. Upon hearing the exchange between Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong, Bibi Dong's eyes blaze with fury. In such a short span of time, Yu Xiaojing has completely forgotten her upon encountering Lu Erlong. This is the very individual who once professed to have feelings for her. What a scoundrel! No different from Qin Yang, that cad. No, even worse than Qin Yang. At least Qin Yang's infidelity is blatant, clear, and unambiguous. But Yu Xiaojing? He is simply a repugnant fool. Donger, have you seen the truth now? Do you still wish to say something? Or perhaps, do you wish to confirm something further? Qin Yang glanced at Bibi Dong, who was tightly clenching her fists, and spoke in a composed tone. He had no intention of speaking ill of Yu Xiaojing, for there was no need to do so. Besides, he himself was not a paragon of virtue. However, it was evident that while he may be flawed, he possessed a certain candor, unlike Yu Xiaojing, who, despite being ineffectual, had his own shortcomings. It was best to leave matters in the hands of Bibi Dong. By extinguishing the last flicker of hope within her heart, it would allow her to focus on strengthening her abilities and preparing for her role as a candidate for the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. As their conversation unfolded without concealment, Lu Erlong, who had been on the swing, sensed their presence. Rising to take a look, she spotted Qin Yang and Bibi Dong, and with a hint of wariness, remarked, "Who are you? Do you not know that private estates are not to be trespassed upon?" Upon hearing Lu Erlong's words, Yu Xiaojing turned his gaze towards Qin Yang. Yet, the moment he beheld Bibi Dong, he was momentarily taken aback. The sight of Bibi Dong stirred a sense of apprehension within him, and his voice became barely audible. Lu Erlong, standing close to him, heard every word distinctly. "Xiaojing, do you know them?" Lu Erlong inquired, puzzled. "Whether I know them or not," Yu Xiaojing faltered, noticing the murderous glint in Bibi Dong's eyes and the hesitance in his speech. It was unclear whether he was affirming or denying their acquaintance. "Xiaojing, I truly did not expect that in just 2 short months, you could forget one person and take a liking to another. Remarkable, you have exceeded my expectations." Bibi Dong's expression was frigid as she articulated each word while advancing towards Yu Xiaojing. "Who are you?" Lu Erlong, hearing the icy tone directed at Yu Xiaojing, felt displeased and regarded Bibi Dong with suspicion. However, Bibi Dong merely cast a glance at Lu Erlong, perhaps out of a shared sense of fate, or perhaps driven by a desire to retaliate against Yu Xiaojing, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she said, "Who am I? You can inquire with the one you admire. Xiaojing, do tell me, who am I?" As Bibi Dong turned her attention back to Yu Xiaojing, Lu Erlong seemed to recall something. Noticing the shame on Yu Xiaojing's face, though she still struggled to believe her thoughts. After all, during her interactions with him, he had consistently portrayed himself as a devoted and steadfast man. "Xiaojing, do you recognize her?" Lu Erlong asked softly, observing Yu Xiaojing's prolonged silence. Yu Xiaojing glanced between Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong, silently lowering his head without uttering a word. "Waste. You dare to act, yet lack the courage to face the consequences. No, you are even less than a waste." Fuming with rage, Bibi Dong let out a fierce exclamation. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, extending her hand to deliver a resounding slap across the face of Yu Xiaojing. The sharp sound echoed as the flesh of his cheek quivered. Yu Xiaojing stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the once gentle Bibi Dong could strike him. Beside them, Lu Erlong was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that this woman would resort to violence. Meanwhile, Qin Yang silently observed the unfolding drama, his intent being to reveal Yu Xiaojing's true nature. With that aim accomplished, he remained a passive spectator. At this moment, Yu Xiaojing felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and frustration. He had envisioned a romantic afternoon swinging on a swing with the woman he adored in her elegant estate, basking in the sweetness of love. How enchanting it could have been. Perhaps in the next instant, they might have ventured into deeper intimacy, solidifying their bond and culminating in a profound connection. Yet, who could have foreseen the sudden intrusion of a man and a woman, eavesdropping on his tender exchanges with the woman of his affections? Ironically, one of them was the very woman he had cherished 2 months prior. Even more coincidentally, She appeared just as he was engaged in affectionate conversation with his newfound love interest. It was a revelation that left him utterly exposed. After a scathing reprimand, she struck him again for no apparent reason, leaving his cheek nearly swollen. He felt profoundly wronged, intensely so. Yet, as he was not the kind of man to retaliate against a woman, he resolved to endure the indignity. His expression a mixture of confusion and sorrow as he gazed at his assailant. "How could you strike me?" he murmured, shaking his head in disbelief, his voice trembling. "You deserve far worse. I could almost wish for your demise," Bibi Dong seethed, her contempt for Yu Xiaojiang reaching unprecedented heights, especially after witnessing Qin Yang's affection for another woman. Only to find Yu Xiaojiang, the worthless scoundrel, fawning over yet another. Her rage was barely contained. The fact that she had not resorted to lethal violence against him was a testament to her restraint. "What is wrong with you? How dare you speak of Xiaojiang in such a manner? And what gives you the right to strike him?" Lu Erlong, her concern morphing into agitation, momentarily forgot her earlier suspicions. Upon witnessing her beloved being struck by another woman, she immediately sprang to his defense. Bibi Dong cast a disdainful glance at Lu Erlong, scoffing at her intervention. "Do you not wish to inquire about my identity first? As for the reason behind my disdain for Yu Xiaojiang, that is a question you ought to pose to him." With that said, Bibi Dong turned her gaze toward Yu Xiaojiang and coldly remarked, "To forget someone entirely and develop affections anew within a mere 2 months, Yu Xiaojiang, your shamelessness truly leaves me in awe. Nevertheless, this spares me the burden of feeling indebted to you, for I have moved on." At this juncture, Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yang before regaining her icy composure. "Here and now, I, Bibi Dong, solemnly declare that I shall have no further entanglements with you, Yu Xiaojiang. The mere sight of you induces a sense of revulsion." With that, she turned and stepped beside Qin Yang. "Well, that concludes our conversation. Shall we take our leave?" Qin Yang had no intention of prolonging the dialogue. Time was of the essence. Moreover, he anticipated that someone else would articulate what needed to be said. He cast a knowing glance at the figure standing a short distance away, none other than Flinder. Coincidentally, at the moment Bibi Dong struck Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder had just returned and witnessed the scene unfold. Qin Yang regarded the youthful Flinder and the young Lu Erlong with a smile, before pulling Bibi Dong into his embrace. Nearby, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened at the sight. He had always held a fondness for the beautiful Bibi Dong, yet he found himself equally smitten by the equally stunning and voluptuous Lu Erlong. Witnessing Bibi Dong being embraced by another man stirred a sense of discomfort within him. "Well then, farewell to you three. Oh, and to the gentleman with glasses over there. I have a piece of information to share with you, which I believe you will find intriguing," Qin Yang said with a smile, directing his gaze toward the young Flinder as he relayed the tidbit about Yu Xiaojiang being Lu Erlong's cousin. He was quite curious about the ensuing interactions among the trio once Flinder learned of this revelation. Subsequently, Qin Yang departed with Bibi Dong. On the lawn, Lu Erlong regarded Yu Xiaojiang, clearly brimming with questions. Yu Xiaojiang, confronted by her gaze, averted his eyes in guilt. Meanwhile, Flinder's expression was a tapestry of emotions: surprise, anger, and bewilderment. "Xiaojiang, are you not going to say anything? Who is she, and what is your connection?" Lu Erlong fixated on Yu Xiaojiang, noticing his prolonged silence and lowered head, and could no longer restrain her curiosity. Upon hearing her inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang let out a long sigh, as if gathering his thoughts. His tone grew somber. "Erlong, prior to our meeting, I mentioned that I hail from Spirit City, but what you do not know is that I was, in fact, cast out. Xiaojiang, what is happening?" At this moment, Flander, having regained his composure, approached with curiosity in his eyes, gazing at Yu Xiaojiang. Upon seeing Flander, Yu Xiaojiang let out another deep sigh. "You must already be aware of the woman from earlier. She is none other than Bibi Dong, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. And the man, if I am not mistaken, is none other than Qin Yang, who recently re-emerged after 5 years, the continent's most prodigious talent. Who would have thought it was him?" Both Flander and Lu Erlong were taken aback. On this continent, while one might not know the name of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji, it is impossible not to recognize the name of the continent's #1 genius, Qin Yang. As for my relationship with Bibi Dong, here, Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Lu Erlong and continued, "She could, if one were to stretch the definition, be considered my former girlfriend." Sensing Lu Erlong's potential misunderstanding, Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly clarified, "However, Erlong, nothing untoward occurred between us. We simply exchanged knowledge and gradually became acquainted. It was through this that we developed a certain fondness for one another. Yet, as you both know, she is the Pope's disciple, the saintess of the Spirit Hall, and the future Pope, while I am merely a 30-level individual who will never surpass that threshold. Thus, 2 months ago, I arranged to travel across the continent with her. But the Pope of the Spirit Hall suddenly appeared, humiliated me, and expelled me from Spirit City. stating that a worthless person like me would never be worthy of Bibi Dong. Disheartened, I left, and soon after, I encountered both of you. That is the story between Bibi Dong and me. So, ere long, you must believe me. I have never wronged you, and my feelings for you remain steadfast. As for why she sought me out today, I am uncertain, but upon seeing Qin Yang by her side, I can surmise that she may have developed feelings for him, and perhaps wishes to bring our chapter to a close. Therefore, ere long, you should know that my heart is wholly yours. After this explanation, coupled with Yu Xiaojiang's earnest demeanor, Lu ere long, being somewhat naive in matters of love, easily believed him. However, Flander, observing the situation, harbored a hint of skepticism and a touch of incredulity. It has only been 2 months since you were expelled from Spirit City by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, yet you claim to have forgotten your affections so easily, with no desire for reconciliation. Even more astonishingly, you encounter Lu ere long on the road and suddenly develop feelings for her, as if you were still married to your previous partner and instantly married another upon meeting a new woman. This is simply unfathomable. Moreover, you have not clarified your situation with Lu ere long, only offering explanations now that she has come to you. Throughout these past 2 months, Flander had naturally grown fond of Lu ere long. Moments ago, he discerned, both through sight and sound, that Lu ere long harbored affections for Yu Xiaojiang. However, upon gaining a deeper understanding of Yu Xiaojiang, he concluded that the latter was ill-suited for Lu ere long. Whether it was his lackluster character or other attributes, Yu Xiaojiang was simply not a match for Lu ere long. Just as Flander was about to voice his thoughts, Lu ere long interjected, "Xiaojiang, I have faith in you. As for that Bibi Dong, she is hardly virtuous. Nevertheless, faith aside, you must promise me that you will sever all ties with her henceforth. Can you do that?" Lu ere long gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, awaiting his response. Should he falter, then ere long, rest assured, I, Yu Xiaojiang, vow that in this lifetime, my heart shall belong solely to you. Should I ever waver, may the heavens strike me down. Moreover, ere long, do you know? The very instant you placed your trust in me, I resolved to make a momentous decision. I intend to take you as my wife. In this life, I shall marry no one but you, Lu ere long. With these declarations, he invoked the heavens as witnesses, asserting that should he betray this promise, he would meet a dire fate. Yu Xiaojiang's heartfelt confession, coupled with his poignant oath, struck a chord within Lu ere long's heart. Meanwhile, Flander, having been a reluctant witness to this emotional display, felt compelled to intervene. Just as he opened his mouth to remind them of their incompatibility, Lu ere long preempted him. Flander, I am aware of your affections for me. However, I must apologize, for I have always regarded you as an elder brother. The one I have always cherished is Xiaojiang. Therefore, I am truly sorry, Flander. Lu ere long's sincere words rendered Flander momentarily speechless. Noticing Flander's silence, Lu ere long assumed he had come to terms with the situation and continued. Flander, you heard Xiaojiang's words, did you not? I would like you to witness our union, if you would be so kind. Yu Xiaojiang also cast a hopeful glance at Flander, wishing for his support in their bond. Flander hesitated, caught between his emotions, and upon meeting Yu Xiaojiang's earnest gaze, he sighed and inquired, Xiaojiang, do you truly intend to marry no one but Erlong? With unwavering determination, Yu Xiaojiang affirmed, Indeed, I have made up my mind. Even in the face of societal scorn and ridicule, I shall marry no one but Erlong. Flander's demeanor grew grave as he pressed further, Are you certain, regardless of the circumstances? Without a doubt, I, Yu Xiaojiang, vow to marry no one but Erlong, he replied without hesitation. At that moment, he seemed oblivious to the weight of Flander's serious tone and the repercussions it entailed. Flander, what do you mean by that? Lu Erlong, sensing something amiss, inquired. Looking toward Flander, You cannot be together. Flander's expression remained stern. Chapter 25. Yu Xiaojiang's unbearable realization of their siblinghood. Madness ensues. You cannot be together. Flander's serious expression persisted. Flander, I am aware of your fondness for Lu Erlong. However, I implore you to support my union with her, for I have declared that in this lifetime, I shall marry no one but Lu Erlong. Yu Xiaojiang asserted with remarkable determination. Upon hearing this, Flander could not help but inquire, Xiaojiang, even if you were to discover that you and Lu Erlong are actually siblings, would you still choose to be with her? Insisting that she is the only one for you? Absolutely, Yu Xiaojiang replied without hesitation. Yet, in the next moment, as he pondered Flander's words, he found himself momentarily stunned. Siblings? Biological siblings? Surely, Flander must be jesting. How could he and Lu Erlong possibly be siblings? Flander, how could you make such a jest? This is implausible. Yu Xiaojiang was resolute in his belief that Flander was merely teasing him, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, Flander, how could you joke about such a matter? Lu Erlong echoed, equally incredulous. The notion that she and Yu Xiaojiang could be siblings was absurd. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family possessed the formidable martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, while Yu Xiaojiang's martial spirit was merely a three-headed dog. Furthermore, he had never mentioned to them that he belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Although Yu Xiaojiang bore the surname Yu, there were many with that name across the continent. It was entirely possible that he was not affiliated with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, let alone being her blood relative. Despite knowing that Lu Erlong's martial spirit was a fire dragon, countless individuals on the Douluo Continent also possessed fire dragon martial spirits. Moreover, he had grown up within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and had never even encountered Lu Erlong. Observing their disbelief, Flander recalled what Qin Yang had mentioned to him earlier and decided to reveal the truth. Xiaojiang, you are indeed a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. And the current patriarch, Yu Yuanjin, is your father, correct? Flander, how do you know this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, taken aback. He had never disclosed his lineage to Flander or Lu Erlong. How could Flander possibly know? Then I was not mistaken? Flander pressed. Yu Xiaojiang, oblivious to Lu Erlong's increasingly troubled expression, nodded affirmatively. I am indeed a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and Yu Yuanjin is indeed my father. As his words fell, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed within Lu Erlong. When she heard Yu Xiaojiang's confirmation, it felt as though she had been struck by an immense weight, causing her heart to shatter in an instant. Her complexion paled, and she stared at Yu Xiaojiang in disbelief, lost in thought. His father was Yu Yuanjin, while she was the illegitimate daughter of Yu Yuanjin's brother, Yu Limyan. They were indeed blood relatives. Erlong, what is wrong? Yuxiagang noticed something amiss with Lu Erlong and reached out to touch her forehead. Yet, in that moment, Lu Erlong took a step back, halting Yuxiagang's hand in midair. Erlong, Yuxiagang queried, confusion etched across his face. Could it be that she was unable to accept her lineage from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family? Lu Erlong's eyes turned crimson, her lips quivering as she uttered, Xiaojiang. My father is Yu Luomian. What? The revelation struck him like the devastating news of a parent's demise. Yuxiagang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on Lu Erlong. Seeking confirmation, he grasped her shoulders tightly and exclaimed, This cannot be true. Can it? It cannot be. How could you possibly be my uncle's daughter? He has never mentioned you. However, Lu Erlong's words plunged Yuxiagang into despair. I am his illegitimate daughter, which is why he never brought me back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. With a sudden loss of strength, Yuxiagang released his grip on Lu Erlong's shoulders. Stumbling back in shock, his mind reeling. How could this be? This is impossible. How could you be my uncle's daughter? It must be false. Surely it is false. Just a moment ago, he had fervently vowed that he would marry no one but Lu Erlong, declaring that if he were to betray that oath, he would meet a dreadful fate. Yet now, he learned that Lu Erlong was indeed his uncle's daughter. An illegitimate child. Ha ha ha. It must be false. All of it must be false. You are deceiving me. You must be deceiving me. Yuxiagang shook his head, retreating step by step, until he suddenly fell to the ground. He rose again, only to stumble back once more. This cycle continued as he instinctively sought to distance himself from Lu Erlong. In ordinary circumstances, individuals with low psychological resilience may succumb to madness when faced with overwhelming stimuli beyond their capacity to bear. Yuxiagang's state was evidently one of such madness. Consider it. Just a moment ago, he was poised to reach the pinnacle of his life by marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, only to be confronted with the shocking reality that she was his uncle's daughter. Such a blow was unbearable for anyone, especially for someone like Yuxiagang. Escape. The word echoed in Yuxiagang's mind. He swayed unsteadily, intent on fleeing the scene. At that moment, all he desired was to escape this place. However, Flanders, unable to watch any longer, intervened. Yuxiagang, what were you just saying? Who was it that vowed to marry Erlong? Who declared that he would marry no one but Erlong in this lifetime? Look at yourself now. Flanders bellowed. What happened to your earlier promises? At this moment, Flander gained clarity. Yu Xiaojiang displayed a lack of responsibility. As he saw Yu Xiaojiang swaying and attempting to flee, Lu Erlong's eyes, filled with anguish, gradually brimmed with tears. With a sudden clap, Flander could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, striking Yu Xiaojiang in an effort to rouse him from his stupor. Yu Xiaojiang, if you choose to leave, do not blame me, Flander, for looking down upon you. You scoundrel, is there anything that cannot be articulated? What is this fleeing and evading? Where is your sense of responsibility? Where is your manhood? Flander vented his frustration. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang still attempting to escape, he finally lost his temper, delivering slap after slap across Yu Xiaojiang's face. His affection for Lu Erlong was evident. When Qin Yang revealed that Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang were siblings, he had indeed entertained alternative thoughts, as this is a natural human inclination. However, he intended to address the matter promptly and engage in fair competition thereafter. He was utterly taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's apparent weakness, his low tolerance for pressure, and his desire to flee before even attempting to communicate. It was simply unmanly. In a fit of anger, Flander struck Yu Xiaojing once more. Flander, stop hitting him. Please, stop. Lu Erlong, unable to contain her tears, witnessed Yu Xiaojing's despondent and irresponsible demeanor, which left her heartbroken. At this juncture, Flander ceased his assault, seizing Yu Xiaojing and tossing him to the ground to prevent his escape. Erlong, I understand your distress, but the fact remains that you are cousins. It is better to confront this truth now rather than for you both to discover it later, which would be even more difficult to accept. Moreover, you witnessed Yu Xiaojing's reaction. Upon learning the news, he was utterly dazed and immediately sought to flee. Frankly, I have lost all respect for him on the grounds of manhood. Flander voiced his thoughts candidly. Lu Erlong, choked with emotion, glanced at the disoriented Yu Xiaojing but remained silent. Very well, I shall take Xiaojing back. I will keep him confined until he regains his senses. And we can discuss this further then. Erlong, although my actions may seem harsh, I do not believe I was in the wrong. With that, Flander departed with Yu Xiaojing, leaving Lu Erlong to gather her thoughts alone. As for whether he worried, naturally, Flander was concerned. However, Lu Erlong was not the type to lack responsibility like Yu Xiaojing, nor would she flee without a second thought. Thus, he left to allow her the space to regain her composure. On the other side, carrying Bibi Dong away, Qin Yang understood that upon learning of the sibling connection with Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing would undoubtedly flee without hesitation. After all, that is precisely how the original narrative unfolds. His fragile psychological endurance, lack of responsibility, and unwillingness to confront reality encapsulate the most authentic aspect of the original master, Yu Xiaojing. As for other matters, he was rather indifferent. Ultimately, sharing this news with Flander was merely a trivial amusement for him. Chapter 26. Display of Authority. In the bustling streets of Tiando City, Qin Yang did not immediately return to the Spirit Hall's branch. Instead, he strolled through the city with Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong appeared somewhat despondent, clearly still not fully recovered. Was she yearning to dwell in the past, or perhaps longing for something that had slipped away? Observing Bibi Dong's gloomy demeanor, Qin Yang felt a pang of discomfort. Upon hearing his thoughts, Bibi Dong shot him a glare and retorted, "Who is clinging to the past? I would never pine for such a scoundrel, and neither should you." With that, she glared at Qin Yang, her voice rising defiantly, as if to assert that she would not lament over him either. "It is well that you do not pine. Remember this, you possess extraordinary talent, and becoming a deity is your ultimate goal. Right now, your focus should be on strengthening yourself. Someone as worthless as Yu Xiaojing is not worth your contemplation." "I understand," Bibi Dong replied softly, yet the melancholy in her eyes lingered. After all, she was still only in her early 20s. Thankfully, her emotional resilience was formidable. Having experienced certain events alongside Qin Yang, she regarded Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong with indifference. Moreover, upon realizing that Yu Xiaojing could not even compare to Qin Yang, her thoughts on him dissipated. It was simply a matter of frustration. Why was it that all the men she encountered were scoundrels? The first man she had given herself to, Qin Yang, was a scoundrel. The one she somewhat admired, Yu Xiaojing, was also a scoundrel. Her teacher, Qian Xunji, was even less deserving, as he, despite having a wife, sought to impose himself on her as a disciple. Had it not been for Qin Yang, she could hardly fathom the disastrous consequences. Qin Yang was different. He was an upright man. The scoundrel that was Yu Xiaojing was nothing but trash, lacking responsibility and bearing no semblance of a true man. Qian Xunji was a complete disgrace, unworthy of her mention. If a comparison must be made, it was clear that Qin Yang was the finest. With these thoughts in mind, Bibi Dong cast an admiring glance at Qin Yang. At least he was a genuine man, forthright and honorable. From this day forth, I shall no longer allow my heart to be swayed by any man. I shall grow stronger, become the strongest, and one day I will ascend to the position of Pope in the Spirit Hall. I want the world to see that women are no less capable than men. Bibi Dong's gaze was resolute. Understanding her thoughts, Qin Yang smiled faintly and led her back to the Spirit Hall's branch. "Your Highness, Saintess." Upon their return, the Platinum Bishop of the branch welcomed them. Simultaneously, the two titled Douluo, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, closely followed behind. "What is the matter?" Qin Yang inquired. "It is as follows. Just moments ago, the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire dispatched Prince Xuesheng to convey his intentions, stating that on the day of the Spirit Hall's reselection of the seven sects, Prince Xuesheng will represent the Heaven Do Empire in Spirit City, offering assistance to the Spirit Hall. Is this indeed the will of the Snow Knight Emperor?" Qin Yang asked, turning his gaze towards Zhu Douluo. "Indeed it is," Zhu Douluo affirmed. "I see. That saves me another trip to the Imperial Palace. Since we are here, let us proceed directly to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School." Qin Yang was unconcerned about the sudden shift in the Heaven Do Empire's attitude. As long as their objectives were achieved, that was sufficient. Yes, After resting for a night, the following day, Qin Yang and his party departed from Heaven-Do City, heading towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Within the Heaven-Do Palace, upon receiving this news, the Snow Knight Emperor sighed. His change in attitude was not abrupt, but rather a calculated decision made after careful consideration, opting for the best course of action. Surely, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would make a similar choice. The Snow Knight Emperor recalled the message from Ning Fengji, letting out another sigh. The circumstances were compelling. In the face of insurmountable forces, compromising for the Empire was unavoidable. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, one of the 3 sects on the Douluo Continent, was renowned for its direct descendants wielding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, hailed as the foremost auxiliary spirit in the realm. Currently, under the leadership of the sect master Ning Fengji, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was steadily advancing towards greatness. Furthermore, a pair of Titled Douluo had gained fame across the continent, particularly the sword Douluo Qian, who possessed the most formidable offensive spirit, the Seven-Killing Sword. His extraordinary strength commanded profound respect even from some of the Titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall. And today, Qin Yang had arrived. He was well acquainted with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having heard numerous tales from Ning Xuerong about it. However, this was his first visit. A fateful encounter indeed. Gazing upon the grand and imposing entrance, Qin Yang couldn't help but think of that woman, Ning Xuerong. Their meeting yesterday felt as if it had just transpired. He deeply missed the familiar presence of Ning Xuerong. Unexpectedly, we have the honor of receiving esteemed guests from the Spirit Hall at our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly. At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance. Subsequently, the sect master Ning Fengji descended step by step from the entrance, accompanied by the sword Douluo and bone Douluo as his protectors. Ning Fengji was strikingly handsome. With a straight nose and a square jaw, his demeanor exuding an elegant warmth. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared to be in his 20s, with gentle eyes that portrayed the image of an ordinary man. However, as he descended step by step from the mountain gate, an intangible aura of authority radiated from him. Similarly, the Titled Douluo, sword Douluo Qian, and bone Douluo Gu Rong exuded a formidable presence. As the 3 of them descended the steps of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the pressure they emanated intensified with each step. This was undoubtedly a display of dominance from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even though Qin Yang was once the continent's foremost genius and one of the most esteemed figures within the Spirit Hall, accompanied by the formidable Titled Douluos, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, as well as the illustrious Holy Maiden Bibi Dong, this was the domain of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the leader of the school, Ning Fengji would never allow anyone to ascend freely and exert pressure upon him, especially not to invite him to participate in the reselection of the 7 sections. The display of might was merely an appetizer. The formidable aura was palpable. Beside Qin Yang, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo gazed in astonishment at the approaching sword Douluo and bone Douluo, even as fellow Titled Douluos. They were deeply shaken by the overwhelming presence emanating from their counterparts. In terms of strength, with their recent advancement to rank 93, they were no match for sword Douluo and bone Douluo. This was beyond doubt. Under normal circumstances, they would not waver in the face of such intimidation, given their status within the Spirit Hall. At that moment, however, Qin Yang raised his hand, signaling for his companions to remain calm. Then, with a resounding boom, he proclaimed, "It seems the esteemed Master Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has arrived, presenting me with such an extraordinary display of courtesy. I am truly honored." A powerful aura erupted from Qin Yang, enveloping everything within 100 meters in a blazing golden light. In an instant, the intimidation from Ning Fengji and his companions crumbled. Suddenly, Ning Fengji halted, feeling an intense warmth emanating from Qin Yang, and promptly placed a hand over his chest. What a formidable presence! Sword Douluo was taken aback. Noticing Ning Fengji's reaction, he quickly turned to face Qin Yang, assessing him with renewed attention. A subtle smile graced his face, radiating confidence. He appeared unperturbed even in the presence of the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was Qin Yang. In the past, he had only encountered Qin Yang once, and upon their reunion, the other party had already become unfathomable. Indeed, the sword Douluo Qian was unable to discern the precise strength of Qin Yang. The bone Douluo was equally perplexed. After scrutinizing Qin Yang for a moment, they ultimately reached a singular conclusion. He was inscrutable. Accompanying Qin Yang were 2 Titled Douluos, rendering any direct confrontation inadvisable. Ning Fengji noticed that the fervor within him had dissipated. Upon observing the sword Douluo's expression, he nodded in understanding. Approaching Qin Yang and his companions with a smile, he made no mention of the earlier incident. He expressed his apologies for any inadequacies in hospitality, stating that he had instructed his servants to prepare a reception area and invited them to join him in entering the sect. How could I refuse such a gracious invitation from the sect master? Ning Fengji, in his capacity as sect leader, gracefully gestured for them to proceed. Qin Yang smiled faintly and, without hesitation, took the first step towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Today's small step would pave the way for tomorrow's monumental leap. Qin Yang favored a gradual approach in all endeavors, akin to a woman who, amidst her coyness, savors each moment to the fullest. As they entered the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong perceived an atmosphere that felt quite peculiar. From the moment they stepped inside, Qin Yang engaged in conversation with Ning Fengji. Regardless of the topic, Qin Yang maintained a cheerful demeanor, and Ning Fengji mirrored this sentiment. Both men, possessing strikingly handsome appearances and wearing glasses, exuded an air of refined elegance. Yet, this pair of smiling gentlemen elicited a chilling sensation in Bibi Dong. The more they smiled, the colder their words became. Strangely, as their banter intensified and their apparent camaraderie grew, they began to address each other as brothers, leaving her utterly astonished. Brother Qin Yang, though we are of similar age, your prowess surpasses my own by leaps and bounds. Ning Fengji sighed, his previously warm smile waning slightly. Despite being of comparable ages, Qin Yang's strength eclipsed that of Ning Fengji entirely. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's address, Qin Yang replied with a beaming smile, Brother Fengji, you flatter me, regardless of my strength. It pales in comparison to yours. To be the master of a sect at such a young age, and to have a beautiful fiancée, you are truly a winner in life. Moreover, it is said that your fiancée is the only woman in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to possess the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda martial soul. I cannot help but envy you. I sincerely hope for the opportunity to behold her grace. Ning Fengji's lips twitched slightly, causing his smile to falter. The conversation had been flowing smoothly until it veered towards someone else's fiancée. Was it not apparent that such a topic could easily bring the discussion to a halt? Initially, he had intended to gauge Qin Yang's strength. However, now that the latter had mentioned his wife, he reluctantly decided to abandon his inquiry for the time being. Brother Qin Yang, you jest. Ning Fengji chuckled lightly, wishing to steer clear of that subject. Fortuitously, they had just arrived at the grand hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the venue for receiving Qin Yang and the esteemed Douluo Ju. Subsequently, with a warm smile, Ning Fengji gestured for Qin Yang to enter. Chapter 27, The Corona. As they walked through the bustling sights of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji was greatly astonished. Now, upon entering the hall, he was further captivated. It was undeniable that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School rightfully bore the title of the wealthiest sect in the continent. Inside the hall, Qin Yang remarked with a sense of wonder, the opulence is merely superficial. It pales in comparison to the Spirit Hall, which stands as the sanctum for soul masters across the continent. Now, with your presence, Brother Qin Yang, the name of the Spirit Hall will surely resonate even louder in the future, now that we have the continent's foremost genius among us. Ning Fengji expressed his admiration. Qin Yang did not deny this, yet he also refrained from elaborating further. After the attendants served tea and exchanged pleasantries, Qin Yang produced an item, an invitation. I trust that Brother Fengji has received my earlier correspondence. Now that we are at this juncture, I shall be candid. My purpose in visiting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is to invite you to Wuhuan City for the upcoming re-election of the 7 great sects. Might I request that you grant me the honor of your presence? With the invitation delicately pinched between his fingers, Qin Yang smiled at Ning Fengji, who maintained his composure. To have Brother Qin Yang extend the invitation personally is indeed an honor. However, but what? Do you perhaps have reservations? Or is it that you are unwilling to grant me this favor? Qin Yang's smile faltered slightly. Certainly not. Brother Qin Yang is the continent's foremost genius, his strength unfathomable. Now that we are like old friends and call each other brothers, I doubt anyone on this continent would dare to disregard your honor, let alone I, your humble brother. It is merely that within our sect, everyone has long since heard tales of your prowess and holds you in great esteem. They are eager to engage in a friendly spar with you, to witness the brilliance of the continent's greatest talent. I hope you will indulge us. Ning Fengji's smile remained unwavering. Ah, I see. To teach is indeed an honor I do not presume to claim. Let us engage in a friendly spar. Very well. Let us proceed with the spar. Ning Fengji readily agreed, then turned to the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, who nodded in affirmation. Whether it is Ning Fengji or the sword Douluo Chen, upon learning of Qin Yang's arrival at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they have both been eager to gauge his strength. After all, 5 years prior, he had already reached the formidable level of 90. It is inconceivable that he would be weaker now. The decision to send the sword Douluo, the most powerful warrior of the sect, was also made with the reputation of the sect in mind. If he were too weak, it would be impossible to ascertain Qin Yang's true capabilities. Although the bone Douluo possesses great strength, Ning Fengji could not overlook Qin Yang's exceptional talent and thus opted to deploy the sword Douluo directly. With the sword Douluo already at the impressive level of 94, it was certain that testing Qin Yang's prowess would present no complications. Upon witnessing the sword Douluo stepping forward, Qin Yang comprehended Ning Fengji's intentions. This was not merely a sparring session, it was also an assessment. Furthermore, from the tone of Ning Fengji's words, it was evident that a decision had been reached. The spar was merely a means to provide a graceful exit. Should he win, it would restore the sect's prestige. If he were to lose, he would still participate in the reselection of the 7 sects. Before long, the group arrived at the martial arts platform of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School. Inside, some disciples, having heard that the esteemed sword Douluo would be engaging in a friendly match with the rumored continent's #1 genius, Qin Yang, gathered from afar to witness the event. Similarly, Ning Xuerong, who had received news of Qin Yang's arrival early on, found herself among the crowd, though she had initially wished to avoid contact with Qin Yang. The prospect of the sword Douluo's bout with him compelled her to secretly observe. At that moment on the battle stage, Qin Yang and the sword Douluo stood resolutely against the wind. On one side of the platform stood Ning Fengji, the bone Douluo, and several high-ranking members of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, all of considerable strength. On the opposite side were Bibi Dong, the chrysanthemum Douluo, and the ghost Douluo. This encounter might be a mere exchange, or it could lead to injury, but certainly not to death, for neither side would genuinely resort to lethal force. Young brother Qin Yang, I have heard tales of your remarkable strength for 5 years. You have even fought against foes of higher ranks and triumphed over Titled Douluo level opponents. It is a profound honor to engage in battle with you. The sword Douluo, being a generation older than Qin Yang, found it fitting to address him as young brother. Yet, there lingered an undercurrent of condescension in his tone. As the two stood on the martial arts platform, they regarded one another, the air seemingly crystallizing around them. In the next moment, an overwhelming force erupted from both of them, their garments fluttering as if caught in an unseen gale, creating a resounding clap. The atmosphere had been sufficiently charged. Anticipation hung thick in the air for what was to come next. The sword Douluo raised his hand, pointing his sword towards the heavens, accompanied by a resonating hum. A silvery radiance shot forth from his fingertips, manifesting the 7-killing sword. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, circled and pulsated around the 7-killing sword. The overwhelming aura of the Titled Douluo pressed down upon Qin Yang with immense force. In response, Qin Yang showed no signs of restraint. A resounding hum echoed as a brilliant golden halo materialized above him, enveloping him like a sun. The intense, blinding light nearly rendered the onlookers unable to open their eyes. Yet, the next moment, they were astounded by the astonishing configuration of Qin Yang's soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, red. Although he possessed only 8 soul rings, the impact of those 2 crimson rings was far more terrifying than the 9 rings of the sword Douluo. The members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School fixated on Qin Yang's 2 scarlet soul rings, their breath momentarily caught in awe. The presence of 2 100,000-year soul rings, though they had heard of such things, was now before their eyes, exuding an overwhelming pressure that was nothing short of formidable. Ning Fengji, observing Qin Yang on the arena, marveled at the sight. Indeed, this indicated that he possessed at least 2 100,000-year soul bones, each capable of providing 2 powerful soul skills. Coupled with the skills from the 2 100,000-year soul rings, his power was unfathomable. Bone Douluo sensed the aura emanating from Qin Yang, filled with admiration. In the distance, the observing disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School gazed with wide eyes in shock. Amidst the crowd, Ning Xuerong wore a complex expression. For one of the red soul rings belonged to her, obtained alongside Qin Yang in that valley. Upon seeing the crimson ring, memories of their 3 days and nights of entanglement flooded back, causing her breath to inexplicably quicken as she gazed at Qin Yang on the battle platform. In stark contrast to the expressions of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Spirit Hall remained composed. While Bibi Dong was astonished, she had grown accustomed to such displays. However, Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo exchanged glances, as they had always believed that the Qin Yang before them was merely an illusion created by their pope, Qian Xunji, using a soul bone. Yet, with the emergence of the 100,000-year soul ring and the authenticity of his martial soul, doubts began to creep into their minds. Was this truly their pope, Qian Xunji? However, now was not the time for inquiries, as the sword Douluo had made his move. At his level, stillness meant nothing. Once he moved, it was as if mountains crumbled. 5th soul skill, awe-inspiring might. As the sound of the sword Douluo echoed, hundreds of seven-killing sword Qi instantaneously coalesced in the skies above Qin Yang. With a commanding shout of kill from the sword Douluo, the sword Qi surged forth like a torrential downpour, swiftly descending upon Qin Yang with lethal intent. It was indeed a commendable assault, potent and rapid. However, it was inherently a wide-area attack. Should it stray beyond its designated range, redirecting the soul skill would undoubtedly incur substantial energy expenditure. Qin Yang merely glanced upwards at the multitude of seven-killing sword Qi to comprehend the essence and vulnerabilities of the soul skill. Subsequently, the ring of sunlight materialized in his grasp, pulsating rhythmically as the soul ring shimmered with brilliance. As the sword Douluo's soul skill rained down upon the battlefield targeting Qin Yang, a series of thunderous booms resonated through the heavens. Yet, to the astonishment of the sword Douluo, his intended target, Qin Yang, abruptly vanished from the arena without a trace. Startled, the sword Douluo was reminded of his esteemed partner, the bone Douluo, whose ability to traverse space echoed in this moment. With his seasoned expertise, the sword Douluo quickly focused on the aerial vicinity. Indeed, as Qin Yang had alluded, his soul skill was fundamentally an area of effectability. Once the target exited its range, it could be rendered ineffective. He too possessed the ability to alter the attack range of his soul skill, though such an adjustment would exponentially tax his soul power. In that fleeting moment, as the sword Douluo's assault descended, Qin Yang utilized his spatial abilities to effortlessly traverse into the air above the range of his soul skill, evading the onslaught with ease. It appeared that, much like his uncle Bone, he too wielded the power of space. Below, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow slightly. The bone Douluo, Gurong, shared a similar sentiment. As one endowed with spatial abilities, he understood better than anyone the formidable and enigmatic nature of such powers. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Yang's spatial capabilities surpassed his own. Do you wish to engage in aerial combat? As you desire. The sword Douluo, realizing Qin Yang's intention to remain aloft, leaped into the sky, soaring on his sword with the grace of a celestial being, his feet upon the seven-killing sword. Accelerating towards Qin Yang. Suspended in midair, for a Titled Douluo, this was a trivial feat, merely a matter of expending some soul power. Yet, for Qin Yang, it seemed as though he genuinely possessed the ability to fly. With a flourish, he invoked his fourth soul skill, the Corona. As Qin Yang hovered in the air, he cast a glance at the sword Douluo, then raised a hand. Simultaneously, the fourth 10,000-year soul ring on his body pulsated with energy. In the next instant, the sky was shrouded in darkness. The sun appeared to be cloaked in blackness, its edges radiating a blinding white light. The onlookers below were left in a state of astonishment. The ability to influence the sun is truly beyond human capability, one might exclaim. Yet upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that it is not the celestial sun that is being referred to, but rather the dark orb held in Qin Yang's hand. The sword Douluo, witnessing this, is taken aback. He can feel the overwhelming power emanating from the pitch-black sphere that radiates a brilliant white light, compelling him to respond with all his might. With unwavering determination, he unleashes one of his most formidable techniques, the sixth soul skill, 10,000 swords returning to one. In an instant, the air around them is filled with a myriad of sword energies. Pointing a finger at Qin Yang, countless sword energies coalesce into a tangible seven-kill sword. Hurtling towards him, unfazed, Qin Yang raises his hand, and the black, yet radiant, orb descends. Its fall is slow, yet as it gradually descends, the air becomes thick and turbulent, a fierce wind howling as if it were conjuring colossal waves in the atmosphere. Boom, boom. The two attacks collide. Sword light flares. The winds roar. The brilliant white light dazzles. A thunderous cacophony reverberates through the skies. Those surrounding the battle platform shield their eyes against the blinding radiance unleashed at the moment of the orb's explosion. Bang! Clash! Yet, at this moment, the true battle between the two unfolds above. The sound of metal striking, the clash of energies, and the mutual assaults of soul techniques resonate one after another, echoing throughout the seven-treasure glazed tile school amidst the brilliant white light. Chapter 28. I shall call you the strongest with a sword. With a resounding crash, the fierce collisions continue. The air is filled with the thunderous echoes of battle. Just then, the dazzling white light dissipates, and all eyes are drawn skyward. In the sky, the sword Douluo stands upon his flying sword, his sleeves fluttering in the wind, surrounded by countless seven-kill sword energies, appearing as if a celestial sword immortal has descended to the mortal realm. Opposite him, Qin Yang hovers effortlessly, the sun-like orbs of radiant golden light, 9 in total, suspended behind him, reminiscent of a divine sun god. The two lock eyes in midair. A closer examination reveals that the sword Douluo's garments bear signs of wear. A trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and his breath slightly labored. Qin Yang, too, bears some scratches on his clothes. A thin line of crimson adorning his cheek, his breath quickened, not from fatigue, but from exhilaration. He wipes the trace of blood from his face, fixing his gaze intently on the sword Douluo. This fervent thrill is intoxicating. For the first time in 5 years, it truly brings me immense joy. Surely, there are other formidable sword techniques. This fellow easily dismantled my 10,000 swords returning to origin. Reflecting on the earlier clash, the sword Douluo fixed his gaze upon Qin Yang, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The atmosphere grew eerily silent in that moment. Below, Ning Fengji, Bon Douluo, and Zhu Douluo were all fixated on the two figures in the sky. Upon hearing Qin Yang's resounding declaration, they understood that an even greater clash was imminent. Since my 10,000 swords returning to origin could not unveil his true capabilities, it seems I must resort to that move. The sword Douluo steadied his rapid breathing, as countless sword energies buzzed and trembled behind him, his aura sharpening further. Excellent. Allow me to experience your most powerful sword technique. With adrenaline surging, Qin Yang's attention remained unwaveringly focused on the sword Douluo, a grin spreading across his face as he sensed the escalation of his opponent's aura. The response to Qin Yang was a chorus of vibrating sword energies. With a mere thought, the sword Douluo's multitude of sword energies came to life. He then unleashed a mighty shout, reminiscent of celestial weapons descending from the heavens, as an overwhelming sword intent coalesced around him, forming the most formidable sword in existence. The person embodies the sword, and the sword embodies the person. This is the legendary unity of man and sword. The sword Douluo intends to execute that move. This is dire. Everyone, retreat. Below, Ning Fengji was acutely aware of the power of the sword Douluo's technique. They were far too close. Should the duel commence, they would undoubtedly be caught in the fierce sword intent. Without hesitation, Ning Fengji and the Bon Douluo swiftly retreated. Likewise, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo sensed the formidable sword intent emanating from the sword Douluo. Never before had it felt so piercing. Retreat. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo nodded, drawing back several meters with Bibi Dong. However, the sword Douluo in the sky showed no signs of halting. Waves of sword energies continued to converge upon him. After achieving the unity of man and sword, his sword intent surged ever higher, striving for its zenith. He was determined to unleash his most powerful strike. Such strength. In terms of swordsmanship, no one I have faced is your equal. Boom. It was this audacious proclamation that caused all spectators below to hold their breath, their eyes glued to the spectacle above. In that very instant, an unprecedented golden radiance erupted from Qin Yang. Subsequently, the 9 suns behind him began to gather, coalesce, and intensify. In the blink of an eye, they formed a blazing golden feathered attire that enveloped his being. At this moment, the resplendent golden hue enveloping Qin Yang exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of an emperor descending upon the mortal realm, exuding formidable authority. This was a sole technique of his own creation, the sunlight feather garment, a vestment formed through the power of sunlight. It not only enveloped his body but also invigorated the vitality of his cells, enhancing his attack, defense, and speed. Furthermore, it could replenish and restore him with the power of sunlight. Thus, as long as there was an ample supply of sunlight, no attack surpassing Qin Yang's formidable prowess could breach the defenses of his sunlight feather garment, let alone inflict harm upon his true self. The use of this technique underscored Qin Yang's deep respect for the sword Douluo. At that moment, the sword energy behind the sword Douluo had entirely dissipated, and the essence of the sword within him surged to its zenith. His attack bore no name. If one were to assign a title, it would merely be the most potent strike born from the unity of man and sword. With a piercing gaze directed at Qin Yang, the sword Douluo moved with a silent swiftness. In the next instant, he pointed towards Qin Yang, unleashing a torrent of sword intent, transforming into a precious sword that shot forth. The onlookers below witnessed a flash of silvery sword light slicing through the air, after which the sword Douluo vanished from their sight. It was astoundingly swift, so quick that their eyes could scarcely follow. Only Ning Fengji, the chrysanthemum Douluo, and a select few could perceive a semblance of the event. However, contrary to their expectations, the entire process unfolded without any thunderous roars or explosive collisions of soul techniques. The atmosphere seemed to descend into a profound silence, as the sword Douluo, embodying the sword, advanced towards Qin Yang, clad in his golden feather garment. Qin Yang raised a hand, and a blazing golden sphere materialized within it, intercepting the sword Douluo's most potent strike. The two figures found themselves momentarily suspended in time. The sword Douluo's blade had penetrated the radiant sphere by a mere inch, yet could advance no further. Although Qin Yang remained unscathed, the golden garment bore numerous sword marks, evidently a testament to the sword Douluo's formidable sword intent. Casting a glance at the scars upon his feather garment, Qin Yang chuckled, It is no surprise that you are the sword heart of the way. Your sword intent is indeed powerful. You are truly deserving of the title of the continent's greatest prodigy. The sword Douluo, gazing intently at Qin Yang for a brief moment, spoke a few words before reluctantly dissipating his sword intent. He refrained from further attacks, aware that continuing was futile unless he were to expend every ounce of his strength in a desperate fight. Observing this, the once fervent blood coursing through Qin Yang's veins gradually cooled, and his radiant golden feather garment began to dissipate. Qian Daoliu gazed intently at Qin Yang's unscathed form, his expression heavier than ever before. Yet, Qin Yang maintained his unwavering smile. The sheer power of Qian Daoliu's sword intent thrilled him, yet it ultimately fell short, failing to breach the defenses of his sunlight feather garment. Perhaps only upon reaching the illustrious rank of 96 or above within the original narrative could one aspire to such a feat below. The spectators gradually regained their composure after the initial astonishment. Although the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not witness the unfolding events, they observed the climactic moment when Qin Yang successfully intercepted Qian Daoliu's final strike. The true nature of the encounter, however, remained shrouded in mystery, as both combatants had since ceased their hostilities. Nevertheless, this revelation was bound to spread. With numerous disciples in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and a few spies from rival sects, the news would inevitably permeate the continent, creating a significant stir. At this moment, in the air, the duel between Qian Daoliu and Qin Yang reached its conclusion. Subsequently, both individuals descended to the ground. Sword uncle? Upon noticing Qian Daoliu's condition, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and quietly inquired. Qian Daoliu merely shook his head, signaling for a discussion to be postponed. On the opposite side of the arena, Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo, along with Bibi Dong, were eager to pose their questions. However, Qin Yang raised a hand, indicating that further inquiries were unnecessary. It was then that Ning Fengji approached. Brother Qin Yang, the day is drawing to a close, and after such an intense exchange, you must be somewhat fatigued. Why not stay with us for the night, and we can discuss matters further in the morning? Indeed, I could use some rest. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Rest assured, Brother Qin Yang, I have made arrangements to ensure your comfort, Ning Fengji assured him, instructing his attendants to escort Qin Yang and his companions to the guest accommodations. After dispersing the sect's disciples, he led Qian Daoliu and the others back to their quarters for a thorough discussion. Before long, under Ning Fengji's guidance, Qin Yang and his companions settled into the guest quarters designated for esteemed visitors of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In the living room, only Bibi Dong and Qin Yang remained. Although Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo had questions for Qin Yang, he had no intention of revealing his plans to them just yet, so he directed them to another room. Naturally, he shared the space with Bibi Dong. How did your battle with Qian Daoliu culminate in such a manner? After a prolonged silence, Bibi Dong could no longer contain her curiosity. Her intrigue was understandable. The final exchange between Qin Yang and Qian Daoliu had transpired with such breathtaking speed that she could scarcely comprehend the details. Having encountered many formidable titled Douluos before, she was well acquainted with their prowess, particularly given the abundance of them within the Spirit Hall. However, it was the first time she witnessed a genuine battle from a titled Douluo, and it left her utterly astonished. Yet, the specifics of what transpired thereafter eluded her comprehension. The sword Douluo was indeed formidable, a true pillar of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Regrettably, I am even stronger. Really? He is a level 94 titled Douluo, possessing the most potent offensive martial soul. Bibi Dong harbored a flicker of doubt. Yet, Qian Xunji is also a level 94 titled Douluo. What of it? As Qin Yang's words resonated, Bibi Dong was jolted back to reality. Indeed, Qian Xunji, a level 94 titled Douluo with a six-winged angel martial soul, was effortlessly slain by Qin Yang. Thus, it appears that Qin Yang is genuinely formidable. Donger, remember this. Although the unchanging law of the Soul Master World dictates that higher levels equate to greater power, for certain prodigious talents, these laws hold no significance. For instance, the might of a Soul Master relies on powerful soul skills, and among Soul Masters of differing levels, those of higher rank may wield skills of millennia, while those of lower rank might possess skills of 100,000 years. Who, then, is truly stronger? Bibi Dong had never encountered such a scenario and was at a loss. Yet, from observing Qin Yang, he seemed to possess greater strength. Furthermore, you must remember that true strength lies in one's physical prowess. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, having experienced this firsthand. Now her soul power had reached level 60. Previously, she refrained from hunting soul rings, focusing instead on refining her physique with Qin Yang's assistance. As her body strengthened, she could indeed sense her burgeoning power. Once she grasped this, she turned to Qin Yang and, hesitantly, said, Qin Yang, you may come to my room tonight. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's invitation, Qin Yang nodded appreciatively, assuring her, "Rest assured, I have ample time tonight." Bibi Dong's proactive demeanor was ever so enchanting. "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely seek your assistance in becoming stronger," Bibi Dong clarified. "I understand, Donger. Rest assured, I shall train you diligently," Qin Yang replied earnestly. Chapter 29. Compromise in the City of Slaughter, Tanghao. Ning Fengji's residence. Living room. The sword Douluo sat on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought. At this juncture, his tattered garments had been replaced. He had sustained no injuries from his confrontation with Qin Yang, only experiencing excessive soul power depletion, which he had since recuperated. "Uncle Jian," Ning Fengji called out. The sword Douluo snapped back to attention. "He is exceedingly powerful, truly deserving of the title of the continent's foremost genius, exerting pressure unlike anything I have ever encountered." Reflecting on how his sword could not penetrate Qin Yang's radiant golden feathered defense, the sword Douluo could not help but lament. "Uncle Jian, are you truly not his match?" Ning Fengji inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. "Though I am reluctant to admit it, the truth remains, I am not his equal. As you all witnessed in the recent confrontation, despite not utilizing my 8th and 9th soul skills, I did employ the unity of sword and human, yet the result was that I could not even breach the radiant golden feathers adorning him. Furthermore, while I did not exert my full strength, neither did my opponent unleash his complete power. Regrettably, I must concede that I am not his match, Fengji. Although I am loath to acknowledge this fact, it is undeniable. Qin Yang's formidable prowess has once again astonished Ning Fengji. Moreover, I must clearly inform you, Fengji, that Qin Yang has not yet ascended to the rank of Titled Douluo. His soul power remains at level 90. What? Swordmaster, are you saying he hasn't advanced to Titled Douluo? Ning Fengji's eyes widened in disbelief. Such immense strength, and yet he has not reached Titled Douluo. The sword Douluo nodded. You must have noticed that he possesses only 8 soul rings. Initially, I thought he might be concealing his soul rings to hide his true strength. But through the course of battle, I realized he indeed has not advanced to Titled Douluo. His level remains at 90. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Fengji was engulfed in astonishment and incredulity. A level 90 Qin Yang could easily triumph over a level 94 sword Douluo. How powerful would he become if he were to break through to Titled Douluo? The thought brought an invisible pressure that nearly took Ning Fengji's breath away. Why do you think he hasn't broken through to Titled Douluo? The previously silent Gu Rong suddenly spoke. Clearly, he has the potential to ascend and become even stronger. Why does he refrain from doing so? Perhaps he is dissatisfied with his current power, or he seeks to find 100,000-year soul beast for his 9th soul ring, or even one that surpasses 100,000 years. The melodious voice of Ning Shuirong echoed as she gracefully entered the room. Upon her arrival, the oppressive atmosphere within dissipated slightly. However, recalling her previous words, the mood grew somber once more. Perhaps Shuirong is indeed correct. His ambition is formidable. 3 soul rings of 100,000 years. I have never heard of such a thing. Ning Fengji sighed. The sword Douluo's expression mirrored his concern. Having battled Qin Yang, he was most acutely aware of his overwhelming strength. That peculiar power was extraordinarily potent, capable of shattering some of his soul skills with a single punch. Such might was unprecedented. Might Qin Yang have spent the 5 years he vanished not cultivating soul power, but rather honing his physical strength? If so, that would certainly explain much. And what of that golden feathered attire? Might it be the manifestation of a soul skill from his 100,000-year soul ring? Otherwise, how could their defenses be so formidable? The sword Douluo pondered repeatedly. It seems we have no choice but to acquiesce to the reselection of the 7 sects. Ning Fengji let out a bitter smile. Although he had resolved to grant Qin Yang the courtesy of participating in the reselection, witnessing Qin Yang's overwhelming prowess made this concession seem rather substantial. Ning Shuirong, observing Ning Fengji's demeanor and recalling Qin Yang's earlier display of strength, offered words of comfort. Fengji, this is an unavoidable circumstance. He sent us a greeting card, and then chose our 7 treasure glazed tile school first, demonstrating such formidable strength. His intentions are abundantly clear. He aims to target our sect. Moreover, it is undeniable that this reselection of the 7 sects will affect all sects across the continent. The news of Sword Uncle's battle with Qin Yang has already spread throughout the land. There are even rumors that Sword Uncle was utterly powerless against him. While these tales may be embellished, the reality of Qin Yang's strength has indeed sent shockwaves across the continent. Consequently, for the sake of their own interests and safety, these sects will swiftly change their stance. Ning Shuirong's words prompted Ning Fengji, the sword Douluo, and Gu Rong to nod in agreement. The undeniable fact of Qin Yang's strength resonated throughout the continent, and the compromises made by the sects for their own benefit were inevitable. Unless one possesses the formidable strength to withstand an opponent, submission becomes the only option. Though it may be unpalatable, the age-old truth of the continent remains that the strong are revered. After further discussions, Ning Fengji, the Sword Douluo, and Gu Rong, as the current leaders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, ultimately resolved to participate in the Martial Soul Reselection event a few months hence. For the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, which boasts 2 Titled Douluo level powerhouses, this reselection would merely be a formality. By the way, Xuerong, when you encountered Qin Yang in Heavendo City, nothing transpired between you, did it? After reaching a decision, Ning Fengji felt a bit more at ease. Yet he recalled the peculiar look Qin Yang had when he mentioned Ning Xuerong, prompting his inquiry. And no, nothing happened. Ning Xuerong's gaze flickered slightly, betraying her unease. Upon her return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had informed Ning Fengji about her encounter with Qin Yang, but she had not been entirely forthright regarding the details of their interactions in Heavendo City. She wished to avoid any misunderstandings with Ning Fengji. But why was he asking? Had Qin Yang said something to him? No, I must clarify things with Qin Yang. It is essential to establish boundaries. Their past is behind them, and there should be no further connections. Ning Xuerong made a silent resolution. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji did not ponder further. After all, his inquiry had been casual, and he held an unwavering trust in Xuerong. To love a woman is to believe in her, a fundamental tenet of affection. Subsequently, Ning Fengji recalled Qin Yang and his companions. The sky had darkened, and it was nearly time for dinner. Having resolved to partake in the re-election of the 7 great sects, it was only fitting to invite them to dine together, thereby clarifying matters and allowing them to depart swiftly. After all, no one relishes the presence of formidable outsiders within their sect, especially when such outsiders have previously entangled with one's fiancée. Although Ning Fengji outwardly displayed indifference, as a man, he harbored considerable concern beneath the surface. Thus, he dispatched someone to extend an invitation to Qin Yang and his entourage to the reception hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect for dinner. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall, news of Qin Yang's visit to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect had rapidly spread across the continent. As the preeminent force on the continent, the Spirit Hall was well informed. The Sword Douluo, Qin, was a renowned powerhouse, and the rumors of Qin Yang's effortless victory over him stirred great excitement among the members of the Spirit Hall. Even Bai Ji, the wife of the Pope, found herself secretly pleased upon receiving this news. However, one individual stood in stark contrast to the prevailing elation, his expression grave. This was none other than Qian Daoliu, the grand priest in the worship hall. He was aware that Qin Yang was an alter ego of his son, Qian Xunji. Although the angelic divine suit boasted the ability to simulate appearances, it would inevitably reveal its true nature in battle, a fact he understood well. Yet, rumors now circulated that Qin Yang had vanquished the Sword Douluo, Qin. As a father, Qian Daoliu was acutely aware of his son's capabilities, and having encountered Qin on several occasions, he understood the difficulty in determining a victor between them. The confrontation would undoubtedly expose his son's identity. And now, not only had his son's identity remained concealed, but the world had also come to accept that it was indeed Qin Yang. What on earth was happening? Could it be that he truly was Qin Yang? And what of Xunji? If he was truly Qin Yang, then the individual he had seen as Xunji all this time must have been him. The very person accompanying Bai Ji was also him. Moreover, what of the child in Bai Ji's womb? Qian Daoliu hesitated to delve into certain implications, yet the current situation compelled him to contemplate further. Qin Yang. The mere thought of these 2 syllables rendered Qian Daoliu's expression profoundly serious. He yearned to uncover the truth, but he could not abandon the Spirit Hall at this moment. Everything must await the return of the other party for further discussion. Similarly, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo share the same perplexity. However, being astute individuals, they refrain from questioning Qin Yang, patiently anticipating the day he chooses to speak. In the city of slaughter, at the terminus of Hell Road, a man wielding a hammer stands beside the blood-red magma. He is none other than Tang Hao. Not long ago, he completed the final match of the killing field. Subsequently, the King of Slaughter appeared, wishing to invite him to remain in the city of slaughter. Yet, he resolutely declined. Alone, he ventured into Hell Road. After enduring numerous life-threatening trials, he finally reached the end of this treacherous path. Ain, wait for me. I shall come to find you soon. Without hesitation, Tang Hao stepped forward into the crimson magma, for the exit lay just ahead. In the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, within the Grand Hall, the finest delicacies and wines were laid out. After the last dish was served, Ning Fengji rose from his seat, raising his glass towards Qin Yang. Brother Qin Yang, I hope my hospitality is not lacking. Too kind. Qin Yang replied with a smile, elegantly lifting his glass like a nobleman, clinking it with Ning Fengji's before consuming its contents in one gulp. He then gazed across the hall, his eyes landing on an enchanting woman, Ning Xuerong. Upon meeting his gaze, Ning Xuerong, already distracted, felt a tremor in her heart. That gaze was all too familiar, almost predatory. Chapter 30. The God King Tang San reborn, in search of his deceased wife. At this moment, Ning Fengji contemplated how best to initiate conversation. Unbeknownst to him, he had not noticed the silent exchange of glances and unspoken sentiments between his fiancée, Ning Xuerong, and Qin Yang. Additionally present were Sword Douluo, Bon Douluo, Zhu Douluo, and Gue Douluo, 4 powerful Titled Douluo, all renowned in their own right. In their youth, they had shared camaraderie, but now their allegiances lay with different masters. Their statuses having shifted. Nonetheless, they seized the rare opportunity to share drinks in the hall, engaging in lively conversation, oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Qin Yang and Ning Xuerong. However, Bibi Dong's attention was fixed on Ning Xuerong. Recognizing her as the woman who had been entangled with Qin Yang in Tiandou City, she noted her identity as the fiancée of the Lord of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, yet involved with Qin Yang in such a manner. A smirk crossed Bibi Dong's lips as she mused. This woman is clearly no ordinary individual. However, Bibi Dong observed the subtle exchange of glances between Ning Xuerong and Qin Yang, seemingly engaging in a silent dialogue that stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. At that moment, Qin Yang was indeed conveying messages to Ning Xuerong. She bit her lower lip, glanced at Ning Fengji, and ultimately yielded with a slight nod. Qin Yang raised his cup, a mischievous smile adorning his face, radiating an elegance as he drank deeply. Simultaneously, in a realm parallel to the current Douluo Continent, within the divine realm of Douluo, a faint light suddenly burst forth, darting into the vast emptiness of the cosmos. This light drifted gracefully through the boundless expanse of space. Yet, this light was distinct, for it possessed consciousness, or rather, it was a divine sense. This divine sense belonged to none other than the God King Tang San. At this moment, only the essence of Tang San remained, silently attuned to a subtle yet profound pull, which he followed. He was not in search of anything else but the whereabouts of his deceased wife, Xiao Wu. The instant she passed away, he felt as though his entire being had shattered, engulfed in desolation. Subsequently, he resolved to forsake his cultivation amassed over millennia and relinquish his title as God King, all in pursuit of his lost wife, Xiao Wu. For nothing held greater significance than her presence. Without Xiao Wu, what was the point of being the ruler of the universe? Without her, everything would descend into meaninglessness, leaving his life devoid of light. His perception was clear. At least in the moment of choosing to follow her into the afterlife, he expended all his strength in the search, retaining a fragment of divine sense to grasp that faint pull. Tang San believed that, regardless of how long it took, he would undoubtedly find his wife and bring her back to his side. Memories of their encounters and love flooded his mind. From their first meeting to the moment of her departure, each recollection was etched deeply into his heart, untouched by the passage of millennia. Wait for me, Xiao Wu. I am coming. Your Tang San, reborn for you. Uncertain of how long he had been adrift in the depths of the cosmos, oblivious to the passage of time, a peculiar ethereal blue suddenly emerged in the previously dark void. As Tang San's divine sense traversed this ethereal blue, he was instantaneously absorbed by its essence, with no power of resistance, vanishing into the vast emptiness. Back on the Douluo Continent, at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, Qin Yang, Ning Fengji, and others continued to indulge in their revelry and conversation. Yet, at that moment, the once darkened sky unexpectedly revealed a peculiar shade of ethereal blue, transforming the night into a realm of haunting azure. Such an extraordinary spectacle instantly captivated the formidable beings across the continent, including the likes of Qin Yang, Ning Fengji, and the Sword Douluo. In an instant, those who had been gathered in the hall, engaged in discussion and revelry, rushed outside to behold the sky adorned with this unusual hue. A celestial phenomenon had descended. Surely, it heralded significant events to come. Ning Fengji gazed intently at the azure expanse, pondering in silence. Qin Yang, too, felt an oddity. This phenomenon bore an uncanny resemblance to the herald of a protagonist's arrival in a novel. Could it be that a divine being was reincarnating upon the Douluo Continent? Surely not. Meanwhile, as Qin Yang contemplated, he suddenly noticed Ning Xuerong standing beside him, drawn by the allure of the celestial display, oblivious to her proximity to him. Yet, in the next moment, she felt a hand behind her, a large palm with long, powerful fingers. It was this touch that jolted her back to reality. Upon turning, she discovered it was Qin Yang. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with a rapid warmth. Whether from embarrassment or indignation, she could not tell. Ning Fengji was not far from her, oblivious to their interaction. How dare he reach out to her in front of her fiancé with such an audacious demeanor? Cursed be his boldness. Strangely, She found herself devoid of any inclination to resist. Was she destined to be a wicked woman? After internally chastising Qin Yang, she realized she had not immediately protested, causing her heart to race and her face to redden. Glancing sideways at Ning Fengji and observing his focus on the sky's anomaly, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Meanwhile, the sword Douluo and others remained fixated on the celestial phenomenon, quietly speculating about its implications. Qin Yang, caught between the allure of Ning Shuorong's hesitant reception and the bizarre spectacle overhead, appeared profoundly contemplative. At the same moment, within the spirit hall, as the night was enveloped in that haunting blue, Qian Daoliu and the 7 high-ranking worshippers swiftly ascended to the terrace, gazing at the extraordinary azure above. What could this mean? Was a mysterious figure descending upon the continent, or was it a portent of momentous events to unfold? Qian Daoliu's expression grew grave. Such phenomena were unprecedented. Yet, throughout history, celestial omens have signified either fortune or calamity. The Haotian sect, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the Tiando Empire, and the Xinglua Empire all gazed upward at the peculiar azure hue gracing the sky. At this moment, within a certain forest on the Douluo Continent, a figure darted swiftly through the trees. This figure was none other than Tang Hao, having emerged from the city of slaughter. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, a transformation resulting from his acquisition of the god of slaughter's domain. In an instant, Tang Hao halted, his gaze turning towards the strange azure light above. Whatever changes occur are of no concern to me, he thought, retracting his gaze from the celestial anomaly and hastily departing the forest. Having left the city of slaughter, his foremost priority was to locate Ain, return to the Haotian sect, and ascertain the current state of affairs on the continent. Additionally, he needed to procure his 8th spirit ring. Indeed, Tang Hao had already reached level 80. However, the absence of spirit rings within the city of slaughter had prevented him from advancing to spirit Douluo. Ain, wait for me. I shall arrive swiftly. With this resolution, Tang Hao's figure surged forward towards a nearby city. However, as he neared the outskirts, a sudden wail of an infant halted his steps. The sound of feeble cries echoed from a patch of grass. Is that a baby? Tang Hao wondered as he followed the cries and soon discovered a child nestled within the foliage, a clear victim of abandonment by cruel parents. The abandoned infant, upon seeing Tang Hao, seemed to become animated, desperately attempting to capture his attention with its plaintive cries, though its vocalizations were merely the most primal expressions of a newborn. Indeed, this infant, forsaken by its parents shortly after birth, was none other than the future god king, Tang San. Alternatively, one could refer to him as the reincarnated Tang San, who had already ascended to divinity on the Douluo Continent and now sought to be reunited with his deceased wife. At this moment, he had just entered the world, yet he sensed an ominous foreboding. As a former god king, he had relinquished everything in his pursuit of his lost love. Just as his spiritual essence was on the brink of extinguishment, he perceived a faint connection. Initially, he was meant to follow this thread of sensation to another realm, where he would be reborn, leveraging his memories as a god king to rise in power and ultimately find his reincarnated wife, Xiao Wu. Together, they would rekindle their past and dwell in harmony. However, at that critical juncture, a strange azure light enveloped him from the void. Even as the sovereign deity, he had never encountered that ethereal shade of blue. It was precisely this allure that ensnared him, drawing him in without the slightest resistance. Ultimately, he lost consciousness and was reborn in this unfamiliar realm. Regardless of the formidable power he once possessed, in his newly resurrected state, he was merely an infant. The most treasured possession was the memory of his past life. Yet the most lamentable aspect was that no matter how potent those memories were, they could not alter his fragile and delicate form. After all, growth necessitates time. However, an even more tragic fate awaited him, for he was abandoned by his parents upon birth. In his helplessness, he could only cry out incessantly to attract the attention of others. Fortunately, he succeeded, capturing the astonished gaze of a man named Tang San. Remarkably, this individual bore a striking resemblance to his father, Tang Hao, as if he were a mirror of his youth. What could this mean? Had he somehow returned to the past in the Douluo Continent? Confusion enveloped the heart of the god king Tang San. What a pitiable little creature. Encountering me here may indeed be your fortune. Since your parents have forsaken you, allow me to take you to the Haotian clan. From this moment forward, I shall be your family. Tang Hao lifted the child from the thicket, suddenly realizing an inexplicable fondness for him, as if fate intertwined their paths. Thus, he resolved to bring the child back to the Haotian clan to raise him. If Ain were to know, she would surely adore him. With this thought, Tang Hao hastened towards the city. The child wailed, likely famished by now. Chapter 31. Nourishment for All Beings. As Tang Hao departed with the god king Tang San, who had returned to the Douluo Continent in search of his deceased wife, Another scene unfolded elsewhere. At the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan, as the celestial phenomenon dissipated, the crowd finally drew their gazes away from the sky. Hey, Shuirong, why is your face so flushed? Turning to his side, Ning Fengji noticed Ning Shuirong's cheeks were vividly red, prompting curiosity. Had she been stimulated in some way? Ning Shuirong bit her lip and shook her head, saying, "And no, it's nothing. I was just astonished by that spectacle. What on earth was it? Why did such a grand phenomenon occur? Indeed, it is astonishing. I have never witnessed such an occurrence. It is truly perplexing," Ning Fengji exclaimed, then turned his attention to Qin Yang, who stood beside Ning Shuirong. Oddly enough, it seemed as though Qin Yang was quite close to his betrothed. Moreover, what was that peculiar gesture of his hand brushing against his nose? Was it a probing motion? In his confusion, Ning Fengji inquired, "Brother Qin Yang, what are you doing?" Qin Yang, upon hearing this, glanced at Ning Shuirong and smiled. "The lingering fragrance is enough to envelop the pillar for 3 days." Ning Fengji, what does it mean that the lingering fragrance can encircle a pillar for 3 days? Could it be that he has discerned the peculiar circumstances of that celestial phenomenon? Ning Shuirong, at this moment, her face flushed even more beautifully. Who could possibly understand the sheer terror she experienced during those fleeting minutes? Her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, rising and falling, plunging and soaring. One misstep, and she could have soared into the heavens. Such turmoil was utterly tormenting. It was all that scoundrel Qin Yang's fault. Ning Shuirong shot a fierce glare at Qin Yang. But upon witnessing his actions reminiscent of the lingering fragrance, she felt utterly embarrassed. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji, oblivious to the underlying tension, suggested they return. Naturally, Qin Yang had no objections. Upon returning to the living room, everyone resumed their jovial drinking and awkward chatter, though their minds were still preoccupied with the earlier extraordinary spectacle. Ning Fengji briefly made a few remarks and, in front of Qin Yang, agreed to participate in the upcoming reselection of the 7 great sects in a few months. Subsequently, the group dispersed. Qin Yang returned to his residence with Bibi Dong, the flower Douluo, and the ghost Douluo. As he departed, he deliberately cast a glance at Ning Shuirong, transmitting a particular message through the strands of his mental energy. Meanwhile, Ning Fengji and the others lingered for a moment longer to discuss various matters. "Fengji, I shall take my leave now," Ning Shuirong interjected. Although she was Ning Fengji's fiancée, they were not yet married and, consequently, did not cohabit. "Indeed, it is getting late. How about I escort you back to rest?" Ning Fengji suggested. "No need. As the sect master, you surely have matters to attend to. I can return alone," Ning Shuirong deftly declined. "Very well then." Ning Fengji, without further thought, wished her to rest early, and Ning Shuirong had already turned to leave. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's architectural grandeur was striking, even at night, adorned with numerous brilliant lights. On her way back, Ning Shuirong found her thoughts inexorably drifting to Qin Yang. That man, so terribly mischievous. Even though they had already parted ways, why couldn't he let her go? Did he truly wish to rekindle their passion? Lost in contemplation, she altered her route homeward towards another location. "Dearest Rongrong, are you thinking of me?" A familiar voice pierced the night, snapping Ning Shuirong back to reality. Upon focusing her gaze, she saw a man smiling at her from a nearby pavilion. It was none other than Qin Yang. He had already returned with Bibi Dong and the flower Douluo, but before leaving, he had made a point to send a message to Ning Shuirong. Afterward, he allowed Bibi Dong and the others to depart first. While he remained in this desolate place to await Ning Shuirong, he felt that the night was particularly enchanting, and he yearned for a profound conversation with her. Ning Shuirong's hasty departure was evidently motivated by her desire to engage in a serious discussion with Qin Yang. "Who would think of you?" Ning Shuirong muttered indignantly as she strode toward the pavilion. Fortunately, the night was as dark as ink, and they were alone. Otherwise, if discovered by the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the repercussions of their clandestine meeting would be unpredictable. "Do you not miss me? Meeting me here in the dead of night. Are you not concerned that your betrothed might find out? Or do you wish to continue this tumultuous affair?" Qin Yang stepped forward, deftly taking Ning Shuirong's small hand in his, a smile gracing his features. Ning Shuirong gritted her teeth, surprisingly unbothered by his grip, instead glaring at him in anger. "Why did you act that way just now?" What did I do?" Qin Yang asked, feigning confusion as he regarded her. "Are you playing dumb? You dare to act yet refuse to acknowledge it?" No, you misunderstand. I am always a man who stands by his actions. It's just that I engaged in so many things earlier, with varying degrees of depth. Unless you clarify which aspect you are referring to, how am I to know? What do you think?" Ning Shuirong glared at him with gritted teeth. "Could it be that? Oh, I sincerely apologize. My earlier behavior towards you was simply beyond my control, a genuine display of emotion. You know, when I reveal my true feelings for the woman I love most dearly, I often lose my restraint. Surely, you can relate? Is that what you call losing restraint and revealing true feelings? Huh. Ning Xuerong's chest heaved as she spat disdainfully. At this moment, she was utterly disarmed by Qin Yang's brazen audacity, disregarding her own image entirely. She then forcefully withdrew her hand from his grasp, creating distance between them. Proximity to such a shameless individual made her fear that she might impulsively harm him in some way. Yet, Qin Yang remained unfazed. He glanced at the bright moon above and surveyed their surroundings. They were still within the confines of the seven-treasure, glazed tile school, and the possibility of an interruption loomed over their conversation, which was clearly not suited for this location. Thus, Qin Yang stepped forward once more and suggested, "Shall we not retreat to your room for a more earnest discussion? After all, we are outside. And should your betrothed arrive unexpectedly and witness us meeting at such a late hour, who knows what misunderstandings might arise? Alas, I am unconcerned, for I am well acquainted with every facet of you. It is merely a matter of not knowing." Qin Yang smiled at Ning Xuerong, exuding an air of elegance. "Come with me." Ning Xuerong, uncertain of her own thoughts, cast a sharp glance at Qin Yang before making her way to her residence. Here, it was indeed easy to be noticed. The thought of Ning Fengji arriving and potentially misinterpreting her presence with Qin Yang was particularly troubling. Her dwelling, being a solitary space, offered her a profound sense of security, making it a more prudent choice. As for what might transpire upon her return, she felt little concern. After all, such matters were not within her desire, and no one could compel her otherwise. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang entered Ning Xuerong's cozy chamber within the seven-treasure glazed tile sect. A warm and inviting abode greeted him. Upon stepping inside, he inhaled deeply, relishing the fragrant essence that is characteristic of a woman's quarters, which undoubtedly uplifted one's spirit. He then casually made his way to the sofa. "Come, let us sit and converse while we engage in our tasks." Qin Yang beckoned, not elevating his legs, but gesturing for her to join him. Ning Xuerong glanced at him before taking a seat nearby. They were both acquainted with each other on an intimate level, having shared a 3-day and 3-night encounter in the past. Thus, being in the same room now felt far less awkward. Crossing her legs and adopting an elegant posture, she inquired, "Pray tell, what do you truly desire?" "There's no rush. This is my first visit to your home, indeed to your personal space. Shouldn't you offer tea to a man with whom you share a profound connection?" Qin Yang replied with a light chuckle. "A bit of water, whether for conversation or other pursuits, can certainly enhance the experience. After all, water nourishes all things, wouldn't you agree?" "How tiresome," Ning Xuerong retorted, casting him a disapproving glance as she reluctantly rose to pour him a cup of water. She then swiftly returned to the matter at hand. "Now may we proceed? What is it that you truly want?" Qin Yang lifted the cup to his lips, savoring a sip while gazing at the alluringly mature Ning Xuerong, seemingly lost in reflection. "Do you believe that, in my heart, you have always been the woman I admire?" "What do you mean by that?" she asked. "No hidden meanings. I merely wish to convey that I have always held affection for you," Qin Yang affirmed with conviction. This was an honest sentiment, for he had always been drawn to beauty, especially to someone like Ning Xuerong, who possessed both grace and charm. "Is that all? What follows? If you were to utter the same words to other women, would not your declaration lose its value?" "Ning Xuerong, I am no longer that naive girl. There is no need for such romantic declarations. Let us return to the matter at hand. What must happen for you to let me go? I acknowledge your formidable strength. Even with the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school at my side, we may not stand a chance against the Spirit Hall. However, I am not a woman you can toy with at your whim. Yes, I once loved you, even considered you my one and only. We shared many beautiful moments that I still find difficult to forget. I am unafraid to confess that you have always occupied a place in my heart. Yet, what does that matter now? Our past is behind us, and I have forged a new life. Can you not simply let me go?" As she poured out her heart in a tone of desperate pleading, Ning Xuerong felt a sense of relief wash over her. Little did anyone know how tumultuous her emotions were when facing Qin Yang. Upon hearing her words, Qin Yang slowly set down his teacup and elegantly adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, saying, "First, you must do something for me, if you would be so kind." "What is it?" Ning Xuerong inquired. "Surely you can guess. I have faith in your intelligence to discern my request." He extended a finger, gracefully stirring the tea in his cup. A subtle motion meant to convey that her tea had been rather unpleasant and needed to be replaced with something more palatable. However, Ning Xuerong misinterpreted his gesture. She glared at him, her face flushed with indignation. Chapter 32. The Terrifying Creativity of Women. "You are shameless." Ning Xuerong glared at Qin Yang, unable to conceal her embarrassment and anger. She had indeed surmised his intentions. The act of stirring the tea was rather transparent, was it not? Qin Yang's implication was all too clear. "Qin Yang, I cannot believe that after 5 years, you have transformed into such a person. I will not acquiesce to your demands. In the past, she had been deeply in love with Qin Yang, viewing him as infallible. Even after learning of his expansive affections, though it caused her pain and resentment, she had managed to convince herself that his larger heart and numerous romantic interests were not inherently bad. At least he was forthright, willing to clarify matters directly. However, today had utterly shattered the image she held of him. Qin Yang was indeed despicable. Knowing she was the fiancée of Ning Fengji while residing within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, he dared to threaten her into compliance. It was simply outrageous. Why refuse? This is hardly a difficult request, Qin Yang pondered, perplexed by Ning Xuerong's anger. The condition was simple, merely to replace her cup with a better brew before continuing their conversation. It was clearly an easy task. Yet, her fury and vitriol towards him were inexplicable. Indeed, women are creatures of perplexing complexity. Ning Xuerong remained silent, harboring a twinge of regret for having brought Qin Yang back to her residence. She acknowledged that she could not forget him. He occupied a significant place in her heart. After all, he was the man who had taken away many of her first experiences. The memories were indelible, and despite the passage of 5 years, she found herself reminiscing about those sweet moments shared with him during solitary nights. Yet, why could his heart not be solely hers? This was one of the reasons she found it unbearable. Ning Xuerong also conceded that she was not the epitome of virtue. However, now he dared to threaten her, and she resolutely refused to yield to Qin Yang. Qin Yang pushed the teacup forward, reclining against the sofa, and said, "Rong Rong, you should be aware of my character. I grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. After that, I shall depart without hesitation. I am not one to coerce others." His ability to speak deceitfully with a straight face was unparalleled. Yet, at this moment, he should not afford Ning Xuerong excessive time for reflection. A swift and decisive approach was essential to penetrate a woman's heart. He intended for her to brew a proper cup of tea for him. Following that, they could engage in a serious discussion, urging her to come to the martial soul hall on the day of the reselection of the 7 great sects. This was the purpose of Qin Yang's visit that evening. As for why it was imperative for Ning Xuerong to be present, Qin Yang had his own reasons. If Ning Xuerong declined, he smirked. "Madam, you wouldn't want Ning Fengji to learn of our affairs, would you?" 10, 9, 8, 7. As Ning Xuerong listened to Qin Yang's countdown, her fists clenched tightly. She was well aware of his domineering and unyielding nature. Yet, why must he coerce her into such actions? The past was behind them. Why persist? Did he truly still harbor feelings for her, yearning to rekindle their former romance? Should she acquiesce? However, how could she betray Ning Fengji's trust, or the 7-treasure glazed tile sect? Conversely, if she refused, Qin Yang would undoubtedly leverage this situation against her. He had already sown seeds of doubt in Fengji's mind, and should she decline now, he would surely confront Fengji later, possibly divulging their 3 days and nights together. She feared that in his quest to possess her, he might harm the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and Fengji. Ning Xuerong recalled a statement Qin Yang had made in the past. His woman must never be touched by another man. Should he discover any transgression, he would undoubtedly eliminate the offender. Initially, she had regarded this as mere flattery, but now, with Qin Yang before her, and recalling his formidable prowess, the gravity of his words resonated deeply. Her complexion paled slightly. "I cannot succumb to this." Yet Qin Yang's resolve is undeniably formidable. It is often said that a woman's heart is intricate and complex. In just a fleeting few seconds, Ning Xuerong's mind conjured a multitude of thoughts. Torn by her inner turmoil, her exquisite visage nearly crumpled in distress. Ultimately, her own sentiments gradually besieged her heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As Qin Yang counted down to the final number, just as he was about to step away, Ning Xuerong abruptly rose and grasped his hand. Qin Yang smiled, revealing a look of profound satisfaction. "I promise you." Tears glistened at the corners of Ning Xuerong's eyes, rendering her a picture of pitiful vulnerability, evoking an instinctive desire to protect her. If only a soft-hearted individual were present, perhaps they might have spared Ning Xuerong. However, Qin Yang's heart was as unyielding as stone. He would not relent. "Go, fetch me the finest tea, and then we shall discuss your accompanying Ning Fengji to the martial soul hall." These were the words Qin Yang intended to convey to Ning Xuerong. Yet, to his astonishment, before he could utter a syllable, Ning Xuerong unexpectedly rose on her toes and kissed him. In that moment, a cacophony of questions echoed in Qin Yang's mind. Did Ning Xuerong long for me? Was her promise to bring me back merely a ploy to claim my body? Had she truly heeded my offhand remark that I would kill any man who dared to be with her? Should I surrender to her? After all, we were within the 7 treasures glazed tile school, and Ning Xuerong remained the betrothed of Ning Fengji. Would it not be inappropriate to engage with another man's fiancée on his territory? Regardless, it was Ning Xuerong who took the initiative. As she leaned in to kiss him, Qin Yang's psychological burden dissipated, and he effortlessly lifted Ning Xuerong's soft, curvaceous form, striding towards her bedchamber. Clinging to his neck, Ning Xuerong silently mused, "Let this be akin to a fleeting encounter. This shall be the final occasion." Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, at Ning Fengji's residence, he was diligently immersed in his writing in the study. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, the pen he held slipped from his grasp. This peculiar occurrence left him perplexed, bewildered. How could a pen simply fall? Puzzled, Ning Fengji retrieved the pen and resumed writing, only to have the ink within it burst forth, staining the papers on the desk. This spectacle caused him to furrow his brow. Is this pen leaking ink? It must have been neglected for too long, leading to this issue. Never mind. I shall continue using it for now and repair it later to prevent further leakage. Gazing at the pen in his possession, Ning Fengji found it difficult to part with it. This pen was gifted to him 5 years ago by a woman, prior to Ning Xuerong's arrival at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Their relationship had been significant enough for her to join the school as an elder. However, now that he was engaged, though he harbored a fleeting sentiment, he could only feel remorse towards her. Thus, this pen held a unique significance for him, rendering it impossible to discard. Much like certain events that leave indelible marks on one's life, it was something he could never erase. As Ning Fengji wrote, his thoughts drifted to the woman who had bestowed upon him this pen. This was the sole instance in which he had wronged Ning Xuerong. Meanwhile, in the guest residence, within the grand hall of the villa, Bibi Dong awaited Qin Yang's return. Hours passed, and as the clock struck 2 in the morning without a sign of him, realization dawned upon her. Late at night, in the company of a solitary man, there could be no good outcome. How dare he deceive me once more? Bibi Dong muttered to herself, her teeth clenched in frustration, contemplating a fist aimed at his face should he stand before her. Even if she were to lose the fight, she felt compelled to strike back, given his repeated betrayals. After some reflection, Bibi Dong resolved to take matters into her own hands. While immersing herself in sensation, she devised methods to enhance her physical constitution using a unique attribute of soul power. Qin Yang's sunlight power had the potential to invigorate her cellular activity. Though Bibi Dong did not fully comprehend the concept of cells, she was determined to experiment with her own special attribute of soul power. Though the effects might not rival the potency of Qin Yang's sunlight power, she believed it could yield results. With her mind set, she did not wait for Qin Yang, but returned to her room to commence her experiments. Approximately 2 hours later, a well-dressed Qin Yang emerged from his room, with Ning Xuerong closely following, her fists tightly clenched. "I never anticipated you would go this far, Rongrong. I find myself liking you even more," he mused. Upon seeing Qin Yang preparing to leave, a weary Ning Xuerong confronted him. "Isn't this what you desired? You scoundrel. This is our final encounter. Do not expect me to yield again, nor will I be swayed by your threats." Qin Yang, hearing her furious words, could only shrug in resignation, feeling unjustly accused. "Rongrong, earlier I simply wished for you to brew me a fine cup of tea, yet your impulsive kiss caught me utterly off guard. To spare you any embarrassment, I reluctantly went along with it. What did you believe I intended?" At the sound of Qin Yang's words, Ning Xuerong crumbled in despair. Was it truly not her intention? Had she misinterpreted the situation? Yet, one cannot deny the exquisite sensation of rekindling old flames. With that, Qin Yang departed heartlessly. What am I to do now? Bewildered and at a loss, Ning Xuerong wiped away her tears. Today's events had transgressed the moral boundaries within her heart. The cause of it all was her own wild imagination, thinking Qin Yang meant to threaten her. She stared blankly at the ceiling. "Fengji, I am so sorry." A wave of regret for Ning Fengji washed over her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, exhaustion enveloped her, her eyelids grew heavy, and before she knew it, she had returned to her room and drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 33, A Future Encounter. The dawn at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school was particularly enchanting. As Qin Yang walked back to the villa, he reflected on the tumultuous events of the previous night, reminiscent of the passionate moments he shared with Ning Xuerong 5 years prior. It stirred his blood. He made a decision that defied his conscience. He had Ning Xuerong firmly in his grasp, while Ning Fengji was powerless to retain him. Qin Yang had spoken the truth. Tonight was merely the beginning. As for Ning Xuerong's claim of it being the last time, once a woman experiences the first, countless encounters will inevitably follow. Perhaps he could linger at the Seven Treasure glazed tile school a few more days. No, even if he stayed, given the current circumstances, a second encounter could not commence. The day of reselecting the 7 sects would present the most opportune moment for a fresh beginning. Qin Yang glanced back at Ning Xuerong's residence, slowly fading into the darkness of night. Meanwhile, in a city on the Douluo Continent, the infant Tang San, having been cradled by Tang Hao, succumbed to slumber due to overwhelming hunger. Upon awakening, he found himself in a room, facing none other than his father, Tang Hao, albeit in his youthful form. What on earth is happening? Tang Xin pondered. Once, he had cultivated to godhood in the Douluo Continent, ultimately achieving the title of God King, only to later disperse his powers and be reborn in pursuit of his deceased wife, Xiao Wu. Yet now, he had inexplicably returned to his father's youth. Is this a return to the past? Will he still appear in the future? What of his wife, Xiao Wu? And why has he returned to the past? Could it be due to that strange azure light? Tang Xin reminisced about the moment when his consciousness dissipated in the void, drawn away by that ethereal blue light. Ultimately, he concluded that his return to the past was indeed the result of that very light. To his astonishment, he had been reborn into his father's youth. What could this be? A second life in Douluo? After coming to terms with this outcome, Tang Xin could not help but smile wryly. Yet, in the next instant, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His father's youth meant that his beloved Xiao Wu was still in the Stardow Forest. He could reunite with his wife, Xiao Wu, and rekindle their love. Even if Xiao Wu was currently a soul beast, he cared not. After all, the purpose of his rebirth, having relinquished his cultivation, was none other than for Xiao Wu. With fate granting him a second chance, he must ensure that no tragedies befall them again, whether concerning Xiao Wu's mother or his own. Armed with the wisdom of a deity and the experiences from his previous life on the Douluo Continent, he knew that as long as he matured a little, he could swiftly grow stronger, even surpassing his former self. In time, with his formidable power, he would not only mend the regrets in his heart, but also rapidly unify the Douluo Continent before returning to the divine realm. The thought of Qian Xunji stirred emotions within Tang Xin. Having just been reborn, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he daydreamed, and gradually, his eyes fluttered shut, leading him into slumber. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, though a novice at parenting, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity while caring for the infant Tang Xin. He found it surprisingly effortless to tend to his son. Then, a thought crossed his mind. If he took Tang Xin to find Ayin, would she misunderstand? Ayin was so kind-hearted. Surely, if he clarified the situation, all would be well. Resolving this in his mind, Tang Hao decided to visit the blue-silver forest the following day. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. When the morning sun streamed into the seven-treasure glazed tile school, in one room, Ning Xuerong awoke, her eyes weary yet bright. Delicate arms, resembling snowy lotus, stretched from beneath the covers. Rubbing her eyes, she was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of comfort. How delightful! Ning Xuerong exaggeratedly stretched. But a look of confusion crossed her face. Last night, she had been utterly exhausted by Qin Yang. How could she feel so refreshed after just one night's sleep? Reflecting on the misunderstandings that led to some rather awkward situations, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Now, she was at a loss as to how to face Qin Yang. Surely, he would be leaving today. If she simply avoided him, everything would be fine. Yes, that was the plan. However, what if he decides to stay a few more days? If he lingers longer, will he seek me out every night? At that moment, should I acquiesce or resist? As Ning Xuerong pondered this, a wave of unease washed over her. While sequestering herself in her room would prevent her from encountering Qin Yang, he was already aware of her presence and would undoubtedly come to find her. No, today he must be sent away. Resolute in her decision, Ning Xuerong summoned her spiritual energy to alleviate her pain. She quickly rose to dress and hastily consumed a light breakfast before making her way to Qin Yang's residence. For the sake of their future, she resolved to personally see him off today. Meanwhile, at Qin Yang's residence, in the lobby on the first floor, he sat leisurely on a genuine leather sofa, savoring a delectable breakfast provided by the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. It must be said that although they belonged to rival factions, the hospitality extended was commendable. If only Ning Xuerong were present to prepare him a cup of morning tea, it would be even better. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Noticing Bibi Dong across from him, gazing intently at his visage, Qin Yang touched his face but found nothing amiss. What was going on with Bibi Dong? After taking a bite of her breakfast to stave off hunger, Bibi Dong shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. When are we leaving the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Our purpose here has been fulfilled, and I'd rather not linger and witness certain individuals meeting under the cover of night only to return at dawn." Indeed, it was time to depart. Their next destination would be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Within the Heaven Do Empire, the top three sects included the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, while the Haotian school resided far in the Star Luo Empire. Naturally, Qin Yang intended to visit the former first. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, particularly its leader, Yu Yuanjin, was no trifling adversary. Although the original text contained limited descriptions of the clan, one could infer from a particular battle that this clan was composed of staunch individuals who would rather die than surrender. Persuading them to obediently participate in the re-election of the seven sects would not be a simple task. However, there would always be a way. Let us finish breakfast and depart. Qin Yang had scarcely spoken when a series of footsteps echoed from outside. At the entrance, a woman in a flowing emerald dress froze mid-motion, while two men nearby also came to a halt. The duo was none other than Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo. Upon seeing Ning Xuerong at the door, both men exhibited expressions of surprise. Their early visit was intended to exchange pleasantries with Qin Yang and subsequently request their departure from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Why has Ning Xuerong also arrived? Among them, Ning Fengji appears most perplexed, as he is burdened with thoughts. Ning Xuerong is his fiancée Yi, and her early morning visit to seek out Qin Yang, a man with whom she once shared a bond, stirs a flicker of suspicion within Ning Fengji. He observes Ning Xuerong without pressing her for explanations. Yet the doubt in his eyes lingers. Upon encountering Ning Fengji, Ning Xuerong's gaze becomes evasive, revealing a hint of guilt. It is understandable. Last night, due to her misinterpretation of someone's intentions, she had engaged in a lengthy confrontation in her room. Now, arriving at another's residence so early, though her intention is to expedite Qin Yang's departure from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Xuerong cannot shake her unease. However, she quickly regains her composure and inquires of Ning Fengji. Fengji, are you also here to see Qin Yang off from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Xuerong, you two have come to bid him farewell? Ning Fengji responded, realization dawning upon him. Ning Xuerong maintained her composure as she affirmed, indeed, it is unseemly for someone of his formidable strength to remain within the confines of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, I surmise that it may be inconvenient for you to appear, hence I have come to personally escort him away. So it is for my sake. At Ning Xuerong's explanation, Ning Fengji felt a sense of relief. Do not inquire further. The reason is simply that he harbors affection for Ning Xuerong. Creak. At that moment, the door swung open from within, revealing Qin Yang and Bibi Dong. As they emerged, Bibi Dong's gaze swept across Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo before ultimately resting on Ning Xuerong. Strangely, Bibi Dong regarded Ning Xuerong with a look of astonishment. At that moment, Ning Xuerong's skin appeared remarkably radiant, akin to the succulent flesh of a lychee, exuding a luminous quality that suggested a delightful taste at first glance. However, what truly surprised Bibi Dong was that Ning Xuerong was able to rise from her bed. This defied logic. She was acutely aware of Qin Yang's combat prowess, yet how could Ning Xuerong appear to question him? She cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yang. Nevertheless, Qin Yang, with a smile, addressed Ning Fengji. Brother Fengji, your early arrival to see me off is indeed a delightful surprise. Not at all. I merely wish to accompany Brother Qin Yang on his departure. Ning Fengji feigned confusion, inquiring, is it true that you are leaving? No sooner had he spoken than the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo fortuitously appeared behind Qin Yang. Upon their arrival, as the host, Ning Fengji remarked that it would be inappropriate for Qin Yang to linger any longer. Indeed, it is time for me to depart, and I did not expect your timely presence, Brother Fengji, especially with Miss Xuerong accompanying you. Such warmth shall be reciprocated when you visit Wuhuan City, and I shall host you splendidly. Qin Yang replied with a smile, his gaze subtly drifting towards the youthful and vibrant Ning Xuerong. It must have been his tender ministrations from the previous night that enveloped her, Ning Xuerong, in an extraordinary aura at this moment. It was absolutely enchanting. Following that, the two engaged in casual conversation and exchanged pleasantries before swiftly departing from the gates of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just as Qin Yang was about to leave, he suddenly halted, turning to gaze at Ning Xuerong, then at Ning Fengji. I was thoroughly pleased with the reception last night. Until we meet again in the Spirit City. Leaving behind this ambiguous remark, which seemed directed at no one in particular, Qin Yang and his companions vanished from the sight of Ning Fengji and the others. Ning Fengji thought little of Qin Yang's words, assuming he meant that he was satisfied with the dinner he had hosted for Qin Yang and his group. However, Ning Xuerong was momentarily taken aback by what Qin Yang had said. The misunderstanding regarding her relationship with Qin Yang from the previous night was indeed monumental. If Qin Yang was satisfied, what did that mean for her? Even more perplexing was the implication that he wished to meet again in the future. Chapter 34. The Vermilion Bird Douluo encounters the Titan Giant Ape. Outside the gates of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, after Qin Yang and his party departed, they headed towards the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. After traveling for a considerable distance, an urgent letter arrived in Qin Yang's hands. Upon opening it and reading its contents, a flicker of excitement crossed his face. Halt! The two individuals leading the way, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, immediately stopped upon hearing Qin Yang's command and inquired, does the Pope wish to alter our course? They remained as respectful as ever. not allowing the earlier spectacle of Qin Yang's battle with the sword Douluo to sow doubt in their minds. A wise individual often feigns ignorance at opportune moments. The chrysanthemum Douluo was clearly astute in this regard. No need to head towards the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. We must hasten directly to the Douluo forest. Stepping out of the carriage, Qin Yang clenched his fists. To the Douluo forest? The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo exchanged puzzled glances. Why would they suddenly divert to the Douluo forest? Suddenly, realization dawned upon them as they looked at Qin Yang and then at Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong had already reached level 60, lacking only one soul ring. Similarly, Qin Yang had attained level 90, also missing a soul ring. The change in direction was likely due to this. Though they harbored suspicions, the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo refrained from voicing their thoughts, awaiting Qin Yang's command. Enough. Traveling by carriage is too slow. Elder Yueguan, Elder Guimei, accompany me at full speed to the Douluo forest. The rest of you shall return to the spirit hall and await further instructions. What about me? Bibi Dong, noticing she was not included, hastily stepped forward. Qin Yang glanced at Bibi Dong. Her strength had reached level 60, and her physical training was nearly complete. She could barely be considered ready for advancement. Then you shall come with me. Upon concluding his words, Qin Yang swiftly wrapped his arms around Bibi Dong's waist, channeling his soul power as he soared towards the Douluo forest. Observing this, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo promptly organized their accompanying guards and hastily followed Qin Yang. The urgency in Qin Yang's approach to the Douluo forest stemmed from the fact that Anna had discovered traces of a 100,000-year soul beast. He had been eagerly awaiting Anna's news, and now it had finally arrived. His ninth soul ring seemed to have found its prospect. This was precisely why he unhesitatingly abandoned his journey to the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, redirecting his path to the Douluo forest. A few days earlier in the Douluo forest, a striking woman clad in a fiery red dress dashed gracefully through the trees, pursuing a specific destination. Behind her, 6 or 7 shadowy figures flitted closely in her wake. Elder Zhuke, one of the Fengwu guards, whose strength had reached the soul sage level, exclaimed urgently, "We are approaching the location from which that thunderous sound emanated. The massive figure remains etched in my memory, along with that terrifying aura. It must be our intended target." Is that so? Based on your previous descriptions, it is highly probable that it is the Titan giant ape. Anna responded thoughtfully. Of course, if it is indeed the case. That would be splendid. If not, we must continue our search. Guided by the soul sage Fengwu guard, she sped towards their destination. They had been in the Douluo forest for several days, during which they had dispatched numerous soul beasts that had attacked them. At last, they were on the brink of a significant discovery. Once they confirmed the Titan giant ape's whereabouts, they could having utilized his martial soul ability to leave a mark on the Titan giant ape or establish its location, thus achieving her objective. Whoosh, whoosh. The group accelerated through the forest, propelling themselves forward. Meanwhile, several miles ahead of Anna's party, a sizable lake was home to a colossal creature resembling a gorilla. Its eyes akin to lanterns, as it cleansed the blood from its body. The Titan giant ape was an imposing figure, its physique adorned with formidable muscles that bulged like small hills. It had just emerged from a fierce battle, with its opponent, a massive red-furred wolf-like soul beast, now lying lifeless beside the lake. The wolf's enormous body bore a gaping wound in its abdomen, blood cascading down and pooling towards the lake. After cleansing itself, the Titan giant ape approached the shore. As it moved with each step, the ground trembled beneath it. Upon reaching the shore, it cast a glance at the nearly lifeless red-haired giant wolf, and without hesitation, extended its massive palm to grasp the wolf's leg, pulling it forcefully. A spray of crimson blood gushed forth, splattering onto the Titan great ape. Yet, the Titan great ape remained unfazed. It observed the red-haired giant wolf slowly succumbing to its severed leg, a wide grin spreading across its face as it carried the colossal wolf leg to the lakeside, diligently preparing to wash it. Today I can finally indulge in a hearty meal. The Titan great ape chuckled at the sight of the great wolf leg. Typically, it spent its days alongside Daming, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu's mother. Since the mother-daughter duo were herbivorous spirit beasts, they refrained from hunting their counterparts and adhered to a vegetarian diet. Daming, on the other hand, devoted most of his time to cultivating spirit power at the lake's bottom, rarely consuming food. However, the Titan great ape was different. Being a Titan great ape, it possessed a substantial appetite, was easily prone to hunger, and was a carnivorous spirit beast. Failing to eat would certainly leave it famished. Nevertheless, out of consideration for Xiao Wu and her mother, it refrained from brazenly hunting spirit beasts in their presence, resulting in it being underfed in 7 or 8 out of 10 meals. Yet today, with Xiao Wu and her mother seemingly occupied with an important matter and Daming engaged in cultivation, it seized the opportunity to venture out for a proper feast. Serendipitously, It encountered a red-haired giant wolf, aged between 60 and 70,000 years along the way. Excitement surged through it, for a meal had come knocking at its door. After a brief skirmish, it unhesitatingly dispatched the creature. Now, with the wolf leg cleaned and the fur stripped away, the Titan great ape opened its cavernous mouth wide. Crunch, crunch, it went, as the fresh and tender wolf meat entered its maw, transforming it into a glutton as it voraciously devoured the entire leg. Afterward, it turned its gaze to the remaining carcass. As for whether to cook the wolf meat before consumption, regrettably, for certain carnivorous spirit beasts, raw meat is far more succulent than cooked. Clearly, the Titan great ape belonged to this category. Eating it raw was simply the most delectable choice. With a swift motion, the Titan great ape approached the carcass, tearing off another 3 legs, and, after a thorough cleaning and skinning, within moments, the red-haired giant wolf's body was reduced to a mere skeleton. Is this the concentrated bone of its spirit power? Aside from serving as illumination, it held no further utility, best to discard it. In the end, as the Titan great ape observed a glowing piece of bone erupt from the fallen wolf, it contemplated briefly before tossing the bone aside. This bone, evidently, is a soul bone. To humanity, soul bones are the most precious treasures. However, for soul beasts, their significance is rather limited. After all, soul beasts cannot refine the soul bones of their own kind, rendering them practically useless. This is particularly true for the Titan great ape. Having resided in the Douluo forest for countless years and having slain innumerable soul beasts, it has naturally acquired several soul bones. Those that catch its eye might be taken back for illumination purposes, as soul bones emit light. The ones that do not appeal to it are simply discarded. After a moment of contemplation, the Titan great ape resolved to seek out formidable soul beasts to hunt for fresh flesh and blood. If it did not satiate its hunger today, it would be uncertain when it could feast again, especially with the likes of Xiao Wu around. However, just a few steps into its venture, the Titan great ape abruptly halted, its lantern-like eyes fixated on the distance, flaring nostrils expelling heavy breaths. A human presence was detected. How audacious to venture here. Boom, boom. Upon sensing the approach of humans, the Titan great ape abandoned its intention to hunt, instead charging forward with an air of murderous intent. Halt. In the forest, Anna sensed the terrifying presence rushing toward them and instantly came to a stop. The others, upon hearing her command, swiftly halted as well, their expressions turning wary as they focused on the source of the impending threat. In the next moment, as the tremendous thundering sounds echoed from ahead, they understood they were about to confront a soul beast of the legendary 100,000-year caliber. You must leave immediately and relay this information to him. Qing, Ying, you two are to remain due to your formidable strength. Jean, you will assist as well. The rest of you, contact the Fengwu guards still within the Douluo forest and gather outside. Understood. The Fengwu guards nodded in compliance, except for Qing and Ying, who had reached the soul sage level, and Jean, who possessed a supporting martial soul and had attained the soul emperor level. The others marked their location before swiftly departing. Lord Zhuke, didn't Lord Qin Yang instruct us to withdraw once we locate the 100,000-year soul beast? One of the Fengwu guards named Qin cast a worried glance at Anna. They were about to face a legendary 100,000-year soul beast, not the mere 10,000-year ones encountered previously. To claim they were untroubled would be disingenuous. Anna shot a glance at Qin, her voice cold as she stated, "You have been at my side for quite some time. I do not wish to hear such trivialities a second time." "Yes, Lord Zhuke." Qin bowed her head in acknowledgement. Her strength had reached the 78th level of Soul Sage, a testament to the nurturing of the Qian Daoliu. She merely harbored some concerns. Another figure, equally at the Soul Sage level, remained expressionless, fixated on the distance, with shadows flickering across his form, as if merging with the night itself. The auxiliary-type Soul Emperor, known as Jean, had long been prepared, ready to unleash his martial spirit to amplify Anna's powers at a moment's notice. Suddenly, a grave expression crossed Anna's face. At this moment, she had been locked onto by the opponent's aura, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. This was undoubtedly the Titan Great Ape that Qin Yang had spoken of. Chapter 35, Anna and the Titan Great Ape. Boom. With a resounding crash from the heavens, the Titan Great Ape made its grand entrance. Its massive form towered like a small hill amidst the forest, with lantern-sized eyes fixated on Anna and her companions. As it opened its enormous maw, a deafening roar echoed through the woods, accompanied by a foul stench that swept through the air, toppling trees in its wake. "Humans, how dare you trespass into my domain? Do you seek death?" Though the Titan Great Ape was brash and impulsive, it possessed an intelligence on par with that of humans. At this moment, it sensed the immense strength of the red-clad human, recognizing her as a formidable Titled Douluo among human soul masters. Furthermore, an aura emanating from her instilled a sense of dread within it, causing the beast to suppress its initial urge to annihilate her. Had the opponent been even slightly weaker, its temper would have driven it to crush her with a single blow. After all, in the Stardew Forest, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, remained an unchanging truth. Confronting an adversary, the Titan Great Ape adhered to this principle without fail. Anna stood atop the treetops, her gaze unwavering as she regarded the colossal Titan Great Ape before her, completely unafraid. At present, her strength had reached the pinnacle of a level 93 Titled Douluo. Her martial spirit, the Vermilion Bird, possessing the ultimate fire attribute, enhanced further by the most potent flame, the South Ming Fire. Additionally, she bore 3 pieces of 10,000-year-old soul bones, 2 of which were over 50,000 years old. Furthermore, her rigorous training under Qin Yang and the tempering through sunlight had rendered her physique extraordinarily robust. Thus, she was capable of battling above her rank, her true combat power having already surpassed level 95. Now, faced with the 10,000-year-old Titan Great Ape, she felt no inclination to flee at first sight. After all, despite its impressive stature and formidable presence, in comparison to human Titled Douluos, its strength could be estimated between level 95 and level 96. Even if she could not defeat it, she was confident that this beast would not be able to hinder her escape. Moreover, the battle had yet to commence. Who could truly ascertain who was stronger or weaker? As for Qin Yang's earlier advice regarding avoiding confrontation with the 10,000-year-old soul beast and making a swift exit, she had no intention of passively adhering to his counsel. Moreover, in the present predicament, the Titan Ape fixates its gaze upon her, clearly harboring no intention of letting her escape. To flee would necessitate a confrontation. It appears you seek your demise, which is fortuitous. For I have yet to satiate my hunger. The taste of humanity should prove to be delightful. The Titan Ape's immense eyes swept across the distance behind Anna. Sensing several humans hastily retreating, it was evident that these 4 individuals intended to remain and obstruct its path, perhaps with ulterior motives, such as hunting it for a soul ring or gathering reinforcements to slay it. Regardless of their intentions, it was of little concern to the Titan Ape. After all, once they were eliminated, the matter would be easily resolved. The relationship between humans and soul beasts, between hunters and the hunted, remains steadfast. The strong survive, while the weak perish. Boom. The Titan Ape stirred. With a mighty swing of its colossal fist, an overwhelming force surged forth, conjuring a tempestuous wind. Engage. Anna bellowed from her perch atop a tree. Though confidence coursed through her veins, the Titan Ape's formidable power demanded her utmost vigilance. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed through the forest. The sound of the Vermilion Bird resonated in the air. A blazing figure of the Vermilion Bird appeared above Anna, accompanied by the instant illumination of 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black. Whoosh! A radiant golden light enveloped her, signaling the involvement of Qin. As an auxiliary soul master at the Soul Emperor level, his amplification abilities were formidable. In a fleeting moment, the true form of the Vermilion Bird manifested, its wings unfurling as Anna deftly retreated, narrowly evading the Titan Ape's ferocious punch. Below in the thicket, Qin, Ying, and Qin also sprang into action the instant the Titan Ape attacked. Qin's martial soul resembled a cerulean phoenix, while Ying's manifested as a dark silhouette, and Qin wielded a golden scepter. Each possessed optimally configured soul rings. After hastily releasing an enhancement soul skill, Qin swiftly withdrew from the Titan Ape's striking range. Meanwhile, Ying employed his soul skill not to attack, but to shroud himself in darkness, awaiting Anna's command to strike. Qin, on the other hand, unleashed her full might. Her martial soul took form as she ascended rapidly into the sky. With a powerful flap of her wings, several azure wind blades hurtled toward the Titan Ape. The entire sequence unfolded in the brief moment it took for the Titan Ape to swing its fist. However, Qin's assault merely produced a series of resounding thuds upon the Titan Ape's toughened hide, leaving behind faint marks that quickly vanished into nothingness. Your attacks are feeble. Conserve your soul power and protect Qin. Await my command and retreat. In the air, Anna called out to Qin. With a flutter of her fiery red wings, she swiftly ascended above the Titan giant ape. Following Qin's command, he soared to protect Qin, for the abilities of a support soul master are crucial in battle. Boom. The earth trembled with a resounding roar as the Titan giant ape's fist struck the ground, missing its target. Humans, today marks your demise, it declared. Although its strike had missed, the Titan giant ape was unperturbed, considering it merely a casual blow. It then turned its gaze to the sky, observing 2 humans with flying martial spirits. As for the other one, strange, it seems to have vanished. The Titan giant ape, though puzzled, paid it no heed. While flying abilities may counter its lack of flight, the nature of soul beasts varies. It must be noted that the Titan giant ape possesses the domain of gravitational control. Without hesitation, it unleashed its power. A peculiar purple energy emanated from the Titan giant ape, forming a domain that surged towards Anna in the air. Boom. Without warning, the purple domain enveloped Anna, and she felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her, threatening to force her to the ground. This pressure was at least 10 times greater than before. So heavy. Even though Anna's physique was far beyond that of an ordinary person, she struggled to adapt to the sudden increase in gravity. Meanwhile, Qing and Jean, situated outside the gravitational field, remained unaffected. Not even Qin Yang could suppress me. Do you think you can with this meager gravity? Dream on. Ignite. In an instant, Anna's vermilion bird flames erupted into life, enveloping her as if she had transformed into a queen of fire. Consequently, the oppressive weight of the gravitational field was gradually counteracted by her soul power. This was one of her soul skills, utilizing the flames of the vermilion bird to ignite her blood, resulting in an overall enhancement of her capabilities. As the gravitational field pressed down, Jean, as a support-type soul master, was far from a mere spectator. Upon witnessing Anna's struggle, a radiant golden light descended upon her, amplifying her strength. With the surge of power and Jin's enhancement, Anna swiftly acclimated to the tenfold gravity. In the next moment, her sixth soul ring glowed brightly. Sixth soul skill, Vermilion Bird, S Wind Kill. The declaration resonated in the air. As Anna unfurled her fiery wings, the sound of the wind howled around her, propelling her forward as if she were equipped with an accelerator. In an instant, she surged toward the towering Titan ape, arriving before it with astonishing speed. Before her, a colossal flame phoenix rapidly coalesced, and driven by the fierce winds, it charged toward the Titan ape with lethal intent. The flames represented the essence of the phoenix, pure and formidable. The fire, fueled by the wind, grew ever more intense. The Titan ape blinked in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this human woman could possess such strength and speed, even under its immense gravitational force. However, it quickly regained its composure, sensing the dire threat posed by the phoenix flames. Yet, it did not cower. With a thunderous clash, the Titan ape met Anna's assault with its own, unleashing a cataclysmic force. In a moment of fury, it gathered a concentrated energy before it, bellowing, "Break for me," channeling its soul power. It compressed the air into a terrifying energy attack, formidable in its might. It did not retreat. Instead, it boldly confronted Anna's sixth soul skill, the Phoenix's Wind Kill. In an instant, a blinding crimson light erupted within the forest, accompanied by a series of explosive roars. The collision between the Titan ape's strike and Anna's attack created a tremendous commotion. Nearby soul beasts sensed the disturbance and hastily fled, fearing the repercussions. Yet, as the protagonist, Anna soared back into the air, her expression grave. The Titan ape's strength exceeded her expectations. Defeating it alone would be a daunting task. Likewise, it would be impossible for the Titan ape to slay her. In this brief confrontation, both were evenly matched. The Titan ape's weaknesses were glaringly apparent. It possessed immense strength, yet its speed was a significant disadvantage. Conversely, Anna was swift, her fiery power formidable, and bolstered by the enhancements of a support-type soul master. Moreover, her soul-bone abilities remained untapped. However, deep within the Stardow forest, having gauged the Titan ape's strength, she realized that further engagement could attract the attention of a 100,000-year soul beast, which would spell disaster. She distinctly recalled Qin Yang mentioning that the Titan ape was accompanied by 300,000-year soul beasts. It was time to prepare for departure. With this thought in mind, Anna swiftly launched a burst of flames into the air, which exploded with a resounding bang. Casting a glance at a certain shadow below, she charged once more toward the Titan ape. With wings spread wide, she unleashed the Phoenix's Wind Kill, followed by the inferno of Heaven's flames. One technique after another, Anna relentlessly assaulted the Titan ape, seemingly intent on stalling it, disregarding the toll on her soul power. At an astonishingly rapid pace, ferocious flames cascaded relentlessly. In an instant, the Titan giant ape, caught off guard, found itself in a state of utter disarray due to Anna's relentless assault. Its colossal frame rendered it less agile than Anna, although gravity could be wielded to control its opponent. The Titan's formidable physique allowed it to resist the gravitational suppression despite the toll on its soul power. Attempting to subdue Anna with sheer strength, it was continually interrupted by her remarkable speed. Thus, the Titan giant ape found itself in a rather vexing predicament. In terms of raw power, Anna paled in comparison. Yet in the art of combat, one does not merely measure strength alone. Meanwhile, beneath the shadow of a massive tree in the forest, a figure cautiously emerged. This was Shadow, the wielder of the Shadow martial spirit. Upon appearing, Shadow swiftly surveyed the Titan giant ape, which was preoccupied with fending off Anna's relentless attacks. In that moment, A shadowy bat from Shadow's essence silently soared into the Titan's shadow, vanishing without a trace. The Titan, engrossed in resisting Anna's fierce onslaught, remained oblivious to this occurrence. Moreover, Shadow's martial spirit was extraordinarily unique, possessing an exceptional ability to remain concealed. Not only was the Titan unaware, but even Anna, lacking insight into her opponent's capabilities, would have found it challenging to detect. Shadow's sole technique, Shadow Bat, was of the tracking variety. Once the bat infiltrated the Titan's shadow to lie in wait, Shadow could perceive its presence through his martial spirit for up to 10 days, thereby pinpointing the Titan's location. This ability was his most potent tracking skill, and it was the very reason he chose to conceal himself from the outset. Boom. Human, you have thoroughly enraged me, roared the Titan giant ape, its body marred by burns from Anna's flames. Enraged, it prepared to retaliate. However, upon realizing that Shadow had succeeded and understanding that she lacked the power to defeat the Titan, Anna unfurled her wings and ascended into the sky, departing without hesitation. Shadow, seizing the opportunity, had already made his escape, with Qing accompanying him and departing with Jean. In the span of a heartbeat, the fierce battle had transformed into a sudden retreat, leaving the Titan giant ape momentarily stunned. Its fury ignited, it charged after Anna with reckless abandon. Boom, boom. The enormous figure trampled through clusters of trees. Watching the diminishing red dot in the sky, it pounded its chest in agitation. In terms of speed, the Titan giant ape was no match for Anna, who possessed the gift of flight, especially when her sole intention was to flee. After pursuing for a considerable duration, the Titan giant ape glared at the now vanished speck of red, furiously striking its chest. Cursed humans, do not let me encounter you again. Otherwise, I shall surely annihilate you. Roar. The Titan great ape bellowed in fury, standing its ground. Unbeknownst to it, another shadow lurked beneath its own. Such a peculiar ability. Even with intellect rivaling that of humans, the Titan great ape could never fathom. Not long after, the Titan great ape sought to vent its frustration upon some soul beasts, unleashing a flurry of blows that felled many, skinning and devouring the tender flesh with ravenous delight before finally turning back to seek out Daming and Xiao Wu. It intended to share the encounter with the human adversary it had faced. As for its wounds, though the burns stung painfully, its tough hide would soon heal. However, before returning, it decided to wash away the scent of blood, as both Xiao Wu and her mother detested it. Boom, boom. The Titan great ape dashed swiftly toward home. Before long, a vast lake came into view. With a splash, a colossal bull-headed figure emerged from the waters, the 10,000-year-soul beast, the azure bull python. Upon seeing the injuries on the Titan great ape, Daming's expression turned grave as he inquired, "Erming, what has happened to your wounds? Not long ago, I encountered a few humans and engaged in a battle. Those cunning creatures fled when they could not best me, infuriating me." The Titan great ape recounted its recent encounter with Anna. Upon hearing this, the azure bull python grew uneasy, for Xiao Wu and her mother were currently engaged in a matter of great significance. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. By the way, Daming, where are Xiao Wu and her mother? The Titan great ape asked, puzzled by their absence. They are occupied with something important, Daming replied. Could it be that Xiao Wu is? Indeed, Daming nodded, confirming the Titan great ape's suspicions. Transformation. The metamorphosis of a soul beast into a human is not a swift endeavor. It requires time, akin to the 10 months of human gestation. Once a soul beast transforms into a human, it sheds its beastly form, truly becoming human. The duration for a soul beast's transformation surpasses that of human gestation. While the azure bull python was unaware of the transformation time for other soul beasts, Xiao Wu required a decade. During these 10 years, she would form a unique luminous egg, gradually shedding her beastly form to become an infant human. For humans, 10 years may seem long, but for soul beasts, it is merely a fleeting slumber, a blink of an eye. Yet, these 10 years are also exceptionally crucial, as they must remain undisturbed. Just as a human pregnancy can be easily disrupted, the Tianqing Neo python felt a sense of unease upon learning of the intrusion of human warriors into their territory. With Aunt Ro here, little Wu should be safe, especially since we are guarding this place, the Titan giant ape remarked nonchalantly. Let us hope so, the Tianqing Neo python replied, gazing out beyond the starry forest, an inexplicable feeling of foreboding washing over it, as if an impending threat were drawing near. Having lived for 100,000 years, it possessed an uncanny ability to sense danger. Meanwhile, deeper within the vast lake where the Titan giant ape and the Tianqing Neo python resided, a hidden cave lay beneath a mountain in the depths of the starry forest. This cave was extensive and concealed, leading to a stone bed at its core where a magnificent luminous egg rested. Standing before this egg was a beautiful young woman, her figure tall and slender, with graceful curves. Her bright, captivating eyes sparkled with a tender clarity, and her exquisite, oval face, adorned with delicate features, seemed a perfect gift from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. From a side view, one could admire her elegantly long, fair neck, her shoulders sculpted like fine jade, and her slender waist. The most alluring aspect was the pink qipao she wore, which clung to her form, accentuating her flawless physique in an irresistibly enchanting manner. This striking woman was none other than little Wu's mother. At that moment, she stood before the luminous egg, her hands resting gently upon it as she released her soul power, which gradually seeped into the egg, being absorbed bit by bit. Evidently, within the luminous egg, little Wu was in the process of transformation into human form. Little Wu, you will soon be with me again, her mother thought, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she envisioned her daughter beginning to take on human shape. She then released more of her soul power into the egg, which little Wu slowly absorbed. Typically, a soul beast transforming into human form resembles a reborn fetus. As little Wu's mother, she was capable of nurturing her daughter with her own soul power, ensuring that little Wu could emerge from the egg in a healthier and more robust state. Furthermore, being her mother allowed little Wu to absorb her soul power, thus hastening the process of breaking free from the egg. She eagerly anticipated the day she would be reunited with her daughter. Simultaneously, on the outskirts of the starry forest, Anna and her group of Fengwu guards had gathered after fleeing from the Titan giant ape's pursuit. Lord Zhuke, my shadow bat has successfully concealed itself within the shadow of the Titan giant ape. It remains unaware. Within 10 days, the shadow bats shall not dissipate, and during this period, my subordinates can swiftly locate him through the shadow bats. At this moment, Ing reported to Anna, has the message been conveyed to him? Anna nodded, and then turned her gaze towards the others. The crane has already been dispatched, and will soon reach Lord Qinyang, one of the Wind Guardian replied. After ascertaining the situation, Anna instructed everyone to rest in place, then to set up camp for recuperation, awaiting Qinyang's arrival. A few days later, we returned to Qinyang. At this juncture, Qinyang, accompanied by Bibi Dong, as well as the formidable Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo, soared swiftly towards the Stardow forest. Having discovered the traces of 100,000 soul beasts, how could he possibly let the opportunity to hunt for his 9th spirit ring slip away? A day later, Qinyang was still on his rapid journey towards the Stardow forest, yet there remained a considerable distance to cover. Meanwhile, on the other side, in another soul beast forest, a man clad in black approached the forest's edge, cradling a child in his arms. This man was none other than Tang Hao, and the child he held was Tang San. The purpose of Tang Hao's visit was to take Ayin away. Oh no, is daddy going to find mommy? If that is the case, doesn't that mean I will soon be born? At that point, one mother be discovered and hunted down by the Pope of the Spirit Hall, ultimately sacrificed to daddy? Tang San, nestled in Tang Hao's embrace, felt a sense of impending doom. He belonged to a cycle of reincarnation in the Douluo Continent. Yet if his parents were to bear another child, it would be his past self. Would he still exist in the present? If so, in what manner? Or might events unfold that prevent his mother from giving birth to another him? Otherwise, wouldn't his existence contravene some fundamental law? Moreover, when his mother encounters the Pope of the Spirit Hall, in his current infantile state, he would be utterly powerless. How frustrating. If only I could grow up faster. Tang San was exceedingly dissatisfied with his present situation. No, I must begin cultivating immediately, laying a solid foundation, so that when the time comes, I can rapidly grow stronger with my abilities. Yes, it is decided. I shall commence the practice of Xiantian Gong. Xiantian Gong is an internal martial arts technique that he brought from the Tang sect world. Even upon achieving the rank of God King, Tang San has not abandoned his cultivation. He has continuously utilized the formidable skills of the Tang sect and other powerful abilities. Some may question why. Having attained the status of God King, Tang San still resorts to the techniques of the Tang sect, deeming it somewhat peculiar. However, the truth is that God King Tang San has indeed persisted in employing these techniques. Even if one were to attain the status of a God King, mastering techniques such as the Xiantian skill or the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the execution would be remarkably adept. As for whether God King Tang San has ever devised any unique techniques, the answer is regrettably no. In a parallel universe, even in the 5th installment of Douluo, God King Tang San, upon his rebirth, continues to utilize the Xiantian skill in his quest to find his deceased wife. Chapter 37, Astonishment. An unexpected encounter with a beautiful woman in the Stardow forest. 4 figures descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon the ground. They were none other than Qinyang, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, the Ghost Douluo, and Bibi Dong, who reclined in Qin Yang's embrace. At that moment, Bibi Dong's cheeks were flushed, exuding an adorable charm. One could only wonder what sort of jostling she had experienced while nestled against Qin Yang during their journey. We've arrived, let us proceed, Qin Yang announced. disregarding all else as he led Bibi Dong into the depths of the Douluo forest, closely followed by the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. The Douluo forest, being the largest wilderness of soul beasts on the Douluo Continent, spans across two great empires. Within its depths, the trees tower high and the forest is teeming with numerous soul beasts. As soon as Qin Yang entered the Douluo forest, he sensed the presence of many soul beasts surrounding them. However, they were merely 10 or 100 years old, posing no threat to him and offering little utility. He was not one to indulge in slaughter. For him, a soul beast was only valuable if it sufficed his needs. In that regard, one could say Qin Yang was a self-serving individual. Of course, such individuals are not uncommon in this world. Qin Yang, are you planning to help me find my sixth spirit ring? Bibi Dong inquired as they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest. Previously, Qin Yang had hastily brought her and the Chrysanthemum Douluo along without explaining his intentions, so it was understandable that Bibi Dong would contemplate this possibility. Yes and no. Bibi Dong, your physical condition is barely adequate. There are many soul beasts within the Douluo forest, and if we find one suitable for you, I will assist in its elimination. However, there is an even more pressing matter at hand, seeking my spirit ring. As expected, upon hearing these words from Qin Yang, the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo confirmed their thoughts. Bibi Dong, on the other hand, nodded with delight. With so many soul beasts in the Douluo forest, it was certain that she would find a fitting sixth spirit ring, making her breakthrough to the Spirit Emperor a matter of time. After Bibi Dong posed a few more questions, Qin Yang led the three of them swiftly towards the location indicated by Anna. However, as they ventured deeper into the forest, a sudden cacophony of battle sounds erupted from ahead. Upon hearing the intense commotion, Qin Yang immediately thought of Anna and her Phoenix Guard, prompting him to halt and say, "Let us go take a look." Understood. The four of them hurried in the direction from which the thunderous sounds emanated. At this moment, in the location where Qin Yang was hastening to arrive, a middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, was engaged in a fierce battle with a strikingly beautiful woman in her 40s against a soul beast. This formidable soul beast, towering at a staggering 10 meters, was composed entirely of remarkably hard rock, its massive form trembling the ground with each movement. It appeared exceedingly terrifying. Even more alarming was the potent aura emanating from this soul beast, clearly surpassed by millennia of existence. This colossal rock creature was at least 50,000 years old, possessing formidable defenses and striking power. Thus, they resolved to avoid its wrath. The man, adorned with 7 shimmering soul rings, cast a glance at the beautiful woman beside him and, with a loud shout, swiftly retreated. Faced with such an ancient rock beast, even he, having attained the rank of soul sage, lacked absolute confidence in defeating it. The beautiful woman nodded in acknowledgement, wielding her serpent staff to unleash a soul skill towards the rock beast before hastily retreating. However, her attack infuriated the creature, originally poised to strike the soul sage. The rock beast abruptly redirected its formidable assault towards the woman, its massive rock fist enveloped in layers of soul power crashing down upon her. The blow was immense and swift. In an instant, it was upon her. "Damn it, I can't evade." The beautiful woman glared, attempting to escape. But the powerful gust of wind generated by the descending fist, coupled with the terrifying soul energy, bore down upon her with relentless pressure, making evasion nearly impossible. "Get out of the way." The middle-aged man shouted urgently as he saw the beast's fist descending towards the woman. Ignoring his own soul energy depletion, he rushed to intercept the colossal strike. Yet, he was still a moment too late. As the massive fist descended, the woman's eyes widened in horror, her body frozen, unable to evade the impending doom. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The middle-aged man froze momentarily, stunned, before frantically attempting to retaliate against the rock beast. However, in that instant, his focus was captured again. The woman was unharmed. A handsome young man had suddenly appeared, standing protectively in front of her, with a single hand raised. He effortlessly blocked the rock beast's fist. The middle-aged man was left in shock. Likewise, the beautiful woman, too, was momentarily taken aback. She had believed her end was near, only to be unexpectedly saved by a man who appeared at the brink of death, shielding her from the lethal blow. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the tales of heroes rescuing damsels in distress, especially at the precipice of life and death, whisking her away from peril. Most importantly, one could discern the remarkable handsomeness of the man merely by observing his silhouette. He epitomized the ideal of a dream lover. "Thank you." The beautiful woman addressed the man before her. At that moment, as she gazed upon the individual who had rescued her, her previously pallid face, which had been drained of color due to the life-threatening situation, rapidly regained its rosy hue. "You're welcome," the man replied, glancing back at the beautiful woman. It was precisely this gesture that instilled a profound sense of security within her. This man was none other than Qin Yang, not Anna's man. Qin Yang noted as he examined the beautiful woman, realizing that she bore no insignia of Anna's Phoenix Guard. Regrettably, he had mistaken her identity. Nevertheless, saving her was a matter of course, for she exuded an undeniable femininity. Rescuing her was but a trivial act. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of the beautiful woman. The very rock giant that had nearly taken her life and forced the middle-aged soul saint to retreat was sent flying several meters away by a single punch from the man. Following that, the dashing figure unleashed another blow, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, which struck the rock beast with tremendous force. Subsequently, the creature collapsed, rendered powerless and gasping for breath. This left not only the beautiful woman in awe, but even the soul saint appeared utterly astonished. The sheer power was staggering. The rock beast, which had posed a formidable challenge just moments ago, was now vanquished by this man's prowess. What kind of strength did he possess? Let us depart. Qin Yang seemed unfazed by the fallen beast. Casting a glance at the three figures of the chrysanthemum Douluo, the ghost Douluo, and Bibi Dong, he prepared to leave. The three soon followed suit, emerging to accompany him. Unexpectedly, the rescued man, upon seeing the chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo, suddenly called out, "Please wait a moment." Qin Yang halted and turned to the man, inquiring if he had something to say. No, I merely wish to express my gratitude for your assistance. There's no need. It was a mere act of convenience. Qin Yang replied nonchalantly, intent on leaving. At that juncture, the attractive woman interjected, "I am profoundly grateful. Had it not been for your intervention, I fear the outcome would have been dire. My name is Chao Tianxiang." After expressing her thanks, the woman revealed her name. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning to face the remarkably beautiful woman with great curiosity. "Your name is Chao Tianxiang? Then is he named Meng Shu?" Qin Yang pointed at the middle-aged man. "Do you know me, senior?" Meng Shu asked, astonished. It was indeed surprising that such a formidable individual would recognize him. After Qin Yang confirmed, he observed the increasingly peculiar expression of the beautiful woman, Chao Tianxiang. It was astonishing how striking she appeared in her youth. She was truly the epitome of femininity, exuding an irresistible allure. Chapter 38, Within the Tent. Let us depart. Qin Yang cast a glance at the exceptional woman, Chao Tianxiang, before resolutely turning away. Rescuing her had merely been a serendipitous occurrence. After such an interlude, he would not linger to indulge in any flirtation with Chao Tianxiang. Apologies, but Qin Yang found himself more enchanted by women like Bibi Dong, Anna, and Ning Xuero. Juju Douluo and Gue Douluo exchanged glances with Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang, hastily following Qin Yang and Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang wished to call out to Qin Yang to express her heartfelt gratitude for saving her life, but at that moment, Meng Shu gently tugged at her, subtly shaking his head. Only after Qin Yang and the others vanished from sight did he speak. "Tianxiang, did you not notice how familiar the two individuals following him appeared?" Upon hearing this, Chao Tianxiang recalled. The flamboyant man clad in golden attire bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain figure from the Spirit Hall. It must be him. The Juju Douluo from the Spirit Hall. Both Chao Tianxiang and Meng Shu's families held substantial influence within the Heaven Do Empire and were well versed in the various powers across the continent. The distinctive features of the Juju Douluo were indeed memorable. Coincidentally, they had encountered him in the Spirit City before. The one who was evidently inseparable from him was none other than the Gue Douluo. The individual who could command such formidable protectors was none other than the recently renowned Qin Yang. Could it truly be that Qin Yang? Chao Tianxiang pondered, her heart fluttering at the thought of the gallant man who had just saved her, and she glanced towards Meng Shu. Meng Shu nodded affirmatively. It must be him. Yet, were they not affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? They had received word of Qin Yang's battle with Qian Daoliu and Xian at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, where he was rumored to have emerged victorious. This news was no longer a secret across the Douluo Continent. Days had since passed since that incident. Perhaps they were also here to hunt soul beasts. However, we are truly fortunate to have encountered him. Otherwise, Tianxiang, you would have been in grave danger. Reflecting on the near calamity his wife had faced, Meng Shu felt a shiver of dread. Indeed, what luck! Chao Tianxiang thought of the moment when Qin Yang had seemingly descended like a deity, shielding her from a lethal blow with a single hand, a faint flush gracing her cheeks. If only she had the opportunity to express her gratitude properly, Chao Tianxiang murmured. The two then turned their gaze towards the ailing ancient soul beast. Meanwhile, the four figures of Qin Yang and his companions darted swiftly through the forest as night fell. In the distance, upon a hillside, several figures came into view. Among them, a woman clad in a striking crimson cloak caught the eye. This woman was none other than Anna, who awaited Qin Yang. The moment Qin Yang laid eyes on Anna, she, too, recognized him. "You're here." Upon his arrival, Anna calmly inquired, Seeing that you are unharmed puts me at ease, Qian Yang replied with a composed nod. He then approached her with evident concern, wrapping his arms around her waist and drawing her into an embrace. He had been quite worried when he learned of her encounter with the Titan giant ape, but thankfully, she was safe. To be honest, Anna felt a flicker of joy at Qian Yang's concern. However, upon noticing the approaching figures of the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo, she hastily pushed him away. I have accurately located the position of the 100,000-year soul beast. The Shadow's ability can pinpoint it. When do you intend to hunt it? Anna stated, glancing back at Shadow and requesting him to explain his capabilities to Qian Yang. Shadow nodded and promptly stepped forward to elucidate his abilities. For days remain? Then let us commence tomorrow. We shall rest tonight, Qian Yang decided after assessing the situation. He had rushed here at full speed, depleting much of his soul power. Faced with formidable opponents like the celestial blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, he needed to be at full strength for the hunt. Anna nodded in agreement, and then turned her gaze towards a member of the Phoenix Guard. The Phoenix Guard understood, nodding in acknowledgement, before leading the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo away, stating, Elders Yueguan and Guemei, this shall be your resting place for the night. Please follow me. Although surprised by Anna's presence, the two elders did not question it further and followed the Phoenix Guard. Soon, after arranging everything, Qian Yang entered the main tent, accompanied by Anna and Bibi Dong. Is it all right for her to be here? Anna furrowed her brow as she glanced at Bibi Dong. Elder Zhuke, what do you mean by that? Bibi Dong retorted, her displeasure evident, as if it were implied that Anna should not enter. Had she wished to argue with Anna, she would have revealed her relationship with Qian Yang, which would undoubtedly startle Anna. Qian Yang shook his head, settling himself in the center of the seating area and signaling that all was well. All right, please recount your experiences in the Star Doe forest in detail. Tonight. Do not leave. Qian Yang emphasized the latter part. Anna did not dwell on it, understanding they were in the wilderness, where such matters could not be conducted openly, especially with Bibi Dong present. She then took a seat beside Qian Yang and detailed her experiences within the Star Doe forest, while Bibi Dong sat nearby. Time passed quietly and unbidden. Inside the tent, Bibi Dong, who had originally been seated and listening attentively, had now shifted to a more relaxed position. Meanwhile, Anna, in the midst of her discourse, transitioned from sitting to standing. Qian Yang found himself awkwardly sandwiched between the two. Reflecting on his previous brief encounter with the Titan giant ape, he assessed its power to be comparable to that of a human Titled Douluo, likely ranging between the 95th and 96th levels. As for the heavenly blue bull python and the soft-boned rabbit that Anna mentioned, he had yet to behold them. However, should they indeed cross paths, with the presence of the two elders, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, in addition to themselves, he felt quite confident in their ability to hunt them down. Qian Yang nodded in agreement with Anna's assertions, acknowledging that the heavenly blue bull python's strength surpassed that of the Titan giant ape. Yet, when compared to human Titled Douluo, it would only fall between the 96th and 97th levels, never exceeding the latter. The comparison between the levels of soul beasts and human Titled Douluos is often overly simplistic. For instance, in the original text, the beast god Emperor Tian, with an impressive cultivation nearing 900,000 years, was still only considered a peak Titled Douluo at the 99th level, achieving godlike status only in his strongest moments. The heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, both with less than 200,000 years of cultivation, could hardly reach the strength of a human at the 97th level. Otherwise, soul beasts such as the Snow Empress, Bear King, Biji, and Ice Emperor, with their 400,000 to 500,000 years of cultivation, would have little reason to exist. With Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo at his back, while they may not match the combat prowess of the Titan giant ape or the heavenly blue bull python, it is essential to note that both possess the martial soul fusion technique, making the control of the heavenly blue bull python quite manageable. Additionally, Anna's true strength was already above the 95th level. Coupled with his own abilities, their chances of capturing the heavenly blue bull python and the Titan giant ape were immensely favorable. Within the tent, after a thorough discussion between Qian Yang and Anna, the hour had grown late, nearing midnight. It's quite late. We should rest now. We can finalize our plans tomorrow before we depart, Qian Yang suggested. Anna glanced at Bibi Dong, who in turn looked back at her. The tent was spacious enough for rest, and considering Anna possessed a spatial soul tool, bedding and such were certainly available. However, the propriety of having two women and one man sharing a tent was questionable. Noticing the hesitation in their expressions, Qian Yang promptly added, "We are currently in the Star Doe Great Forest, which is unlike any other place. For our safety, it would be prudent for us to sleep together tonight. Let us not dwell too much on mundane conventions here. Simplicity is key. The sleeping space is ample, and to ensure your safety, I shall reluctantly take the position between you." After Qian Yang finished speaking, the two women, without hesitation, Each took hold of one of his arms and decisively pulled him onto the bed. Then, they reclined beside him, with Bibi Dong on one side and Anna on the other. Throughout the entire process, both Anna and Bibi Dong offered no resistance, surprisingly cooperating with his advances. In truth, it was not that they lacked resistance. Rather, Qin Yang's actions had momentarily left them in a daze, causing them to forget to resist. Chapter 39. The Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. A night passed without incident. The next day, in the Star Doe Forest, bathed in the morning light, Qin Yang lay comfortably on the mattress, sprawled out between Bibi Dong and Anna. To his left, Anna gazed at Bibi Dong on his right, and Bibi Dong reciprocated her gaze, their eyes silently clashing. As for the previous night, it was evident that neither had slept. And now they felt not the slightest hint of fatigue. Instead, they were invigorated. The reason for their alertness was their determination not to let Qin Yang take advantage of them, leading them to keep watch over one another throughout the night. Before long, Qin Yang awoke. He glanced at Bibi Dong and then at Anna, straightened his attire, and said with satisfaction, "Anna, Dong, you both worked hard last night." After speaking, he turned and exited the tent. Anna and Bibi Dong exchanged a look and snorted softly before following him out. After the group had breakfast and prepared, under Qin Yang's command, Ying swiftly used her martial spirit to track the Titan Giant Ape. "Lord Qin Yang, it's just ahead," she reported. Moreover, through the messages relayed by the Shadow Bat, it was conveyed that there was another terrifying presence near the Titan Giant Ape. "Which should be the Azure Bull Python you mentioned, Lord Qin Yang." As they raced forward, Ying promptly reported the information received from the Shadow Bat to Qin Yang. Hearing this, Qin Yang felt quite pleased with Ying, the Fengwu guard. The mere ability of her shadow martial spirit to track the Titan Giant Ape was sufficient to demonstrate the uniqueness of her martial spirit. She was indeed a talent. "Continue moving," Qin Yang commanded. Yes. With a swift motion, Qin Yang, Anna, Douluo, Douluo, Bibi Dong, and 15 Fengwu guards quickly made their way toward the massive lake where the Titan Giant Ape and Azure Bull Python resided. Before long, as Qin Yang extended his senses, the emergence of two powerful auras within his range filled him with excitement, prompting him to exclaim, "Stop." Upon hearing Qin Yang's command, everyone complied without hesitation. Within Qin Yang's perception, there were indeed only two soul beasts of 100,000 years, and the overwhelming aura unmistakably belonged to the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. However, where were Xiao Wu and her daughters? Were they not present? Unable to comprehend the situation, Qin Yang refrained from pondering further and turned to the crowd behind him, stating, "You are likely already aware of the purpose of our arrival. Indeed, it is to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast. Should we succeed, upon our return to the Spirit Hall, each of you shall be deemed a hero, and rewards will undoubtedly follow. Now, Yu Guan, Gui Mei, and Anna, you three shall accompany me into the fray. The rest of you, ensure the safety of the two auxiliary soul masters while safeguarding your own lives, and seize the opportunity to provide support when the moment is right." Understood. The 15 Wind Warden members dared not disobey the command. Upon hearing the intent to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast, both Douluo and Douluo felt a tremor of anticipation. Though Bibi Dong wished to assist Qin Yang, her level was still below 60, and her presence would only impede progress. Conversely, two auxiliary soul masters among the Wind Wardens proved invaluable. One wielded a golden staff capable of amplifying assistance, while the other possessed the Ink Lotus of Recovery, able to mend injuries and restore soul power. After issuing a series of swift commands, Qin Yang hastened towards the expansive lake ahead, with Douluo, Douluo, and Anna closely following. In the vast lake, the Azure Bull Python, which had been slumbering at the bottom, did not immediately sense Qin Yang's approach. However, as Qin Yang and his companions drew near, the surface of the lake erupted in a tumultuous frenzy, and the immense form of the Azure Bull Python breached the water. Nearby, the Titan Giant Ape, bored and playing in the water, had not initially noticed Qin Yang's arrival. Yet, upon seeing the Azure Bull Python emerge, it intended to inquire, only to be overtaken by the familiar human presence that swiftly encroached upon its awareness. In an instant, rage surged within it. How dare the human return? This time, it would be slaughtered. Indeed, the Titan Giant Ape recognized the woman it had battled previously, and in its fury, it dashed towards the surface. "Daming!" The Azure Bull Python called out, halting the Titan Giant Ape reluctantly. "What are you doing? Those humans dare to intrude, and I shall slay them. The one I encountered days ago is among them." The Titan Giant Ape retorted angrily. "No, they are already here." The Azure Bull Python's expression darkened as it gazed ahead. Before the Titan Giant Ape could react, four figures led by Qin Yang suddenly appeared at the edge of the lake. Indeed, it was the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. It seemed fortune favored them this time. By the lakeside, Qin Yang gazed at the colossal creature within the water and the Titan giant ape beside it, his face alight with excitement. Without the presence of Xiao Wu and her mother to hunt the ninth spirit ring, the situation became significantly more manageable. How infuriating! These wretched humans shall witness my wrath firsthand. With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape, upon spotting the woman clad in red accompanied by several humans, charged toward her in a fit of rage. Erming. The azure bull python's countenance darkened. It wished to caution the Titan giant ape against acting impulsively, for it sensed an imminent threat emanating from the humans. Moreover, Xiao Wu was in the midst of her transformation and must not be disturbed. However, the Titan giant ape, consumed by fury, paid no heed to the azure bull python's counsel. With a resounding crash, the colossal fist descended upon Qin Yang and his companions. As the Titan giant ape unleashed its strike, the battle between the two sides became unavoidable. Give it your all, commanded Qin Yang. Yes. In response to the Titan giant ape's attack, Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, and Anna sprang into action. Radiant golden chrysanthemums danced in the air, dark shadows flickered ominously, and the fiery red phoenix screeched with a piercing cry. The three Titled Douluo of rank 93, though initially still, unleashed their full power with a force akin to an erupting volcano. As their martial spirits manifested, they swiftly evaded the Titan giant ape's blow, launching their fiery red, golden, and dark soul techniques toward its massive form. Confronted with the full might of the Zhu Douluo, Zhu Douluo, and Gui Douluo, the Titan giant ape found no refuge. With a series of explosive sounds, its enormous body was hurled away, ultimately crashing into the lake with a resounding splash, sending water spraying high into the air. During the onslaught, the azure bull python intended to intervene and halt the trio's formidable assault. However, a figure materialized before it, obstructing its path. This figure appeared minuscule compared to the python's immense size, yet it emanated an overwhelming pressure. Humans, vacate this area at once, and I shall consider this incident forgotten, otherwise, you shall face death. The azure bull python cast a sidelong glance at the Titan giant ape, now submerged in the lake, its surface tinged with crimson. Although apprehensive, it resolutely threatened Qin Yang. Regrettably for the python, Qin Yang's objective was to hunt for spirit rings. Retreat was not an option. You would do well to accept your fate as my spirit ring, Qin Yang retorted with a cold snort. In response, a brilliant golden light radiated from him. Chapter 40. The three Douluo overwhelmed the Titan. As the radiant sun feather appeared, Qin Yang's power surged dramatically. As the soul rings shimmered around him, two radiant suns swiftly coalesced above Qin Yang's fists, launching toward the sky blue bull python with fierce intent. You seek your own demise. The sky blue bull python, undeterred by Qin Yang's sudden aggression, abandoned any thoughts of retreat. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed the desolation thunder. In an instant, the sky darkened with tumultuous lightning, and the colossal serpent opened its gaping maw, gathering a dazzling blue energy that shot forth with alarming speed, aimed directly at Qin Yang. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Qin Yang evaded the serpent's thunderous onslaught, allowing the two suns to detach from his hands and strike toward the sky blue bull python. The speed of Qin Yang's assault was astonishing, yet the massive serpent, being an unmistakable target, was unable to dodge in time. The air crackled with the sound of two explosions as the suns detonated against its formidable scales. Although Qin Yang's solar burst was merely his first soul skill, the intensely concentrated solar energy was ferociously potent. With just one blow, even the armored sky blue bull python was nearly left battered and bruised. Damnable human! The enraged serpent bellowed in pain. With a torrent of splashes, the sky blue bull python emerged from the lake, its massive form soaring into the sky. In that moment, its colossal tail lashed out toward Qin Yang with lethal ferocity. The sheer force generated by such a gargantuan appendage was terrifying, amplified by the python's formidable soul power. Should it connect, a human body would stand no chance of withstanding the impact. However, to Qin Yang, the serpent's strike, though seemingly rapid, was actually sluggish. In a flash of golden light, he appeared directly above the sky blue bull python. Simultaneously, a blazing sun ignited in his hand, which he hurled down toward the serpent's head. As peril approached, the sky blue bull python reacted with remarkable speed, raising its head and unleashing a pitch-black lightning energy aimed at Qin Yang's scorching sun. The two forces clashed mid-air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. At this juncture, Qin Yang had resolved to hold nothing back, and likewise, the sky blue bull python was determined to deliver a fatal blow. The two adversaries hovered in the air, their formidable auras radiating outward. Beneath the lake's surface, the Titan great ape, having been struck by a combined assault from the Zhu Douluo, and Gui Douluo, rose to its feet. Clutching its crimson chest, steam billowed from its nostrils, brimming with uncontainable fury. "Human, you shall perish," it roared, with a surge of power. It activated its gravity control, a viscous purple energy radiating outward from the Titan Great Ape, swiftly enveloping a 100-meter radius. Within this sphere, all beings would succumb to its oppressive gravitational force. Now, the immensely enraged Titan Giant Ape unleashed its formidable power, exerting a gravitational force exceeding 20 times that of normal weight. Under this overwhelming pressure, the previously airborne figures of Zhuke Daoluo, Zhu Daoluo, and Gue Daoluo plummeted uncontrollably to the ground with a resounding thud. Such immense gravity. Anna's expression grew grave, drawing upon her experience. She rapidly circulated her soul power to resist the crushing weight. She resolved to disregard the consumption of soul power, determined to counter this gravitational oppression and swiftly neutralize it. Anna glanced at Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo, urging them to act quickly, having long been prepared. Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo fixed their steely gazes upon the Titan Giant Ape. Although the manipulation of gravity could suppress the movements of others, a soul master unleashing their full soul power could still withstand such forces and launch an attack. Moreover, they were both titled Douluos, and they had the support of an auxiliary soul master to amplify their abilities. Indeed, the auxiliary soul master wielding the golden scepter martial spirit had appeared nearby, initiating a long-range enhancement of their soul skills. Ninth soul skill, withered chrysanthemum, littered with injuries, flowers fall, and hearts break. Ninth soul skill, hellish apparition. Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo, having known each other for some time, displayed an extraordinary synergy in their cooperation, fully aware of each other's soul skills. Now, facing the gravitational suppression from the Titan Giant Ape, as well as the impending attacks, they held nothing back. As the air filled with swirling blades of chrysanthemum, Zhu Daoluo's ninth soul skill took shape. Simultaneously, Gue Daoluo's ninth soul skill materialized in an instant, a black vortex shooting towards the Titan Giant Ape, ensnaring its massive form with unyielding force. Despite the Titan Giant Ape's colossal size and strength, it found itself momentarily unable to break free from Gue Daoluo's binding technique. In the next instant, Zhu Daoluo directed the multitude of chrysanthemum blades toward the Titan Giant Ape. The sound of clashing metal echoed relentlessly. Initially, the Titan Giant Ape's incredibly resilient body could withstand the barrage of Zhu Daoluo's ninth soul skill. However, as Zhu Daoluo recklessly expended soul power to unleash his ultimate technique, the blades relentlessly targeted the same spot on the Titan Giant Ape's body. In the following moment, with a piercing sound, the blades penetrated flesh, leading to an uncontrollable onslaught. The relentless rain of chrysanthemum blades struck the wounded area of the Titan Giant Ape. The two attacks were executed in a heartbeat, Gue Daoluo's control coupled with Zhu Daoluo's assault. Their teamwork seamless and impeccable. In an instant, the Titan Giant Ape sustained grave injuries. The assault has yet to conclude, for Anna has yet to make her move. With the ninth soul skill, Inferno of Heaven. The moment Anna perceived the Titan Giant Ape grievously wounded, she seized the opportunity and launched herself into a full-throttle attack. Her ninth soul ring boasts an astonishing lifespan exceeding 90,000 years, endowing her with unparalleled potency during the activation of Inferno of Heaven, capable of scorching even the heavens themselves. In her true form as the Phoenix martial spirit, Anna soared toward the Titan Giant Ape. Flames of the Southern Bright leave fire raging fiercely. As her attack struck the Titan Giant Ape, an unending torrent of infernal flames descended upon it, seeking to incinerate it entirely. Roar, pain, an indescribable agony ensued. First, ensnared by the ninth soul skill of the Ghost Daoluo, subsequently wounded by the ninth soul skill of the Chrysanthemum Daoluo, and now engulfed by the Inferno of the Phoenix Daoluo. The barrage of relentless assaults unfolded instantaneously. The excruciating torment compelled even this formidable beast, who had slaughtered countless foes, to unleash a heart-wrenching cry. Kill, with all their might. They unleashed their ninth soul skills while simultaneously resisting the Titan Giant Ape's gravitational control, a feat that demanded an immense expenditure of spirit power even from the Titled Douluo. Yet, at this moment, the trio could afford no thought to their stamina. Seizing the opportunity, they pressed their advantage and launched another wave of attacks against the Titan Giant Ape. In the skies, the Sky Blue Bull Python had also engaged in battle with Qin Yang. Beneath the radiant sun feather garment, Qin Yang's speed and strength were nothing short of terrifying. Coupled with the formidable power of sunlight, each punch he delivered upon the Sky Blue Bull Python's form resulted in catastrophic explosions. No matter how robust the Sky Blue Bull Python's defenses may have been, at this juncture, it found itself grievously wounded. Faced with Qin Yang's relentless onslaught, the Sky Blue Bull Python contemplated evasion, even resorting to its most potent control ability, the Dull Domain. However, Qin Yang's rapid assault and spatial manipulation rendered its dull domain nearly ineffective, akin to a mere ornament. At this moment, the sky blue bull python's heart was heavy with despair. Chapter 41, Sunlight Wave. Casting a glance below, it observed the Titan giant ape being mercilessly slaughtered by the trio of the Phoenix, Chrysanthemum, and Ghost Douluos. At this instant, a thought of retreating to evade danger arose within it. Yet, Qin Yang appeared to read its intentions with uncanny clarity. With a sudden cold chuckle, he declared, "The soul ring now within my grasp shall not be allowed to escape. You shall meet your demise." A golden flash streaked through the air like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, Qin Yang stood before the sky blue bull python. Speed is power. Have you ever been bombarded by the sun? The sound reverberated beside the azure bull python's ear as Qin Yang's fist, infused with solar energy, struck down upon its massive form. With a resounding explosion, even the colossal and formidable azure bull python could not withstand such a powerful assault, retreating repeatedly. In an instant, multiple strategies flashed through its mind. At this moment, it became clear that evading the confrontation was no longer an option. It could only engage in battle to the end. Possessing a potent bloodline, the azure bull python's strength was far from limited. Now, unleashing its full might, it activated its dull domain, surrounded by crackling thunder, resembling a celestial thunder dragon. Human, prepare to meet your demise. Annihilating thunderlight. Boom. As if the wrath of the heavens had descended, the sky transformed into a vivid blue and silver hue. With countless thick electric serpents dancing around the azure bull python, swiftly converging before it. The speed of the thunderous attack was formidable, and combined with the instantaneous control of the dull domain, even Qin Yang found it difficult to evade. As the annihilating thunderlight rushed toward him, Qin Yang, unfazed and unhurried, extended his hands forward in a pushing motion. In the next moment, akin to a super scion transformation, a dazzling golden light erupted from him. His originally black hair shimmering as if transformed to gold, soaring upwards. Sunlight wave. Buzz. A golden point of light coalesced in his hands, rapidly expanding into a golden wave of energy. Just as the azure bull python's attack approached, the barrel-like golden wave was unleashed, instantly coloring half the sky in gold. On the ground, Anna, Ju Douluo, and Ghost Douluo, who were engaging the Titan giant ape, suddenly halted, staring in astonishment at the terrifying golden spectacle above. Even the wounded Titan giant ape stood in the lake, its expression one of disbelief as it gazed at the golden wave in the sky. What manner of attack was this? Is everything all right with me? The Titan giant ape felt a surge of unease. Meanwhile, in the location where Xiao Wu was transforming, her mother, who was vigilantly guarding Xiao Wu's transformation egg, initially went about her task as usual, preparing to infuse soul power into the egg. Yet suddenly, a booming sound captured her attention. She ceased her actions and turned to the outside. In her search for a secure location for Xiao Wu's transformation, she had chosen a highly concealed spot with excellent soundproofing, where ordinary noises could not penetrate. However, this time, not only had the sound breached the barrier, but it was also exceptionally loud. Moreover, the source of this commotion was directed toward their home, where Ming and Heir Ming were located. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the great Ming and the second Ming have engaged in battle? No, something feels amiss. This commotion seems to stem from a formidable human presence. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Xiao Wu's mother, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She glanced at the luminous egg, within which Xiao Wu was undergoing her transformation into a human, and swiftly made a decision. Xiao Wu, mother is going to check on the great Ming and the second Ming. I shall return shortly, so please wait for me. Gently caressing the glowing egg, she ventured outside. Inside the luminous egg, Xiao Wu, in the midst of her metamorphosis, seemed to sense something amiss. Having just transformed, her tiny human hand reached out, attempting to call her mother back, but alas, it was too late. Her mother had already departed. As soon as Xiao Wu's mother exited the concealed cave where Xiao Wu was transforming, the thunderous roar intensified. Soon, she beheld a breathtaking sight. The sky was painted a brilliant gold. What immense power could produce such a spectacle? At that moment, she was certain that a powerful human had entered her home and was engaged in combat with the great Ming and the second Ming. This could not be overlooked. She must investigate. Great Ming, second Ming, please be safe. The two beasts had grown under her watchful eye, and her bond with them was profound. Consumed by worry, she rushed towards the epicenter of the battle. At the lake battlefield, the golden hue in the sky gradually began to dissipate. The Titan giant ape, standing amidst the lake, remained transfixed by the events unfolding above, momentarily oblivious to the pain coursing through its body. Not only it, but also the Titled Douluos, Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Anna, along with Bibi Dong in the distance and the 15 Wind Phoenix guards, were all equally captivated by the vanishing golden light. What kind of attack was this? Could it truly be wielded by a human? How could it possess such overwhelming might? The answer lingered unspoken in the minds of the Titan giant ape and the Titled Douluos. In the air, as the golden light faded, Qin Yang's figure came into view. His stance remained unwavering, while the target of his assault, the azure bull python, had vanished from sight. With a single strike, he not only shattered the azure bull python's most powerful singular attack, the Annihilation Thunderbolt, but also sent it crashing to the ground, embedding it within the mountains. Its fate uncertain. This technique, known as sunlight wave, was a sole skill of Qin Yang's own creation. It harnessed the power of sunlight from within the realm of the sun, absorbing the light of the sun to coalesce into a wave of destructive energy, possessing boundless strength. For Qin Yang, the act of sending the azure bull python flying was hardly surprising. After all, no matter how formidable the azure bull python, it could never rival the sun. As Qin Yang withdrew his wave-like motion, he cast a glance at the still-moving Titan giant ape and addressed Zhu Daoluo and Gui Daoluo with a calm tone. It is time for you to deal with it. Indeed, in response to Qin Yang's command, Zhu Daoluo and Gui Daoluo snapped back to attention. The terrifying golden wave attack they had just witnessed left no room for any other thoughts. Exchanging glances, they nodded in agreement. Elder Anna, we will rely on you for the final blow against the Titan giant ape. After conveying this to Anna, Zhu Daoluo and Gui Daoluo swiftly ascended into the air above the Titan giant ape. Polar stillness field. With a sudden, powerful shout from Gui Daoluo, a hue unlike the typical black energy he usually emitted erupted from within him. It was a brilliant silver flame that soared into the sky in an instant. Simultaneously, a layer of golden flame enveloped Zhu Daoluo, Yueguan. In that fleeting moment, the 9 soul rings adorning both of them illuminated simultaneously, enhancing the splendor of the golden and silver flames enveloping their forms. Standing face to face, their 4 hands clasped together, the bodies of Gui Mei and Yueguan seamlessly merged. The 18 soul rings they possessed coalesced into a singular entity. Suddenly, the area within a radius of several hundred meters transformed into a tapestry of gold and silver. Everything around them appeared to halt in time. The Titan giant ape, having recovered from the shock of being struck by Qin Yang, now aimed to obliterate the humans in front of it before checking on the situation in the Great Ming. However, Zhu Daoluo and Gui Daoluo unexpectedly enveloped it in a domain, which initially went unnoticed by the creature. Yet, in the next instant, panic set in. No matter how it struggled or summoned its soul power, even attempting to release its own domain, it found itself utterly powerless. It was only natural. If the Titan giant ape could escape the soul fusion skill of 2 Titled Douluos, then it would no longer be deemed a soul fusion skill. Cursed humans, I shall make you pay for this. The Titan giant ape, filled with rage, bellowed, its eyes aflame and nostrils flaring as it thrashed in defiance. With each struggle, the wounds inflicted by Anna and her companions bled profusely. At this moment, the Titan giant ape's breath grew ragged. Yet it remained ensnared by the soul fusion technique of Zhu Daoluo and Gui Daoluo. Seeing this unfold, Anna chuckled softly. She then raised her right fist, as crimson flames gathered in her hand, accompanied by a flash of brilliance. It was a soul bone, a right arm bone over 50,000 years old, with a soul skill known as solar explosion. The ability to concentrate the energy of flames into a single point before unleashing an attack that detonates upon impact with the enemy is a remarkable feat now, as this represents the final strike against the formidable Titan giant ape. Renowned for its immense size and formidable defenses, she must exert every ounce of her strength. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, Anna appeared before the Titan from 100 meters away. The Titan, now immobilized, could only watch helplessly as Anna's crimson fist descended upon it, devoid of any means of resistance. As the red radiance of her fist struck the ground before the Titan, an explosion of fiery brilliance erupted, the overwhelming force piercing through the Titan's body, with crimson flames flaring behind it before gradually dissipating. In the next moment, the Titan's enormous eyes revealed a glimmer of white. The full-force strike from the Phoenix Douluo was undeniably formidable. Meanwhile, in the sky, Qin Yang observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding before soaring towards the massive pit he had created. Within that pit lay the azure bull python, incapacitated but not yet deceased. Were it not for its tough hide and robust lineage sustaining its life force, it would have been obliterated by Qin Yang's sunlight wave long ago. The resilience of a soul beast is indeed remarkable. Qin Yang glanced at the ailing azure bull python before moving closer to its enormous eyes. In this world, the law of survival dictates that the weak are preyed upon by the strong. You have surely hunted soul beasts and extinguished human lives during your years in the Stardow Forest. Therefore, azure bull python, before your demise, do you have any final regrets to express? Qin Yang regarded the creature with a calm demeanor. The azure bull python exhaled laboriously, its massive pupils fixed on Qin Yang. Yet words eluded it. Since you have nothing to say, it is time to send you on your way. To become my ninth spirit ring is, in a sense, a privilege for you. Just as Qin Yang prepared to strike, a delicate voice echoed from afar. Stop. Chapter 42. Coercion. Upon hearing the command to halt, delivered in a melodious feminine tone, Qin Yang momentarily paused. Had it been a man's voice, he would have acted without hesitation. However, knowing this woman emerged from the Star-Do forest, he complied, shifting his gaze toward the source of the voice. A strikingly beautiful woman appeared before him. Clad in a pink qipao, her legs as white as jade, adorned with slender red high heels, and a captivating visage. This enchanting lady ignited a fervent blaze within his Mungda spirit. Qin Yang assessed her, and a realization struck him. It is indeed you. I was under the impression that you were absent, yet here you are, arriving just in time to offer yourself as a sacrifice. Qin Yang immediately discerned that this enchanting woman was not of human origin. With her captivating beauty and formidable strength, she undoubtedly was the mother of Xiao Wu. Rui, you must flee. The fallen Tianqing Niumeng finally caught his breath, and, seeing Xiao Wu's mother approaching the formidable adversary, shouted with all his might. However, Xiao Wu's mother resolutely stepped forward, positioning herself defiantly in front of Tianqing Niumeng, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Yang. Human, I can sense your immense power, and I realize that even with all my might, I am no match for you. I understand that your aim is to obtain our soul rings. Yet, regardless of your strength, you cannot prevent my self-detonation. If I explode, you will gain nothing. Xiao Wu's mother, a Ro, declared coldly as she glared at Qin Yang. How amusing that you appear here solely to threaten me, Qin Yang mused, intrigued by the allure of Xiao Wu's mother. He was accustomed to being the one who intimidated women, yet here he was, being threatened by a woman, Xiao Wu's mother, no less. The irony struck him as quite humorous. Just then, a resounding crash echoed from behind Qin Yang. It was Anna, Douluo, and Douluo who had successfully defeated the Titan giant ape and were now collaborating to move its massive body, positioning it not far behind Qin Yang. Turning to regard the Titan giant ape, Qin Yang noted that it was in a semi-dazed state, the result of a colossal wound that burned through its chest and out its back. One could only imagine the strength of Anna's final strike. Well done, Qin Yang commended. Anna merely nodded, her attention shifting to the ailing Tianqing Niumeng on the ground and the steadfast figure of Xiao Wu's mother standing before Qin Yang. Douluo and Douluo stood behind, equally fixated on Xiao Wu's mother. Despite being scrutinized by four formidable human beings, Xiao Wu's mother remained undaunted. She cast a glance at the critically injured Deming, her once enchanting visage now marred with distress. So, this must be the soft-bone rabbit you mentioned. 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human form, and then cultivated to the level of a soul Douluo. Truly a remarkable feat. But is it wise to stand in our way? Anna inquired coldly, her gaze shifting to Xiao Wu's mother after addressing Qin Yang. Understanding that Qin Yang was the leader here, Xiao Wu's mother disregarded Anna's words. Taking a deep breath, she reached a pivotal decision. Fixating her gaze on Qin Yang, she declared, "Release the Ming and Heir Ming, and I shall offer myself as your soul ring. Otherwise, we would rather self-destruct than allow you to prevail." Little Dance's mother, fearing that Qin Yang might refuse, added, "Do not presume that the Ming and Heir Ming are incapable due to their injuries. A soul beast's self-detonation is merely a matter of will. Is that so?" Huh. Qin Yang chuckled, finding himself quite intrigued by Little Dance's mother. To be willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of preserving the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape, should we call her a saint or commend her greatness? On the ground, the sky blue bull python struggled to voice a plea, hoping Little Dance's mother would refrain from folly. The Titan giant ape, on the verge of unconsciousness, managed to awaken slightly, bolstered by its formidable will upon hearing her words. "They refer to you as Aunt Ro. Could it be that you are indeed called a Ro? TSK, I must admit I admire your capacity for such a decision, yet it is quite troublesome." At this point, Qin Yang smiled and approached the sky blue bull python, gesturing toward Little Dance's mother. "What if we were to exchange methods? I offer you a chance. You sacrifice yourself for me, and I shall release her. What say you?" Upon hearing this, the sky blue bull python, Little Dance's mother, and the Titan giant ape all shuddered. This human, how difficult it is to choose. She intends to sacrifice herself for your sake. Qin Yang chuckled again, turning his gaze to Little Dance's mother. "Oh, by the way, do you not have a daughter named Little Dance? She is not here, and you were absent just moments ago. Yet, coincidentally, you appear now. Could it be that your daughter is in the midst of transformation, hidden away by you? How could you know?" Qin Yang's words struck Little Dance's mother like a thunderclap. Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom how Qin Yang was aware of her daughter Little Dance, or that she was undergoing transformation. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, whoosh, Qin Yang's figure flickered and appeared behind her. Aunt Ro, be careful. The sky blue bull python exerted all its strength to cry out a warning to Little Dance's mother. Yet Qin Yang's speed was too swift. Even a second was sufficient for him to accomplish many things. Unfortunately, Little Dance's mother was rendered speechless by his words. Boom. Before she could react, a swift strike landed on her back, the overwhelming force penetrating her body and sealing her meridians, rendering her rigid and immobile in an instant. Though Little Dance's mother possessed considerable strength, being at the Soul Douluo level, and wielded the unique soul skill of the soft-bone rabbit, the indestructible golden body, she would have been able to withstand Qin Yang for a moment if given the chance. Alas, she found herself without an opportunity. In that moment of distraction, Qin Yang seized control, leaving her incapable even of contemplating self-detonation. And then boom. Once again, a swift strike landed upon the mother of Xiao Wu. With no strength to resist, she succumbed and fell towards the ground. Observing this, Qin Yang, captivated by the enchanting beauty of Xiao Wu's mother, gentlemanly extended his arms and cradled her in his embrace. Alas, such a gift delivered unto me, I would feel remiss not to accept it, he sighed, finding amusement in her innocence, as she dared to negotiate with an adversary. How naive, having lived so long. The unfolding events left Anna and the others, including Zhu Douluo, feeling a stark contrast. Yet upon realizing it was Qin Yang who spoke, they found it rather customary. Subsequently, cradling the alluring Xiao Wu's mother, Qin Yang turned his gaze towards the sky blue bull python and smiled. What say you? Shall I grant you another opportunity to sacrifice for me, ensuring her survival? His intent in seeking the python's sacrifice was clear. It would facilitate a smoother absorption, devoid of any concerning weakness, and free from the anxiety of unexpected ambushes. Once bitten by a snake, one remains wary of ropes for 10 years. Though Qin Yang held immense trust in Anna, the presence of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo warranted a cautious approach. The sky blue bull python, lying incapacitated on the ground, found Qin Yang's words strikingly unsettling and complex. It glanced at the delicate Aunt Ro in his arms, recalling the past and the transformation of Xiao Wu, ultimately arriving at a decision. Humans abide by the law of the jungle. You are indeed the stronger. Defeated by your might, I hold no resentment. It conceded, though reluctant to meet its end. Yet, should you swear not to harm Aunt Ro, I am willing to sacrifice myself. The sky blue bull python struggled to articulate its thoughts. Indeed, Xiao Wu's mother was named Ro. In times past, she had saved the python, which had since been under her care. Without her, it would have long since departed from this world, just as Xiao Wu's mother was prepared to sacrifice herself for its protection. The python was equally willing to do the same. As for Ming, the python glanced at the ailing creature, acutely aware of the lethal resolve harbored by the adversary. Realizing that any hope of rescue was futile. Very well, I accept your terms. Spare her life. Qin Yang responded without hesitation. As for the Titan giant ape, my apologies. I trust you keep your word, O human warrior. At this juncture, the sky blue bull python, despite its reluctance, had no choice but to place its faith in Qin Yang, as its options had been exhausted. With its final reserves of strength, the sky blue bull python initiated the sacrifice. Chapter 42, The Ninth Spirit Ring. A hum resonated as a cerulean glow erupted from the sky blue bull python, ascending towards the heavens before cascading down upon Qin Yang. Anna, remain vigilant beside me. Elder Yueguan, Elder Gueme, keep a close watch on the Titan giant ape. Qin Yang instructed, casting a glance at the three behind him. Anna nodded as Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo approached the Titan giant ape. At that moment, the Titan giant ape, witnessing the self-sacrifice of Daming for Aunt Ro, felt a surge of resentment within. It was enraged by its own lack of power. Unable to protect its kin, forced to watch helplessly as they perished before its eyes. Yet, as Qin Yang had just pointed out, the law of survival in this world is one of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. In its former days, the Titan giant ape had been powerful enough to slay any soul beast within the Star Doe forest at will, treating them merely as sustenance. Now, faced with formidable humans, it found itself hunted. A bitter laugh escaped its heart, whether it was a mockery of the cycle of fate or a manifestation of its impotent rage against impending death. It was uncertain. A resplendent azure light began to coalesce around Qin Yang, who was now seated on the ground. As the light from the Tianqing Niu Mang was offered as a sacrifice, a crimson soul ring gradually encircled him. The bottleneck of his soul power at level 90 was instantly breached, ascending to level 91. Yet, it did not cease there. He had previously cultivated to level 90 and absorbed a 100,000-year soul ring. The soul power continued to flow into him, accumulating. It could be said that Qin Yang's foundation was astonishingly solid, and upon breaking through to level 91, he absorbed all the soul power offered by the Tianqing Yomei. Level 91 gradually progressed towards level 92. Observing this, Anna remained contemplative while in the distance. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, clearly engaged in silent communication. At this moment, if they still did not realize that the figure before them was indeed Qin Yang, they would truly be foolish. Yet, with this understanding, neither dared to entertain any ulterior thoughts. After all, Pope Qian Xunji had vanished without a trace. Ironically, Qin Yang not only assumed the guise of Qian Xunji, but also projected himself into the eyes of the world, a notion that filled Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo with profound dread. Now, they merely wished to diligently perform their duties, leaving other considerations aside. At this point, Bibi Dong approached Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Upon witnessing Qin Yang absorbing the 9th soul ring, particularly the 100,000-year soul ring, she too was lost in thought. Her gaze fixed upon the Titan giant ape as she quietly made a decision. Meanwhile, in the blue-silver forest, a woman sat gracefully upon a swing woven from vines. She was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a flowing blue garment that revealed her fair, slender legs. Her long blue hair cascaded down her back, and her exquisite features radiated an indescribable softness. Before the woman stood a man, cradling a newborn infant in his arms. It was evident that the man was Tang Hao, accompanied by Tang San. The woman, known as Ayin from the blue-silver forest, gazed upon them with profound tenderness after listening to Tang Hao recount the trials he had faced over the years, as well as the story of the child in his embrace. Ah Hao, I never imagined you have endured so much during these years. And this child, how pitiful he is, abandoned by his parents at such a tender age. It is fortunate that he has encountered you, otherwise, who knows what fate would have befallen him. The kind-hearted Ayin could hardly fathom the grim destiny that awaited the child had he not crossed paths with Tang Hao. Indeed, leaving you, Ayin, I have experienced a great deal, but fortunately, I have grown stronger now and can better protect you, Tang Hao replied. As for this child, I sense a peculiar connection between us. I wish to adopt him. What do you think? Tang Hao inquired, glancing at Ayin. Yes, Ayin nodded in agreement without hesitation. By the way, Ah Hao, I too feel an odd sensation with this child, as if we share some form of bond. How fascinating. You feel it too? Tang Hao asked, surprised. Yes, Ayin responded, rising from the swing to stand beside Tang Hao. She placed her hand on Tang San, and a blue radiance enveloped him. Look, my power resonates strangely with him, as if he were my own blood. Ayin's words brought great joy to Tang Hao, for he too had sensed this connection. Meanwhile, the infant Tang San, upon hearing the voices of his young mother and father, smiled blissfully within. The reason for their shared feelings was rooted in the presence of the blue-silver Emperor martial soul and the Haotian hammer martial soul imprints within him. Indeed, despite Tang San's reincarnation, the bloodline of this life was not that of Tang Hao and Ayin. However, having cultivated to the divine king realm, his soul bore the indelible marks of the Haotian hammer and the blue-silver emperor. When he reached the age of 6, he would still awaken these two martial souls. Yet, he was far too young at present. I wish time would pass more swiftly, so I could grow stronger and reunite with Xiao Wu, Tang San silently hoped. Unbeknownst to him, his beloved wife, Xiao Wu, was in the process of transformation, and soon, his mother-in-law would be captured by the spirit hall. Ayin made a resolute decision. Ah Hao, I have made up my mind. This child will be our child from now on. Indeed, Tang Hao nodded in agreement. They then continued to converse about various matters. Tang Hao wished to leave with Ayin, as he needed to return to the Haotian sect. Not long ago, Qin Yang had departed from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and it would not be long before he arrived at Haotian sect. Having once suffered a defeat at Qin Yang's hands, the impact of that loss weighed heavily upon him. Thus, this time, he was determined to return. Ayin, it has been quite some time since you last saw your elder brother, hasn't it? I am certain he will be overjoyed to see you upon our return to Haotian sect. Ayin smiled faintly in response. Now, having reached a level beyond 70, she had entered her maturity phase, and even titled Douluos would be unable to discern her true form. Accompanying Tang Hao back to Haotian sect, she harbored no fears of being discovered. Little did Ayin know that this journey with Tang Hao to Haotian sect marked the beginning of calamity. In the Star Doe forest, beside the corpse of the sky blue bull python, Qin Yang sat cross-legged, his eyes opening. As he clenched his fist, the soul power radiating from him was entirely retracted, his level having plateaued at the pinnacle of 92. At that moment, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, 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 red, 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 shimmered around him. Such a terrifying configuration of soul rings caused even Anna, the Zhu Douluo, and the Ghost Douluo, who had witnessed it multiple times before, to feel a tremor of awe. A titled Douluo, This overwhelming power was truly exhilarating. Rising to his feet, Qin Yang relaxed his clenched fist, savoring the tumultuous force coursing through him, a smile gradually gracing his lips. From this day forth, he would be known as the Titled Douluo, Sunlight Douluo. Having reached the pinnacle of 92. The soul bone. Qin Yang repressed his smile and reached out, summoning a gleaming green soul bone from the sky blue bull python's body into his hand. The right arm bone. It possessed commendable abilities of controlling the sluggish domain and single target attacks, making it a fitting addition for him. Once refined, his strength would surely advance further. However, there was no rush. As Qin Yang grasped the 10,000-year soul bone of the sky blue bull python, Anna and the others in the distance gazed at it with fervent desire, a natural craving for soul bones inherent to soul masters. Yet, they quickly regained their composure. Next, Qin Yang's gaze swept over Anna, the Jew Douluo, the ghost Douluo, and Bibi Dong, finally resting upon the Titan giant ape. He cast a glance at the unconscious Mama Xiao Wu, a row, and naturally lifted her delicate form, walking over. The sky blue bull python has sacrificed itself for me. Thus, it is time for you to depart as well. As for the soul rings, I have more than enough. The 10,000-year soul ring from the Titan giant ape held no value for him, yet he had a great fondness for its soul bone. Naturally, he would not leave it behind. The Titan great ape huffed heavily, seemingly resigned to its fate, waiting for the inevitable arrival of death. Just as Qin Yang was about to take action, Bibi Dong suddenly stepped forward and exclaimed, "Wait." Qin Yang paused and turned to look at Bibi Dong. As if recalling something, he speculated, "You don't mean to tell me you wish to use the Titan great ape as your sixth spirit ring, do you?" Upon realizing that Qin Yang had discerned her thoughts, Bibi Dong unabashedly nodded in affirmation, her gaze resolute as she declared, "I wish to absorb it as my sixth spirit ring." Observing Bibi Dong with a hint of surprise, Qin Yang inquired, "Are you certain?" "I am certain." Bibi Dong affirmed with confidence. 100,000-year spirit ring is a coveted treasure that many yearn for. Possessing even one would allow one to battle beyond their level with ease. Furthermore, by the time one reaches 100,000 years, considerations of compatibility with one's martial spirit become irrelevant. Naturally, complete compatibility would be ideal, and the Titan great ape, as a 100,000-year spirit beast, had exhibited such formidable power that it greatly tempted Bibi Dong to pursue the Titan great ape's spirit ring to break through level 60. However, Qin Yang shook his head, stating, "Given your current circumstances, you cannot absorb this 100,000-year spirit ring." It was not that Qin Yang intended to discourage Bibi Dong, but rather it was the truth. She was still too weak. If it were the 7th or 8th spirit rings, she would not need to consider anything else. But that was not the case now, unless the Titan great ape willingly offered itself as a sacrifice. The notion of sacrifice sparked an idea in Qin Yang as he glanced at Bibi Dong, then at the Titan great ape, and finally at Xiao Wu's mother. Although Bibi Dong felt indignant upon hearing Qin Yang's assertion that she could not absorb the spirit ring, she did not counter his claim. However, to simply kill the Titan great ape would be a tremendous waste of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Just as Bibi Dong was about to express her thoughts, Qin Yang approached her, leaning in close to whisper, "A 100,000-year spirit ring is a dream coveted by all. If I can make it your sixth spirit ring, my dear Dong, how shall you express your gratitude?" After speaking, Qin Yang gently rested his hand on Bibi Dong's shoulder, smiling at her. Initially, Bibi Dong did not comprehend his meaning, but in the next moment, she suddenly blushed, and before she could respond, Qin Yang continued, "The blush on your face speaks volumes. Let us make this a delightful agreement. When we return to the spirit hall and arrive at my room, you may express your heartfelt gratitude to me." Bibi Dong wanted to retort, questioning who had decided such a thing with him. Upon contemplating the prospect of his sixth soul ring absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring, Qin Yang momentarily hesitated. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to face the Titan giant ape. The voice of Bibi Dong had not escaped the creature's ears. As Qin Yang approached, the Titan giant ape disdainfully remarked, "If humans wish to kill, let them do so. Do not harbor delusions of making me a sacrifice for that woman." "Are you certain?" Qin Yang replied with a smile. "I previously promised the Tianqing Yomong that I would bypass this woman. I am not one to break my word. However, her daughter, Xiao Wu, is likely in the midst of her transformation. I suspect her place of metamorphosis is not far from here, and she surely left traces of her presence along the way. If I were to follow these clues to locate her daughter, what would you say?" "Despicable." The Titan giant ape bellowed, not waiting for Qin Yang to finish. It was unclear to the creature how Qin Yang was aware of Xiao Wu's situation, but it could no longer afford to doubt. "Regardless, you are destined to die. If you sacrifice yourself for her, I assure you that I will not harm Xiao Wu, and I shall treat your beloved Roi well." How does that sound? The implications of treating well were ominous. Oh, and to be candid, I truly admire the decisiveness of the Tianqing Nyumong. It is precisely why I honored my promise to bypass your Roi. However, should you hesitate further, I regret to inform you that by the time I locate Xiao Wu, her soul ring will transform into her own. These words struck the Titan giant ape like a thunderclap, its enormous eyes fixed on Qin Yang, brimming with reluctance and rage. Yet it had no choice but to take Qin Yang's threat seriously. I will comply, it conceded. As Qin Yang had stated, there was no escape. Death was inevitable. If sacrificing itself could save Sister Xiao Wu, it begrudgingly surrendered. As for whether Qin Yang would keep his word, certainty was beyond its grasp, but belief had become irrelevant. With a resounding hum, a brilliant light erupted from the Titan giant ape's body and descended upon Bibi Dong. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong, filled with delight, immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the immense soul power for her breakthrough. Naturally, it was Qin Yang who stood guard over her. Meanwhile, Anna, Zhu Douluo, and Gue Douluo gazed in astonishment from a distance. Just a few words had compelled the Titan giant ape to offer itself willingly as a sacrifice. The efficacy of Qin Yang's threat was nothing short of astonishing. In truth, the Titan giant ape's willingness stemmed from a desperate desire to save Xiao Wu. Ultimately, the notion of sacrificing oneself for her survival paled in comparison to the greater good. Amid their awe, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo expressed admiration and envy. How many soul masters yearn for a 100,000-year soul ring? At this moment, Bibi Dong, who has only reached the 60th level, has already obtained a soul ring of 100,000 years. Such an opportunity is beyond their envy. Meanwhile, Anna, feeling a twinge of jealousy, approached Qin Yang, fixing her gaze upon him. In this hunt for a 100,000-year soul ring, her contributions were paramount. Now, it appears that Bibi Dong, the saintess, has absorbed such a formidable soul ring, while she, Anna, is left wanting. She stared at Qin Yang, as if seeking some form of reward from him. Observing her demeanor, Qin Yang approached with a smile, gently wrapping his arm around her waist, leaning close to her ear, and whispering, "Do not worry, upon our return, I shall compensate you handsomely." Witnessing this scene, both Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, sensing the moment's intimacy, discreetly excused themselves. After all, their presence was no longer required in this space, and it would be better for them to wait elsewhere. Upon hearing Qin Yang's grand promises, Anna shot him a disdainful glance. "I am not like Bibi Dong, a mere girl to be soothed with sweet words. Is that really the best you can do? Do you wish for me to remain here with you?" As Qin Yang's hand inadvertently slipped further around her waist, Anna turned her head away, dismissing him entirely. Qin Yang chuckled softly, then reached out to retrieve a soul bone from the corpse of the Titan great ape. "Unfortunately, you already possess the left arm bone. Otherwise, I would have given this to you." He waved the Titan great ape's soul bone. "You could always give me the other piece," Anna suggested, referring to the right arm bone of the azure bull python. She owned 3 soul bones: the left arm bone, the torso bone, and a leg bone. "Do you truly want it? Here, take it," Qin Yang said without hesitation, offering her the right arm bone of the azure bull python. His acquisition of the 9th soul ring and this soul bone was largely due to Anna's efforts. He would not be stingy with her. In the previous moment, Anna, who had just expressed her desire for the soul bone, momentarily froze when Qin Yang actually offered it to her. "Are you not aware of the rarity of a 100,000-year soul bone?" "I am," Qin Yang nodded. "Then why do you still offer it to me? No matter how precious a soul bone may be, it pales in comparison to you in my eyes." As he spoke, he placed the right arm bone of the azure bull python into her hands. These words were deeply touching. Indeed, they were profoundly moving. And Anna found herself touched by Qin Yang's sincerity. As she looked at him, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Never mind, you should keep it for yourself. Having already absorbed the azure bull python's soul ring, you can better harness the power of this soul bone." Anna desired it greatly. The appearance of a 100,000-year soul bone on the Douluo Continent could incite conflicts even among kin. Qin Yang's willingness to give it to her without a second thought attested to his deep affection for her. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately returned the soul bone to Qin Yang. "Are you certain?" Seeing Anna willing to part with the 10,000-year soul bone, Qin Yang was somewhat taken aback. "If you do not reclaim it soon, I may become uncertain in the next moment." Anna resolutely turned her head away, refusing to look at the soul bone. Noting Anna's reluctance, yet her determination to return it, Qin Yang chuckled softly as he took back the soul bone. "Very well. Rest assured, upon our return, I shall make it up to you generously." "Humph." Anna huffed lightly, yet her gaze was drawn to Bibi Dong. At that moment, Bibi Dong's soul power was steadily increasing. Due to the sacrificial nature of the process, she encountered no difficulties in her absorption. Consequently, her 6th soul ring began to pulse around her. In an instant, her soul power surged to the 61st level. Then, that immense force continued to elevate her rank. 62, 63, 64. It was thanks to Qin Yang's relentless training over the past 2 months that Bibi Dong's physique had become robust enough to withstand such rapid ascension. As her aura gradually stabilized, Bibi Dong's soul power reached the 67th level. At that moment, overwhelmed by the transformation in her strength, Bibi Dong leapt from the ground and dashed towards Qin Yang. Before he could react, she had leapt into his embrace. "Thank you, Qin Yang." This was Bibi Dong's heartfelt expression. Her gratitude transcended mere words. It was manifested in her genuine actions. In the next instant, a soft sensation brushed against his lips. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, the rapid enhancement of her power, coupled with the acquisition of a coveted 10,000-year soul ring, had caused Bibi Dong to lose herself in joy, leading her to bestow upon him a tender kiss as a token of her appreciation. Beside them, Anna's fists involuntarily clenched tighter as she witnessed Bibi Dong kiss Qin Yang before her eyes. Chapter 44, A Bountiful Harvest. The sound of a kiss echoed, and it was only then that Bibi Dong, caught in the thrill of the moment, regained her senses. She glanced at Qin Yang, recalling her impulsive act, and her face flushed a deep crimson. Particularly, upon noticing Anna's strange gaze fixed upon her, her fists tightened further as a wave of shyness washed over her. "Donger, your initiative this time has surprised me, and I rather enjoy it." Qin Yang spoke gently, caressing Bibi Dong's rosy cheek. "I hope that in the future, whether in our chamber or upon the throne, you will be as proactive as you were just now. I shall respond to you with equal fervor, do you understand?" I refused to let Bibi Dong realize this. She hastily turned her face away, flustered. The essence of no is often an expression of desire for more. Qin Yang was acutely aware of Bibi Dong's thoughts at that moment. He extended his hand and, with a firm grip, Bibi Dong unexpectedly kissed him once more. Under Anna's fiery gaze, the two regained their composure after this exchange. Qin Yang then inquired, "What are the 2 soul skills you have acquired?" In the original narrative, Tang Sen absorbed the Titan Giant Ape's soul ring, which granted him 2 soul skills, the Titan's Hammer and the Earth's Power. The former is a super explosive soul skill that requires charging, possessing a might that surpasses even the mighty smelting explosion. The latter enables one to harness the forces of the earth for personal use. Now that these skills have become Bibi Dong's, the essence of their abilities should remain largely unchanged, which piqued Qin Yang's curiosity. Bibi Dong did not conceal her response. "The first soul skill I refer to as the Divine Spider Kill, which allows me to charge energy into my spider spear and then unleash it in a concentrated burst. The second soul skill is the Earth's Power, which grants me control over the earth itself." Although her description was succinct, the fact that these skills originated from a 100,000-year soul ring speaks volumes about their potential. Qin Yang understood that Bibi Dong's acquisition of the Titan Giant Ape's abilities was indeed comparable to Tang San's in the original tale, both focusing on energy accumulation and earth manipulation, albeit with differing methods of release. Consequently, the ability of the soul bone he possessed revolved around gravity control. Contemplating the 2 soul bones in his possession, Qin Yang resolved to refine them. One hand wielding the gravity domain and the other the sluggish domain would significantly enhance his strength. Moreover, his arms were devoid of soul bones. "Now that our objectives have been achieved, it is time for us to prepare for departure." Qin Yang's words brought Bibi Dong back to reality. She then glanced at the alluring and enchanting woman nearby. This too was a 100,000-year soul ring, now at level 67. If she were to cultivate further and reach level 70, would it not be? Upon noticing Bibi Dong's gaze, Qin Yang instantly comprehended her intentions and unhesitatingly flicked her forehead. "Do not entertain such thoughts. She still holds value for me." Bibi Dong pouted, clutching her forehead in discomfort, and retorted, "What value could she possibly hold? I see her as a fitting soul ring for myself." Qin Yang chose to disregard her. In the original tale, Little Wu's mother indeed became Bibi Dong's soul ring. However, now it was Little Wu's mother who had the final say. "Anna, take her," Qin Yang instructed as he entrusted Little Wu's mother to Anna, then turned his attention to the remains of the sky blue bull python and the Titan Giant Ape. These colossal corpses were treasures, yet Qin Yang had no intention of wasting them. Instead, he would directly store them within the sunspace, for they would surely prove useful in the future. As Qin Yang waved his hand, the colossal corpses of the azure bull python and the Titan Giant Ape vanished from sight, transported into his spatial realm. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the vast lake, where a faint ripple of soul power could be discerned. Though it was subtle, Qin Yang was nonetheless able to perceive it. "Tidy up, we shall depart once I resurface," he instructed, before leaping into the lake, his soul power creating a barrier against the water as he descended toward the lakebed. This was presumably the sanctuary where the azure bull python engaged in its meditative practices. Before long, a peculiar den emerged at the lake's bottom. This lair was extraordinary, effectively shielding itself from the encroaching water, and within it, a radiant glow shimmered. The delicate pulse of soul power emanated from these luminous objects. Upon entering the den, Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The sparkling entities were none other than soul bones, numerous in quantity. Even Qin Yang, upon witnessing this dazzling collection, found himself somewhat unsettled. The azure bull python possessed a dragon's bloodline, and it was said that dragons had a penchant for hoarding glittering treasures within their lairs. Indeed, this was astonishing. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yang gathered the radiant soul bones together. Upon counting them, he found a total of 28 pieces, each a premium soul bone aged over 10,000 years. The significance of this was immense. Even the inventory of the spirit hall lacked 1/5 of this quantity. Furthermore, each piece was of exceptionally high quality, a rarity in itself. However, considering that the azure bull python and titan giant ape had resided in the Star Doe forest for countless years, the number of soul beasts they had slain must have been staggering, while the chances of acquiring soul bones were slim. The sheer volume of their hunts made the accumulation of 28 soul bones over millennia seem quite reasonable. Had Qin Yang known that the titan giant ape had recently discarded a soul bone from a 50 to 60,000-year-old scarlet-haired giant wolf, he might have been taken aback by the foolishness of the titan giant ape. Now, rewards for Yueguan, Guimei, and Feng Wuwei were secured, and this opportunity was perfect for subduing Yueguan and Guimei. Qin Yang waved his hand, transferring the 28 soul bones into his spatial realm, and subsequently departed the lakebed. On the surface, Anna had gathered 15 members of the Feng Wuwei to manage the scene, while she and the two Da, Ju Da, and Gui Da conferred on various matters. Bibi Dong listened attentively from the side, refraining from interjecting. Upon seeing Qin Yang emerge from the depths, everyone turned their attention toward him. "Let us leave now and discuss matters once we exit the Star Doe forest," he instructed. "Understood," the group replied, promptly tidying up before hastily departing. Shortly after the departure of Qin Yang and his companions, a stunning woman clad in a green dress and black stockings appeared by the lake. Beside this captivating figure stood a colossal bear, towering at an impressive 15 meters. Its massive body was enveloped in a thick, dark golden fur, with arms of extraordinary length that hung down its sides, extending beyond its knees. Remarkably, the length of its arms exceeded 10 meters, and they were exceptionally robust, with shoulders bulging like small hills of muscle. Most striking were the bear's enormous, razor-sharp claws, gleaming ominously. This pair resembled a classic depiction of Beauty and the Beast. The diminutive guardian monkey, Xiao Qiuyin, met its demise in this encounter. Indeed, weakness is a sin. The golden bear scoffed mockingly. It was none other than the dark gold terror claw bear, a formidable entity among the top 10 soul beasts in the realm, boasting an impressive cultivation of 460,000 years. Though the titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python possessed commendable bloodlines, their cultivation levels were less than 200,000 years, rendering them mere trifles in comparison. The woman with green hair and black stockings was Bai Ji. Not long ago, the impact of Qin Yang's golden shockwave was so profound that it startled Di Tian and a host of ferocious beasts deep within the Star Doe forest. Unable to leave for certain reasons, Di Tian dispatched Bai Ji and the bear to investigate the situation. Regrettably, they arrived too late. The titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python had already perished. Unlike the brash demeanor of the dark gold terror claw bear, Bai Ji was exceedingly cautious. She surveyed the surroundings before finally settling near the massive crater, the site of the sky blue bull python's demise. The human who unleashed that golden shockwave was extraordinarily powerful. With a single strike, he had bested the sky blue bull python. Observing the enormous pit, Bai Ji's expression grew slightly grave. Such a potent shockwave was beyond her capabilities. Despite the sky blue bull python being merely 100,000 years old, it possessed an exceptional bloodline, and typically, spirit beasts of 200,000 years would struggle against it. Yet now, it had been vanquished by that human in one blow, a testament to his formidable strength. The bear glanced at its own claws and disdainfully remarked, "Just a human, defeating a small worm and a monkey. How strong can he truly be? If I encountered him, I could shred him to pieces with a single swipe." Bai Ji cast a glance at the bear, but chose not to argue. After assessing the situation, she glanced toward the outer edge of the Star Doe forest and turned to venture deeper within. The circumstances here required a detailed report to Di Tian. The azure bull python and the titan great ape have fallen. While these two soul beasts may not be deemed particularly formidable in the realm of soul beasts, they nonetheless represented the visage of the Star Doe forest. Their demise is indeed a lamentable loss. Upon witnessing Bai Ji's return, Xiong pouted, reluctantly following suit. The night enveloped the surroundings like ink as they approached a town near the Star Doe forest. In a hotel's VIP lounge, Qin Yang and his companions had gathered to recuperate. Qin Yang reclined on a spacious leather sofa, flanked by Anna and Bibi Dong. Before them stood 15 members of the Windwu Guard. Your successful hunt for soul rings owes much to your efforts. I am a firm believer in rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. Shadow. At the call of his name, Shadow stepped forward, invigorated. This is your reward. A soul bone exceeding 30,000 years in age. What? The astonishment was palpable. Not just for Shadow, but for the others in the Windwu Guard as well. However, Qin Yang's subsequent words left the 15 in a state of lingering disbelief. Moreover, there are 3 soul bones over 10,000 years old, designated as rewards for the remaining 14 of you. The allocation shall depend on your internal competition. Now, you may take your leave. Qin Yang handed the additional 3 soul bones to the leader of the Windwu Guard, Qin, and permitted the 15 to depart. Shortly after, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo entered. It was time for these two to make their choice. Chapter 45, Little Dance's Mother. You do not wish for any misfortune to befall her, do you? Qian Xunji is dead. I am Qin Yang. I trust you are now aware of this. Upon their entrance, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were taken aback by Qin Yang's proclamation. Though they had their suspicions, hearing it from Qin Yang himself was almost beyond belief. Now that I have clarified matters directly, you understand the decision that lies before you, do you not? Qin Yang squinted slightly. Fixing his gaze upon Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo, the two exchanged a glance, then knelt without hesitation, respectfully declaring, from this day forth, we shall follow Lord Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded. He appreciated those who were both astute and decisive. Your contributions to the hunt for soul rings have also been significant. This soul bone is a reward for your participation in this endeavor. As he spoke, 4 soul bones materialized in his hand and floated before Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. The two stared, momentarily entranced by the glimmering soul bones before them. Although they had ascended to the rank of Titled Douluo, they had possessed only 1 soul bone throughout the years. Now, expressing heartfelt gratitude to Qin Yang has earned him the reward of 2 soul bones. Although they may not be the most precious 10,000-year soul bones, the radiance emanating from them and the fluctuations of soul power suggest they are at least several tens of thousands of years old. One can only imagine the caliber of soul bones collected by the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Could they possibly be of lesser quality? Thank you, Lord Qin Yang. Both Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo accepted the soul bones, and even these seasoned individuals could not suppress their excitement. A spark of brilliance flashed in their eyes as they exchanged glances and simultaneously expressed their gratitude. We must thank His Holiness the Pope for this generous gift. Thank you, Your Holiness. Qin Yang, now the Pope, did not oppose their words, for he indeed held that title now and would continue to do so in the future. Very well. You may leave now. I shall remain here for 7 days to recuperate. You can take this opportunity to refine the soul bones. After 7 days, we shall proceed to the Haotian sect. Yes, Your Holiness. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo replied before departing to enter seclusion and refine their soul bones. In the room, only Qin Yang, Bibi Dong, and Anna remained. How could you possess so many soul bones? Bibi Dong could not help but inquire. A few pieces might be understandable, but to present 8 at once without batting an eye. Qin Yang, you are simply extravagant. Her envy was palpable. Even Anna's eyes widened in astonishment as she turned her gaze toward Qin Yang, eager to uncover the mystery. Qin Yang smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, the room was aglow with shimmering light. The moment Bibi Dong and Anna laid eyes on it, their breath caught in their throats, their blood circulation quickened, and their faces gradually flushed, as if reaching a pinnacle of excitement. How can there be so many soul bones? Bibi Dong stammered. Any soul master would be unsettled at the sight of a complete set of 20 gleaming soul bones before them. These are the spoils from the countless soul beasts slain by the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape over the millennia, stored in their lair at the bottom of the lake for illumination. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong and Anna exchanged glances, ultimately cursing under their breath at the extravagance. The room fell silent for a moment. The next second, Bibi Dong and Anna took a deep breath to calm their racing hearts. Their eyes fixed on Qin Yang with fervor as they simultaneously spoke. Qin Yang, clearly, both were captivated by his soul bones. Qin Yang, in his generosity, was accommodating to both women. Anna, being the greatest contributor to this endeavor, already possessed 1 dry bone, 1 arm bone, and 1 leg bone. Qin Yang chose for her 2 soul bones that matched her essence most harmoniously, the skull bone and the leg bone. As for Bibi Dong, her rapid ascension in level necessitated caution to avoid instability in her foundation. Thus she would receive only 1 for the time being. As for the remaining 17 pieces, Qin Yang collected them for future rewards for his subordinates, as he had far better options for himself. All right, you may now enter the adjacent room to cultivate and refine your soul bones. You have only 7 days. The 2 women nodded in acknowledgement. But as they approached the door, a thought struck them, causing them to pause. What do you intend to do with that transformed soul beast? Anna inquired. Glancing back at Qin Yang. She is currently unconscious and requires a proper rest. Qin Yang replied nonchalantly. Did you place her in your room solely for her to rest? Anna frowned, skepticism evident in her eyes. You need not concern yourselves with this. Focus on refining your soul bones. Qin Yang waved his hand, urging them to proceed. Anna scrutinized Qin Yang with doubt, and even Bibi Dong shared a similar sentiment. Both women were unconvinced that Qin Yang would accommodate the alluring mother of Xiao Wu in his room merely for her to have a restful slumber. Nevertheless, seeing Qin Yang's earnest demeanor, they opted to return to their quarters to refine their soul bones and enhance their strength. Soon after, tranquility enveloped the room. Qin Yang returned to his own quarters to begin refining the soul bone of the sky blue bull python. On his bed lay none other than Xiao Wu's mother, Aro, peacefully asleep. For Qin Yang, the process of refining the soul bone presented no peril, thus he harbored no worries regarding Aro's presence on the bed. Should she awaken during his refinement, it would provide an opportunity for meaningful dialogue. If she resisted, he would simply have to resort to more forceful measures. Meanwhile, at the rear mountain residence of the Haotian sect, the sect leader, Tang Xiao, wore a broad smile as he beheld a pair before him, notably, Tang Hao and Ayin, who had just returned from the blue-silver forest. Upon seeing Ayin, despite her now being his sister-in-law, Tang Xiao's joy remained unabated. After learning more about Ayin's circumstances, Tang Xiao mused, I never imagined that after so many years, our reunion would be under such circumstances. By the way, brother, has father still not emerged from his seclusion? Tang Hao voiced a concern. His father had not passed away, rather. He had relinquished the position of sect leader to Tang Xiao years ago to break through to the 97th rank, subsequently entering a state of closed-door meditation. Tang Xiao shook his head, exhaling a sigh. Alas, it has been many years. I am uncertain of father's current condition. Perhaps he will emerge soon. He then turned to Tang Hao. However, you have now reached the 80th rank. It is time for you to seek your 8th soul ring. When the time comes, my father will surely emerge from his seclusion, and he will be delighted for you. However, not long after, our Haotian sect is likely to face a calamity, so you must strive to enhance your strength. I understand, elder brother. Tang Hao is acutely aware of the trials that await the Haotian sect. Hence, he does not refuse the sect's assistance in procuring the 8th spirit ring for him. By the time Qin Yang arrives at the Haotian sect, he is destined to have attained the rank of Soul Douluo. In that case, he might possess some semblance of resistance. Subsequently, Tang Xiao shifted his gaze to Ayin and the child she cradled, seeking to comprehend the situation better. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Outside a quaint hotel in a small town adjacent to the Stardow Forest, within Qin Yang's chamber, the mother of Xiao Wu, Aro, had awakened. She lay feebly on the bed, tears glistening in her eyes, resembling a woman heartlessly discarded after being toyed with by a scoundrel. Yet the reality was far more complex. Several days prior, she had awakened and, upon learning of the demise of De Ming and Air Ming, her heart was engulfed in sorrow. Moreover, she herself had been captured by Qin Yang. Particularly in these past few days, this human had confined her to the bed, ruthlessly refining the soul bones of De Ming and Air Ming before her very eyes. This scene led her to ponder whether she, as a soul beast, might also be subjected to the same fate at the hands of Qin Yang, plunging her deeper into despair. At this moment, Qin Yang, seated in the room, felt his soul power fluctuations gradually stabilizing. During these 7 days, he had refined 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, propelling his strength from the pinnacle of level 92 to an impressive level 96, thus entering the ranks of Super Douluo. The soul skills he acquired aligned with his expectations. The soul bone of the Azure Bull Python granted him sluggish control and a singular attack known as the Azure Annihilating Thunderlight. Meanwhile, the Titan Giant Ape's soul bone bestowed upon him gravity control and the Celestial Annihilation Light. Having refined these 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones, along with the 3 he previously possessed, he now amassed a total of 5 such soul bones. At this juncture, his strength had reached an exceedingly terrifying threshold. Even if the level 99 Qian Daoliu stood before him, he would remain unfazed. It was time to head to the Haotian sect. However, before that, Qin Yang cast a glance at Aro, who lay on the bed, her face awash with tears, clad in a captivating red qipao, a stunningly alluring beauty. Her posture on the bed was undeniably tempting. Qin Yang stepped closer, gazing intently at Aro, and softly uttered, as Xiao Wu's mother, "You wouldn't wish for her to come to harm, would you?" Upon hearing this, Aro held her breath, her eyes widening as she stared at Qin Yang. "What exactly do you intend to do? Keeping me here without killing me? Is it merely to raise me for some future purpose before disposing of me? Rest assured, I am a person of my word. Having made a promise to that spirit beast, I shall spare your life. However, You must comply and refrain from any futile resistance. Do you understand? This is not solely for your sake, but also for your daughter, Xiao Wu. After all, you would not wish for your daughter, who is in the midst of transformation, to fall into my hands, would you? Qin Yang gently cupped Aro's chin, his smile exuding an air of elegance. Yet, in Aro's eyes, he appeared as a ravenous demon. At that moment, her enchanting visage bore a hint of sorrow. Ultimately, she humbly nodded in submission. I will obey you. But you must not harm my daughter. Qin Yang's words carried an implicit threat, one to which Aro was particularly susceptible. Satisfied with her response, Qin Yang nodded approvingly, then scrutinized Aro from head to toe, commanding, now, open your mouth and let me see. Upon hearing his request, Aro's alluring face momentarily froze. What an odd demand to ask her to open her mouth. Surely, it was merely to part her lips without any further significance? Aro pondered, glancing at Qin Yang before her. At that moment, he stood before her like an immovable mountain, imposing and formidable. In the end, she complied, slightly parting her crimson lips. Chapter 46. The old sect master emerges, the Haotian sect expands. The details are omitted. After a considerable time, Qin Yang exited the room, followed closely by Xiao Wu's mother. Aro. She clasped her hands over her abdomen, appearing slightly pensive, her complexion flushed with a mix of exhaustion and an indescribable allure. Occasionally, she cast glances at Qin Yang, her emotions swaying in tandem with the curvature of her form. In the hall, Bibi Dong and Anna had been waiting outside for quite some time. 7 days had passed, and Anna had successfully refined 2 soul bones, elevating her strength from level 93 to the pinnacle of 95, just a step away from level 96. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had refined a soul bone during this period, achieving level 69, nearing the threshold of 70. Let us proceed to the Haotian sect, Qin Yang stated, glancing at the 2 women without elaborating on why Aro was obediently following him, before making his way outside. The Ju Douluo, the Gue Douluo, and 15 wind guards were already awaiting them. Similarly, after 7 days, both Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo had refined 2 soul bones, achieving level 95. With the addition of the 15 wind guards, under Qin Yang's leadership, their collective strength posed no concern for the Haotian sect. Let us go. Yes, your holiness. Feng Wu Wei, Ju Douluo, and Gue Douluo responded in unison. The carriage forged ahead, en route to the Star Luo Empire. The Haotian sect is situated several dozen miles from the capital of the Star Luo Empire, perched upon a mountain range. Although its wealth does not rival that of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, the scale and number of disciples far surpass it. The journey from a nearby town in the Heaven Do Empire's Star Do Forest to the capital of the Star Luo Empire, and then to the Haotian sect, would not be brief. However, this was fortuitous, for it afforded ample opportunity to become acquainted with the delicate lips of the enchanting woman, Ara, as well as to harness his rapidly ascending strength. At this moment, as the carriage traversed the bumpy path, it was expected to sway with the undulations of the road. Yet, under Qin Yang's formidable power, the carriage swayed from side to side while maintaining its steady forward progress. Inside the carriage, Arua, mother of Xiao Wu, was seated as if on pins and needles, facing Qin Yang with palpable discomfort. To make matters worse, she was under the scrutinizing gazes of Anna and Bibi Dong, which only intensified her sense of humiliation. She reflected upon her past as a dominant force within the Star Do Forest, now reduced to a state of disarray. Indeed, the past was a painful memory. Time passed quietly. In the Haotian sect, within a forbidden cave on the back mountain, an elder with hair as white as snow sat solemnly upon a mat. As tremors emanated from within his body, akin to breaking free from confinement, his soul power, which had reached level 96, shattered its limits and instantaneously ascended to level 97. At last, a breakthrough. Ha ha ha. After all these years, I have finally achieved level 97. Ha ha ha. Within the cave, the sounds of jubilant laughter erupted. Fueled by his soul power, this raucous laughter burst forth from the cave, resonating throughout the Haotian sect. In an instant, all disciples, elders, and esteemed guests within the Haotian sect halted their activities, their faces illuminated with joy. The old sect master has emerged from seclusion. He has broken through to level 97. It is certain. It is said that Qin Yang of the Spirit Hall has arrived in Star Luo City, exerting immense pressure upon His Majesty the Emperor to bend to his will. With the old sect master's emergence, our worries are alleviated. Indeed, the disciples of the Haotian sect recalled the recent news from Star Luo City regarding Qin Yang, initially filled with concern, but now, with the confirmation of the old sect master's return and his elevation to level 97, their anxieties vanished in an instant. Just then, a swift sound pierced the air. A silhouette suddenly appeared in the skies above the Haotian sect, clad in white with flowing white hair. Despite his advanced age, he exuded a vibrant spirit. This individual was none other than Tang Ming, the father of Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Tang Yuehua, as well as the former sect master of Haotian sect. Congratulations, old sect master. You've broken through. Upon witnessing Tang Ming's arrival in the air, the disciples of Haotian sect erupted in excitement. As the former sect master, Tang Ming had achieved a breakthrough to the 97th level, significantly enhancing the sect's strength. The disciples, filled with anticipation, could not help but feel invigorated. Enough. Tang Ming's voice resonated. With a swift glance, he vanished from the air and reappeared within the grand hall of Haotian sect. Inside the hall, the current sect master, Tang Xiao, along with 7 elders, were convened in discussion. Upon seeing Tang Ming enter, Tang Xiao immediately stood up and respectfully proclaimed, "Congratulations, father, on your breakthrough to the 97th level. Our Haotian sect's power has surged. Even the spirit hall poses no threat to us now. Indeed, what of that young Qin Yang? Even if he visits our Haotian sect, with the old sect master here, we can easily make him regret his actions," one elder chimed in, while another added, "Your return is most timely, old sect master." As Tang Xiao finished speaking, the elders each offered their remarks. Having been in seclusion for years, Tang Ming was unaware of the happenings outside. Observing the worried expressions on his sons' and the elders' faces, he inquired, "Shower, why do you all appear so troubled?" "Father, you are unaware of the many events that have transpired during your seclusion." Tang Xiao quickly began to recount the significant occurrences of the past years, including the recent proposal from the Spirit Hall to reselect the 7 major sects, Qin Yang's visits to various sects, and his victory over Chun Xian at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Currently, he has already arrived in Douluo City, and with the presence of the formidable Titled Douluo, Zhu Douluo, Gui Douluo, and Zhuke Douluo, who have demonstrated their 95th level strength, they are exerting pressure on the Luo Imperial Palace. It seems they are soon to approach Haotian sect. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tang Xiao's expression grew somber. As he was not yet a Titled Douluo, "I see. I am aware of Chun Xian, and if Qin Yang can defeat him, he is indeed a noteworthy adversary. I recognize Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo as well. Before my seclusion, they were merely 92-level Titled Douluos, yet now they have reached 95. However, what of it? Should they dare to wreak havoc in my Haotian sect, I shall make it abundantly clear what it means to not be trifled with." Tang Ming remarked with a cold smile. As the foremost sect of the Douluo Continent, Haotian sect could not afford to be intimidated by a mere Qin Yang. At that moment, Tang Xiao, reassured by his father's strength, felt a weight lift from his shoulders. After discussing various matters, he recalled Tang Hao and Ayin, stating, "By the way, father, Hao has brought home a wife. Would you like to meet her?" Tang Ming nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is time I see how this young man fares." "Father, you are unaware that not only has Hao returned with a wife, but he has also become a father, and his power has ascended to the illustrious rank of Soul Douluo. Since Tang Hao and Ayin decided to adopt Tang San, they have treated him as their own son, assuring Tang Xiao that he is indeed their beloved child. Moreover, just a few days prior, their sect had successfully acquired the 8th spirit ring for Tang Hao, enabling him to break through to the rank of Soul Douluo. Upon hearing the news of his grandson's existence and his son's remarkable achievement, Tang Ming, filled with joy, rushed out to behold his cherished grandson. With Tang Ming's arrival, the news of Tang Hao's breakthrough to level 97 spread, enveloping the entire Haotian sect in a wave of exhilaration, a stark contrast to the previous atmosphere of gloom. Soon, Tang Ming found himself reunited with his son, Tang Hao, and his grandson, Tang San. "Bravo! Truly, you are my son, splendidly accomplished," Tang Ming exclaimed, patting Tang Hao's shoulder with hearty laughter, before turning his gaze towards his grandson, Tang San. Tang Hao, witnessing his father's successful ascension to level 97, shared in the joy. After years apart, the family engaged in joyous conversation, eventually steering the topic towards Qin Yang. "Father, we have received reports from our scouts that Qin Yang is likely heading towards our Haotian sect. Should we not?" Tang Hao began, but was interrupted by Tang Ming, who declared, "Now that I have reached level 97, along with the might of our Haotian sect, what do we have to fear from a mere youth? Off with you. Do not disturb me while I admire my grandson." Tang Ming teased Tang San, dismissing Tang Hao's concerns with a wave. Tang Hao could only smile helplessly at his father's carefree demeanor. However, contemplating his father's formidable strength gradually eased his worries. "By the way, my grandson is called Xiao San. Is he not?" Tang Ming inquired. "Indeed, father, his name is Tang San," Tang Hao confirmed with a nod. The name suddenly surfaced in Tang Ming's mind, and he had decided to bestow it upon the child. Xiao San, Xiao San. Ha ha ha, splendid indeed. Just by looking at him, one can tell he is destined for greatness. Tang Ming beamed with delight. Yet, at that moment, Tang San felt utterly exasperated. Once a revered deity, he now found himself in a position of being playfully toyed with. Nevertheless, the thought of finally meeting his grandfather brought him some solace. Still, he yearned to grow up swiftly. He missed his wife, Xiaowu. Meanwhile, in the Star Luo Empire, at the imperial capital of Xing Luo City, Qin Yang and his entourage, accompanied by the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, emerged from the palace with beaming smiles. Or rather, it was the emperor of Star Luo who graciously escorted Qin Yang from the palace, his face radiant with joy. Rest assured, esteemed guests, when the Spirit Hall reselects the 7 great sects, I will ensure that representatives from the Star Luo Empire participate. Upon exiting the royal palace, Emperor Xingluo offered a conciliatory smile. I am eagerly anticipating it. Qin Yang returned the smile, before shifting his gaze to the woman by the emperor's side. This lady was indeed of the Zhu family, the current empress of the Xingluo Empire. It must be said that the women of the Zhu family possessed an extraordinary beauty, coupled with an impeccable figure. Particularly striking was the woman standing beside the empress. Upon his first glance, Qin Yang mistakenly thought she was Zhu Zhuqing. However, upon further acquaintance, he discovered that she was the matriarch of the Zhu family and the mother of Zhu Zhuqing. Regrettably, young Zhu Zhuqing had not yet been born, otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to witness the youthful charm of Zhu Zhuqing. I shall not see you off. The emperor's countenance darkened as he noticed Qin Yang's gaze lingering on his wife, prompting him to utter a terse remark before falling silent. Qin Yang paid no heed, casting a discerning glance at Zhu Zhuqing's mother, and after revealing a smile laden with meaning, he turned to depart. Chapter 47. Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant. Scoundrel. As Qin Yang and his entourage vanished from view, Emperor Xingluo seethed in rage, recalling the humiliations of recent days. When had he, as an emperor, ever endured such treatment? The bitter truth was that his strength was lacking, otherwise, he would have swiftly dealt with Qin Yang and his companions. Your Majesty, must we truly participate in the reselection of the 7 great sects? Inquired a man beside the emperor, the head of the Zhu family and the future father of Zhu Zhuqing, a formidable soul de law. If we do not, can you contend with Qin Yang or the 3 titled Douluos by his side? The emperor shot a glare at the man. The father of Zhu Zhuqing fell silent, feeling the weight of embarrassment. In truth, he was no match for Qin Yang. The last time he had witnessed Qin Yang's soul ring configuration, he had been left utterly dumbfounded, let alone considering a confrontation. Yet, his wife had seemingly been approached by Qin Yang in recent days, and he was unaware of what transpired between them. I have made my decision. Henceforth, let your Zhu family represent me in this matter. Zhu Zhuqing's father was taken aback, while her mother also expressed surprise. However, both felt they could not refuse and could only acquiesce. Soon, Qin Yang and his group arrived at the outer gates of Haoyan sect. Before them stood a majestic mountain gate, the words Haoyan sect boldly emblazoned for all to see. No entry for unauthorized personnel, leave immediately. The edict rang out, as the former sect master, Tang Ming, had recently emerged from seclusion, achieving a breakthrough to level 97. The disciples of Haoyan sect, upon hearing this news, were undoubtedly invigorated. Now, encountering unfamiliar individuals attempting to intrude upon the Haoyan sect with impunity, the disciples tasked with guarding the gates swiftly intervened, brandishing their weapons to block the intruders. As for their failure to recognize Qin Yang and his companions, regrettably, they truly did not know them. Observing this, Qin Yang cast a casual glance at Zhu Douluo, who nodded in understanding before stepping forward. Since his ascension to the 95th level, Zhu Douluo had undergone a transformation, exuding an invigorated spirit and confidence as he strode forth. A mere insignificant insect, utterly unaware of its own insignificance, dared to obstruct his path. With a slight snort, Zhu Douluo took action. Boom! With a swift motion of his hand, a formidable surge of soul power was unleashed, effortlessly sending several gatekeepers flying, their bodies crashing heavily against the stone emblazoned with the 3 grand characters of the Haoyan sect. Blood flowing freely. This scene prompted the other disciples stationed at the mountain gate to mistakenly believe an invasion was underway, prompting them to launch an attack against Zhu Douluo. Yet, in the face of Zhu Douluo's overwhelming strength, these disciples scarcely approached before being sent reeling backward. In an instant, the path leading to Haoyan sect was filled with cries of anguish. Qin Yang, however, did not intervene but instead advanced directly toward the Haoyan sect. For him, there was no longer a need to extend the same courtesy to the Haoyan sect as he had shown to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. When a man possesses strength and confidence, it is only fitting to be resolute when necessary. As Qin Yang made his way into the Haoyan sect, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo cleared the path ahead. At his side were Bibi Dong, Anna, and Aru. Behind them trailed the 15 Phoenix Guard. The once mighty gate of the Haotian sect posed no resistance against this cohort of 20 or so individuals. The commotion soon reached the higher echelons of the Haotian sect. The elders quickly learned that Qin Yang from the spirit hall had arrived. Old sect master, old sect master, in the square before the mountain gate. The assembled elders and disciples hurriedly approached as the venerable figures of old sect master Tang Ming, sect master Tang Xiao, and Tang Hao arrived. Tang Ming nodded toward the crowd before directing his gaze to the base of the mountain. The figures of Qin Yang, Zhu Douluo, and Gue Daoluo gradually came into view. The spirit hall indeed. How audacious to dare breach my mountain gate and harm my sect's disciples. Such arrogance is astonishing. Witnessing his disciples rendered powerless before Zhu Dao and Gue Daoluo, either sent flying or pinned to the ground, Tang Ming, as the old sect master of the Haotian sect, felt a surge of anger. Qin Yang, standing beside Tang Ming, Tang Hao's expression grew complex upon seeing Qin Yang approach, filled with a mix of emotions and an endless desire for battle. Having previously suffered defeat alongside his brother Tang Xiao at Qin Yang's hands, he now found himself strengthened to the rank of Douluo, while his opponent had only grown stronger. As Qin Yang ascended, he observed the crowd gathered in the square, among them a few familiar figures. Calmly, he remarked, "It appears I possess considerable influence to have the upper echelons of the Haotian sect await my arrival. I am truly flattered." Tang Ming stepped forward, disregarding Qin Yang's words, his eyes glinting with coldness as he declared, "You are Qin Yang, are you not? And who might you be?" Not recognizing the elder, yet sensing his formidable presence, Qin Yang responded with a furrowed brow, "You do not even know me. Yet you dare to intrude upon the Haotian sect? Who bestowed upon you such audacity?" Tang Ming sneered. Qin Yang, momentarily perplexed, turned to Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo, inquiring, "Do you know him?" "Lord Qin Yang. He is the former sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Ming. It is said that he reached the pinnacle of 96th rank Titled Douluo many years ago and has since been in seclusion," Zhu Daoluo explained. "Oh, the former sect master of the Haotian sect. Very well, since both the previous and current sect masters are present, I shall not waste time. Here is the invitation, soon. The Wuhuan Hall will reselect the 7 great sects in Wuhuan City. The specific date is inscribed within. As the foremost of the upper 3 sects, your Haotian sect must attend," Qin Yang asserted, his tone unwavering. Paying no heed to Tang Ming's icy demeanor as he produced the invitation and sent forth a surge of soul power towards Tang Ming. With a snap, Tang Ming caught it, glancing disdainfully at the gilded characters on the invitation, scoffing, "Preposterous. When has it been the turn of your Wuhuan Hall to meddle in the reselection of the 7 great sects? The Haotian sect maintains its position as the continent's premier sect through strength, not by your selection." Qin Yang, upon hearing this, shot Tang Ming a dismissive glance and retorted, "You are quite strong, I presume? Yet, why do I feel that with a single punch, I could obliterate you?" Tang Ming was momentarily taken aback, his countenance shifting to one of fury. "Impudent brat. When I was renowned across the continent, you were but a babe at your mother's breast. Leave now, and I shall pretend I saw nothing. Otherwise, your entrance into the Haotian sect does not guarantee your exit." "Oh," Qin Yang chuckled, turning theatrically to Zhu Daoluo, he queried, "Am I truly so arrogant? To speak plainly, if arrogance is the measure, I could assert even greater. All present here are but refuse." Zhu Daoluo, caught off guard by Qin Yang's inquiry, found himself at a loss for words. After all, there was indeed a hint of arrogance in Qin Yang's statement. Yet, as his superior, it was unthinkable for him to contradict him. No, considering Lord Qin Yang's prowess, even a single punch would be an overestimation of him. Zhu Daoluo and Gue Daoluo replied without a flicker of embarrassment. Bibi Dong and Anna, although silent, nodded in agreement, their confidence in Qin Yang's strength unwavering, having witnessed his formidable abilities firsthand. Tang Ming, witnessing the disdainful tone of Qin Yang and his companions towards him and the entire Haotian sect, was filled with rage, yet could only laugh in exasperation. "Very well, it seems you are not moved until you see the coffin. Now, I am indeed curious to witness how you would shatter me with a single blow." Just as Tang Ming was about to act, Tang Hao stepped forward and said, "Father, allow me to test his strength." "How are you confident?" Tang Ming furrowed his brow. Tang Hao, possessing the strength of an 81st rank Soul Daoluo, was aware that his opponents, Zhu Daoluo, Gue Daoluo, Anna, and Qin Yang, had evidently surpassed the Titled Douluo rank, causing him some concern. "Father, I have previously been defeated by him. This time, even if I were to lose again, I wish to confront him in battle, lest the shadows in my heart linger indefinitely," Tang Hao declared earnestly. "Very well then, go forth with assurance. I am here, without need for further worry," Tang Ming responded confidently. Nodding in agreement, Tang Hao stepped forward and called out to Qin Yang, "Qin Yang, my former adversary. This time, I shall not succumb to defeat." Although he recognized Qin Yang's formidable prowess, now a titled Douluo, Tang Hao was equally confident in his own strength, refusing to diminish his spirit by elevating another S. A foe who has fallen before me is never regarded as an equal. Tang Hao, you are merely courting death, Qin Yang declared. Since that is the case, how could I not fulfill your desire? Stepping forward, he unleashed a formidable aura that bore down upon Tang Hao. Despite feeling alarmed, Tang Hao remained composed. In an instant, a blood-red domain erupted around him, extending 100 meters to counter the pressure emanating from Qin Yang. Killing God domain. Indeed, the rumors of Tang Hao emerging from the city of slaughter were true. The elders behind him, witnessing the domain he released, recalled the horrors of the city of slaughter. Their astonishment mingled with a modicum of relief. Upon observing this, Qin Yang merely smiled calmly. A mere killing God domain. From one who has not even reached the titled Douluo level, can it withstand a single punch from me? At that moment, Tang Hao summoned his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, with 8 radiant soul rings shimmering around him. Qin Yang, I have once fallen to your hand, and over the years, I have endured trials and tribulations to conquer you. This time, I shall not succumb as easily as before. Haotian true body. One strike. With a mighty roar, Tang Hao's Haotian hammer grew to an immense size, reaching several dozen meters in length. This terrifying hammer, poised to descend, threatened to shatter the entire square with its overwhelming force. Having prepared his strike, Tang Hao launched himself towards Qin Yang without hesitation. Truly my son. Tang Ming observed Tang Hao's powerful aura with satisfaction, stroking his beard as his concerns began to ease. Yet, in the face of Tang Hao's full-force strike, Qin Yang remained utterly unconcerned. Tang Hao, since you have willingly sought your demise, how could I refrain from granting you your wish? As he observed the enormous iron hammer descending upon him, Qin Yang calmly clenched his fist. Chapter 48. An unintentional strike that shatters Tang Hao's father and grandfather Tang San. While the members of the Haotian sect marveled at the might of Tang Hao's killing field and formidable assault, Qin Yang had already leaped into action. Confronting the colossal iron hammer poised to strike him, he unleashed a seemingly ordinary punch. Yet, this very ordinary punch collided with the massive hammer that was aimed at him. In an instant, a resounding explosion erupted, a golden radiance bursting forth as a deafening roar filled the air. Accompanying this was a sound akin to shattering glass, crackling ominously. The enormous hammer launched by Tang Hao disintegrated into fragments in the blink of an eye. How could this be possible? The sudden turn of events left the Haotian sect members utterly astounded. Such a massive hammer, reduced to rubble in an instant. At that moment, Qin Yang's attack had already pierced through the remnants of the hammer and struck Tang Hao directly. In just one blow, Tang Hao felt his internal organs tremble violently. And before he knew it, a crimson liquid erupted uncontrollably from his mouth, scattering through the air. In the next second, his body was propelled like a bullet, crashing against a stone wall in the plaza with a thunderous impact, leaving him gravely injured on the ground. Ahau! At the rear of the Haotian sect's plaza, a blue-haired woman had just arrived when she witnessed Tang Hao being sent flying by a single strike, blood raining down. Filled with concern, she disregarded Tang Hao's prior warnings and rushed forward. This individual was none other than Ayin. Having come to the Haotian sect to avoid causing trouble for Tang Hao, Ayin had kept a low profile, known only to a select few high-ranking members of the sect. However, today, with the presence of the Spirit Hall and that same Qin Yang who had effortlessly defeated Tang Hao before, her worry compelled her to follow. Little did she expect to witness Tang Hao being vanquished in an instant. The disparity in strength was staggering. Unbeknownst to Ayin, at the very moment she appeared, a row, situated between Anna and Bibi Dong, cast a surprised glance in her direction, clearly having sensed Ayin's presence. At this time, Ayin had attained a level exceeding 70, entering her mature phase. Once a soul beast reaches maturity, even a titled Douluo among humans would be unable to discern her true form. Thus, within the Haotian sect, apart from Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, no one was aware of her identity. However, a row was different. As a transformed soul beast herself, she immediately recognized Ayin's true essence upon their first encounter. She instinctively called out to Qin Yang, Qin Yang. A rude shout prompted Qin Yang to turn around after completing his attack. What is it? He inquired. Aru pointed towards the approaching figure of Ayin in the distance, seemingly hesitating over whether to reveal Ayin's identity to Qin Yang. As Qin Yang noticed Aru's peculiar demeanor, he followed her gaze. Tang Hao, having been struck, was now being caught and treated by Tang Ming. Around them, Tang Xiao and others expressed their astonishment at Qin Yang's formidable strength, while some seethed with anger over his injury to Tang Hao of the Haotian sect. However, Qin Yang paid them little mind, for his attention had been captivated by the blue-haired woman rushing towards Tang Hao. Her long, cascading blue hair framed her slender figure. clad in a form-fitting blue dress that revealed a glimpse of her fair, delicate legs, complemented by the crisp sound of her crystal high heels with each graceful step. This woman exuded an aura of gentle allure. 18. Qin Yang recalled the woman from the original story who was with Tang Hao, and the resemblance was strikingly uncanny. Although he could not sense any soul beast aura emanating from her, Aru's evident concern affirmed her identity as the Blue-Silver Emperor, 18. Tang Hao's wife in the original tale. Like you, she must also be a transformed soul beast. Qin Yang turned to Aru, seeking confirmation. You figured it out? Aru gazed at Qin Yang in surprise. Qin Yang merely smiled in silence, sensing that this journey would yield bountiful rewards. Moments later, Tang Ming had stabilized his son Tang Hao's injuries, and with a stern expression, he approached Qin Yang. Arrogant brat, you dare to gravely injure my son within the Haotian sect? Have you thought about how you will meet your end? Having assessed Tang Hao's severe injuries, with his internal organs displaced, Tang Ming understood that full recovery would require months of rest. It was evident how furious he was as he focused on the perpetrator. Unable to contain his urge to strike, he challenged, "Come then, let me witness the strength of the Haotian sect's former sect master at level 97. Can you withstand a single blow from me?" Qin Yang faced him unflinchingly. In the current Haotian sect, the only Titled Douluo of note were the three prominent elders, all at levels 91 and 92, while the current sect master, Tang Xiao, was not even a Titled Douluo, hardly worthy of his concern. If Tang Chen, the limit Douluo, at level 99, were still present, the title of the foremost sect on the continent would hold some merit, but now, even with Tang Ming at level 97, the entirety of the Haotian sect together would not intimidate him. The prideful nature of the Haotian sect was palpable, and Tang Ming, as the former sect master with his impressive level, exemplified this arrogance. Now subjected to Qin Yang's disdain, he could no longer contain the fury boiling within. He struck. In a mechanical manner, every soul master would first unleash their martial soul and soul rings before engaging in battle, and Tang Ming was no exception. His soul ring configuration was indeed the so-called optimal arrangement. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Young man, I shall make you understand that arrogance comes at a price, Tang Ming bellowed, with a swing of his Haotian hammer. It instantly grew more colossal than the one wielded by Tang Hao moments earlier. In an instant, serpents of lightning danced around the massive hammer, emanating a terrifying pressure. Those behind Tang Ming were left astounded, all feeling that no matter how formidable Qin Yang was, he would undeniably fall before their venerable patriarch. Die for me. With a murderous intent, Tang Ming gripped the hammer tightly, his muscles taut, unleashing an immense force as he brought it crashing down upon Qin Yang. As a 97th level Titled Douluo, his might was beyond the reach of ordinary beings, especially when fueled by his wrath. Yet, the man before him was Qin Yang. He was no ordinary opponent. The one courting death shall be you. Qin Yang sneered, with a sudden leap towards Tang Ming. His speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Slow field, gravity control. As he made his move, the soul bones of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape radiated brilliant light in his grasp. At the moment Tang Ming's assault arrived, a beam of sluggish light struck the giant hammer, causing it to move as if ensnared by a spell of lethargy, becoming exceedingly slow. The same fate befell the 97th level Titled Douluo, Tang Ming, the attacker. In that fleeting moment, upon realizing his predicament, Tang Ming's expression darkened considerably. He had been effortlessly subdued by Qin Yang. Yet, before he could recover from the sluggish control, a terrifying force of gravity descended upon him. Boom. It felt as though a mountain had crashed down, and even at 97 levels, Tang Ming found himself powerless against the gravitational control exerted by Qin Yang under the influence of sluggishness, collapsing to the ground. The first two assaults were swift, but the true strike erupted the moment Tang Ming was immobilized. Still resembling the previous attack against Tang Hao, it was merely an ordinary punch. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly mundane blow that Tang Ming could not evade, as it connected squarely with his chest. A powerful and ferocious force detonated within his body. Boom. Tang Ming's entire form was sent hurtling backwards like a meteor, crashing into the sturdy rock wall. Spurt, spurt, spurt in the next moment. Blood mixed with shredded internal organs spewed forth. One punch. In a fleeting moment, the former master of the Haotian sect, the 97th ranked Titled Douluo Tang Ming, was vanquished. At this instant, the current sect master Tang Xiao, along with the 7 elders and numerous disciples, found themselves engulfed in shock and disbelief. How could this be? His father had been defeated by a single punch. The most difficult reality to accept belonged to Tang Xiao, who was acutely aware of his father's formidable strength, being one of the few 97th ranked Titled Douluos in the continent. Yet now, he had fallen to Qin Yang's might. Father, After a moment of stupor, Tang Xiao hurried towards his father, lifting him up. However, upon witnessing his father's current state, Tang Xiao's face burned with fury. His chest was a gruesome sight. Bloodied and mangled, one arm shattered by an overwhelming force, leaving him as if he had been obliterated. How could this be? Tang Ming, equally incredulous at his own defeat, trembled as he raised a hand, attempting to convey something to Tang Xiao. Yet the explosive damage inflicted by Qin Yang's recent attack was too severe. As he contemplated speaking, a strange, destructive force surged within him, rendering him voiceless. Qin Yang. Tang Xiao grasped his father's hand tightly, channeling his soul power for healing while glaring fiercely at Qin Yang. A punch had injured his brother Tang Hao, and another had nearly obliterated his father Tang Ming. As the sect master, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. Meanwhile, the disciples of Haoyan sect, along with several elders, cast fearful glances at Qin Yang, hesitant to voice their thoughts. The mightiest among them had just been defeated by a single blow. Such overwhelming power rendered their collective efforts futile against the outcome of that strike. Qin Yang then approached Tang Xiao, observing Tang Ming's dire condition with an expression of feigned regret. I sincerely apologize. I had no idea he was so weak that he could not withstand even a single blow from me. He then picked up the invitation that lay on the ground and turned to Tang Xiao, smiling as he inquired, now, as the master of the Haoyan sect, will you accept or decline the invitation to reselect the 7 sects? Qin Yang's smile appeared exceedingly cordial. Yet, upon seeing Tang Ming sprawled on the ground and Tang Hao, a chill ran through the hearts of the elders and disciples of Haoyan sect at his demeanor. Master, perhaps it would be prudent for us to. An elder cautiously approached, noting that Qin Yang had refrained from further violence, and tentatively offered a suggestion. Despite his reluctance to accept Qin Yang's invitation, the fact that their strongest member had nearly been annihilated left them with little choice. Chapter 49. The Abduction of Ayin. Tang Xiao glanced at his father, who was gasping for breath, and his severely injured brother, Tang Hao. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the invitation from Qin Yang, stating, I shall attend the re-election of the 7 great sects. Our Haoyan sect will be there as promised. A wise decision. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the woman beside Tang Hao, who was tending to his injuries. Ayin, he called, and in an instant, he appeared beside her. Before she could react, he grasped her delicate hand. Encountering a shape-shifting soul beast within the Haoyan sect made this journey worthwhile. Shape-shifting soul beast. Qin Yang's words resonated, momentarily startling several elders of Haoyan sect. Suddenly, they recalled something, their pupils dilating as they fixated on Ayin, whom Qin Yang was holding. In that fleeting moment, they forgot the injuries of their former leader, Tang Ming, and neglected the fact that Tang Hao lay gravely wounded on the ground. Isn't she the woman that Tang Hao brought back? It seems they even have a child. How could she possibly be a 100,000-year soul beast? Some among them harbored doubts about Qin Yang's claims, yet many opted to believe him. The allure of a 100,000-year soul beast was vividly manifested in the expressions of the elders of Haoyan sect as they gazed at Ayin. Ayin was also taken aback by Qin Yang's assertion, especially as he held her hand with such formidable strength. It sent a wave of unease through her. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. She feigned ignorance while looking at Qin Yang, attempting to conceal her identity. However, Qin Yang merely smiled, to appear as a shape-shifting soul beast within the foremost sect of this continent. While these elders of Haoyan sect possess the strength of peak soul Douluo, just shy of a soul ring, what should one say? Should I commend your audacity or criticize your blind trust in Tang Hao? Nevertheless, fret not. From this moment on, you need not worry, for you now belong to me. Qin Yang's tone was exceedingly gentle, yet the strength with which he held Ayin's hand instilled fear in her heart. Qin Yang, you cannot be jesting with us. She truly is a 100,000-year shape-shifting soul beast? An elder of Haoyan sect stepped forward with newfound courage to inquire. You ought to direct that question to Tang Hao. Inquire why he returned with a shape-shifting soul beast. Qin Yang disregarded the elder's presence, shifting his focus to Tang Hao. At that moment, Tang Hao lay injured on the ground, and upon realizing that Qin Yang had uncovered Ayin's true identity, he began to panic. However, his injuries were too severe, rendering him incapable of speech, let alone rescuing Ayin from Qin Yang's grasp. Tang Hao, is she truly a 100,000-year shape-shifting soul beast? An elder of the soul Douluo level questioned Tang Hao, momentarily forgetting that Qin Yang had recently injured both him and Tang Ming. He has now reached the pinnacle of level 89, and it will not be long before he breaks through to level 90. At that moment, should he acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years, when he ascends to the rank of Titled Douluo, his power will far surpass that of an ordinary Titled Douluo. However, Tang Hao brought this 100,000-year soul beast back to the Haoyan sect while concealing its true identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Wait a moment. Now Tang Hao has also attained the rank of Soul Douluo. Is he perhaps waiting until he breaks through to level 90 to slay this 100,000-year soul beast and use it as a soul ring for his own advancement? The mere thought of suspicion was difficult to dispel. Several other elders also fixed their gazes on Tang Hao, seeking answers. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yang chuckled disdainfully. He harbored no affection for a sect like Haoyan. Ayin now belonged to him, and yet she was questioning Tang Hao. Ridiculous. He then surveyed the area, his gaze ultimately settling on Tang Hao, saying, Tang Hao, I shall take Ayin with me. If you wish to see her again, then focus on your cultivation and become stronger. There are still over 3 months until the great selection of the sect, if you wish to reunite. Be at the Wuhuan Hall at that time. I will await you there. As for these next 3 months, rest assured, I will take good care of Ayin. So you need not worry. With that, Qin Yang disregarded Ayin's feelings entirely, seizing her hand and turning to leave. Stop. You cannot take Ayin. Tang Hao finally regained his composure, clutching his chest, blood flowing from his grievous wounds, and summoned all his strength to shout. Ayin, upon witnessing this, was about to struggle fiercely against Qin Yang when he suddenly halted, leaning close to her ear and whispering, Now the entire Haoyan sect is aware of your identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Do you think you can remain here? If you are wise, you will obediently come with me. Should you resist, I might very well kill Tang Hao in a fit of rage. And I can still take you regardless. Do you truly believe your meager strength can withstand me? Qin Yang's words caused Ayin's body to tremble slightly. If it were anyone else, she might entertain thoughts of resistance. Yet, the strength Qin Yang had just displayed was overwhelming. Tang Hao could not withstand even a single punch from him, nor could his father, who was at level 97. How could she possibly resist? Ayin glanced at the injured Tang Hao, bit her lip, and reluctantly set aside her thoughts of defiance. As for whether following Qin Yang would lead to her demise, she cast a glance at the woman in the distance behind Qin Yang, a Ro. It was evident that she too recognized a Ro as a fellow 100,000-year transformed soul beast. A Hao. Ayin wished to bid farewell to Tang Hao, assuring him not to worry and that she would not be in danger. But Qin Yang did not afford her the opportunity. Whoosh. In an instant, Qin Yang reappeared beside Bibi Dong and her companions, then vanished from the square of the Haoyan sect. Ayin, the one who was destined to become his wife, was snatched away by Qin Yang without any semblance of resistance. The thought of her being taken care of by Qin Yang next filled Tang Hao's heart with deep sorrow and indignation. Overwhelmed by both emotional turmoil and severe physical injuries, he could no longer contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. While Qin Yang revealed Ayin's identity and subsequently took her away, Tang Xiao, as the elder brother of Tang Hao, remained silent. Once fond of Ayin and deeply concerned for her well-being, he now bore the heavy responsibility of being the sect master of the Haoyan sect. He had to consider the greater picture, especially since no one within the Haoyan sect stood a chance against Qin Yang. The risk of further injury was unacceptable. I'm sorry, Ayin. Tang Xiao silently apologized within himself. He recalled Qin Yang's words, convincing himself that Qin Yang had merely taken Ayin away for a few months of care, and nothing more sinister was intended. The elders of the Haoyan sect, witnessing the departure of Ayin, the transformed soul beast, felt a mix of regret and anger. This was something that rightfully belonged to their sect, now taken away by Qin Yang. Despicable. One elder muttered in fury, yet faced with Qin Yang's overwhelming strength, none dared to confront him. After Qin Yang's departure, news of his overwhelming victory over Tang Hao and the former sect master, the 97th-ranked Titled Douluo Tang Ming, swiftly spread across the continent. Major powers such as the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the Tiando Empire, and the Xinghua Empire were astounded by the reports. First, there was the defeat of the Sword Douluo Qin Xin by the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and now the Haoyan sect had fallen to Tang Ming. The strength of Qin Yang was becoming increasingly evident. Soon, the name of the Sunlight Douluo Qin Yang echoed throughout the continent. Upon leaving the Haoyan sect, Qin Yang and his party did not pause for rest, but instead headed directly to other sects within the Xinghua Empire, delivering invitations to their leaders with undeniable authority. The entire process was remarkably straightforward, showcasing the intimidation that comes with great power. In less than a month, Qin Yang completed his mission within the Xinghua Empire. Next, he would return to the Tiando Empire, visiting the remaining Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the Elephant Armor sect. The method remained the same, a mix of persuasion and force. Would the proud members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan dare to refuse? With 395 ranked Titled Douluo, alongside Qin Yang, the Sunlight Douluo, resistance was out of the question for the current Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If she were to refuse, the formidable Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo, Anna would impart to them the principles of humanity. At this juncture, Merely a month and a half remained until the re-election of the 7 sects. Having fulfilled his mission, Qin Yang had already departed from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan alongside Bibi Dong and returned to the Spirit Hall. Chapter 50. The Expectant Mother. As Qin Yang made his way back to the Spirit Hall, on the other side, within the 7 treasured glazed tile school, in a room belonging to a certain lady, Ning Xuerong, an exquisite beauty, found herself reminiscing about Qin Yang's formidable prowess upon receiving news of his recent exploits. With a month and a half remaining, would she truly be summoned to the Spirit Hall? Qin Yang had stated that on the day of the sect's re-election, she must accompany Ning Fengji. Failure to comply would have dire consequences. As for what would transpire upon reaching the Spirit Hall, Ning Xuerong caressed her most sensitive area. Her thoughts adrift at the mere mention of Qin Yang. She felt herself becoming increasingly captivated, to the point where thoughts of his strength and unwavering resolve consumed her. As for Ning Fengji, she could not shake the feeling that he had been spending an inordinate amount of time in close proximity to a certain female elder of the sect. Their frequent encounters left her unsettled, and whenever she sought out Ning Fengji, she would often find them together. Subsequently, the way he looked at her had taken on an odd quality, as if he bore some guilt for an undisclosed transgression. She was all too familiar with that expression, having experienced it herself. The most peculiar aspect, however, was that woman. She exuded a unique femininity, akin to that of a woman in the delicate condition of pregnancy. Surely, she was overthinking things. How could there be anything between Fengji and her? Ning Xuerong shook her head, deeming it improbable. Yet, at times, reality can be cruel. At that moment, in Ning Fengji's residence, a strikingly beautiful woman stood before him. She possessed flawless, slender legs and a notably tall figure, her curves gracefully accentuated. With a hint of a smile, she caressed her gently rounded abdomen, gazing at Ning Fengji as she announced, "Fengji, I have news for you. Do not be alarmed." Observing the woman's gesture of affection towards her belly, Ning Fengji, perceptive as ever, could not help but anticipate her revelation. "Is this true?" A serious expression replaced his usual demeanor. "Yes, it has been 3 months," the woman confirmed with a nod. 3 months indeed. Ning Fengji managed a bitter smile. Recalling the events from 3 months prior, when Qin Yang had bested his uncle in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, showcasing his extraordinary abilities before departing. At that time, burdened by his own frustrations, he had indulged in a bit of wine, just as she had come seeking him. The two individuals harbored mutual affection and had previously engaged in an intimate relationship. One fateful night, after Ning Fengji had indulged in drink, the atmosphere in the room quickly ignited with passion under her tender care. In the aftermath, although Ning Fengji felt a profound sense of remorse towards Ning Xuerong, he lacked the courage to disclose the truth to her. Little did he anticipate that she would soon find herself with child, already 3 months along. Alas, with a heavy heart, Ning Fengji sighed. He could not bear the thought of her terminating the pregnancy, as it was, after all, his flesh and blood. He could only express his apologies to Ning Xuerong, hoping she would understand. Having made his decision, Ning Fengji gently assisted the woman to a sofa, saying, "Ying, you must take care of yourself during this time, do you understand?" The expectant mother, named Ying, smiled in response. "Rest assured, for the sake of the child, I will." Ning Fengji nodded tenderly. He then settled beside her, gazing at her burgeoning belly, contemplating his newfound role as a half-father, and instinctively reached out to touch it. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Spirits, within the Pope's chamber, Bibi sat on the sofa clad in a loose-fitting white silk nightgown. She perused the letter she had received. Her countenance, which should have been radiant with joy, now reflected a tumult of emotions, confusion, and shyness. The letter contained revelations from Qin Yang, who had hurried back from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. This turmoil arose because she had come to the realization that Qin Yang was indeed the true Qin Yang. The man who had shared her bed and granted her happiness was Qin Yang, not her husband, Pope Qian Xunji. When did Bibi come to this realization? It was several months prior when Qian Daoliu had visited her to investigate whether the bloodline within her was of the Qian family. Upon confirming it was indeed the Qian bloodline, he had laid bare the truth before her. Qin Yang was Qian Xunji, and the man who often brought her joy at night was none other than the renowned sunlight Douluo, Qin Yang. What was she to do now that he was returning? Bibi clutched the letter tightly, uncertain of how to confront the situation. This letter had been sent not long ago by Qin Yang, yet her husband remained Qian Xunji. She had spent so much time with Qin Yang, and now he was on his way back. How could she face him? Moreover, there was the matter of the child growing within her. Bibi caressed her swollen belly. The child was nearing 5 months, with less than 5 months remaining until birth. She pondered how Qin Yang would react to her and their child. Sighing heavily, Bibi felt a wave of distress wash over her. As for whether she sought out Qin Yang to inquire about Qian Xunji's whereabouts, it remains uncertain if she was swayed by Qin Yang. The thought had never crossed her mind. Perhaps it was due to the lack of emotional connection in her union with Qian Xunji. On the contrary, Bibi felt a blush rise to her cheeks at the mere thought of everything concerning Qin Yang. His moments of tenderness juxtaposed with his occasional assertiveness left her feeling quite flustered. Half a month later, a caravan appeared outside the Soul Master City, comprising Qin Yang and his companions returning to the Spirit Hall. At this moment, within one of the carriages in the middle of the procession, two young women lifted the carriage curtains, and upon gazing at the towering walls of the Soul Master City, their emotions were indescribable, particularly for Ayin, who had been abducted by Qin Yang from the Haotian sect some time ago. Strangely, Qin Yang had brought her along, allowing her to remain with Aro, yet he had completely disregarded her since then. Now, she was on the verge of entering the sacred land of Soul Masters. The Soul Master City. Aro, what do you think she intends to do with us? Ayin lowered the curtain and turned to Aro in inquiry. Being her elder, Aro, a transformed soul beast, and Ayin, also a transformed soul beast, had grown increasingly familiar with one another due to their shared plight, leading them to refer to each other as sisters. Aro gazed at Ayin's exquisite beauty and her gentle demeanor, responding, "He is quite an enigmatic person. Perhaps he intends to raise you, Ayin." "Raise me?" Ayin pondered the deeper implications of this statement, for she was quite different from Aro. Despite both being transformed soul beasts, their circumstances varied greatly. Aro was a mature woman, while Ayin was still a young girl. Indeed, although Tang Hao and Ayin had established a relationship, they had not wed, and thus there was no further development. "Ayin, my dear sister, let us find solace in our situation. We have accompanied him for so long. If he truly intended to harm us, he would have done so already. So, let us remain at ease," Aro consoled, patting Ayin's shoulder. Ayin nodded in agreement. While they conversed, in the middle of the caravan, Bibi Dong, Anna, and Qin Yang sat together in one carriage. "At long last, we have returned," Bibi Dong remarked, reflecting on her first lengthy absence from the Spirit Hall. The most significant aspect was her satisfaction with the improvement in her strength during this journey, all thanks to Qin Yang. As she looked at him, memories of her promise made in the Star Doe Forest to express her gratitude upon returning to the Spirit Hall filled her thoughts, and she quietly lowered her head. At that moment, Qin Yang opened his eyes from a state of meditation. Now returning to the Spirit Hall, what awaits him next is his adoptive father and Bibi. His adoptive father, Qian Daoliu, poses no threat. At level 96, he feels utterly fearless in the face of his opponent. However, Bibi is a different matter altogether. Firstly, he has shared a bed with her and harbors genuine affection. Secondly, she is pregnant, and the child is due to arrive soon. By now, she should be aware of his true identity. Upon his return, should he adopt a firm stance with her or approach her with tenderness? After all, she is with child. As Qin Yang pondered these thoughts, the convoy had already entered the Spirit City. Instead of lingering within the city, he proceeded directly to the Papal Palace with Anna and the others. Inside the Papal Palace, a tall man with golden hair awaited Qin Yang's arrival. Undoubtedly, it was Qian Daoliu. Upon re-entering the Papal Palace after several days, Qin Yang, upon seeing Qian Daoliu waiting for him, chuckled lightly and remarked, "Adoptive father, were you waiting specifically for me?" Outside the Papal Palace, Anna, Bibi Dong, and Douluo remained outside, as Qin Yang had chosen to leave them behind. Clearly, he had known that Qian Daoliu awaited him within the Papal Palace upon returning to the Spirit Hall. "Do you think he might be in danger?" Bibi Dong inquired, momentarily setting aside her prejudice against Anna, her voice laced with concern. Anna, confident in Qin Yang, patted Bibi Dong's shoulder and spoke in a reassuring tone. "Although the Grand Sacrificer's strength has reached 99, there is virtually no one on the continent who can rival him. Yet, the Qin Yang of today is not the same as before. He has ascended to level 96, evolved into a super Douluo, and possesses soul rings and high-level soul bones that are not easily acquired. In this respect, even the Grand Sacrificer cannot compare, so there is no need for worry." Anna, embodying the role of a mentor, gave Bibi Dong's shoulder another comforting pat. "I am not worried," Bibi Dong retorted defensively, albeit her expression betrayed her unease. Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances, clearly sharing the same apprehension. After all, Qian Xunji was Qian Daoliu's only son. With the father seeking him out immediately upon their return, he had evidently uncovered the truth. The enmity of a parent against a child is a grudge that cannot be overlooked. What might transpire inside? Would there truly be a clash of blades between the Grand Sacrificer of the Spirit Hall and Qin Yang? Meanwhile, the newly brought back Ayin and Aro remained quiet and compliant upon entering the Spirit Hall, not daring to speak out of turn. Especially Ayin, who, as the Blue-Silver Emperor, inherently possessed a keen sense of perception. The oppressive aura emanating from the Papal Palace was the most terrifying she had ever encountered. Not only within the Papal Hall, but throughout the entire Spirit Hall, there are at least a dozen individuals capable of instilling a sense of terrifying oppression in her. In such circumstances, her ability to stand here with composure has already exhausted the greatest courage of her lifetime. Inside the papal hall, Qian Yang gazes calmly at Qian Daoliu. Unperturbed, with his hands clasped behind his back, Qian Daoliu returns the gaze, though his expression betrays complexity. His son has imprisoned his adopted son, who subsequently retaliated and killed his son. Now, the adopted son possesses a strength so formidable that even he may not be able to subdue him. Indeed, he can now sense the immense power emanating from Qian Yang. Despite having reached the pinnacle of a Titled Douluo at level 99, he lacks absolute certainty in overcoming Qian Yang. Truly, fate is a capricious force. Adoptive father, it has been long since we last met. I have missed you dearly. Qian Yang smiles as he speaks. There is no need to waste time with insincere pleasantries. I shall pose a singular question. Is Xunji alive or dead? Qian Daoliu clings to the last shred of hope. Dead. I killed him with my own hands. Qian Yang replies flatly. Is that so? Qian Daoliu momentarily closes his eyes. A hint of sorrow flickering beneath the surface, swiftly concealed. In the instant he opens his eyes, a radiant light shoots forth. An overwhelming aura erupting with such force that the entire papal hall trembles. One of the most powerful beings in the Douluo Continent, the 99-level Titled Douluo Qian Daoliu, is enraged. Qian Yang, even though you were once my adopted son, are you prepared to face the consequences this time? Each word drips with profound fury. Consequences. Adoptive father, are you certain you can bear them? Qian Yang retorts, a wave of his sleeve sending a powerful aura surging toward Qian Daoliu. Within the papal hall, the two unleash their soul power, their energies clashing violently. In an instant, all Titled Douluo level powerhouses within the spirit hall cease their actions, turning their attention towards the papal hall. This time, neither Qian Yang nor Qian Daoliu holds back. While Qian Yang may not match Qian Daoliu in rank, in terms of raw power and explosive force, he, now at level 96, bolstered by the sun within the realm of the day, surpasses even another Qian Daoliu. In terms of momentum, he will not yield even an inch to Qian Daoliu, perhaps even eclipsing him. And in that fleeting moment, the clash of top-tier powerhouses, even if merely an aura, renders the entire spirit hall immensely oppressive. Will the Grand Priest and Qian Yang truly engage in battle? Both are the strongest within the spirit hall. Should they unleash their full might, it would not bode well for the spirit hall. In the Hall of Offerings, the remaining 6 priests, feeling the intensity of this formidable aura, exchange glances, their perception of Qian Yang's strength elevating to a new echelon. Perhaps he merely sought to vent the fury that resided within him. The golden crocodile Douluo, in terms of age and seniority, stood unrivaled within the spirit hall. Even Qian Daoliu had been nurtured under his watchful eye. No one could speak with greater authority on the character of Qian Daoliu than he. His son, Qian Xunji, had been slain by Qian Yang, and his daughter-in-law had been taken from him. The spirit hall was poised to fall under his dominion. Were it not for the knowledge that his daughter-in-law, Bibi, carried the bloodline of the Qian family, Qian Daoliu might have already succumbed to the impulse to eliminate Qian Yang. Yet, he remained rational, for Qian Daoliu valued the spirit hall above all. The child within Bibi would compel him to negotiate with Qian Yang. This was the conjecture of the golden crocodile Douluo. Within the Pope's chamber, Qian Yang regarded Qian Daoliu, clenching his fist with a slight smirk gracing his lips. Father-in-law, shall we engage in a duel? You may not be aware, but Tang Ming of the Haotian sect, despite his formidable level of 97, was remarkably feeble, unable to withstand even a single blow from me. To be honest, I am exceedingly eager to test my strength against a top-tier powerhouse like you and see if I possess the capability to vanquish you. Upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's hands, which had been clasped behind his back, transformed into fists, and a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. There was no semblance of concealment regarding his true sentiments. Was he to be deemed arrogant or merely self-assured in his prowess? Recalling certain past events involving Qian Yang and the child within his daughter-in-law, Qian Daoliu felt a heightened wariness towards him. Yet, he bore no fear, for he was Qian Daoliu. Qian Yang, I can tolerate you this once, but only this once. Should I discover that you intend any harm towards Ji or her unborn child, I shall take your life. Even if you were once my adopted son, I would not hesitate to extinguish you with all my might. With a thunderous declaration, the final word of death escaped his lips as Qian Daoliu advanced a mere step. Yet it was laden with the fury of a father's vengeance aimed at Qian Yang, echoing with a fierce roar. In this moment, Qian Daoliu had indeed yielded. Just as the golden crocodile Douluo had surmised, he esteemed the spirit hall more than anyone else. Now, with the bloodline of the Qian family growing within his daughter-in-law, he recalled a peculiar pull he had sensed within the angel statue of the angel temple, which directed him towards Bibi, or more accurately, the child she bore. In that instant, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the hope of achieving the status of an angel god, until the child was born, matured, and became strong enough to inherit the legacy of the angel god. He would restrain himself and refrain from conflict with Qin Yang. I hope you take care of yourself. This is your final warning. Qian Dao turned and departed. Qin Yang observed Qian Dao's retreating figure and chuckled softly. To kill him? Huh. One must possess the requisite strength for that. Nevertheless, it is quite all right. If Qian Dao does not eliminate him, he must confront this adoptive father himself. As for Bai Ji, she is now his wife, and he will treat her as he pleases, regardless of Qian Dao's opinions. It has been 4 or 5 months since they last met. Tonight, he should return and take good care of his wife. He wonders if she has missed him during their time apart. What if she becomes overly forward tonight? Should he refuse her advances or embrace them? Oh dear. This truly is a perplexing conundrum. Qin Yang rubbed his forehead, shaking his head and chuckling softly. His words seemed like mere musings, yet for some formidable beings. It was all too easy to eavesdrop on Qin Yang's thoughts. Just as Qian Dao reached the entrance of the Pope's palace, he suddenly halted, a grimace crossing his face. At the entrance, Bibi Dong, Anna, Douluo, and Douluo waited. Upon seeing Qian Dao emerge, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, for it meant that Qin Yang and the grand offering had not clashed. However, witnessing Qian Dao's sudden pause and his troubled expression caused their hearts to race. Qin Yang, I hope you do not bring about your own downfall, Qian Dao murmured, casting a glance at Douluo and Bibi Dong before his gaze settled on the two women. And a row. There was a flicker of something in his eyes, yet he chose to depart without further ado. Shortly after, Qin Yang exited the Pope's palace. What a pity. He had hoped to test his adoptive father's might, but to his surprise, the man exhibited such restraint that Qin Yang felt a twinge of admiration for him. His words elicited a roll of the eyes from Bibi Dong. Fight with the grand offering. Have you nothing better to do? Chapter 52, The Expectant Wife. Unfazed by Bibi Dong's disdain, Qin Yang turned his attention to Douluo, Douluo, and the members of the Fengwu Guard, saying, Elder Yuiguan, Elder Gue, you may return now. Yes. Douluo and Douluo had long desired to leave. With Qin Yang's command, they hurriedly vanished. Soon, only Qin Yang, Bibi Dong, Anna, and a row remained at the entrance of the Pope's palace. I shall take my leave as well, Anna said, turning to depart the moment Qin Yang glanced in her direction. Unexpectedly, he pulled her close and whispered a few words in her ear, earning himself an exasperated roll of her eyes. Then Anna turned to leave. Donner, you may return first, but do remember to seek me out. Qin Yang smiled at Bibi Dong. Who would want to look for you? Bibi Dong shot a glance at Qin Yang and hurried away. Qin Yang gazed at the impressively sized peach behind Bibi Dong, its every movement captivating him. And he nodded in satisfaction. Its ripening was entirely his accomplishment. It wouldn't be long before this peach would begin to ooze juice. Subsequently, Qin Yang shifted his gaze towards and a row. Ever since he had taken away from the Haotian sect, apart from some simple greetings, he had not engaged in any deeper conversations with her. On the other hand, Aro often attended to him diligently. Now that they had entered the spirit hall, he had promised Tang how to take good care of and he would certainly not go back on his word. Come with me, he said, glancing at the two women as he walked towards the Pope's quarters. His chambers were spacious, making it quite simple to accommodate both women for the night. Aro tugged at and the two followed Qin Yang without any resistance. Upon encountering Qian Daoliu earlier, had been quite startled by his terrifying aura. Now, following Qin Yang within the spirit hall provided them with a sense of security. Before long, Qin Yang led the two women back to the Pope's quarters. The two beautiful maids promptly emerged. We greet the Pope and Master Qin Yang. The maids seemed to be aware of some underlying matters. Bowing to Qin Yang before looking up at him, Qin Yang smiled gently, offering them a warm expression, and instructed, please arrange a suitable place for them to stay. Yes. The maids replied in unison, moving towards and a row with a gesture inviting them to follow. Remained still, turning to Qin Yang and inquiring. Qin Yang, what exactly do you intend to do by bringing me back? This question had lingered in Yin's mind. Qin Yang's previous demeanor towards her had been exceedingly peculiar. He neither harmed her nor neglected her, and he engaged in any lewd behavior. Without clarification, she felt quite uneasy, especially now that they were within the spirit hall. What do you think I wish to do? Qin Yang chuckled lightly as he approached It seems you are quite eager for me to do something else for you. But rest assured, I will fulfill your desires, just not at this moment, but rather in the future. In the future? Upon hearing those words, Aro trembled slightly beside Her face flushed quickly as she looked at Qin Yang. Previously, he had asked her to open her mouth and then stood before her. Now, he seemed intent on doing the same with This man, how could he be so wicked? Under the ambiguous gaze of Aro, still oblivious to the underlying meaning, was led away to their abode. Meanwhile, Qin Yang entered his own chambers. At this moment, he chose not to employ his mimetic skills to assume the guise of Qian Xunji, but instead entered the papal quarters in his true form. Within the chamber, a pregnant woman adorned in a flowing white silk garment sat elegantly upon the sofa. Clearly, it was Bibi. Through his heightened perception, Qin Yang discerned that Bibi's emotions appeared somewhat peculiar at that instant, prompting him to hasten his entrance. As Qin Yang stepped into the parlor of the chambers, his eyes were immediately drawn to the enchanting figure seated on the sofa. Upon noticing Qin Yang's arrival, Bibi sprang to her feet as if jolted. "Why, you're back," she stammered, her voice trembling with an uncertainty that mingled worry, fear, and perhaps a hint of anticipation. "Indeed, my lady, I have returned," Qin Yang replied with a warm smile, approaching her without a trace of awkwardness as he firmly enveloped her soft, voluptuous form in his embrace. The unique fragrance that belonged solely to Bibi enveloped him, akin to a spring breeze that refreshes the soul, compelling him to inhale deeply. After 5 months of separation, the sight of his exquisite lady once more filled him with joy. As he held her waist, his grip tightened slightly, and he noticed her body stiffen, which elicited a subtle smile from him. Without hesitation, he pressed his lips against hers. Bibi's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struggling to accept Qin Yang's boldness. She was fully aware of his true identity, and he knew hers, yet he continued to assertively claim her. It was an overwhelming sensation. "Please, don't do this, Qin Yang," she implored. As time passed, Bibi felt her strength gradually returning, and she twisted her body to gently push him away. Qin Yang cradled her delicate, enchanting face and spoke tenderly. "My lady, we are husband and wife. Is it not natural for spouses to share intimacy? Wouldn't you agree?" Bibi bit her lip in irritation, responding with indignation. "I am not your wife." Qin Yang feigned surprise. "How can that be? You are undeniably my wife. Have you forgotten the times you sweetly called me husband? Or perhaps you've forgotten the love we share, my dear wife?" Upon hearing Qin Yang's overly sentimental words, Bibi's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she resolutely pushed him away to prevent any further impropriety. "Qin Yang, I hope you respect yourself, as well as me. I am not your wife, I am your sister-in-law." The last word barely escaped her lips, laden with shyness. "Oh, you were a lady before, and now you have transformed." Qin Yang's realization dawned upon him, and his smile deepened. "Whether you are a lady or something else, you are undeniably mine now, and that is an immutable truth. Do you understand?" As Qin Yang advanced step by step, Bibi instinctively retreated, until she found herself seated on the sofa with nowhere left to escape. She lifted her gaze to meet the unwavering and assertive Qin Yang, her heart brimming with grievance. This scoundrel was taking advantage of her vulnerability, clearly using his formidable strength to bully a weaker woman. Qin Yang reached out to gently wipe away the moisture from Bibi's eyes, disregarding her feelings as he declared, "If you wish for me to call you in a certain way, I shall oblige, but the fact remains that you are my woman, and that cannot be altered." Bibi found herself at a loss for words. Internally, she was conflicted. In the face of Qin Yang, she felt utterly powerless. The complexities of their past weighed heavily upon her. Compared to Qian Xunji, it was Qin Yang who left her restless, an unforgettable presence. Now, with him standing before her, she had forgotten how to confront him. "Close your eyes." Observing Bibi's demeanor, Qin Yang commanded in a tone that brooked no dissent. "What do you intend to do?" Bibi asked weakly, yet habitually complied, and shut her eyes. "I grant you a delightful surprise. After tonight, regardless of what transpired before, you shall belong solely to me." "You." Before Bibi could voice her thoughts, she found herself lifted into Qin Yang's arms. "I don't want this." "Fear not. I shall be gentle," Qin Yang reassured her. Had he forgotten the recent threat from Qian Daoliu that forbade him from causing Bibi harm? His current actions did not seem detrimental to her. Did they? A bit of exercise is beneficial for one's health. Surely, he was aiding her in strengthening her body. This must be for her own good. In a villa not far from Qin Yang's palace, Ain and Aro had settled in. "Esteemed guests, should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to inform us, and we shall prepare it for you. By the way, you are quite close to the Holy Emperor's palace. If summoned, you will reach him swiftly. At that moment, all you need do is prepare for your bath and change." The two maids smiled at Ain and Aro before turning to leave. Inside the room, Ain and Aro sat on the sofa. "Aro, tell me honestly, do you know what Qin Yang has in store for me in the future?" Ain grasped Aro's hand and inquired. Aro hesitated, uncertain whether she should confide in Ain. "Aro, please tell me. Even if it's death, I wish to be mentally prepared." At this point, Ain had come to terms with her situation. After all, she had been captured by Qin Yang for quite some time, and faced with his formidable power, she had no opportunity to resist. The thought of relying on Tang Hao for rescue brought a bitter smile to her lips. Presently, Tang Hao was within the confines of the Haotian sect, and she wondered if he had recovered from his injuries. Even if he had, how could someone of his strength possibly rescue her from Qin Yang's grasp? Eruo, just tell me. Ian urged earnestly. All right, I will tell you, Eruo replied, albeit with some reluctance and embarrassment. She finally spoke. He likely intends to take you for himself in the future. Ian. Future? What does that mean? What does he plan to do with me? Seeing that Eruo was not being clear, Ian felt exasperated. However, in the next moment, as Eruo leaned in and whispered into her ear, Ian froze momentarily and then sprang up from the sofa, her face flushed with indignation. Eruo, are you joking? How could this be? He can't be that cruel, can he? Ian's disbelief was palpable. She was the kind of girl who was rather naive and traditional. Despite being a 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, she had never experienced such matters. Even in her love for Tang Hao, they had merely held hands without any further intimacy. Yet now Eruo had disclosed that Qin Yang had captured her with the intent of something far more sinister. Observing Ian's intense reaction, Eruo nodded in confirmation. So, does this mean you have already? Ian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Eruo. Eruo's cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, silently acknowledging the truth.